Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 4001. Chapter 4001, 4001. Chapter 4001. It actually recognizes the world-burning fire. Lin Moya no longer tried to touch the fragments himself and instead had his undead servants handle them. Since undead servants lack a true spirit, the power within those fragments could not harm them. They retrieved the jade token from the pile of fragments and, after confirming it was safe, handed it to Lin Moya. The jade token was palm-sized, glowing with a greenish light and of excellent quality. The front was engraved with the characters Spirit Treasure, and the back depicted the Spirit Treasure Hall. When Lin Moya infused his soul power into the token, a stream of information immediately flooded his mind. His eyes lit up. The token recorded the number and uses of all the treasures in the Spirit Treasure Hall: Spirit Nurturing Pills, Boundary Breaking Pills, Spirit Nurturing Wood, Heaven Covering Stones, Immortal Jades, and more. Each item was listed, along with their forms and effects. Spirit Nurturing Pills help in nurturing world wills. Boundary Breaking Pills help world wills complete their gestation early. Spirit Nurturing Wood can be absorbed by world wills to rapidly strengthen them. Heaven Covering Stone can conceal destiny, useful for special tasks. Immortal Jade allows for feigned death and resurrection, usable alone or with the Heaven Covering Stone. Lin Moya wasn't interested in the pills. What he needed were the Heaven Covering Stone and Immortal Jade. His gaze fell on the 3 unopened boxes. Hopefully, there's still some left. With prior experience, he didn't open them himself but had his undead servants do it. There were no formations or restrictions on the boxes, so the undead servants easily opened the first one. Inside were fist-sized stones, Heaven Covering Stones. Lin Moya was pleased. Heaven Covering Stones. There were 20 in the box, far more than he expected. Without hesitation, he swept the stones and the box into his storage space. With these, his plan was half complete. He could now escape the origin continent. The second box held several half-meter-long wooden sticks, as thick as a child's arm. Spirit Nurturing Wood, excellent for growing world wills. Valuable, but not as important to Lin Moya was the Heaven Covering Stone. He put them away. The third box, he hoped, contained Immortal Jade, a strategic resource that could revive the dead, essentially an extra life. Such items were consumed rapidly in great wars, so Lin Moya worried they might be gone. The undead servant opened the third box, and a strong purple light burst forth inside. 2,000 pieces of Immortal Jade were neatly stacked. Immortal Jade. Lin Moya was overjoyed. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. With both Heaven Covering Stones and Immortal Jade, he could let the 3 ancestors and others feign death and escape the origin continent's control. His plan was now mostly complete. Just as he was about to put away the Immortal Jade, his soul suddenly warned him of danger. A beam of white light shot in from behind, blasting through the Spirit Treasure Hall's door toward him. An undead servant reacted instantly, using the Great Earth Dao to become a shield. Lin Moya calmly put away the Immortal Jade first. Even if this attack killed him, he could revive with the Immortal Jade, which was too valuable to lose. The white light struck the undead servant, shattering it instantly, then thundered into Lin Moya. The Great Thousand World rumbled as billions of undead servants shared the damage. Not all attacks can reach the true spirit even at the eternal level. Most can't kill him in one blow. Lin Moya withstood the white light and looked toward the doorway. A phantom appeared in the hall, morphing into Bai Yaiwan's form. Lin Moya smiled. You really did come. As he expected, it was the Soul Eater. The formation he'd set outside hadn't stopped it, but it must have delayed it, or it would have arrived sooner. Lin Moya knew that Great Dao Origin Chi still had some effect on the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater growled, hand over the Spirit Nurturing Wood. Not only was it intelligent, it could speak. Lin Moya replied with a light smile, so you want the Spirit Nurturing Wood? That's not impossible, but answer a few questions first. The Soul Eater didn't seem to understand, only repeating, hand over the Spirit Nurturing Wood. Lin Moya shook his head. Looks like there's no point talking. Seeing Lin Moya refuse, the Soul Eater attacked, taking Bai Yaiwan's form and using his technique's massive fist. Shadows swept forth. Lin Moya's aura soared as he stepped into that realm. Great Dao World-Ending Palm. With one strike, he shattered the Soul Eater's fist and sent it crashing into the hall wall. The Soul Eater was strong, but Lin Moya held back, so the palm didn't destroy it. The Spirit Treasure Hall was sturdy, and even Lin Moya's palm couldn't break it. The hall shook, bottles clattered, and some spilled out strange-smelling remnants. Great Dao World-Ending Palm. Not giving the Soul Eater a chance, Lin Moya struck several more times, then unleashed the world-burning fire, which chased the palms and landed on the Soul Eater. It howled in agony, and Lin Moya's lips curled up. Having intelligence had its downsides, like knowing pain and fear. World-burning fire. How do you know the world-burning fire? The Soul Eater screamed, changing shape in pain. Lin Moya was surprised the Soul Eater was the first to call the world-burning fire by name. In the purple light, Lin Moya was reborn, his realm rising as he kept using the world-ending palm, increasing its power and pinning the Soul Eater down. The Soul Eater's body was nearly destroyed, the world-burning fire blazing ever brighter. Lin Moya knew this creature wouldn't die easily, so he kept his strength at its limit and asked, "How do you know about the world-burning fire?" The Soul Eater didn't answer, only roaring, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" In a frenzy, it transformed into the human sovereign, summoned a warblade, and exploded with power, shattering the world-ending palm. The blade slashed down, dazzling the hall. Lin Moya frowned. He hadn't expected the Soul Eater to erupt like this. He struck again, doubling his strength. Boom! Palm and blade clashed and vanished. Suddenly, the Soul Eater was right in front of him, blade flashing. Lin Moya was struck and sent flying, but thanks to damage sharing, he withstood the blow. The Soul Eater chased after him, mad with killing intent. Great Tao world-ending palm. Lin Moya stopped holding back, raising his power to 80% and striking again and again. Chapter 4002. Chapter 4002. 4002. Chapter 4002. The former Soul Eater Emperor. At 80% power, the Great Tao world-ending palm sent the frenzied Soul Eater flying back, pinning it against the wall of the Spirit Treasure Hall, unable to move. The world-ending palm struck the hall with thunderous booms, making the entire immortal palace ring like a giant bell, echoing throughout the myriad spirits pavilion. In the past, such commotion would have awakened the entire pavilion, but now the place was empty. No one and nothing remained. As if in response to the battle in the Spirit Treasure Hall, sharp cries suddenly rang out from elsewhere. On the myriad spirits pavilion's sign, Old Road's image appeared, his face shocked. "There's still something alive in the battle Spirit Hall. This is bad." Lin Moya knew nothing of this. He continued fighting the strange and powerful Soul Eater. He was sure the Soul Eater held great secrets. He had refined many Soul Eaters before and dealt with Soul Eater lords, but this was the first time he'd encountered one with intelligence. How did a Soul Eater gain intelligence? And why was it in the Myriad Spirits Pavilion? This Soul Eater was extremely ancient. Perhaps from it, Lin Moya could learn some secrets about the pavilion or the world behind the gate. Under the pressure of the world-ending palm, the Soul Eater's body gradually broke apart, the world-burning fire burning relentlessly, trying to refine it. In Lin Moya's estimation, this Soul Eater's strength was comparable to a Soul Eater King's avatar. Refining it wouldn't be easy. But it wasn't impossible. It would just take time, maybe not a few years, but a few decades or even 100 years. If it really took 100 years, Lin Moya would have to use countless origin arts, forcibly elevate his realm, and undergo many rebirths. A daunting prospect, but he was used to hardship. Now it was a contest of patience. Lin Moya ignored the Soul Eater's screams, his face expressionless as he continued to unleash the world-ending palm. No matter what form the Soul Eater took or how it tried to retaliate, or how it roared in fury, it was all useless. It could only watch as its body was gradually destroyed. And the more its body shattered, the more the pain from the world-burning fire multiplied, wrapping every fragment in agony. This was the downside of intelligence and sensation. An ordinary Soul Eater wouldn't even know what pain was. Lin Moya said coldly, "I've killed many Soul Eaters, refined them, and used them to nourish my soul, but those were all in the soul void. This is my first time refining one in the real world. Let's see what I get from you. I have a feeling that absorbing you will benefit me greatly." His tone was icy, as if stating a fact, no longer mentioning the questions he'd wanted to ask. Since communication was impossible, he gave up on it. The Soul Eater kept roaring, answering Lin Moya only with rage. Lin Moya didn't speak again, just kept striking, giving the Soul Eater no chance to resist. After half a day, the Soul Eater's body was even more shattered, the world-burning fire wrapping every piece, the pain ever increasing. Finally, its roars weakened, as if realizing its cries were useless. "What do you want to ask?" The Soul Eater finally said, transforming into Meng Anwen's form, drawing from Lin Moya's memory, knowing how important Meng Anwen was to him. Usually calm and composed, Meng Anwen's face now twisted in agony, baring his teeth from the pain. Lin Moya knew the Soul Eater had begun to yield. This was the advantage of intelligence, knowing when to compromise. That was why he'd kept the world-ending palm's power in check, never destroying it outright. Lin Moya asked, "How did you become intelligent?" The Soul Eater shouted, "You should go ask that old bastard Wan Xianling." Lin Moya frowned. "Who is Wan Xianling?" The Soul Eater suddenly laughed wildly, as if hearing a great joke. "You're in the Myriad Spirits Pavilion and don't know who Wan Xianling is?" Lin Moya's eyes darkened, the world-burning fire flaring hotter, making the Soul Eater's pain spike and its face contort even more. Lin Moya said, "It's normal not to know. Who is Wan Xianling? Why do you have intelligence? Explain." The Soul Eater replied, "Wan Xianling is the Battle Spirit Hall's master. That guy caught me and forcibly fused me with a world spirit. This Soul Eater called itself Emperor." Lin Moya caught the key point. "What was your identity before you were caught?" The Soul Eater suddenly shouted angrily, "I was the Soul Eater Emperor of this world, the great ruler, the supreme being." It roared on, as if declaring its status. Lin Moya sneered, "You didn't have intelligence before, just a mindless beast acting on instinct. What status could you possibly have?" This stunned the former Soul Eater Emperor. Lin Moya was right. Without intelligence, there's only strength, no status. Lin Moya continued, "Wan Xianling fused you with a world spirit, giving you intelligence. Then what? Where did he go?" The Soul Eater Emperor's mood shifted dramatically, letting out a low, suppressed laugh. "He was eaten by me." Lin Moya asked, "He was stronger than you, so how did you eat him?" The Soul Eater Emperor replied, "I admit he was a bit stronger than me, but not by much. He was badly injured, so it was only natural I ate him." Lin Moya thought of that unknown war. If Wan Xianling was badly wounded in battle and then eaten by the Soul Eater, it was possible. But something didn't add up. Even a Soul Eater King's avatar was terrifying, let alone the Soul Eater Emperor. Given its current strength, it shouldn't have been able to devour Wan Xianling. Even mortally wounded, Wan Xianling could have destroyed it with a thought. Clearly, more happened afterward. Lin Moya pressed, "You were once the Soul Eater Emperor and managed to eat Wan Xianling, so why are you so weak now?" This seemed to hit a nerve. The Soul Eater Emperor howled in madness, "It's all that Wan Xianling's fault. He had a backup plan. He self-destructed and detonated the world spirit fused with me." He ranted and raved, spilling a torrent of words. Lin Moya didn't interrupt, using the world-ending palm to control him and listening to the outburst, gradually piecing together what had happened back then. Chapter 4003. Chapter 4003, 4003. Chapter 4003, Dealing with the Soul Eater Emperor. The Soul Eater Emperor's emotions were highly unstable, swinging between moments of calm and frequent bouts of madness. In his crazed state, he rambled endlessly, mixing relevant and irrelevant things, peppered with countless curses. Amusingly, he didn't stick to one language over several hours of ranting. He used at least dozens, including human, common, and other races' tongues. Lin Moya was able to piece together what had happened. Back then, Wan Xianling had captured the Soul Eater Emperor as an experiment, fusing him with a world spirit. After the fusion succeeded, the Soul Eater Emperor gained intelligence. Wan Xianling's plan was that, after fusion, the world spirit would become the dominant will, allowing him to control the Soul Eater Emperor. Through the Emperor, he could then control countless Soul Eaters, a terrifying force. But unexpectedly, after the fusion, the Soul Eater Emperor not only gained intelligence but became the dominant will, suppressing the world spirit. The world spirit had empowered the Soul Eater Emperor, but failed to control him. Even at the eternal level, a world spirit was no match for the Soul Eater Emperor. Wan Xianling, however, had a backup. He could detonate the world spirit, severely wounding the Soul Eater Emperor. Later, a great war broke out. Wan Xianling returned gravely injured, and the Soul Eater Emperor seized the chance to devour him. To the Emperor, Wan Xianling was a mortal enemy for capturing him, never realizing his intelligence was a gift from Wan Xianling. At the last moment, Wan Xianling self-destructed and detonated the fused world spirit. The resulting power gravely wounded the Soul Eater Emperor not just physically, but to his very core. His strength plummeted to the Tao Lord level, and he fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how many millennia passed before he awoke when the human sovereign arrived. He searched for a way out, but with the gate closed, he was trapped. Many more years passed until the Lord of Hell opened the gate, and he finally escaped. Outside, he found the world's rules had changed and fell into slumber again. But it wasn't true sleep he needed to feed, as Wan Xianling's attack had left his power and intelligence unstable. Without feeding, he would revert to mindlessness and his strength would continue to drop. So he began destroying worlds and devouring living beings. After consuming many, he needed time to digest, so he slept again. In this cycle of waking and sleeping, he gradually adapted to the new rules. The countless worlds and lives he devoured stabilized his power and brought more thoughts, what he called increased wisdom. He realized this couldn't go on forever. If one day all worlds were eaten, he'd be finished. Devouring beings was only a stopgap. Then he thought of spirit nurturing wood. The world spirit that was detonated hadn't been completely destroyed. Using spirit nurturing wood, he could regenerate it. If the world spirit recovered, so would he. Such was the Soul Eater Emperor's story. Lin Moya wasn't sure whether to pity him. Once, he'd been a carefree Soul Eater Emperor, mindless but supreme. But he was captured by Wan Xianling, and gaining intelligence may never have been his wish. After so many years, though, none of it mattered now. The Myriad Spirits Pavilion was empty, the world had changed. Lin Moya asked, "Do you know the specifics of what happened back then?" The Soul Eater Emperor, still half crazed, replied, "No, what? I know nothing. They're all dead. All dead. All deserve to die." Clearly, nothing more could be learned. Those events were buried by time. He didn't even understand what the Myriad Spirits Pavilion was, so there was no point probing further. Now that Lin Moya had obtained the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade, his plan was more than half complete. He just needed to return and carry it out. The immediate issue was how to deal with the Soul Eater Emperor. He had two options: seal it here, difficult, since the Emperor could ignore ordinary formations. If the Spirit Treasure Hall were intact, he could just close the door, but now that wasn't possible, or kill it. But killing it wasn't easy. World-burning fire would take at least 100 years to refine it, maybe longer. Lin Moya didn't want to waste so much time, and letting it live was risky. If someone opened the gate in the future, it might escape and threaten all worlds again. How could he destroy it quickly? Lin Moya thought of one possibility: spirit annihilation art. The only offensive art in the Myriad Spirits' secret art, spirit annihilation, targets world spirits, not soul eaters. But this Soul Eater Emperor had fused with a world spirit, making it his core. When Wan Xianling detonated the spirit, it wasn't fully destroyed. Some remained, protected by the Soul Eater's power. If Lin Moya could erase the world spirit, he'd erase the Emperor's core. Even if it didn't die, it would at least fall into slumber or lose intelligence and revert to mindlessness. If this works, it's a good solution, Lin Moya thought. But first, he needed to shatter the Soul Eater Emperor to make it easier to use the spirit annihilation art. His realm was still low, and he'd just learned the Myriad Spirits' secret art. He wasn't sure how effective it would be. Breaking the Emperor into fragments would weaken it and enhance the art's effect. Soul Eaters are hard to kill. Even the Soul Eater King's avatar, when smashed to dust, couldn't revive. Even world-burning fire struggled to fully destroy one. Now, facing the Soul Eater Emperor, Lin Moya had no guarantee. Great Tao world-ending palm. After another rebirth, Lin Moyo unleashed his full power, smashing the Emperor into fragments, then pounding the pieces into powder. Only when it could be crushed no further did he check the world-burning fire's effect. As expected, refining was slow. It would take at least 100 years, maybe more. Though Lin Moyo could endure, he didn't want to waste that much time if there was another way. He tried using the power of death to corrode it, but his realm wasn't high enough. The effect was even worse than the world-burning fire. Taking a deep breath, after another rebirth, a purple light flared. Spirit Annihilation Art. Chapter 4004. Chapter 4004, 4004. Chapter 4004, made a mistake. Purple light swirled as an indescribable ancient aura emanated from Lin Moya's fingertips. Somewhere in the world, a primordial power was stirred so ancient that Lin Moya felt as if he were in another universe. This ancient force emerged from a hidden corner of the cosmos, gathered at his fingertip, and then exploded into a ball of light, illuminating the entire spirit treasure hall. Bang! Lin Moyo heard a shattering sound, as if something had been annihilated. Within the Soul Eater Emperor's dust, something seemed to have vanished, and a strange aura began to spread. Lin Moyo recognized it. It was pure Soul Eater aura, without any impurities, just like what he'd seen before, only stronger and of a higher level. At the same time, the effect of the world-burning fire weakened, almost disappearing. Lin Moya's expression changed. He realized something had gone wrong. Things hadn't developed as he'd expected. The Spirit Annihilation Art hadn't killed the Soul Eater Emperor. Instead, it had restored the Soul Eater Emperor's original self. The fusion with the world spirit had brought intelligence and made him controllable. That's why Wan Xianling hadn't completely destroyed the world spirit. He couldn't kill the Soul Eater Emperor, so he used the world spirit to restrain him. Now, with the world spirit destroyed, the Soul Eater Emperor was gravely wounded but not dead, and would recover in a short time. Once restored, he would be a complete Soul Eater Emperor, far stronger than a Soul Eater King, and someone Lin Moya could not kill. If this had happened in the real world, the Candle Dragon would almost certainly have appeared. The Candle Dragon might not be able to kill him either, but at least could exile or expel him from this world. It was also possible that the world's rules would expel him, but here, neither the Candle Dragon nor the world's rules could reach, so the Soul Eater Emperor could exist freely. Without intelligence, the Soul Eater Emperor would kill all living beings he saw. Once he fully recovered, Lin Moya didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he swept up all the remaining bottles and boxes in the Spirit Treasure Hall, even if they were empty, since the materials themselves were treasures. Some bottles still had contents. He'd study them later. He also had his undead servants collect all the core fragments of the Spirit Treasure Hall and throw them into a box. While doing this, Lin Moya kept using the world-ending palm to smash the Soul Eater Emperor's body to dust, delaying its recovery. But the palm's effect was weakening. His power wasn't strong enough. In less than 2 seconds, he finished everything, turned into a stream of light, and shot out of the Spirit Treasure Hall without looking back. Following his original path, he rushed out of the Spirit Treasure Road and saw Old Road standing on his sign, as if waiting for him. Old Road shouted, "That thing got into the Spirit Treasure Hall. You ran into it, right?" Lin Moya replied, "It's still in the Spirit Treasure Hall. I can't kill it. It'll probably come out soon." Old Road said, "It can't get out." He pointed at the Spirit Treasure Road and chanted, "Seal." Immediately, thick mist rose along the Spirit Treasure Road, which vanished, sealed away by an invisible force. Lin Moya looked at Old Road in surprise. He hadn't expected this move. Old Road looked a bit smug. "I'm not just a sign, I'm also the manager of the Spirit Roads. I have the authority to seal them." Lin Moya admitted he'd underestimated him. "So it can't get out now?" Old Road replied, "Not for now, but..." Before he could finish, a sharp scream came from deep within the Battle Spirit Road, piercing the soul. Lin Moya instinctively turned and saw a huge shadow in the distance. Old Road continued, "But I can only seal one road at a time. There's something waking up in the Battle Spirit Hall, trying to get out. Can you deal with it?" Lin Moya was speechless. "Do you really think I can beat it?" Old Road looked him over and said uncertainly, "You should be able to. That thing isn't as scary as the one in the Spirit Treasure Hall. At least you can kill it. The one in the Spirit Treasure Hall is almost impossible to kill." Lin Moya agreed, the Soul Eater Emperor really is hard to kill. But what's the level of the thing in the Battle Spirit Hall? Old Road looked at Lin Moya. "Same realm as you, but a bit stronger." "So, the same as a Dao Lord. But within Dao Lords, there were ordinary ones, Great Dao Lords, and Eternals. A big difference. If it was stronger, it was at least a Great Dao Lord, maybe even an Eternal, but not one whose Dao had entered the Return to Origin land, so it wouldn't be unkillable." Old Road was right, there was a chance to kill it, and it was the lesser evil. Sealing the Spirit Treasure Road was the right choice. Lin Moya said, "Alright, I'll try. What exactly is it?" Old Road replied, "If I remember correctly, it's a Python Ping." Python Ping? Lin Moyo had never heard of it. Old Road explained, "A Python Ping is a type of chaos beast, not the most powerful kind. There used to be a lot in the Battle Spirit Hall. Disciples used them for practice. The hall is abandoned now, but before that, most Python Pings died. I'm surprised one survived. It must have been sleeping all this time and woke up because of the commotion in the Spirit Treasure Hall." Lin Moyo asked, "What if I don't kill it?" Old Road replied, "Python Pings are chaos beasts with a destructive instinct. Their attacks can turn everything to chaos, which they then absorb to strengthen themselves. It's not strong now, but if it destroys enough, it'll grow stronger and could eventually destroy the entire Myriad Spirits Pavilion." Lin Moya realized this was serious compared to the Soul Eater Emperor. The Python Ping might be even more destructive. Now that he'd mastered the Myriad Spirit's secret art, heard the Pavilion's lecture, and obtained the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade, he was tied by cause and effect to the Myriad Spirit's pavilion. With the pavilion in danger, he felt obligated to help. Besides, he might return someday, and if the Python Ping grew stronger, it could threaten him then. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Moya said quietly, "All right, I'll take care of it." Old Road sighed, "Do your best. If it can't be done, then so be it." Lin Moya understood Python Pings could destroy anything, including Old Road. In the past, they were just practice targets for disciples, but now one could destroy the entire pavilion. Lin Moya entered the Battle Spirit Road, heading for the Battle Spirit Hall. He'd already made one mistake with the Soul Eater Emperor, he couldn't afford another. At the same time, he pondered how to truly kill the Soul Eater Emperor for good. Chapter 4005. Chapter 4005, 4005. Chapter 4005, Not Mom, Call Me Father. The Battle Spirit Road wasn't long. Lin Moya quickly reached its end and saw the Battle Spirit Hall. Each Spirit Road ended with an immortal hall, each one different. The Spirit Treasure Hall was itself a magical artifact, but the Battle Spirit Hall was not. In fact, it wasn't a single hall, but a group of massive halls occupying a vast area. Lin Moya sensed that the space here was unusual, likely expanded many times by special means. Though there were hundreds of halls, from the outside they took up about as much space as the Spirit Treasure Hall. There's the aura of the Soul Eater Emperor here. Lin Moya sharply sensed the lingering presence of the Soul Eater Emperor clearly. It had stayed here for many years. There were also other auras, each different, some fierce, some cold, some wild. From these, Lin Moya could distinguish various chaos beasts. Old Road had said many such beasts were once kept here for the pavilion's disciples to practice on. Each Battle Spirit Hall was both a prison and an arena. All the chaos beasts here had been killed long ago except for one survivor, who had endured until now. The Python Ping's sharp cry sounded again. Up close, the soul-shaking force of its call was even stronger. Lin Moya could clearly sense the Python Ping's aura. It was powerful, not weaker than the human sovereign, though it lacked his undying trait. After evaluating his own abilities, Lin Moya believed he had a chance to kill it. A thunderous crash echoed from one of the halls. The Python Ping was ramming the hall. Though not a magical artifact, the Battle Spirit Hall was made of extremely tough material and could withstand the beast's repeated assaults for a while longer. Lin Moya followed the sound to the hall's main gate. Behind it, the Python Ping was battering the door, making the entire hall tremble and crack. If this continued for another 10 days or so, it would surely break out. Billions of undead servants appeared in the air. Lin Moya didn't dare be careless against such a foe and prepared thoroughly. He filled the entire space above and below the hall, even the Battle Spirit Road, with undead servants. If the space allowed, he would have summoned even more. The undead servants weren't expected to kill the Python Ping, just to block its escape. Several elemental liches appeared at his side. Space, sword, true fire, blood, and reverse Dao liches all ready for battle. Lin Moya even brought out ancestral water, which he hadn't used in ages, since this enemy was different. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moya gave the order, "Go." The undead servants removed the giant lock from the hall's gate and shoved it open. The gate opened inward and was locked from the outside, designed to prevent anything inside from escaping. As the gate opened, Lin Moya saw the Python Ping. It was about 100 meters long, with a python's body and rock's wings, its head also like a rock's. Its wingspan was several hundred meters, longer than its body. This chaos beast is a bit small, Lin Moya thought. For a so-called giant beast, it wasn't very big. Even some powerful spirit beasts on the origin continent were hundreds of meters long, with the largest reaching 1,000,000 meters. Perhaps there was a special formation in the hall limiting its size. The undead servants and elemental liches didn't attack. Lin Moya stood at the front, locking eyes with the Python Ping. For a moment, the two simply stared at each other. Suddenly, the beast called out, not sharply, but with a touch of affection. The sound entered Lin Moya's soul and turned into two words, "Mama." Lin Moya nearly fell from the sky in shock. The Python Ping had called him Mama. A chaos beast powerful enough to destroy worlds was calling him Mama. The beast flew toward Lin Moya, ignoring the undead and elemental liches. Sensing no danger, Lin Moya told his servants not to attack. The Python Ping came up and licked Lin Moya from head to toe with its huge tongue, drenching him in saliva. Still, Lin Moya didn't react. After licking, the Python Ping seemed delighted and called out again, "Mama." This time, Lin Moya responded with his soul, "Can you make yourself a bit smaller?" Soul-to-soul communication required no language. Any intelligent being could do it. The Python Ping didn't understand at first, but after Lin Moya gestured, it shrank down to about 10 meters, then called out again, "Mama." This time, its tone seemed to ask, "Did I do it right?" Lin Moya replied, "That's right, but don't call me Mama, call me Father." After some explanation and effort, he finally taught the Python Ping to call him Father. The Python Ping happily called out Father again and again, clearly delighted. Lin Moya entered the Battle Spirit Hall, which resembled a gladiator arena with a huge battle area. The formations that once controlled the arena were now ruined. This was where the pavilion's disciples had practiced on chaos beasts. Searching the hall, Lin Moya found a small piece of eggshell in a corner. Most of it had been eaten after the Python Ping hatched, leaving only a few fragments. From this, Lin Moya deduced the beast's origins and why it survived. When all the other chaos beasts were killed, this one was still an egg and survived by chance. After countless years, it hatched, found the pavilion deserted, and slept until now when Lin Moya became the first person it saw. Thus, Lin Moya became its closest kin. Such a powerful chaos beast, yet with no inherited bloodline. This surprised Lin Moyu, but he was pleased. He had gained a powerful new companion. Chapter 4006. Chapter 4006, 4006. Chapter 4006, this counts as invasion, right? Chaos beasts are incredibly powerful. After a friendly exchange with the Python Ping, Lin Moya realized this creature was still young, only recently hatched, and far from fully grown. Although it lacked bloodline memory, the Python Ping seemed to know that its growth would take hundreds of millions of years. It had only been alive for a few tens of millions of years so far. Even so, it was already stronger than a great Tao Lord and not much weaker than an eternal being. It could continue to grow stronger without doing anything, and if it devoured things, it would grow even faster. At this point, Lin Moyo understood that Old Road's worries were unnecessary. The Python Ping in Old Road's memory was one of the powerful adults, not this little one calling Lin Moyo father. Currently, it didn't have the ability to turn everything into chaos. Only lower-level materials could be chaotified and then devoured. As its strength increased, it would be able to chow Iffy stronger things. This was a gradual process, not something that happened overnight. Otherwise, the Battle Spirit Hall would have been gone long ago. At least for now, the little Python Ping couldn't chow Iffy it. Lin Moya took out some lower-grade materials and let the Python Ping try to chow Iffy them. The beast was delighted. This was food brought by its father, making it even more reliant on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo observed the entire chaotification process. The Python Ping spat out a breath similar to Dragon's breath, filled with chaotic energy. This energy was very similar to the chaotic energy in the Great Thousand World, but the Python Ping's was more aggressive and active. The materials Lin Moyo provided were rapidly broken down, not melted or rotted, but decomposed into their most primitive state. All their attributes were stripped away, leaving only the rawest form. Even if Lin Moya tried to refine these powders, he'd get nothing useful. Their original properties as crafting materials were completely gone. Next, the powders became disordered and chaotic, colliding and entangling, evolving into new attributes. Each grain seemed to become a new material with its own properties. As they collided, bursts of power erupted, and in the process, the materials annihilated each other and turned into chaotic energy. The Python Ping inhaled, sucking up the chaotic energy and finishing its meal. Apparently satisfied, it let out a happy laugh and affectionately rubbed its huge head against Lin Moya. Though its head was bigger than Lin Moya's whole body, it acted like a child. Lin Moya chuckled. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoping. Since the name Little Python was already taken, he chose Xiaoping for this one. He realized his naming talent was as extreme as his talent for divine runes, either extremely weak or extremely strong. But that didn't matter. Xiaoping was clearly delighted with the new name. Lin Moya put away his undead servants and wandered through the battle spirit halls with Xiaoping. These halls were once training grounds for the pavilion's disciples, where they would command world spirits to battle chaos beasts. The chaos beasts captured here varied in strength, and the lingering auras of the strongest could still be sensed, highlighting the pavilion's former might. Lin Moya thought that if a truly powerful chaos beast appeared in the real world, even the eternal beings would have a headache. As he strolled through the halls, he noticed that some were not just arenas but also places for cultivation, with secret chambers for closed-door training. Some of these chambers still contained items left behind by disciples who didn't have time to take them during the Great War, suggesting the conflict had erupted suddenly. Among the items Lin Moya found were a heaven-covering stone and a bottle of spirit-nurturing pills. The pills, stored in a fine bottle, had retained over 70% of their potency despite the passage of countless years. After touring the battle spirit halls, Lin Moya rode Xiaoping back to Old Road at the signpost. Old Road looked at Lin Moya, then at Xiaoping, speechless. How did you do that? Lin Moya just laughed. That's not important, senior. I'd like to check out the spirit-nurturing road and spirit-cultivating road, then take a look at the immortal halls in the back. Old Road didn't object, only reminding him, the spirit-cultivating road is just ruins now, but be careful on the spirit-nurturing road. Space there is fractured, and some places might lead to unknown realms. Lin Moya nodded. I'll be careful. He went to the spirit-cultivating road first and found the spirit-cultivating hall at the end. It was enormous, as big as 10 spirit treasure halls, and its interior space had also been specially expanded. Inside were pools once used to nurture world spirits, now dried up but clearly once bustling with activity. In the deepest part of the hall, Lin Moya found a withered, decayed tree, the spirit-nurturing tree. The spirit nurturing with the Soul Eater Emperor wanted came from this tree, as did the pool's core essence. What a pity, Lin Moya sighed, then collected the entire spirit nurturing tree. He wanted to see if he could revive it. If successful, he'd have an endless supply of spirit nurturing wood, a huge benefit for his Great Thousand World and Science Tao World. Leaving the spirit cultivating road, he entered the spirit nurturing road and soon reached the end. The spirit nurturing hall looked ordinary, not a magical artifact like the spirit treasure hall, and much smaller than the spirit cultivating hall. But it was unique. Cracks constantly appeared and healed in the surrounding void, releasing powerful auras. Lin Moya sensed these cracks connected to unknown realms. Inside, he found a ruined formation, long neglected and now chaotic and useless. The formation was complex, built with artifact-like components and empowered by runes. Lin Moya studied it and deduced its purpose. This formation seems designed to open spatial channels to extremely distant places. Pavilion disciples used it to travel to unknown realms, find suitable worlds, nurture world spirits, and bring entire worlds back. This counts as invasion, doesn't it? Chapter 4007. Chapter 4007, 4007. Chapter 4007. Did you find anything good? From the Spirit Nurturing Hall, Lin Moya could see that the Myriad Spirits Pavilion had once been extremely domineering. When disciples went out through the Spirit Nurturing Hall to other realms, they didn't negotiate, they simply took the worlds they wanted. Some worlds resisted, but against the overwhelming power of the pavilion's disciples, resistance was meaningless. Whether you agreed or not, if they set their sights on your world, they would take it. The disciples of the Myriad Spirits Pavilion didn't seem to care about cause and effect. This was an era where the strong ruled. Lin Moya realized, though he also knew that every era was more or less the same. Even though the formation was now in ruins, there was still much to learn from it. Lin Moya recorded its structure, thinking he might replicate it in the future. As he studied further, he discovered that the formation's purpose wasn't just teleportation, it also had a crucial function for searching and locating. With it, one could directly pinpoint a world and then teleport there. Whether a world was suitable would be decided by the pavilion's disciples, but this greatly increased efficiency, no more aimless searching. The constantly shattering space outside the Spirit Nurturing Hall was a side effect of the formation. It repeatedly tore space, and after enough repetitions, some areas could no longer heal, leaving behind chaotic spatial tunnels that eternally linked different places. No one could know what lay beyond a given spatial rift. Lin Moya, of course, wasn't foolish enough to try them. He carefully avoided the unstable spatial tunnels and left the Spirit Nurturing Hall. He had now traversed all 4 spirit roads, which represented the entire process of cultivating a disciple in the Myriad Spirits Pavilion, choosing a world spirit, gathering treasures, nurturing the world spirit, and then training in battle against chaos beasts to gain combat experience. The system was comprehensive, covering every step from start to finish. After greeting Old Road and getting directions, Lin Moya rode Xiaoping up into the sky toward the distant group of immortal halls. This was where the pavilion's disciples once lived. According to Old Road, there used to be immortal light that would carry you from the spirit roads to your residence, but now that was gone, he had to fly himself. Fortunately, the defensive formations around the halls had decayed with time and didn't block Lin Moya's approach. Time is a terrifying force, very few things can withstand it. Even those at the Great Tao realm can live forever, but only if no disaster befalls them. Eternal beings can be undying, but only if their Great Tao is not destroyed. Over endless years, anything can happen, not just to Taos, but even to the heavens and earth themselves. When the world is destroyed, so-called eternal life becomes a joke. As for the final step, Lin Moya used to think that once an eternal being took the last step, they would transcend and become truly immortal. But now he saw it wasn't so simple. The Myriad Spirits Pavilion must have had such beings, but where were they now? If they were still alive, why hadn't they returned? But could such beings really die so easily? He wasn't sure. Lost in thought, Lin Moya passed through dozens of dormant formations and entered the area of the immortal halls. Only by entering could he see their true state. From afar, they looked grand and magnificent, but up close, many were badly damaged. The Myriad Spirits Pavilion never feared battle. If you want war, then war. A majestic voice suddenly rang out. Lin Moya saw a terrifying figure standing between heaven and earth above the halls, as if declaring something to the universe. His fighting spirit soared, and as his voice fell, countless disciples flew out, each wielding a world spirit, all howling to the sky. Battle! The shout echoed as one, their fighting spirit reaching its peak. The terrifying figure waved his hand, and the entire group of immortal halls rose from the ground. His voice rang out again, all disciples, follow me into battle. Everyone replied in unison, to fight alongside the pavilion master is our honor. We will die before we retreat. Never retreat, even unto death. Such fighting spirit was rare. They stood atop their worlds and the immortal halls, charging into the sky with the pavilion master. A great battle erupted beyond the heavens. The scene shifted, and the ruined halls flew back from the void. But the pavilion master and countless disciples were gone. The halls returned to their place, and as the last of their power faded, they turned from artifacts into ordinary structures. What kind of enemy could do this? Lin Moya wondered. He didn't know how strong the pavilion master was, but it was certainly beyond eternal, yet even he was defeated. The enemy must have been unimaginably terrifying. The image of the green-robed old man came to Lin Moya's mind. Perhaps the pavilion master's mysterious enemy was someone like him. As Lin Moya approached the halls, he could still sense lingering fighting spirit. As someone who had fought his way here, he felt the deathly resolve within it. The disciples must have known how strong their enemy was and went to battle determined to die, leaving behind this will. These halls were once the disciples' homes, and now Lin Moya was essentially rummaging through someone else's house for valuables. The battle had come suddenly, and the disciples had left with the resolve to die, so there must be things they hadn't taken. What may have been ordinary to them could be treasures to Lin Moya. After all, they were all dead. Leaving these things to rot would be a waste. Patiently, Lin Moya searched hall after hall, like a treasure hunt. As he expected, he found a few things, though not many. Most items had lost their potency to time, but special materials like heaven-covering stones and immortal jades had survived. After his search, he had gained 9 more heaven-covering stones, 8 immortal jades, and over a dozen spirit-nurturing woods. With what he'd found earlier, he now had about 30 of each, more than enough. Unknowingly, Lin Moya reached the deepest part of the halls, where several stood out for their greater size and splendor. These must have belonged to the pavilion's higher-ups. The largest, most magnificent hall was likely the pavilion master's, but it was also the most damaged, half-collapsed. Lin Moya planned to search at later higher-ups' possessions might be even better, while disciples' things were relatively mundane. Just then, a voice called out, "Young friend, did you find anything good?" Lin Moya's hair stood on end. He looked up to see the pavilion master himself, smiling at him. Even Lin Moyo, thick-skinned as he was, felt a little embarrassed at being caught stealing in someone else's house. He bowed slightly and said, "Lin Moyo greets Senior." Chapter 4008. Chapter 4008, 4008. Chapter 4008, A Peculiar Era of the Great Tao. The pavilion master of the Myriad Spirits Pavilion smiled gently. "So it's little friend Lin. I am Wan Zhongling. Greetings. Wan Zhongling, Wan Xianling, their names are so similar. Are they related?" Wan Zhongling seemed to notice Lin Moya's doubt. "No need to guess, little friend Lin. Wan Xianling is my younger brother, I am the elder." "So that's it." Lin Moya suddenly realized that Wan Zhongling seemed to know everything that had happened since he entered the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. Wan Zhongling continued, "This Myriad Spirits Pavilion was founded by me. Though my true body has already gone on to reincarnation and I don't know where I am now, this remnant soul of mine can still observe what happens in the pavilion. I saw everything you did and how you reacted when facing the Soul Eater Emperor." Lin Moya smiled wryly. "I made a mistake, Senior. I ruined Senior Wan Suanling's arrangements and let the Soul Eater Emperor reappear." Though this was only a remnant soul, Lin Moya knew this being could easily kill him. The pavilion may have been destroyed by war, but who knows what trump cards remain. He decided to remain respectful. Wan Zhongling shook his head. "It's a small matter. I never agreed with Suanling's plan anyway. The Soul Eater Emperor is hard to kill or destroy, but fortunately, without intelligence, he won't cause trouble if left alone. But I can't say Xianling was wrong. He wanted to use the Soul Eater Emperor to control the Soul Eaters and resist a great enemy, but his plan failed. And that great enemy was not something the Soul Eater Emperor could resist." Lin Moyo understood. If the Soul Eater Emperor could be captured, he wasn't strong enough. At that level, numbers don't matter, just like Lin Moya's billions of undead servants would still fail if sent against the human sovereign. Knowing the enemy was that powerful, Lin Moyo and Wan Zhongling both recognized that controlling the Soul Eater Emperor was pointless. Lin Moya said, "Now the Soul Eater Emperor is sealed in the Spirit Treasure Hall by Senior Old Road, but I don't know how long that will last." Wan Zhongling replied, "It should hold for hundreds of thousands of years. But even if it doesn't, there's a solution." Lin Moya was curious. "The Soul Eater Emperor can't be killed, how do you solve it?" Wan Zhongling smiled. "It's simple. Just lure him to the Spirit Nurturing Hall. The spatial channel there will send him elsewhere. If he can't be killed, just banish him." As for where he'd go, Wan Zhongling didn't seem to care. Lin Moyo, however, was concerned. What if banishing him sent him to the real world? That would be a disaster. Even if the Candle Dragon intervened, it might not be enough. He asked, "Where does the Spirit Nurturing Hall's spatial channel lead?" Wan Zhongling looked at him. "Do you really want to know, little friend Lin?" Lin Moya nodded. "I'm very curious." Wan Zhongling didn't answer, but asked in return, "Do you also want to know who our enemy was?" Lin Moya replied, "I am curious, but I know my limits. I won't ask about things I shouldn't know." Wan Zhongling's smile grew. "You're a clever child. People need curiosity, or they can't explore the unknown, but too much curiosity can bring disaster." Lin Moyo understood this balance. Some things weren't for him to know yet. He smiled. "You can tell me what you think I should hear, as long as it doesn't involve cause and effect." Wan Zhongling said, "There's nothing that can't be said. This matter has long been buried by time. Whether I say it or not doesn't matter. But I know the whole story best. You mentioned cause and effect. If only we had understood it sooner, things wouldn't have ended like this." Lin Moya was startled. Such a powerful being didn't understand cause and effect? Even he did. Wan Zhongling sighed. "Don't be surprised. Our cultivation environment was special. Each great Tao was isolated, and the heavenly secrets were obscured, so we couldn't see or understand cause and effect. At my level, I knew there was a Tao of cause and effect, but many cultivated their whole lives without ever knowing it existed." Lin Moya was truly shocked. What kind of era was that, where DAOs were isolated and cultivators didn't even know other DAOs existed? He quickly realized the problem. If that was so, how could there be so many powerful beings? He'd always thought the Myriad Spirits Pavilion was incredibly strong, far more so than his own world, with millions of disciples, most at the Great Tao realm and some as strong as Tao Lords or even Eternals. Wan Zhongling saw his confusion. "Our place was special. You saw many disciples, all geniuses, but that was a result of the DAOs being isolated. The Tao cultivated by the Myriad Spirits Pavilion illuminated this region, and other DAOs couldn't reach it. With Tao power concentrated, geniuses flourished here. That's why we had so many. I once calculated that in this region, almost 1 in 100 people was a genius." "That's possible? One Tao illuminating a region, producing countless geniuses suited to that Tao? If 1 in 100 is a genius, does the word even mean anything? If the Myriad Spirits Pavilion's Tao was like this, so were the others. That meant there were endless geniuses." But Lin Moyo also saw the flaw. If that's so, you can't learn from others' strengths or discard weaknesses. It would be hard to reach the true peak. Wan Zhongling nodded. "Exactly. That's why, out of millions of disciples, only I reached the summit. Even I couldn't go further. So I tried to find a solution, for myself and for the millions of disciples. I set up the 4 spirit roads, had formations built, and sent disciples to other domains to nurture world spirits and experience other DAOs. But it didn't work." Wan Zhongling finally got to the point. The 4 spirit roads were his idea. The formations he arranged led to other domains. But what were those domains? Lin Moya didn't know, but guessed they were distant places. Wan Zhongling's idea was good, but it failed. The worlds brought back quickly lost their unique traits under the influence of the pavilion's Tao. Again and again, he couldn't find a solution. Lin Moyo asked, "What are these other domains?" Wan Zhongling replied, "Other domains are just other domains. I don't know exactly. It was my decision, but it led to the pavilion's downfall and even the destruction of this entire domain." Chapter 4009. Chapter 4009. 4009. Chapter 4009. The connection between domains. In the end, Wan Zhongling began recounting some of the past events that had happened countless years ago. He believed that his own actions had doomed both the Myriad Spirits Pavilion and the entire domain. Through the Spirit Nurturing Road, channels to other domains were repeatedly opened. Disciples of the Myriad Spirits Pavilion constantly sought out suitable worlds to nurture world spirits, and regardless of whether those worlds agreed, the disciples would forcibly bring them back to become their own. This behavior was no different from robbery, and in the process, they accumulated vast amounts of karmic debt. But the disciples of the pavilion knew nothing of karma and didn't care. There were also powerful members who would capture large numbers of chaos beasts, placing suitable ones in the battle spirit hall for disciples to use as training opponents. Every year, the number of chaos beasts that died in the pavilion was staggering, further adding to the karmic burden. Perhaps the accumulated karma became too great, and one day it erupted. Once, the formation on the Spirit Nurturing Road opened a channel to the Suihun domain, a place teeming with powerful beasts even stronger than chaos beasts. These beasts were highly organized, like an army. The disciple who entered was killed instantly, and the beasts traced the connection back to the pavilion. The formation in the Battle Spirit Hall wasn't made by the pavilion, so it couldn't be closed in time. Wan Zhongling happened to be in seclusion, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. He could only change the formation's coordinates, sending the invading beasts to the chaos outside the world. A massive war broke out. The Myriad Spirits Pavilion fought back, but the beasts were too strong and the pavilion lost. All the factions in the domain joined the battle, resulting in a war that engulfed the entire domain. But in the end, Wan Zhongling sighed, "We lost. The domain was nearly destroyed. But the beasts didn't fare well either. Our strongest stormed into their domain and caused havoc. In the end, we completely severed the connection between the domains, so they could never find us again." Lin Moya said, "So the beasts came from another domain. I thought they were chaos beasts." Wan Zhongling shook his head. "Chaos beasts are strong, but they aren't organized. Most act alone, and even in groups, their numbers are small and manageable. In fact, the Soul Eater Emperor is even harder to deal with than chaos beasts." Lin Moya agreed. A Soul Eater Emperor that can't be killed is indeed troublesome. He asked, "What realm does one need to be in to kill a Soul Eater Emperor?" Wan Zhongling shook his head. "It's not a matter of realm. In terms of realm, the pavilion's hallmasters were all stronger than the Soul Eater Emperor, but killing him is nearly impossible. You should know the origin of the Soul Eaters. They are born from the impurities of a domain. The Soul Eater Emperor is the impurity of impurities, the essence of essence, reaching the extreme and triggering a reversal of the Great Tao, resulting in this strange being. In short, as long as the domain exists, the Soul Eater Emperor cannot die. To kill him, you'd have to destroy the entire domain." No wonder Wan Xianling could capture the Soul Eater Emperor but not kill him, and even try to use him to control other Soul Eaters. Lin Moyo asked, "What realm are you and the other Hall Masters?" Wan Zhongling looked at Lin Moyo. "Realms have different names in different eras and domains. What do you call your current realm?" Lin Moyo thought for a moment. "Let me show you." In front of Wan Zhongling, he released his origin aura. Since the Pavilion Master already knew everything he'd done, there was nothing to hide. "I'm a Tao Lord now, then there's Great Tao Lord, then Eternal." He raised his aura step by step, demonstrating each realm he'd experienced. After reaching the Eternal level, he said, "To me, these three are all Tao Lord realms, just different stages: low, middle, high. And then there's this realm." Lin Moyo pushed his aura beyond Eternal, stepping into another realm. "I don't know what this is called, but in my domain, the world can't contain me and will expel me. But here, no one expels me, only my body and soul can't withstand it." After 3 seconds, his body and soul collapsed, and he was reborn in purple light. Wan Zhongling nodded. "What you call the Tao Lord realm, we call the Divine Spirit realm, with low, middle, and high stages matching your 3 Tao Lord levels." Lin Moyo was correct. Great Tao Lord and Eternal are just stages of Tao Lord. Wan Zhongling continued, "As for the realm you reached at the end, we call it the Saint Spirit realm, but from your appearance, you haven't fully entered it, just touched it with a secret art." Lin Moya nodded. "That's right." He wondered why Wan Zhongling didn't recognize his origin arts and instead called them secret arts. Does this domain not have origin arts? He thought, but didn't ask. He now knew that what he called the next realm, Wan Zhongling called the Saint Spirit realm, though he didn't know its name in his own world. Wan Zhongling said, "In our domain, the Saint Spirit realm is the highest. I am at the middle stage, the Hall Masters are at the early stage, and the Soul Eater Emperor is also at the early stage, just relatively weak." "You said the domain can't contain the Saint Spirit realm." "That's possible, I've seen domains that can't. You'll have to find out why yourself as a remnant soul, I can't help. But I believe you'll find the root of the problem and truly enter the Saint Spirit realm." Lin Moya said, "I'll look into it. I've obtained the complete Myriad Spirit's secret art here and am half a successor to the pavilion. If possible, I'll pass on the art and revive the pavilion's legacy." Wan Zhongling seemed to have been waiting for this and smiled broadly. "Thank you, little friend. Any other questions? As a remnant soul, this is all I can do." Lin Moya said, "I'd like to know the detailed uses of the Heaven Covering Stone, Immortal Jade, and Spirit Nurturing Wood." Wan Zhongling answered in detail. The heaven-covering stone and immortal jade were indeed excellent items, only found in such special environments. Lin Moya was curious why items from other domains could be used in his own, and why the gate was here. Was there a connection between the two domains? Chapter 4010. Chapter 4010, 4010. Chapter 4010, Return. Wan Zhongling, this remnant soul from countless years ago, had once reached a realm beyond eternity. In their terminology, this was called the Saint Spirit Realm, a step beyond eternity, the final step. By their naming, Lin Moya realized that the realm he reached through origin arts could be called F-Step Saint Spirit, just barely touching the threshold of the Saint Spirit Realm, yet already rejected by the world. What he called the world was also what Wan Zhongling called a domain. Two different worlds, different terms, but the same concept. Lin Moya translated Wan Zhongling's explanations into terms he could understand. It seemed that, while his own world didn't have as many geniuses as the Myriad Spirits Pavilion, the Daos in his world were not isolated from each other. Cultivators could study multiple Daos simultaneously, which meant their understanding of the world surpassed that of Wan Zhongling's era. Furthermore, what Wan Zhongling called the Saint Spirit Realm was simply the step taken after achieving eternity. This step was extremely difficult and not tolerated by the world in all history, only a handful had ever taken it. Even taking half a step, as Lin Moya had, was incredibly rare. However, Lin Moya felt his world was still young. Given another 100 million years, more people would surely take that step, and the number would only grow. The whole world felt like it was storing up power for a great leap. Events spanning millions or even tens of millions of years were, from the world's perspective, just fleeting moments. For a world, time is measured in hundreds of millions or even billions of years, and only then do great changes occur. After explaining the uses of several treasures, Wan Zhongling finished, and Lin Moya knew his journey was ending. Still, he had one more question. Senior, do you know about the Myriad Marvels steel? Wan Zhongling replied, of course. The Myriad Marvels steel was crafted by the number one person in the domain, the peak Saint Spirit Wan Miao Supreme. The steel contains all the secret arts of our domain. Lin Moya asked, why did Wan Miao Supreme create the steel? Wan Zhongling answered, according to him, he wanted to gather the power of all secret arts in the domain and break down the barriers between Daos. But it seems he didn't succeed. If he had, perhaps we wouldn't have ended up like this. Wan Zhongling's remnant soul sighed. Though his realm had been unimaginably high, only a wisp of his soul remained after countless years. Sadly, he was forever trapped here, his memories all in the past. To Lin Moya, such an existence, persisting for endless years, was rather pitiful. To live, one should live freely. To die, one should die cleanly. He didn't like this kind of lingering existence. Buzz! A bell sounded from nowhere, cutting through space and vibrating through the world, as if someone had plucked the deepest string, making souls tremble. A massive steel appeared in the world, with a phantom standing atop it, the same figure who had spoken Dao truths in the clouds. Wan Zhongling saw the figure inside. I didn't expect even Wan Miao Supreme to be gone. The phantom atop the steel was Wan Miao Supreme, not a remnant soul, but a trace of will left in the steel. With his appearance, Lin Moya knew his time was up. The Myriad Marvels steel was here to send him away. Lin Moya bowed to Wan Zhongling. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I have gained much, and I will pass on your Dao legacy. Please be at ease. Wan Zhongling laughed. I believe in you. Go back, cultivate well, and one day you will surpass me. Lin Moya nodded and flew toward the Myriad Marvels steel. The steel glowed, and an opening appeared, familiar energy rushing out. Lin Moya bowed respectfully to Wan Miao Supreme, then entered the opening. The steel vanished. Wan Zhongling waved his hand, and the Myriad Spirits Pavilion was shrouded in thick mist, completely hidden. His voice echoed in the mist. Is he the only hope? I hope he can succeed. But after so long, maybe it doesn't matter anymore. His voice was full of helplessness and regret, fading away in the fog. Lin Moya reappeared in the world. The gate closed with a roar, then turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. After a while, space shattered, and the gate disappeared into the void. Lin Moya took out the key and saw it was now dim and unusable. He knew he'd have to wait until the gate reappeared before he could use the key to find it again. This could take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Lin Moya was in no hurry. He had things to do. Time flowed differently inside the gate. He had no idea how long he'd been gone. He took out the Life Dao crystal and activated it. Saint Heart's voice came from inside. Fellow Deus Lin, did you find that guy? Lin Moya replied, he's already gone and won't appear for now. You can rest easy. Saint Heart sounded puzzled. Gone. Lin Moya explained, I opened the gate, and he chased me inside. We fought, and in the end, he was sealed inside. The Soul Eater Emperor came from that gate, and now he was sealed back inside. This was karma. Saint Heart seemed relieved. If that's so, then all is well. Lin Moya asked, Saint Heart, how many years has it been since we last spoke? Saint Heart answered without hesitation, 2,768 years. So long. Lin Moya was surprised. That meant he'd been inside the gate for over 1,500 years in the real world. Now, there were only 1 to 2,000 years left before the Origin Continent's world will awaken again. If it awoke early, there might not even be 1,000 years left. Lin Moya said, thank you, Saint Heart. I have things to take care of, so I won't disturb you further. Saint Heart replied simply, if you need anything, just call. Lin Moya put away the Life Dao crystal and entered the Great Thousand World. Inside, Xiaopeng was in the Chaos region. When Lin Moya emerged, he sensed heavenly punishment. Xiaopeng was not a creature of this world and wasn't accepted by its laws. Lin Moya immediately brought Xiaopeng into the Great Thousand World, where the Chaos region was perfect for him to settle down. Seeing Xiaopeng comfortable there, Lin Moya was at ease. He summoned Fire 3 and flew toward the origin continent. Months later, after more than 1,000 years, he finally returned. The continent was as usual. From outside, Lin Moya sensed that the world had grown stronger, but there was still some time before it would awaken. There's still time for me to act. Hopefully, that guy has found a suitable world. Lin Moyo entered the origin continent and returned to Uedeo City. After greeting Little Mist and the others, he turned and entered the Soul Void. Chapter 4011. Chapter 4011, 4011. Chapter 4011, I can't compare to a monster like you. Inside the Soul Void, Lin Moyo once again sensed the will of the world in the origin continent. With the combination of the real and the virtual, he reconfirmed his judgment. The world was indeed reviving, and there should be about 1,000 years left before it truly awakens. Originally, it should have slumbered for 5,000 years, but at this rate, it would awaken about 1,000 years early, maybe even sooner, though not by much. Lin Moyo couldn't calculate the exact time, with a margin of error of 100 years being normal, so he had to make preparations in advance to leave himself enough time to respond. Entering the Soul Void, Lin Moya summoned Little Python, but Little Python didn't respond. Following his senses, Lin Moya found Little Python curled up, wrapped in a strange power, seemingly in a special state of transformation. Lin Moya felt Little Python was changing, so he didn't disturb him, instead leaving a group of spirit servants to guard him, and took the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade to find the third ancestor. At this moment, the third ancestor was stationed just outside the core of a world. The Tao Lord of this world had already been cleared out by Lin Moyo, and even the world's source core had been scorched by the world-burning fire, leaving it weakened. This greatly increased the odds of successfully occupying the world. This was the previous plan, which also involved seeking out the discernment beast to borrow its secret technique to further boost the success rate and ensure nothing went wrong. But after the journey through the gate and obtaining the myriad spirit's secret art, the plan had changed. Along the way, Lin Moya repeatedly verified the feasibility of his new plan and, after confirming there were no problems, decided to proceed. The new plan didn't require the discernment beast and was even safer, with an almost 100% success rate, though it had one drawback. When Lin Moya arrived, the third ancestor smiled. "Kid Lin, I thought you weren't coming back." Clearly, he'd been anxious, with time running short and Lin Moya seemingly making no progress. Lin Moya replied, "Just hope for the best." The third ancestor asked, "So, did everything go smoothly?" He didn't really need to ask, seeing Lin Moya's demeanor. He already knew the answer. There were no problems. Lin Moya joked, "Not bad. Our plan needs a little adjustment." The third ancestor grunted, "That's normal. So, did you not get the heaven-covering stone, or did you get something even better?" Lin Moya shook his head, "Neither. I got a set of secret arts. With these, the odds are even better, and you can keep being yourself." In the original plan, after becoming the master of a world, the third ancestor would have to change identity. His soul would remain, but his old body would be gone, replaced by an entire world. Fortunately, these cultivators didn't care much about their bodies, only about cultivation, realm, and being alive. But with the myriad spirit's secret art, the body could be preserved, the third ancestor could remain himself, and the world could still be controlled stronger than before. The third ancestor wasn't surprised by the change. "Tell me, what are the pros and cons of the new plan?" Lin Moya smiled. "The advantage is simple: you keep your old body, nothing changes, and you even get a new subordinate, who might be stronger than you. The downside is your recovery period will be long, maybe 1,000,000 years. During that time, you'll have to behave, or you might get yourself killed." At first, the third ancestor listened seriously, but as Lin Moya went on, he realized he was being teased. He couldn't help but laugh and curse, "Brat, when have I ever caused trouble? You think everyone's like you, stirring up trouble wherever you go." Lin Moya sighed, "Yeah, that's my specialty. Trouble follows me everywhere." The third ancestor said, "Let's go with the new plan. After all these years with this body, I'd hate to change it now." Lin Moya replied, "Since you've decided, let's get started. I'll explain the steps, you just follow along." He didn't give the myriad spirit's secret art to the third ancestor. Even with his abilities, it would take at least 100,000 years to fully comprehend. Even Lin Moyo himself would need thousands or tens of thousands of years. He only managed to master 70 or 80% thanks to listening to the pavilion's Tao lecture. Moreover, the myriad spirit's art had a benefit: the spirit nurturing and spirit seizing techniques could be performed by someone else. Of course, it was best if the user understood it, but even so, it would take the third ancestor at least 30 or 50,000 years to learn, and there wasn't enough time. So Lin Moya would perform the spirit nurturing technique himself. But before that, the third ancestor had to die once. Lin Moya took out the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade. Split off 1/3 of your soul and attach it to the heaven-covering stone, then refine the immortal jade and merge it with the rest of your soul. Even though the third ancestor was prepared, he still frowned. 1/3 of the soul was a lot normally, even for a clone. Only a tiny wisp was used, less than a 10,000th. If such a clone died, it was nothing. But if 1/3 of the soul was killed, the remaining 2/3 would likely die as well. But that was exactly what Lin Moya wanted: to make the third ancestor truly die once, so the world would believe he was really dead and erase his soul imprint from the origin continent. The soul imprint was a mark of birth and cultivation in the origin continent, allowing smooth cultivation and enlightenment, but also letting the world will control life and death. Fortunately, the world will didn't directly control the soul imprint. Whether it existed was governed by certain world rules. The heaven-covering stone would fool those rules, and the immortal jade would ensure the third ancestor could come back to life after truly dying. The third ancestor was decisive. "A third it is." Lin Moyo handed him the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade. "Begin." The third ancestor gritted his teeth and split his soul, one part large, one part small, like being torn apart. The pain was intense. Ordinary people couldn't bear it, except someone like Lin Moyo, who was used to dying. Lin Moyo muttered, "Is it really that painful?" Both of the third ancestor's souls yelled, "Of course it is. Try it yourself." Lin Moyo didn't care. His soul exploded on the spot, splitting into countless pieces. "Doesn't feel like anything to me." The third ancestor was speechless. "I can't compare to a monster like you." The two soul fragments refined the immortal jade and heaven covering stone. The immortal jade turned into a droplet, merging into the third ancestor's soul, giving him a sense of something new, though he couldn't quite feel it. In Lin Moya's eyes, the third ancestor's aura changed, becoming hazy and hard to discern. The immortal jade's power now wrapped the third ancestor, granting him a chance at resurrection. After refining, the heaven covering stone took on the third ancestor's form, same aura, appearance, and realm, even though it was only a third of his soul. Chapter 40:12. Chapter 40:12, 4012. Chapter 40:12, Successfully Breaking Free. The third ancestor looked at the soul he had just split off, feeling something quite strange, so much so that he forgot about the constant, overwhelming pain. This heaven covering stone is truly miraculous. Even he couldn't tell which was the real him. He even had the illusion that the doppelganger created by the heaven covering stone was the true self, and he himself had become the copy. Lin Moyo explained, "That's exactly the function of the heaven covering stone, to obscure the workings of fate. Now, the laws of the world will recognize that doppelganger as you." With the heaven covering stone, the world wouldn't consider the split-off part as a clone, but would see it as the original. Lin Moyo continued, "So, are you going to self-destruct, or should I kill you?" The next step was death for the doppelganger. The third ancestor could choose to self-destruct or be killed by someone else. But self-destruction takes courage. Even with a firm Dao heart, it could harm one's resolve to do it for no reason. Lin Moyo, on the other hand, was used to self-destruction. He'd done it so many times it was routine. The third ancestor thought for a moment. "You do it. I can't handle self-destruction." Lin Moyo nodded, "Alright, I'll make it quick for you." His origin aura surged as his cultivation soared. If he promised a swift end, he would deliver. The most painless way was with the great Dao world-ending palm. At his current peak Dao Lord level, the palm's power was more than enough to kill the doppelganger. There was no need to go any higher. The third ancestor braced himself. "Go ahead." Great Dao world-ending palm. Lin Moyo struck without mercy. The massive Dao imprint swept forth, instantly killing the doppelganger formed by the heaven covering stone. The third ancestor's death, following the world's laws, was instantly transmitted to the origin continent. The third ancestor's secluded physical body on the origin continent immediately lost all vitality, and a torrential rain swept across the outer Great Dao, leaving everyone with a strong sense of loss. A Dao Lord's fall, the whole world mourns. The origin continent was in an uproar. On the outer Great Dao, countless experts appeared, all with grave expressions. The fall of a Dao Lord was no small matter. Those who had survived the origin cataclysm were especially tense, fearing another invasion. But soon, it became clear there was no invasion, just a Dao Lord's death. They began to speculate which Dao Lord had fallen. There were many on the origin continent. One Dao Lord sensed the Dao and identified the fallen. "It's the third ancestor. The third ancestor has fallen." The news quickly spread across the outer Great Dao and then throughout the origin continent. Members of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce couldn't believe it. The third ancestor's place of seclusion was secret. No one knew where it was, so there was no way to confirm. But since the news came from a Dao Lord, it was hard to refute. For a time, many in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce were plunged into grief. The third ancestor was their spiritual pillar. Now that he had fallen, how could they not mourn? In the Soul Void, Mo He, the Beast Emperor, and Shangguan Wenshin all sensed what was happening. They knew Lin Moyo had begun. The world-sealing Dao Lord looked a bit somber, downing all the wine in his jug. "It's finally starting. Life or death, it all depends on this." With the death of the doppelganger created by the heaven covering stone, the third ancestor's split-off soul was killed, and this was instantly linked to the main body. The main soul, under the world's laws, also perished. With the soul gone, the immortal jade took effect, glowing softly and transforming the third ancestor's soul into a ball of light. It felt as if a mother was nurturing a child, granting the third ancestor new life. Lin Moyo could sense the third ancestor's soul, which should have dissipated, gathering again. Under the immortal jade's power, it would become whole once more, though weaker for having lost a third. Recovery would take a long time, and since the soul wasn't injured, soul flowers wouldn't help much at best. They could assist a little. The soul's reformation was slow. After a full year, the third ancestor's soul finally recovered. The immortal jade could indeed save a life, but it was clearly subject to certain rules and wasn't as quick as one might hope. Moreover, during the rebirth process, the third ancestor was completely defenseless. If anyone attacked at that moment, he would surely die. Perhaps this was the immortal jade's flaw. A year later, the light faded and the third ancestor reappeared. His soul aura was very weak, barely clinging to the Dao Lord realm. Lin Moyo smiled. "How do you feel?" The third ancestor, weak but excited, replied, "So this is what freedom feels like." His true spirit imprint had vanished from the world, and he was truly free, no longer bound by anyone. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "How's your soul world?" The third ancestor replied, "It's on its way, should be here soon." "Then wait. 3 days later, the third ancestor's soul world emerged from the chaotic mist, entering this unfamiliar world and arriving before them. With the soul world detached from the origin continent, Lin Moya's plan was now mostly complete. The third ancestor could now live freely, no longer needing to occupy a new world. But without a world's support or a Dao, he was only nominally a Dao Lord, much weaker than a true one. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he would be in danger. Lin Moya said, "The next step is for your body to leave the origin continent as soon as possible. Right now, everyone thinks you're dead, so you can use that to your advantage." The third ancestor nodded, his soul returning to his soul world. His body on the origin continent immediately awakened. As a native of the continent, even after breaking free, his body still carried lingering traces of its aura, which would soon fade. When it was gone, the continent would treat him as an outsider or even an invader. The third ancestor burst out of his secluded chamber and soared into the sky, appearing on the outer Great Dao and looking down at the origin continent. His sudden appearance shocked the many experts there. The third ancestor isn't dead. Oh no, the third ancestor's alive, someone's in trouble now. This is going to be good. The third ancestor's face was grim. Seeing that in the year since his death, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce he founded had been bullied by many forces and that many members were injured and gloomy, he said nothing, but took out a magic treasure, an 8-sided pagoda, each corner hung with a drop of blood, 8 levels in all, for a total of 64 drops. The third ancestor snorted coldly, "Bloodline vengeance." 64 drops of blood flew from the pagoda, landing on the most seriously injured members of the Chamber of Commerce. Then, lines of blood shot out from these wounded, pointing at others. Chapter 4013, Chapter 4013, 4013, Chapter 4013, Establishing Authority and Nurturing a World Spirit. The bloodlines pointed directly to the culprits, and the third ancestor showed no mercy, unleashing thunderous punishment from the outer Great Dao. His Dao Lord level power erupted fully and fell with overwhelming force, not only killing the perpetrators but also annihilating the forces behind them on the spot. The third ancestor acted with iron resolve, leaving no one who had bullied the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce unpunished. In the process, many innocents were caught up as well, but the third ancestor showed no joy or sorrow. As a Dao Lord, he only cared about those he valued to him. Billions of lives were like ants, not worth his attention. What's more, he was no longer a native of the origin continent and cared even less about the consequences. So ruthless. Many powerful figures on the outer Great Dao witnessed this and only now realized that the third ancestor, as a Dao Lord and Supreme Being, would never reason with ants. The third ancestor's ruthlessness was on full display. In the blink of an eye, he killed all those who had bullied the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and showed no sign of stopping. The octagonal pagoda in his hand grew ever brighter as he shouted, "Trace to the source." In an instant, the bloodlines flew back from the origin continent, heading deep into the outer Great Dao. The third ancestor wasn't just killing those who bullied the Chamber of Commerce, he was going after the forces behind them as well. After all, without those backers, the small fry would never have dared to act. If he was going to establish authority, he would do it thoroughly. Even after leaving, no one would dare make a move again. The third ancestor traced the source and fought his way deep into the outer Great Dao, igniting a fierce battle. His Dao Lord might was on full display, and the battle raged for 2 days, leaving rivers of blood and wiping out several mid-sized factions. With his actions, the third ancestor made it clear, mess with him, and he'd wipe you out. Whoever dares to touch the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, this is your fate. His voice echoed across the outer Great Dao and the origin continent, lingering for a long time. Many who had been plotting now fell silent, too frightened to act. The third ancestor left in style, but whether he had truly gone, how far, or when he'd return no one dared guess. At least now, everyone knew the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was untouchable, backed by a fiercely protective and unreasonable Dao Lord. The third ancestor left the origin continent and returned to the Soul Void. The plan was now 2/3 complete, with only the final step remaining. Lin Moya sensed the lingering killing intent on the third ancestor. Those guys must have thought you were dead, so they got bold, right? The third ancestor snorted, "That's why I killed a bunch this time, to establish authority." Lin Moya asked, "How long will that authority last?" The third ancestor shook his head, "No idea, however long it lasts, it lasts." He was quite carefree about it. Lin Moya said, "If I go back, I'll help keep an eye on things for you." The third ancestor replied, "Of course you will. Even if not for me, you have to do it for Feng Yao." Lin Moya smiled and nodded, "All right, give me a strand of your soul." The third ancestor cried out, again with the soul. Lin Moya asked, "Is there a problem?" The third ancestor shook his head, "No, just a reflex." He handed over a strand of soul, and Lin Moya sent it into the core of the chosen world. Then, forming a complex series of hand seals, he called out, "Nurture Spirit." A strange power shot from Lin Moya's hands into the world's core, wrapping the third ancestor's soul and sending it ever deeper, right to the very heart. Lin Moya used his own soul power to stabilize the world core. This was no small feat. He was nurturing a world spirit, or world will, and this world will would be controlled by the third ancestor. The first step was to implant the third ancestor's soul within it. As Lin Moya continued the nurturing spirit art, the third ancestor asked, "How long will this take?" "It depends on the world and the realm, 10 days to half a month, probably," Lin Moya replied. It was his first time using it, so he couldn't be sure. 12 days later, both heard a sound, like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat grew clearer, coming from the world core. The third ancestor exclaimed in delight, "I've established a connection with the world core." Lin Moya nodded, "It went more smoothly than expected. You've been infusing your power into it for years, so your aura was already present, making things easier." The world will is starting to form. It'll take a long time, but you can recover here in the meantime. I have a spirit control art here. It will let you control the world will. Lin Moyo gave the technique to the third ancestor. It was relatively simple. One could master it in 10 or 20,000 years. The third ancestor also needed to bond with this world, as he needed a new anchor after leaving the origin continent. He would now become the world's master. Lin Moyo clapped his hands. Alright, I'm off to the next one. The third ancestor was in good spirits. I bet the others are getting impatient. Lin Moyo replied, they'll just have to wait their turn. With that, he left to find Shangguan Wenxin, then Xinshin, Mo He, and the Beast Emperor. Once they were done, only the world-sealing Dao Lord and Antares would remain. Lin Moyo figured Antares would be the trickiest. He was a dragon, cultivating the young dragon Great Dao, and there weren't many dragon worlds. If he really couldn't find one, Lin Moyo had a backup plan. He let Antares settle in the Great Thousand World and slowly build a suitable world there. 3 days later, Lin Moyo arrived at the world chosen by Shangguan Wenxin. He'd already made preparations, and Shangguan's situation was much like the third ancestor's. Seeing Lin Moyo, Shangguan immediately said, looks like things went smoothly with the third ancestor. Lin Moyo knew he must have sensed the third ancestor's death and guessed everything had gone well. He smiled. The plan changed a bit, but it's even better now. Shangguan's eyes lit up. Tell me the details. Lin Moyo explained the new plan in detail, now more experienced after the third ancestor's case. Shangguan trusted him completely and, after hearing the plan, immediately said, give me the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade. I'll split my soul right away. Without hesitation, Shangguan followed Lin Moyo's method, splitting his soul. Even as he cried out in pain, he couldn't help but shout with joy. Freedom was near, and he was thrilled. Chapter 4014. Chapter 4014, 4014. Chapter 4014, Need to think of a solution. The uproar over the third ancestor's fall hadn't yet subsided when another mournful rain swept across the origin continent and the outer Great Dao. Another Dao Lord had fallen. The Dao Lord who previously announced the third ancestor's fall now shrank back, not daring to speak. The third ancestor's dramatic return had been a slap in the face, leaving him too embarrassed to show himself again. Unlike the third ancestor, Shangguan Wenxin wasn't as famous and had no great faction behind him, so his fall didn't cause much of a stir. Still, the mournful rain moved many, and some sensitive souls even shed tears without knowing why. In the soul void, Shangguan Wenxin's shattered soul was slowly reconstituting under the power of the immortal jade. Lin Moyo observed the process again, now fully understanding how the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade worked together to enable a fake death and resurrection. The heaven-covering stone first deceived the world, using the death of 1/3 of the soul as proof, making the world believe the person had truly died. This erased the true spirit imprint from the origin continent, but the real true spirit didn't disappear. By the world's rules, after a period, the true spirit would be reactivated, either entering a new world, reincarnation, or the soul void, perhaps to become a soul beast and live a soul beast's life. The remaining 2/3 of the soul should have dissipated, but under the immortal jade's effect, they reformed, eventually becoming whole again, though weaker for the loss and requiring a long time to recover. By then, the world would assume it had made a mistake, but the true spirit imprint would already be erased, completing the detachment from the world. Lin Moyo mused, so, a true spirit leaves its imprint in a world only during reincarnation. Where are the soul beast's true spirit imprints? Not in the great spirit domain, nor the small spirit domain. Could it be the beast abyss? He immediately thought that was the most likely place. Only then could it make sense. But that was just the imprint, not the true body. If he could ever find where all true spirits reside, he could control everyone's life and death. Of course, that was just a wild thought. Lin Moyo knew it was unrealistic. A year later, Shangguan Wenxin was finally revived by the immortal jade, his soul so weak he nearly dropped below the Dao realm. Lin Moyo promptly used the power of life and soul flowers to barely stabilize his realm. Shangguan Wenxin was weaker than the third ancestor, but at least he was stable. After breaking free of the origin continent, Shangguan Wenxin was overjoyed. Only he could truly understand the feeling of freedom. A few days later, his soul world arrived, and the next step was for his body to leave. Somewhere on the outer Great Dao, Shangguan Wenxin's body awakened. Unlike the third ancestor, he had no unfinished business and immediately flew out of the world. Not far out, he was stopped by someone. This man, Yusong, was also a Dao Lord and a close friend who had helped Shangguan Wenxin before. He sensed that the fallen Dao Lord was Shangguan Wenxin, but now saw him alive and was puzzled. He didn't believe his senses were wrong and suspected something deeper. Shangguan Wenxin clasped his hands in greeting. Brother Yusong, I don't know how to explain today's events. It involves some secrets of heaven and earth. Please don't ask further. Yusong looked at him, his expression complicated, but didn't press. He could clearly sense Shangguan Wenxin's aura was weak, obviously gravely wounded. He quietly said, "What are you doing? If you're in trouble, you can always come to me." Shangguan Wenxin shook his head. "It's really hard to explain. If there's ever a chance, I'll tell you everything." This matter was too grave. He couldn't say a word. He knew well that, besides the slumbering world will, many spies remained on the origin continent. Those who survived from previous eras were all agents of the world will, monitoring the world while it slept. If they found out, it could cause big trouble, even awakening the world will early. Lin Moyo had warned of all possibilities, and Shangguan Wenxin knew what to do. Unable to get answers, Yusong could only watch him leave. He didn't notice that as Shangguan Wenchen departed, his eyes were full of apology and guilt. After all, Yusong was a true friend who had helped him many times, and now that Shangguan Wenchen was free, he couldn't help his friend in return. Back in the Soul Void, the next step was to help Shangguan Wenchen nurture a world spirit. Perhaps because Lin Moya was sensitive to souls, he noticed Shangguan Wenchen's mood. "What's wrong?" he asked. Shangguan Wenchen didn't hide anything and told him about Yusong. Lin Moya knew Shangguan Wenchen had several friends, not just Yusong. But he couldn't help everyone. The heaven-covering stones and immortal jades were limited, and not everyone could get one. Plus, finding suitable worlds took time, and time was running out. Lin Moya said quietly, "Everyone has their fate, it's up to luck." Shangguan Wenchen understood and sighed. He split off a strand of soul, and Lin Moya performed the nurturing spirit art to plant it in the new world, while also teaching him the spirit control art to master. The coming tens of thousands of years would be spent recovering and mastering these arts. Lin Moya left undead servants behind to guard him, just in case. Next, Lin Moya went to find Shen Shen. Shen Shen hadn't become a Dao Lord yet. He was at the peak of the Great Dao Realm, just half a step away. In terms of combat power, he was no weaker than some weaker branch Dao Lords, and could even beat Shangguan Wenchen as he was now. Also, the fall of a great Dao cultivator wouldn't cause a worldwide mourning, so it would be less noticeable. Shangguan Wenchen's case had made Lin Moya cautious. If Yusong could sense it, others could too. If the World Will's old agents noticed, there could be trouble, maybe even an early awakening. Lin Moya was especially concerned about the Beast Emperor, who had already drawn attention. He wasn't worried about their strength, but feared they might prematurely awaken the World Will, which would be a real problem. "Looks like I need to think of a solution." Chapter 40:15. Chapter 40:15, 4015. Chapter 40:15. Lin Moya must be plotting something. Lin Moya didn't need much more time, at most, a little over a decade, and everything would be ready. By then, even if the World Will awakened, he wouldn't need to care. He could go all out and destroy the World Will completely. A year later, Lin Moya fulfilled his promise to Shen Shen, helping him nurture a world spirit and leaving undead servants behind to guard him before turning to find Mo He. Mo He, the former king of the Boundary Sea, was dozing off outside the world's source core. For Mo He, a nap could last hundreds or thousands of years. Time passed quickly for him. Sensing Lin Moya's arrival, Mo He slowly opened his sleepy eyes and greeted, "Brother Lin, you're back." Lin Moya nodded. "Did you sleep well?" Mo He wasn't embarrassed at all. "Not bad, not bad. Did you gain anything this time, Brother Lin? When can we start?" Lin Moya said, "The third ancestor, friend Wenchen, and friend Shinshin have all gained their freedom. Now it's your turn." Mo He's eyes lit up. "Really? Good, good. Just tell me what to do." Lin Moya explained the process in detail. Mo He was straightforward. After receiving the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade, he immediately split his soul. Perhaps due to his unique nature, Mo He's soul was much stronger than the others, making the process even more painful. The stronger and larger the soul, the more painful the split. Mo He gritted his teeth, his massive soul body trembling. After a while, Mo He finally finished splitting his soul, merging a third with the heaven-covering stone and refining the remaining two-thirds with the immortal jade. The immortal jade was miraculous. Even though Mo He's soul was several times larger than others, a single piece could envelop it all. Between suicide and being killed, Mo He proudly chose suicide, detonating a third of his soul with a muffled groan and dying on the spot. Once again, the origin continent was plunged into mourning, with a sorrowful rain falling from the sky. Another Dao Lord has fallen. What's going on? What's happened these past few years? That's the third one. Yeah, it doesn't feel real. Can a Dao Lord really die so easily? Many powerful figures on the outer Great Dao were shocked and puzzled. Dao Lords weren't supposed to die so easily. In just over 3 years, 3 had died. Finally, another Dao Lord couldn't help but sense who had fallen and announced it. It's the Black Whale Clan's Dao Lord. The Dao Lord of the Water Great Dao. With the Black Whale Clan's body, his combat power was stronger than most Dao Lords. How could he have fallen? Have you noticed? All the Dao Lords who died recently were Lin Moya's friends. Once someone pointed it out, everyone realized it was true. From the third ancestor to Shangguan Wenchen and now Mo He all had helped Lin Moya when he reached the Great Dao Realm, fighting against the outer Great Dao's enemies. Later, it was said they'd left the origin continent to pursue the Great Dao, which was normal and aroused no suspicion. But now, it seemed odd. Why did they leave before Lin Moya, rather than stay to protect him? One explanation was that Lin Moya no longer needed protection. He was strong enough to defend himself. Another was that their debts to Lin Moya were paid, so they didn't need to protect him anymore. But now, one after another, they were dying. A Dao Lord silenced the chatter. "If you're right, the next should be the Beast Emperor." This isn't so simple. Think about it. Has Lin Moya ever done anything meaningless? If the next is really the Beast Emperor, then Lin Moya must be plotting something. No one knew who this Dao Lord was or where he came from, only that his voice echoed across the entire origin continent and every corner of the outer Great Dao. Many astute people immediately sensed that a great conspiracy was unfolding over the origin continent. Some wanted to find Lin Moya, but he wasn't in the origin continent. Others tried to reach Uedeo City, Lin Moya's stronghold, hoping to contact him there. News spread that Lin Moya's closest disciples and family were in Uedeo City. As a result, chaos erupted in the city. People started fighting and killing. The city's formations were activated, and the current managers, such as Hao Deazun, were all veterans of bloody battlefields and not afraid of trouble. In the back and forth, the chaos in Uedeo City escalated, drawing many outer Great Dao experts. Xiao Jin and Xiao Pang, two artifact spirits, controlled the five elements formation, summoning giant golems with Dao Lord level combat power, intimidating the crowd and temporarily calming the city. But the turmoil didn't end. Rumors about Lin Moya grew more outrageous. Some said he planned to destroy the world, others said he wanted to become the world's ruler. Uedeo City became isolated, its formations fully activated, no one could enter or leave. 2 years later, Mo-He was revived from the immortal jade. Because his soul was stronger, revival took longer. Before his resurrection, his soul world had already detached from the origin continent and appeared before him. As soon as Mo-He revived, Lin Moya urged him to have his true body leave the origin continent immediately. Mo-He trusted Lin Moya completely and did as told without hesitation. That day, a giant black whale over 1,000,000 meters long appeared on the outer Great Dao, causing a sensation. The Black Whale clan was overjoyed when news of Mo-He's death spread. Their status plummeted, though they were still strong enough that few dared to challenge them. Still, not having a Dao Lord backing them made a difference. Now, seeing Mo-He alive, they were ecstatic. Some people noticed that what happened to Mo-He was the same as with the third ancestor rumored dead, but clearly alive. Had they really died, or were they plotting something with Lin Moya? Mo-He, following Lin Moya's advice, immediately tried to leave the origin continent, but two Dao Lords blocked him. Without a word, a great battle erupted. Mo-He didn't linger, he broke through the encirclement with all his might and disappeared into the world's mist. Chapter 4016. Chapter 4016, 4016. Chapter 4016, the Beast Emperor self-destructs as agreed. After Mo-He escaped into the world mist and flew a great distance, making sure no one was following, he returned to the Soul Void. As soon as he entered, he told Lin Moya, something seems to have happened. Mo-He recounted the events in the origin continent, including the battle and what he'd observed, such as the two five elements giants outside Uedeo City. He described everything in detail. After listening, Lin Moya asked quietly, "You said the two Dao Lords who blocked you weren't from this era?" Mo-He nodded. "Their methods were subtle, but I could tell they used Buddhist clan secret arts. I hate those baldies the most. No way I'm mistaken. But how could there be Buddhist Dao Lords? The Buddhist clan naturally had Dao Lords, just not from this era. The previous era belonged to the Buddhist clan. Besides outliers like the Three Lives Buddha Lord, there were quite a few Dao Lords. After that era was buried, some Dao Lords became agents of the world will, which was normal." Lin Moya said softly, "Looks like they really are watching. They only sent two to block you this time, but next time there'll be more. Before, they only suspected, but after your death and resurrection, their suspicions are confirmed. They'll definitely take action next, most likely targeting me as agents of the world will." Mo-He asked, "So what do we do next?" Lin Moya replied, "No worries. They probably still don't know what I'm really after. I plan to use the Beast Emperor to draw them out and then catch them all in one go." Mo-He was startled. "You're going to kill them?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Not yet. I just want to trap them, but I'm worried they might contact the world will, so it's best to knock them unconscious." Mo-He said, "They're strong. With your power, killing them isn't hard, but knocking them out won't be easy." Lin Moya smiled. "They're just Dao Lords, not a problem." He already had a full plan. As long as he succeeded, he'd have enough time. He didn't need much more. As long as they hesitated, that would be enough. Lin Moya helped Mo-He nurture a world spirit and left undead servants to guard him, then went to find the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor wasn't far away. Soon, Lin Moya arrived. Seeing the Beast Emperor still asleep, Lin Moya set up a new formation, snapped his fingers, and woke him up. Inside the formation, the Beast Emperor awoke and asked, "Lin Deist, is everything ready?" Lin Moya nodded. "All set. The third ancestor and the others have already broken free. Now it's your turn." The Beast Emperor said, "Now that I'm awake, those guys will probably come for me." Lin Moya smiled. "Don't worry. I've improved the formation here. Your soul and your avatar are temporarily cut off. They won't notice for a few days." He then explained the plan and how to deal with those people. Lin Moya guessed those people were definitely watching the Beast Emperor and Uedeo City. Before, it was just suspicion, so they hadn't acted against Uedeo City. But once the Beast Emperor died, their suspicions would be confirmed, and they'd act. After discussing the plan, the Beast Emperor split his soul, refining the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade. He would detonate a third of his soul in 3 days, giving Lin Moya 2 days to return to the origin continent. 2 days later, Lin Moya returned from the Soul Void. In a secret room in Uedeo City, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced the thick walls and layers of formations, sweeping across the entire origin continent. As a Dao Lord, only he could do this. He had made many preparations on the origin continent, treating it like a chessboard. Some moves were critical, others were just for flexibility. Many of the continent's origin spirit veins had been refined into his eyes. Even without Destiny's blessing, he could reach any place on the continent with a single thought. He had also used formations to cover the continent, with the divine continent cauldron as the core. The cauldron had been in his soul world for years, and thanks to the world tree, it was already his. The cauldron didn't belong to the world will, and with its help, the world will would have a hard time regaining control of the continent. Lin Moya saw several figures hidden on the outer Great Dao. These people could hide from anyone, even current Dao Lords. The world will had given them special privileges, but they couldn't hide from Lin Moya, whose soul had reached the Dao Lord's peak. He could see them clearly. They were all Dao Lords, and none were from this era. They bore traces of the Buddhist clan, survivors from the previous era. There were also two Dao Lords outside Uedeo City, hiding underground, not Buddhists, but ancient insect clan Dao Lords. The insect clan also had Dao Lords who survived and became agents of the world will. After more than an era, these insect Dao Lords hadn't become great Dao Lords, but their power far surpassed ordinary Dao Lords. Finally, Lin Moya checked on the Beast Emperor's hiding place. It was very safe. However, the Beast Emperor's avatar in the origin continent had been captured and couldn't even die if he wanted. Fortunately, the Beast Emperor reacted quickly, using Mohei's internal space to sever the connection with his avatar. Otherwise, those people could have used the avatar to affect the Beast Emperor. Lin Moya took a deep breath, took out a heaven-covering stone, split off a third of his soul, and refined it into another self. He did this extremely fast, finishing in moments. For him, splitting his soul was as easy as eating or drinking. The rest of his soul merged with the immortal jade for protection. Lin Moya felt the immortal jade wasn't as effective as his own rebirth, but its unique advantage was faking death. The combination of immortal jade and heaven-covering stone could fool the world and allow him to escape. He then took a fine material and crafted a formation plate, spending half a day to set up a small but powerful formation. 3 days later, the Beast Emperor self-destruct as agreed. The world mourned, and a heavy rain fell. With the Beast Emperor's death, his avatar also vanished. Lin Moya looked at those hiding in the shadows. Time to move. Chapter 4017. Chapter 4017, 4017. Chapter 4017, Schemes. The Beast Emperor's fall immediately sparked speculation among those on the outer Great Dao. After sensing it, a Dao Lord announced, "It really is the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor has also fallen. So it's truly related to Lin Moya. What exactly is he trying to do? I really want to ask him what he's up to, why he's creating these fake Dao Lord deaths." No one could figure out Lin Moya's motives. Not only the current era's powerhouses, even Dao Lords from the previous two eras couldn't understand him. They couldn't make sense of his actions, but they could feel that Lin Moya was up to something significant. Now, they had two choices: handle it themselves, or try to awaken the world will early and let it deal with the problem. But awakening the world will came at a huge cost, something only to be done as a last resort. A group gathered on the outer Great Dao to discuss the matter, not realizing that Lin Moya was watching everything they did. There were 7 in total, 3 insect race Dao Lords and 4 Buddhist Dao Lords. These included the 2 who had been underground outside Uedeo City, 3 on the outer Great Dao, and 2 who had been guarding the Beast Emperor's avatar. The ones who had tried to block Mohei's departure were among them. After failing to stop Mohei, they realized something was truly wrong, otherwise only sending 2 would never have been enough to stop a Dao Lord. Lin Moya didn't know if these 7 were all of them, but since they'd appeared, he decided to deal with them first. If there were more, these 7 could serve as bait. A space elemental lich appeared at his side, and Lin Moya provided coordinates. The space lich opened a spatial channel and sent the newly crafted formation plate directly to the group. The 3 insects and 4 Buddhists were still discussing when, suddenly, the formation plate appeared and a powerful light swept over them. It all happened too fast for them to react before the formation swallowed them. The formation became a cage, trapping all 7 inside, and then a drop of Great Dao origin energy exploded in the array, sweeping through like a hurricane and injuring them all. Dao Lords are powerful, but against Great Dao origin energy, they were still lacking. If Lin Moya hadn't held back, a bit more origin energy could have killed all 7 on the spot. Lin Moya then took out 2 items given to him by the Emperor's Zhongshan and Muzhong projections of innate origin treasures. Though much weaker than the real thing, and even less effective in the real world, they were more than enough to deal with 7 wounded Dao Lords. The morning bell and evening drum sounded together, time and space merging into a force that surged within the formation. With time and space in chaos, the 7 heavily injured Dao Lords couldn't resist and were instantly engulfed, their souls thrown into confusion and knocked unconscious. The bell and drum continued to resonate, maintaining the time-space power and keeping the 7 Dao Lords in a state of suspended animation. As long as the bell and drum didn't stop, they wouldn't wake up. Against Lin Moya's schemes, these 7 Dao Lords were nothing. Besides the bell and drum, Lin Moya had several other ways to control them, but this method was the most effortless. Lin Moya stayed on the origin continent for a while, confirming that the World Will's agents hadn't sent any new people, before returning to the Soul Void. The soul body that entered the Soul Void was the main one fused with the immortal jade. The part left in the real world was fused with the Heaven Covering Stone. Lin Moya discovered another use for the Heaven Covering Stone and immortal jade. After splitting his soul, both parts could exist simultaneously in the real and virtual worlds, allowing for synchronized information between the two. The benefit was that the third of his soul left in Uedeo City could control his physical body, act, and even fight. Thanks to the Heaven Covering Stone, no one could tell his soul was incomplete, not even the world itself. The downside was the confusion caused by existing in both worlds at once, which could lead to soul disorder. Ordinary Dao Lords couldn't maintain this state for long, 10 days to half a month at most before their souls would be torn apart, never to merge again, resulting in severe loss of cultivation or even death. Only someone like Lin Moya, whose soul had reached the world's limits, could barely manage it. Lin Moya returned to the Beast Emperor's side. The Beast Emperor, now dead, was being revived by the immortal jade, and Lin Moya stood guard. Meanwhile, his soul in Uedeo City watched the world, especially monitoring the 7 Dao Lords he had trapped. A year after the Beast Emperor's self-destruction, his soul had fully reformed and he was completely revived. Now truly free, his true spirit imprint in the origin continent was erased. Lin Moya smiled, "Congratulations, Beast Emperor, on your freedom." Though his power was greatly diminished, he remained a Dao Lord, and true freedom was what he valued most. A few days later, his soul world arrived, and the Beast Emperor returned to it. In the outer Great Tao, the Beast Emperor awakened and appeared in the void. According to Lin Moya's plan, he didn't immediately leave but revealed himself to let everyone know he was alive. At the same time, Lin Moya's soul in Uedeo City kept watch. The Beast Emperor was bait if any survivors from previous eras remained, they might show themselves. After waiting a day with no one appearing, he left at Lin Moya's signal. Lin Moya thought to himself, 7 isn't many, but it's not too few either. The Origin continent now had over 20 Tao Lords, with more than 30 at its peak. But this was the third era, the World Will's peak. In the first and second eras, the continent wasn't as strong, and there were fewer Tao Lords, maybe 6 or 7 in the first era, and a bit more, but not over 15, in the second. So, the total number of Tao Lords who became the World Will's puppets wouldn't be too high. These 7 could very well be all of them, though perhaps a few more were hidden. After helping the Beast Emperor nurture a world spirit and teaching him the spirit control art, Lin Moya contacted the World Sealing Tao Lord. The World Sealing Tao Lord had already found his own world and fought many battles there. The world's formation skills were impressive, and the World Sealing Tao Lord hadn't gained the upper hand. He had set up many formations in the Soul Void, attacking the world like a fortress, but couldn't break through its defenses. When Lin Moya arrived, the formation battle was in full swing, lighting up the Soul Void in a spectacular display. "You finally showed up, kid. I thought you'd forgotten about me," the World Sealing Tao Lord shouted, drinking loudly. Chapter 4018. Chapter 4018, 4018. Chapter 4018. If a turtle can do it, what are chickens and dogs? Lin Moya knew the World Sealing Tao Lord was joking with him. This senior, who had lived 3 lives and helped Lin Moya greatly when he first entered the Great World, was someone Lin Moya always felt grateful toward. Even though the World Sealing Tao Lord had his own motives, who in the world doesn't? In Lin Moya's eyes, motives didn't matter. What mattered was what one did. As long as no harm was done to him and the end result was mutually beneficial, there was no problem. Back then, the World Sealing Tao Lord was called Water-Stopping Heavenly Venerable and had explained many things about the world to Lin Moya, helping him a lot. Lin Moya remembered every bit of it and would never forget. While he didn't believe in repaying every drop of kindness with a flood, he believed in fair reciprocation, or even a bit more so he could face his conscience. That's why he was willing to help the World Sealing Tao Lord break free from the Origin continent's shackles and gain true freedom. He could feel the others' trust, so he repaid it in kind. "This world looks pretty good," Lin Moya said, gazing ahead. The world's formation skills were excellent, on par with the World Sealing Tao Lords, showing that the Tao of formations held a high status here. Choosing this world was the perfect match for the World Sealing Tao Lord. With a bit of pride, the World Sealing Tao Lord took a big swig of wine. "Not bad, right? I searched several worlds before finding this one. It's the best fit for me." Lin Moya looked at him in surprise. "Where did you get that wine?" He remembered giving the World Sealing Tao Lord some good wine, but it shouldn't have been possible to bring it into the Soul Void. The World Sealing Tao Lord replied matter-of-factly, "I've lived 3 lives. I've entered the Soul Void countless times. Brewing a little wine in my soul world isn't too much, is it?" Lin Moya laughed and shook his head. "Not at all. Alright, I'll clear this world first, then we'll proceed as planned." The World Sealing Tao Lord nodded. "Earlier, I sensed several Tao Lords had fallen. I suppose the 3rd ancestor and the others succeeded." Lin Moya said, "They all made it." Hearing that, the World Sealing Tao Lord seemed relieved. "Good. I'll follow your lead from here." Lin Moya flicked his fingers, sending out several divine runes that pierced the battlefield and entered the opposing formation. The once mighty formation immediately lost its power, its strength dropping by more than half. The World Sealing Tao Lord was shocked. The opposing formation was as good as his own, and after years of fighting, he'd never been able to break it. If Lin Moya had used brute force to smash it, he wouldn't have been so surprised, but Lin Moya had simply used a few runes to weaken it by half. This revealed that Lin Moya's understanding of the Tao of formations far surpassed his own, even though he was supposed to be the Tao Lord of formations. With the enemy's formation weakened, the World Sealing Tao Lord's own formation instantly gained the upper hand, launching waves of attacks that shattered the opposing formation. Lin Moya continued sending out divine runes, crushing the enemy's defenses with ease. Such is the Tao of formations, a slight difference in skill leads to total domination. The World Sealing Tao Lord watched Lin Moya closely and finally noticed the difference. The divine runes Lin Moya used were fundamentally different from his own, even if they looked similar on the surface. He couldn't help but ask, "Lin kid, your divine runes?" Lin Moya smiled. "You see it, don't you? I've integrated my own insights into these runes. They're not the same anymore." He tossed a jade slip to the World Sealing Tao Lord. "The basic principles are all recorded inside." The jade slip contained Lin Moya's understanding of formation runes. Rather than just teaching the World Sealing Tao Lord how to improve his runes, Lin Moya wanted him to figure it out himself. Only then could he create his own unique runes. The World Sealing Tao Lord accepted the jade slip and joked, "Thanks for the lesson, teacher." Lin Moya played along, "Good disciple." Both burst out laughing. Their formation swept through the world, where more than a dozen Tao Lords stood ready to face their enemy. In this world, all Tao Lords excelled at formations. Even if they cultivated other Taos, they ultimately integrated them into formations. With Lin Moya present, the World Sealing Tao Lord's formation was overwhelming. But killing Tao Lords wasn't easy. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Moya unleashed his undead servants. An endless tide of undead swept across the world like a calamity, bringing despair. The World Sealing Tao Lord had nothing to do but watch Tao Lords fall one after another, sighing, "So many people strive to become Tao Lords, yet they're so easily defeated." Lin Moya said, "A Tao Lord is just a realm. As long as you're not eternal, you can still fall. And even if you reach eternity or beyond, it doesn't mean you can't die. The world-sealing Tao Lord's eyelids twitched. He heard what Lin Moyo was implying. Lin Moyo had seen beings stronger than eternal existences, but he didn't ask after 3 lifetimes. His curiosity had faded, and he didn't want to know more than necessary. Knowing what lay beyond eternity was useless to him. He wasn't even close to reaching it. He said quietly, I have no hope. Becoming a great Tao Lord is unlikely. I just want to live peacefully. If you get the chance, push onward, and when you make it, tell me what it's like. If one person attains the Tao, even chickens and dogs ascend. I'll just wait for you to make it, and take me with you. Lin Moya joked, why compare yourself to chickens and dogs? The world-sealing Tao Lord laughed, my third life was as a turtle. If I'm not afraid to be a turtle, what are chickens and dogs? Fair enough. After 3 lives, not only was his curiosity gone, but even his bottom line had faded. Lin Moya smiled, alright, if that day ever comes, I'll take you with me. He then explained the plan in detail. The world-sealing Tao Lord agreed without hesitation and chose to self-destruct. After all, self-destruction was nothing to him. Together, they reached the world's origin core, which was quite powerful. Lin Moya used the world-burning fire to weaken the core, making it easier to nurture a world spirit. The world-sealing Tao Lord refined the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade, then decisively self-destruct. A little over a year later, the origin continent once again witnessed a worldwide mourning as another Tao Lord fell and torrential rain poured down. Chapter 4019. Chapter 4019, 4019. Chapter 4019, Who the Hell is Courting Death? On the origin continent, torrential rain poured down. In Uedeo City, formations rose, and the rain became gentle as it passed through the barriers. No matter how fierce the storms raged outside, Uedeo City remained a paradise within. Over the past 2 years, some had tried to attack Uedeo City, but all were repelled by its formations. Others tried to isolate the city, but Uedeo City stood firm. Hao Daizun and the others declared that if anyone wanted a fight, they would fight to the end. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was the first to declare its support, standing with Uedeo City. Several native sects on the origin continent also announced they would maintain good relations with Uedeo City. In the Outer Great Tao, several factions expressed their alliance as well. The Black Whale Clan, some of the Beast Emperor's forces, and a few minor factions that supported Lin Moya, though not strong alone, together they were not weak, also stood with the city. At the time, many believed some Outer Great Tao powerhouses would attack Uedeo City, but suddenly all went quiet. No one knew that the 7 Tao Lords from previous eras had already been silently subdued by Lin Moya. Some powerful Tao Lords on the Outer Great Tao sensed something was wrong. For some reason, when they looked at Uedeo City, it felt like staring at a ferocious beast. Now, Uedeo City was peaceful again, but after this ordeal, it was clear not just anyone could enter. The city only accepted allies. Any force that had attacked it was now an enemy. Their auras were recorded by the city's formations. If they dared to come, they would be killed on the spot, no questions asked. To Lin Moyo, there were only friends and enemies. Those who were neither had existed in the past, but never again. This time, the world-sealing Tao Lord's self-destruction triggered a worldwide mourning. Some Tao Lords sensed what was happening. They already knew these Tao Lord deaths were all a ruse, Lin Moya's handiwork. But they didn't know what Lin Moya was planning, and they had no power to stop it. Even as Tao Lords, the world's future was now beyond their control. In Uedeo City, the Lin Moya soul formed from the heaven-covering stone, controlling his physical body, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze once again pierced space, reaching the deepest parts of the Outer Great Tao. He sensed a vast will awakening. The world will was beginning to revive. Is it awakening early? Or is it growing wary because so many Tao Lords have left? Looks like I need to hurry. Whatever the reason, the world will was indeed reviving. It would take time, but not too long. This wasn't the origin cataclysm, and the world will hadn't been badly hurt this time. He took out a scale given by Antares and activated it with his soul. Have you found a suitable world? He got straight to the point. No need for pleasantries with an old friend. Antares didn't answer. Lin Moya frowned. Antares should have been able to hear him, even in the soul void. Could something have happened? Lin Moya thought, stepping out to the Outer Great Tao. His sudden appearance drew much attention. Everyone was watching the origin continent and the Outer Great Tao, especially Lin Moya. He charged into the Dragon Clan and entered Antares' place of seclusion. Antares had given him permission to come and go freely, so no one stopped him. After checking Antares' body and finding nothing wrong, Lin Moya took out the causality ring, extracted a drop of Antares' blood, and used it to search for his location. Seek cause, ask effect. He activated the causality ring with his soul, tracing Antares' blood to find his whereabouts. A thin thread shot from the ring and vanished into the void. Antares' soul was now in the soul void, and the red thread pointed there. In the soul void, Lin Moya's soul sensed the direction indicated by the thread. He glanced at the world-sealing Tao Lord, whose soul was still reforming in the immortal jade, left a host of undead servants to guard him, and set off toward the indicated location. The world-sealing Tao Lord would need another year to revive. Lin Moya figured that was enough time to find Antares and see what had happened. Bang! Halfway there, Lin Moya's soul was struck by a heavy blow, covered in cracks. For anyone else, this would have been a devastating injury, but for Lin Moya, it was nothing. The power of life surged, and he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the price of using the causality ring, but the cost was still within his limits. 3 days later, Lin Moya arrived at the end of the causal thread. A small beast abyss had appeared in the void. Beast abyss? What the hell is he doing in the beast abyss? Is he trying to get himself killed? Lin Moya was baffled. Antares should have known how dangerous the beast abyss was. Why go in? The causality ring wouldn't be wrong, so Antares must have entered, which explained why he hadn't responded. Lin Moya didn't know when Antares had gone, and maybe just recently, maybe a long time ago. At least he was still alive. After some thought, Lin Moya decided not to enter. He knew nothing about the Beast Abyss, only that the small Beast Abyss connected to the Great Beast Abyss and the Golden Furnace Great Domain. Each of the 9 Great Spirit Domains had a Great Beast Abyss. Whether these 9 were connected or independent, Lin Moya didn't know. If he went in, he might not find Antares, and it could take an unknown amount of time. With the world will awakening, he didn't have much time left. But he couldn't just leave Antares, so he decided to find someone else to go in. In the Golden Furnace Great Domain, the best candidate was the Golden Furnace Emperor. Lin Moya moved at lightning speed, reaching the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Domain in just over 10 days. He burst into the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Domain, startling the Dragon Lake King. The king, thinking someone was invading, recognized Lin Moya and hesitated. Him again. The Dragon Lake King instinctively wanted to stop Lin Moya, but seeing the killing intent in his eyes, immediately backed off. Lin Moya's mood was clearly dangerous. If the king tried to intervene, he'd probably be killed on the spot. Judging by the discernment beast's attitude toward Lin Moya, dying here would be pointless. So the king pretended not to notice. At worst, he'd be scolded, but nothing serious would happen. The discernment beast was sleeping, protected by formations, so there was no need to interfere. Lin Moya flashed through the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Domain and headed straight for the island where the discernment beast slept. The island was shielded by formations, and the discernment beast was napping inside. Lin Moya sent several divine runes into the formation, shattering it with a bang. A storm erupted in the soul void. The startled discernment beast woke up, eyes fierce and full of sleepiness. Who the hell is courting death, disturbing my sleep? Without another word, it spat a beam of light straight at Lin Moya. Chapter 40:20. Chapter 40:20, 4020. Chapter 40:20, Old Man advises you not to pry. Great Tao world-ending palm. A massive palm imprint appeared out of thin air, shattering the discernment beast's attack and striking directly at it. The discernment beast let out a strange cry, and the turtle shell on its back burst with brilliant light. From the light, a giant shield flew out, blocking the entire small island. The palm imprint slammed into the shield, which was sent flying with a thunderous sound but did not shatter. At the same time, a powerful rebound force erupted from the shield, forcefully deflecting the palm imprint. Lin Moya was surprised this strike was already at the peak of the Tao Lord realm. Maybe it couldn't match an Eternal, but it was no weaker than some great Tao Lords. The discernment beast took the blow with ease, which was unexpected. This shield was clearly an innate origin treasure. Bathed in purple light, Lin Moya landed on the island and called out, "Senior, it's me." The discernment beast finally recognized Lin Moya. "You brat, are you looking to die?" Lin Moya said, "It was urgent, so I had to offend you, Senior." The discernment beast, still grumpy from being woken, snapped, "What's so urgent? Speak." Lin Moya replied, "A friend of mine accidentally entered the beast abyss. I'd like you to help bring him out." The discernment beast frowned. "Entered the beast abyss? What's his cultivation?" "He's a Tao Lord, but stronger than most. I checked his body before coming, he's still alive," Lin Moya answered. The discernment beast muttered, "A Tao Lord entering the beast abyss actually has a chance to survive. He must have entered a small beast abyss, better odds there." It looked Lin Moya up and down. "With your strength, you should be able to go in yourself. Why come to me?" Lin Moya said, "I have other important matters and don't know how much time it would take inside the beast abyss. I can't afford the delay. Most importantly, I'm not confident I'm still far from your level, Senior." He didn't forget to flatter a bit. The discernment beast snorted, "You come asking for help and even break my formation." Lin Moya shamelessly replied, "Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'll set up a new formation for you later, guaranteed to be better than the last, and I'll pay whatever price you ask, as long as you help." The discernment beast rolled its eyes. "What can you offer?" Lin Moya didn't waste time. "Innate origin materials, wild beast essence, and great Tao origin energy." As he spoke, he took out the items. The innate origin material was a piece of crimson stone. He had plenty of those. The wild beast essence was even more abundant, giving 10 or so was nothing. He also had plenty of great Tao origin energy left. The discernment beast looked at the 3 items, finally locking its gaze on the great Tao origin energy. "You made this yourself?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes." The discernment beast's eye showed clear shock. "Didn't expect you could even make that. But it's not much use to me. 2 pieces of innate origin material aren't enough for me to go into the beast abyss to save someone." It sniffed the air, its eyes lighting up. "I smell something else decided, I want that." "What do you want?" Lin Moya asked. "Give me a heaven-covering stone and an immortal jade," the discernment beast said with a gleam in its eye. Lin Moya was surprised. "What do you need those for?" The discernment beast snorted, "Don't ask so much. Just tell me if you'll give them or not." Without hesitation, Lin Moya took out a heaven-covering stone and an immortal jade. "Here you go." Though precious, these items were nothing compared to Antares' life, and he had enough to spare. The discernment beast was delighted, grinning. "Looks like you gained a lot this time, giving them up so easily. Not like the others, some only got 1, some none at all." Lin Moya said, "I was lucky, got a few. Please, Senior, help." "No rush," the discernment beast replied. "The beast abyss isn't safe, but as long as your friend isn't too stupid, he can survive for a while." "So, what does your friend look like, and which beast abyss is he in?" Lin Moya immediately described Antares. The discernment beast closed its eyes and listened, hearing was seeing for it. Moments later, it opened its eyes. Found him. Sure enough, he's in the beast abyss. Relax, he's still got more than half his life left, he won't die for now. Lin Moya was both relieved and exasperated, and Terry's really was playing with fire. Please, Senior, help, Lin Moya urged. The discernment beast said, it's inconvenient for me to go myself. I'll get someone else. It moved its mouth as if speaking to someone Lin Moya couldn't hear, but he knew it was sending a message. In the Golden Furnace Great Domain, the only one besides the discernment beast who could help was the Golden Furnace Emperor, who was raised by the discernment beast and regarded it as a father. If the discernment beast asked, he would act. In other words, the discernment beast had just earned a heaven-covering stone and an immortal jade with a word pure profit, enough to make even the third ancestor weep. Soon, Lin Moya sensed a powerful aura flying off at great speed. It's done. He's gone to save your friend. Wait here, it won't take long, the discernment beast said. Lin Moya nodded, then asked, what's it really like inside the beast abyss? The discernment beast replied, I know you're curious, but I advise you not to pry, at least not until you're qualified. When you've achieved the great Tao and become eternal, you can visit the beast abyss. At least then, you won't die. Lin Moya was startled. Eternity was supposed to mean undying, but the discernment beast clearly meant something else. You mean, even if I become eternal, there's still danger in the beast abyss? The discernment beast laughed. Depends on what you do. At least in the small beast abyss, you'll be safe. But the great beast abyss, that place is always dangerous. You'll have to see for yourself. It clearly knew more but wouldn't say. Lin Moya didn't press. At that moment, the discernment beast asked, you opened that gate, what did you see? Lin Moya didn't answer directly, but asked in return, I'm curious, Senior, why haven't you ever gone inside? With your strength, entering the real world shouldn't be a problem. The discernment beast shook its head. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Some things you can do, but I can't, nor can the Emperor. Understand. In the end, the discernment beast was still a soul beast, and like the Emperor, though powerful, it was bound by many restrictions. Lin Moya asked, if you can't go, why do you want to know? The discernment beast laughed, its voice tinged with nostalgia. Just curious. You must have gotten the full set of secret arts from the Myriad Marvels Steel, right? That means you entered the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. Chapter 4021. Chapter 4021, 4021. Chapter 4021, Contradictions. This time, it was Lin Moya's turn to be shocked. The discernment beast actually knew about the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. Could it even eavesdrop on the world behind the gate? That seemed impossible. If it could really hear, it wouldn't need to ask these questions. Another possibility was that someone else had entered the Myriad Spirits Pavilion before and told it about it afterward, but this was also impossible. Both Wan Zhongling and Old Road had said Lin Moya was the first person to enter the Myriad Spirits Pavilion in a very long time. That left only one possibility: the discernment beast knew about the Myriad Spirits Pavilion because it had always known, not because someone told it. The discernment beast seemed to enjoy Lin Moya's surprise, laughing heartily and completely forgetting its earlier grumpiness. Just now, Lin Moya had shocked it. Now, it was returning the favor. Lin Moya quickly sorted out his thoughts, considering all sorts of possibilities, some reasonable, some not. In the end, he said quietly, if I'm not mistaken, you've been to the Myriad Spirits Pavilion before. The discernment beast smiled and shook its head, as if denying Lin Moya's guess. Lin Moya pressed, at the very least, you've heard of the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. The discernment beast replied, stop guessing, you'll never get it right. From its expression, Lin Moya could tell his guesses were wrong. Based on his experience with the discernment beast, he knew that while it was clever, its eyes often betrayed its true thoughts. Lin Moya sighed, it seems you're a survivor from that domain. As soon as he said this, the discernment beast's expression changed for a split second before returning to normal. Lin Moya caught the change and was shaken inside. This really was a survivor from that world. This answer explained many mysteries, why the secret arts from the Myriad Spirits Pavilion could be used in this world, for example, meaning the rules were compatible. But different domains should have different rules. There must be some connection. Why was the Great Gate here? Was it because the discernment beast had come here? That domain had been so powerful, it shouldn't have been destroyed so easily, and its strong ones shouldn't all have perished. There must be other survivors. The discernment beast's expression answered many questions but also raised new ones. Clearly, it wouldn't tell him more. The discernment beast coughed lightly. So, what did you see in the Myriad Spirits Pavilion? Its gaze was serious, and an invisible aura enveloped the island. Not only would it not answer Lin Moya's questions, it was now demanding answers itself. Clearly, if Lin Moya didn't answer, it wouldn't let things go. But Lin Moya met its gaze, equally serious. Senior discernment, though I am weak, I've always been one who yields to reason, not to force. Lin Moya responded in his own way, if you want to know, ask nicely. If you want to threaten me, forget it. The discernment beast suddenly withdrew its aura and burst out laughing. Just joking, Lin my friend, don't take it to heart. If I'm not wrong, you must have met Wan Zhongling, right? So he even knows Wan Zhongling. He really does know that side well, Lin Moya thought, now 70 or 80% certain the discernment beast came from that domain. He replied, yes, I met the Pavilion Master. The discernment beast shook its head. Don't call him Pavilion Master. He never called himself that, even though he was. He always went by Wan Zhongling. Since Wan Zhongling is still around, the Myriad Spirits Pavilion hasn't been completely destroyed. He should still be reincarnating somewhere, though who knows when he'll return. Lin Moya asked, so you mean Senior Wan Zhongling is currently reincarnating in this world? The discernment beast shook its head. Not necessarily. Beings like him, who knows where they'll reincarnate? Lin Moyo asked, could reincarnation happen in another world? The discernment beast wasn't surprised. What's so strange about that? He long ago transcended the limits of any one world. Of course he could reincarnate elsewhere. Wan Zhongling had never explained the nature of domains and worlds in detail. Lin Moyo had thought he'd have to figure it out himself. But now, seeing the discernment beast so knowledgeable, it was clear it knew a lot about this. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, can you tell me about the relationship between domains and worlds? The discernment beast grinned. A piece of wild beast essence for the answer. Clear price, no cheating. Lin Moyo immediately handed over a piece of wild beast essence. The discernment beast shook its head. That's not enough for your question. Lin Moyo handed over 10 pieces. Please explain in detail. He had plenty, so no need to be stingy. The discernment beast explained, what you call world and what Wan Zhongling calls domain are basically the same thing. But you need to understand, domains and worlds have strengths and weaknesses. The world where the Myriad Spirits Pavilion was is actually weaker than this one. This surprised Lin Moyo. He thought it would be stronger. But on reflection, it made sense after all, that worlds' DAOs were isolated, which was a flaw. The discernment beast continued, don't be surprised. Precisely because it was weak, it was easier to break through the world's limits and surpass it. And because it was weak, it could be reformed even after surpassing it, you could stay within it. At the same time, because it was weak, there was no way to ascend to the ultimate level. The ultimate level? Lin Moyo asked, Senior, is the ultimate level you speak of the realm after the Saint Spirit Realm? More or less, the discernment beast replied. Saint Spirit Realm is just what they called it changed the world, and the name changes too. And even at the same level, strength varies by world. For example, someone like the human sovereign is mid-tier among Eternals, but can still compete with the Myriad Spirits Pavilion's Hall Masters. In some ways, he's not as good, but in others, he's better. Lin Moyo asked, so the last step you mentioned before, what level is that? That's a level beyond this world, the discernment beast said. As I said, different worlds, same level, different strength. When you reach that realm, you'll understand realm doesn't matter, only true strength does. Some domains look high level but are actually weak, others look low level but are terrifyingly strong. But remember, at the ultimate level, everyone is the same. All DAOs become one, all paths lead to the same end. Lin Moyo asked quietly, last time you said you didn't know what comes after Eternal, but now you sound very familiar with the Saint Spirit Realm. Isn't that a contradiction? According to Wan Zhongling, the step after Eternal is the Saint Spirit Realm, but the discernment beast had said before it didn't know what came after Eternal. Now it seemed to know all about it. The contradiction gave Lin Moyo a headache. The discernment beast shook its head. Not at all. Saint Spirit Realm is just their name, Eternal is just this world's name. After the last step. Chapter 4022. Chapter 4022, 4022. Chapter 4022, Transcendence. The discernment beast continued, as for what realm comes after the last step, each world has its own name for it, so I wasn't lying to you before. But once you take that step, you're definitely stronger than the so-called Saint Spirit Realm. Those guys don't dare leave their own world. They only try to modify their world so they can stay. They're like turtles hiding in their shells, afraid to go out, so they'll never reach the ultimate level. But this world is different. Many eternal beings here have the courage to try that last step, to go beyond the world. Not everyone is willing to leave their world, though. Lin Moyo immediately thought of the Kunlun Emperor and asked, what do you think of the Kunlun Emperor? He believed the discernment beast must know what the Kunlun Emperor had done. According to what the discernment beast said, after taking half a step, the Kunlun Emperor was also rejected by the world, but he didn't dare leave. Instead, he tried to modify the space of the void Kunlun so he could stay, even slaughtering countless worlds and beings in the process. But the discernment beast slowly shook its head. He's different. How so? Lin Moyo pressed. The discernment beast said, as far as I know, he only took half a step, but the real issue is the Boat of Calamity. The topic circled back to the Boat of Calamity. Lin Moyo was now certain the Kunlun Emperor was inside the Boat of Calamity, but whether the voice he'd heard there was the Kunlun Emperor was still unclear. The discernment beast continued, the Boat of Calamity is very mysterious. I don't know everything about it, only that it's ancient and has existed since the beginning of the world. The discernment beast had never been to the Boat of Calamity and couldn't eavesdrop on it, so it knew nothing more. It only knew that after taking half a step, the Kunlun Emperor eventually entered the Boat of Calamity. In contrast, Lin Moyo had been inside and seen some things. What started as a Q&A became more of a conversation. From the discernment beast, Lin Moyo learned a lot and sorted out his thoughts. Most important was the distinction between the two worlds. The world of the Myriad Spirits Pavilion, even though its Saint Spirit Realm surpassed the eternal level of Lin Moyo's world, wasn't necessarily stronger in true combat power, just superior in some abilities. At that level, realm is just a label, true strength is what matters. The discernment beast told Lin Moyo that those who surpass the limits of the world and stand above it are called transcendents. This is a widely recognized term across many domains and is unrelated to cultivation or strength, only to one's position. In some weak worlds, their transcendents might only have the power of a Dao Lord in this world. Yet all paths lead to the same end, all transcendents have the same ultimate destination. In the Myriad Spirits Pavilion's world, there were many transcendents, but none dared to pursue the ultimate end. They only tried to modify their own space, which was a kind of self-imposed limitation. In the end, the Myriad Spirits Pavilion provoked someone they shouldn't have, and the whole world suffered. The discernment beast only spoke of surface matters and clearly didn't want to go deeper. But from what was said, Lin Moyo could infer a lot. The discernment beast also knew Lin Moyo would figure things out, but that was Lin Moya's business. Lin Moya was now 90% certain the discernment beast had come from the Myriad Spirits Pavilion's world and survived into this one. Among the many transcendents of that world, probably only the Myriad Marvels Supreme dared to attempt the ultimate level. But because it was too easy to become a transcendent in that world, breaking through to the ultimate level was almost impossible. In contrast, in Lin Moya's world, if someone could take the last step after becoming eternal, they'd have a much better chance at the ultimate level. The ultimate level was mysterious. Even the discernment beast didn't know exactly what it was, but was certain it existed. This made Lin Moya think the discernment beast had seen someone at that level with its own eyes. His first thought was of the green-robed old man and the white-robed elder. Those two might have already reached the ultimate level, or they wouldn't be able to come and go in the world so freely. There was also the green-robed old man's partner, who was probably the same. The discernment beast laughed. Stop guessing. You're not even a transcendent yet. Wait until you are, then you can think about these things. Lin Moya laughed at himself. I can at least say I've met a transcendent. The discernment beast shook its head. Wan Zhongling doesn't count. He said he stayed for the Myriad Spirits Pavilion, but really, he was just timid. As it spoke, it looked off into the distance. Alright, your foolish friend has been rescued. I don't want his stupidity to pollute my home. Take him and go. The discernment beast was clearly trying to send him away, and Lin Moya knew its temperament and that it didn't want to see Antares. Then I'll take my leave, senior. I'll visit again when I have the chance. With that, he left some wild beast essence and departed. In the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Domain, Lin Moya found the unconscious Antares, with the Golden Furnace Emperor's projection beside him. Clearly, it was the Emperor who had brought him out. When Lin Moya appeared, the projection vanished, not wanting to meet him. No wonder, raised by the discernment beast, they have the same temper, Lin Moya muttered, wrapping Antares in a soul flower and taking him away. The Golden Furnace Emperor appeared before the discernment beast and bowed. Teacher, it's done. The discernment beast suddenly asked, Jineo, do you resent me for not letting you take the last step? The Golden Furnace Emperor shook his head. No, I understand. I can try that step. The discernment beast said, it's not that you can't try, but the chance of success is less than 1%. You're the second emperor, and your innate talent is already a notch below the first. The first tried to take that step, became a transcendent, and disappeared. No one knows if he's alive or dead. If you insist, you'll probably end up the same. I don't want that for you. The Golden Furnace Emperor replied, I understand. The discernment beast sighed, as long as you do. If you ever really want to try, I'll do everything I can to help. After Lin Moya and Jineo left, the island returned to peace. The discernment beast sighed. Wan Zhongling was timid, but so am I. The ultimate level, never mind, best not to think about it. It shook its head with a wry smile, full of self-mockery. A moment later, it suddenly realized, that brat, he promised me a new formation, but broke mine and didn't replace it. Next time I see him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Chapter 4023. Chapter 4023, 4023. Chapter 4023, The Mother Jiao. Dragging the soul flower, Lin Moya stopped by the world occupied by the Soul Heart King. Thousands of years had passed, and the Soul Heart King was still merging with the world, in a state of slumber. Merging with a world is an extremely slow process without external help. It would take at least tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Moya tossed a piece of spirit nurturing wood into the world, which could help the Soul Heart King speed up the fusion and also aid the world's growth. Leaving the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Domain, the Dragon Lake King finally breathed a sigh of relief. That guy finally left. Lin Moya had put immense pressure on him. Every extra day Lin Moya stayed was another day of anxiety. Now that he was gone, the Dragon Lake King could relax and sleep in peace. That was the life he wanted. Half a day later, the soul flower dissipated, and Antares woke up with a dragon's roar. Seeing Lin Moya, Antares was stunned. Why are you here? Lin Moya said irritably, didn't I tell you to find a suitable world? Why did you go to the Beast Abyss? Antares replied, so that place I went to was called the Beast Abyss. Seeing his blank, innocent look, Lin Moya snapped, don't play dumb, spill it. Antares recalled, I looked for several worlds, but none were suitable. The Tao Lords in those worlds were interested in me and tried to catch me. I fought them, but there was no clear winner, so it all ended inconclusively. Later, I finally found a world with a dragon race. There was a female emperor there, a mother dragon. She took a liking to me and wanted to have kids with me. I couldn't beat her. Lin Moya was speechless, hearing such an absurd story. The mother dragon queen wanted to force Antares to have children. He couldn't win, so he desperately fled. After using a secret technique to escape, he ended up in the Beast Abyss. Lin Moya stifled a laugh. Why didn't you just agree? She only wanted you to have kids, not your life. Besides, you're a dragon. Dragons are famous for spreading their seed everywhere, or there wouldn't be so many mixed blood dragons. Antares protested with a dragon roar, I'm a dragon god. My bloodline is noble, how could I just spread it around? Lin Moya grinned, clearly not buying it. Sounds to me like you just couldn't beat her and were embarrassed to admit it. Antares nearly exploded. Nonsense, she was just too ugly, I wasn't interested. Lin Moya let the joke drop. Alright, you're pure as jade. So what happened after you entered the Beast Abyss? Antares frowned as he recalled, my memory's a bit fuzzy. That place was weird, it messed with my mind. There were a lot of soul beasts, but they were well behaved and didn't bother me. I don't know what that place was. Since they didn't bother me, I left them alone. But later, some other guys came after me. They were kind of like soul beasts, but I'm sure they weren't. They attacked me, saying I wasn't following the rules and needed to be punished. Of course, I fought back. These guys looked tough but were weak. I killed a bunch with my dragon breath. But they just kept coming, kill a batch, more would show up, and they got stronger and stronger. Eventually, I got tired and started retreating. I don't know how many years passed like that. Antares made it sound casual, but Lin Moya sensed it was more complicated. From the description, there were strange beings in the beast abyss, almost like administrators, enforcing basic order and punishing violators. They weren't strong individually, but couldn't be killed off. Knowing Antares, he probably couldn't win and had to run. Lin Moya snorted, "Are you hiding something?" Antares insisted, "No, nothing to hide." But Lin Moya wasn't fooled. "Tell the truth, you know you can't hide it from me." Antares hesitated, then finally admitted, "Those guys got stronger and stronger. Later, even tougher ones showed up, but I could still beat them. But then, for some reason, they became immune to my attacks. I couldn't do anything but run." So, the enemies adapted to Antares' attacks, forcing him to flee. This immunity reminded Lin Moya of the Soul Eater spirits, but the ones in the Beast Abyss must be some kind of world rule manifestation. Lin Moya said, "And then you waited until the Golden Furnace Emperor came to save you." Antares was puzzled. "Wasn't it you who saved me? I just felt a big hand grab me, then I blacked out." Right, so the Golden Furnace Emperor had yanked Antares out of the Beast Abyss. The details didn't matter. Lin Moya shook his head. "Doesn't matter. What's important now is getting you to fake your death and escape. You don't have time to find a suitable world, so I'll use Plan B and put you in my Great Thousand World." Antares asked, "How confident are you?" Lin Moya said, "Over 80% it should work." Antares agreed immediately. "Good enough, let's do it. I'm tired of this place anyway." Lin Moya could tell Antares was still hiding something. "Seriously, what else aren't you telling me?" Antares hesitated, but under Lin Moya's stare, finally confessed. "That mother dragon did something to me. She said no matter where I go, she'll find me." His voice was quieter now, clearly lacking confidence. Lin Moya asked, "Did she mean she could find you in the real world or the soul void?" Antares replied, "Seems like both." Lin Moya was speechless. No wonder Antares was so eager to go to the Great Thousand World, he was running for his life. Suddenly, Antares looked into the distance. "Oh no, she's coming. Quick, check what she did to me." Lin Moya looked into Antares' soul and saw a faint light deep inside, carrying a strange power. Lin Moya sighed, "Looks like you really can't escape." Antares wailed, "Even you can't help." Lin Moya said, "I don't know what method she used, but the mark isn't in your soul, it's in your true spirit. I'm actually curious how she managed that." Chapter 4024. Chapter 4024, 4024. Chapter 4024, Antares is a virgin. Lin Moya had never seen anyone who could directly tamper with a true spirit. There must be something special about this. The true spirit is one of the most mysterious things in existence, even in various worlds. Only a true spirit imprint exists. Yet the other party could manipulate the true spirit's essence itself, which was truly intriguing. Suddenly, space nearby split open. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a divine dragon flew out from the rift. A great Tao Lord. Lin Moya sensed the newcomer's aura and realized it was a great Tao Lord. No wonder Antares couldn't defeat her. She had used the mark she left to cross space, which is why she could claim she could find Antares no matter where he ran. Sensing her aura and seeing which Tao she cultivated, Lin Moya was a bit surprised. Profound Yin Great Tao Lord. In the world, there is the Yin Yang Great Tao, the foundation for the origin power of Yin and Yang, and the basis for the evolution of all living things. Under the Yin Yang Tao, there are many branch Taos, the Yang Attribute Tao, the Yin Attribute Tao, and the combined Yin Yang Tao. This great Tao Lord had comprehended the profound Yin Tao, a branch of the Yin Yang Tao, but much stronger than ordinary branches. Lin Moya immediately understood why she was interested in Antares. Antares was born from the Yang Dragon Tao, possessing extremely strong Yang energy. Although he later fused with the Yin Dragon, the Yang Dragon Tao still dominated his body. Outwardly, Antares radiated pure Yang energy. Yin and Yang complement each other, so this mother dragon naturally saw Antares as a treasure. Antares shrank his massive body and hid behind Lin Moya, trembling. "Kid, help me." Lin Moya laughed, "I think she's great. You two would complement each other perfectly, you'd gain a lot from this." Antares protested, "No way, I don't have any feelings for her. Dragon race personality, caring about this?" Lin Moya didn't believe a word. Lin Moya greeted the mother dragon, "Lin Moya of the human race, greetings." The mother dragon looked at Lin Moya, then at Antares hiding behind him. Her huge form shrank and she transformed into a human shape, bowing slightly. "Long Yi greets deist Lin." Very polite. Lin Moya's first impression of Long Yi was good. For a proud dragon, and a great Tao Lord at that, to take human form and converse was rare. After her greeting, Long Yi looked at Antares. "Why are you hiding? I'm not going to eat you." Antares grunted twice but said nothing. Lin Moya joked, "Senior Long Yi, are you planning to take him back to be your breeding dragon?" Long Yi immediately corrected him, "Don't make it sound so bad. I just want him to come back and be the Dragon Emperor." Lin Moya smiled, "Senior, you should know that in his own world, he's also a dragon god, and now has the ancestral dragon's bloodline. He's the leader of the dragon race there." Long Yi said, "I know that world, it's called the Origin Continent, right? The will of that world is no good." That made things easier. Lin Moya said, "So even if you force him to go, it's useless. His true spirit imprint is still in the Origin Continent, and his life and death are controlled by the world will." Long Yi replied, "No problem. If he's willing to be Dragon Emperor, I can use the power of my world to try to seize his true spirit imprint." Lin Moya was surprised so that was possible? This profounding great Tao Lord seemed very knowledgeable about true spirits. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. As far as I know, aside from the true fire Tao, no other Tao or method can directly manipulate a true spirit. Senior Long Yi, how did you plant a mark in his true spirit? Long Yi said, that's not something I can tell you. Just come back with me and be the Dragon Emperor. I'll help you gain your freedom, and as Dragon Emperor, you'll command billions of dragons. Your status will be equal to mine. Hearing this, Antares poked his head out and firmly replied, no. Long Yi said, this Lin kid is right, I left a mark in your true spirit. No matter where you run, it's useless. Antares stubbornly said, I'm not going. I don't even know you, why should I be your Dragon Emperor and have kids with you? Lin Moya suddenly whispered, Antares, don't tell me you're still a virgin. Antares shrieked, none of your business. Hurry up and get rid of this mother dragon for me. Now Lin Moya understood why Antares was so flustered. He really was a virgin dragon. Haha, I can't believe it, you actually. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Antares, embarrassed and angry, shouted, say that again and I'll never speak to you again. Lin Moya laughed, alright, no more jokes. Don't worry, with me here, no one can take you away. He turned to Long Yi, Senior Long Yi, please leave. Antares doesn't want to go with you, so you can't take him. Long Yi frowned. Lin kid, do you know who you're talking to? Lin Moya said, of course I do. Profounding great Tao Lord, your realm is higher than mine, but realm doesn't equal strength. He snapped his fingers, and hundreds of millions of undead servants appeared in the void, glaring at Long Yi. Though they were only Tao Lord level, their numbers were overwhelming. Long Yi snorted in disdain. No wonder you dare talk to me like this, with so many Tao Lord puppets. But do you really think these can stop me? Lin Moya replied, of course not. I can bring out 100 or 1,000 times more. But no matter how many Tao Lords, they can't stop you. Still, it would take you a long time to kill them all. And if, during that time, they invade your world, how many could you save? Long Yi's eyes narrowed, killing intent rising as she let out a cold dragon roar. Are you threatening me? Lin Moya said, not a threat, just stating a fact. Antares is my sworn brother. If you insist, I'll fight you to the death. But that's not an outcome you want. Though he denied it, Lin Moya was clearly threatening Long Yi. If she tried to take Antares, he'd retaliate by attacking her world. After a moment's standoff, Long Yi finally backed down a little and looked at Antares. Why don't you want to be my Dragon Emperor? Lin Moya asked too. Yeah, why not? I think Senior Long Yi is great. Antares replied with a sigh, when I was a young dragon, I dreamed of a passionate romance. Otherwise, what's the point of a dragon's life? Before he could finish, Lin Moya slapped him. Speak properly. Antares said, it's the truth. You have to build a relationship first, that's love. You can't just force it. I've seen too many loveless unions. Having kids without feelings is just a transaction. Chapter 40-25. Chapter 40-25, 4025. Chapter 40-25, he's different, he can't break free. Lin Moya was stunned. He never expected that someone as brash as Antares would be so particular about love. Not only was Lin Moya surprised, but so was Long Yi, the profounding great Tao Lord and Dragon Empress. As the Dragon Empress of her world, she knew exactly what dragon nature was like. Even in different worlds, dragon races were largely the same: domineering, lustful, spreading their seed everywhere, resulting in countless mixed blood dragons. She had tried to curb this many times, but with little effect. So when she was drawn to Antares' pure young aura and wanted him as her mate and Dragon Emperor, she never imagined he would refuse. Long Yi's eyes grew brighter, as if she'd found a lotus in a muddy world. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. You really think that way? Antares snorted, of course. If I can't have true love, I'd rather stay single forever. If you want to force me to breed, I'd rather die. Long Yi's voice quivered. I understand. I was wrong before. I'll take my leave for now. With that, she turned and vanished into the depths of the void. Lin Moya sighed and patted Antares on the head. I never thought you were not just an old virgin dragon, but a pure-hearted one too. Antares snorted. Is she really gone? She won't come back to catch me, right? Lin Moya replied, relax, she's gone. With that reassurance, Antares finally breathed easy. Good, now she probably won't try to force me anymore. Instead, she'll try to court me, and eventually fall in love with me. Lin Moya was about to praise Antares for his change of heart, but was caught off guard by this sudden shift. He stared blankly. What do you mean? Antares snorted. You're really slow. I mean, only this way will she pursue me, fall deeply in love, and eventually we'll become Tao partners. Then she'll listen to me, and we'll be a perfect couple. Lin Moya was speechless for a while before finally saying, so you're plotting against her. If you wanted to be with her, why not just go? Didn't you hear? She wanted you as the Dragon Emperor. Antares replied, you don't get it. If I was forced to go, even as Dragon Emperor, it would be an empty title. I'm just a Tao Lord. She's a great Tao Lord. She'd suppress me completely. And if she forced me, would she treasure me? Once I'm no use, she'd kick me aside. But now, she'll see I'm different from other dragons. A pure-hearted dragon like me is rare. Didn't you notice her expression change? She won't give up, she'll pursue me, and then I can take the lead. Listening to Antares' analysis, Lin Moya realized he'd underestimated him. He always thought Antares wasn't very smart, but now it seemed he'd been wrong. This was a textbook case of playing hard to get. Antares said proudly, now you see, I'm not stupid, just don't like to use my brain. But if I do, who can compare? Seeing how smug he was, Lin Moya ignored him. Let's go, time to get back to business. The world will is awakening, we don't have much time. Antares jumped in alarm. Let's hurry, then. The two hurried back. Lin Moyo explained the detailed process to Antares and gave him the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade. Antares, howling in pain, split his soul in two, 1/3 refining the heaven-covering stone, the other 2/3 refining the immortal jade. The soul-wrenching pain had Antares screaming all the way, and Lin Moyo suspected even the screams were half-acted, half-real. By the time they returned to the world-sealing Dao Lord's world, there were already 2 Antareses. Lin Moyo said, "Don't waste time, get started." Antares nodded in self-destruct without hesitation. The soul that refined the heaven-covering stone exploded instantly, and the remaining 2/3 vanished as well. The origin continent mourned, torrential rain poured down. This time, not even a month had passed since the last Dao Lord's fall, another one had died. But those on the outer Great Dao and the origin continent seemed used to it. So what if someone died? They always came back. A Dao Lord sensed it and confirmed that the new dragon god of the dragon race had fallen. One would expect some reaction from the dragon race, but there was none. They seemed used to it, as if every Dao Lord's fall was just a fake, and their dragon god would return as well. With the immortal jade's power, Antares' soul was being reborn, though the process was slow, at least a year or more. Suddenly, Lin Moyo looked ahead as space split open and Long Yi reappeared. What happened? Long Yi asked urgently, her gaze falling on Antares with some confusion. Lin Moyo said, "We're working on a way to fake death and revive." Long Yi seemed to understand. "You're trying to break free from that world." Lin Moyo nodded, "Exactly." Long Yi sensed carefully, then frowned. "Something's wrong. Can you tell me your method? I feel like something isn't right." Lin Moyo didn't fully trust her. "You tell me what's wrong first." Long Yi said, "He's different. He can't break free." By he, she meant Antares. He was different from the others. Lin Moyo was stunned, then realized she was right. Antares was a dragon, born from the Yin-Yang origin, and now the Dao Lord of the Yang Dragon Dao, representing the Yang origin of the origin continent's Yin-Yang source. Other people's true spirit imprints were just on the world's surface and could be erased at any time. But Antares' true spirit imprint was like a brand on the world, almost impossible to remove. Plus, Long Yi had tampered with Antares' true spirit and seemed to have a special connection to it. After thinking it over, Lin Moyo decided to trust Long Yi and explained his method. Since there was no conflict of interest, there was no harm in sharing. Long Yi said, "I don't know what your heaven-covering stone and immortal jade are, but this fake death method works for ordinary beings. It's useless for creatures born from the world's yin-yang origin. His true spirit isn't just an imprint, at least part of the true spirit itself is in that world." Lin Moyo frowned. "Then what do we do?" Long Yi thought for a moment, then decided, "I have a secret art that I stumbled upon. It's very effective for true spirits. Since you're from the same world, you can use this secret art to protect his true spirit and help him truly break free." Chapter 4026. Chapter 4026, 4026. Chapter 4026, True Spirit Life Technique. Long Yi handed a dragon scale inscribed with a secret art to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo didn't take it immediately, instead asking, "Why?" The last time Long Yi visited, she was tight-lipped about true spirit matters and unwilling to share. Why was she suddenly willing to reveal it now? Was it just a woman's fickleness, or was it because of Antares? Did she actually have feelings for him? Maybe a little, but not enough to make her give up something so precious. Such a secret art was incredibly valuable. How could she give it away so easily? Long Yi replied, "I have my reasons, but please believe me, I truly want to help him." She no longer referred to herself as this emperor, clearly lowering her stance. Lin Moyo could tell she was sincere about helping Antares. As Lin Moyo took the dragon scale and prepared to examine the secret art, Long Yi suddenly said, "Please promise me, Lin Deist, not to spread this secret art." Lin Moyo nodded, "Don't worry, no one else will know." Long Yi nodded, "I trust you." Lin Moyo didn't know why she trusted his promise, but now wasn't the time to question it. He quickly examined the dragon scale and absorbed all the secret art within. The secret art was called True Spirit Life Technique, created specifically for manipulating true spirits. However, it was incomplete, only a portion was included. Its functions were simple. First, it could mark another's true spirit, so that as long as the target remained in this world, they could be tracked. With the tracking technique included, one could break through space and arrive in an instant. The key was that it didn't require mastery of the space Dao, even a Dao Lord could use it. This explained how Long Yi could appear so quickly before. Another function of the secret art allowed one to erase their true spirit imprint from a world. However, this erasure came at a cost. One would lose a portion of their cultivation in that world, dropping significantly in realm. A Dao Lord would fall to the Great Dao realm, and not even as a top-tier soul, possibly dropping to a third or even second-tier soul. This loss was severe and hard to recover from, making the method undesirable. The True Spirit Life Technique also included a method to transfer a true spirit imprint from one world to another. Because this was a transfer, not an erasure, the cost was much lower. The catch was that it required mobilizing the full power of a world, essentially pitting two worlds against each other. If the original world was too strong, the transfer could fail. Long Yi had said she could use her world's power to help Antares move his true spirit imprint to her world. She was referring to this method. Her world was strong, not weaker than the origin continent, so she was confident. Clearly, she was willing to do a lot for Antares, even at considerable cost. But Lin Moyo was curious why she'd go so far. Was it just for Antares' body? That seemed unlikely. A great Dao Lord wouldn't act so irrationally. She must have other motives. Still, it was Antares' business, and Lin Moyo didn't care to meddle. His job was to help Antares transfer his true spirit imprint. The other world Lin Moyo had in mind was, of course, his own Great Thousand World. Although newly formed and young from a world's perspective, the Great Thousand World was fundamentally different. It wasn't just a world within the origin continent, but an existence on the same level as the origin continent itself. Within it were countless middle and small worlds, while the origin continent was just one world within its own universe. By mobilizing the power of the Great Thousand World, Lin Moya felt it should be possible, especially since the origin continent's world hadn't fully revived, making resistance weaker. The only issue was that the Great Thousand World didn't belong to this universe, so moving the True Spirit imprint there was equivalent to changing universes. The origin continent couldn't interfere, but the cosmic rules might not allow it. Still, even if the rules objected, at least the imprint could be moved out. Afterwards, it could be placed elsewhere, or Antares could die again to let the imprint return to the cosmos. Either way, there would be options. Without hesitation, Lin Moya mentally rehearsed the secret art several times. Fortunately, it was simple, much easier than the myriad spirit's secret art. That was why Long Yi could give it to him now. If it were too complex, there wouldn't be time. In just half a day, Lin Moya had a basic grasp of the true spirit transfer method. With a thought, a strange aura rose in his soul, emitting peculiar sounds like rain, waves, birds, and beasts. All the sounds of the world seemed contained within, forming a special frequency that resonated with the origin continent. Lin Moya's soul didn't make much of a disturbance, but in the origin continent, the third of his soul left behind also activated the true spirit transfer technique. The secret art shook the entire world, reaching the world's core to find Antares' true spirit. The world reacted violently, and Lin Moya frowned. The secret art was accelerating the world will's revival. The world will's aura was rising fast. At this rate, it would recover partially in a few days. Early revival would weaken the world will, but to kill Antares, it wouldn't need much effort, just a thought to erase his true spirit. Lin Moya's heart tightened. Time was short. With the secret art, his mind entered a strange space filled with countless points of light, like a sky full of stars. These were the true spirit imprints of every living being in the origin continent, each protected by the world's power. He could see but not touch them. Among the endless imprints, Lin Moya quickly locked onto Antares'. Unlike others, which floated or were like ordinary writing, Antares' imprint was deeply embedded, fused with the space itself. The world's power enveloped it, making it nearly impossible to separate. Even death wouldn't erase it. The world might just nurture it again, and another Antares could appear in the future. Only if the world will destroyed this era could Antares truly die. Lin Moya thought. The ancestral dragon probably didn't know this. If he had, he might have chosen to die and reincarnate, maybe even with memories. What a pity. Having found the true spirit, Lin Moya sped up the secret art. The power of the Great Thousand World surged from his body, joining the secret art to form 10 giant hands reaching for Antares' true spirit imprint at the core of the origin continent. Chapter 4027. Chapter 4027, 4027. Chapter 4027, then let's go big. The world power protecting Antares' true spirit imprint. The world power of the origin continent collided with the power of Lin Moya's Great Thousand World. The clash of two world powers erupted with tremendous force, sending the true spirit imprints scattering to every corner and clearing a vast space. Impudent. Lin Moya seemed to hear a furious roar, the wrath of the world itself, shaking his soul to its core. He could feel the entire world's anger, and the world will's revival was accelerating as a result. Only natives of this world could enter here, and now a native was using the power of another world to seize a true spirit imprint. This was the act of a traitor. How could the world will not be enraged? Using the heaven covering stone was like being a thief, but this was outright robbery. Lin Moya ignored it, enduring the discomfort in his soul and channeling even more power from the Great Thousand World to forcibly suppress the origin continent's power. The true spirit life technique was meant to be performed by Antares himself, using the power of Long Yi's world. The backlash should have been shared by Antares, Long Yi, and her world. That was the price Long Yi had spoken of. But now, since Antares couldn't act, Lin Moya had to do it himself, bearing all the backlash with the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World rumbled, and the origin continent's power surged in, pressing down on the Great Thousand World. As a mature world, the origin continent's power was stronger than the Great Thousand World's. Fortunately, the Great Thousand World's essence was higher, so no matter how strong the origin continent was, it couldn't harm the Great Thousand World like a ton of cotton unable to crush a pound of steel. In fact, under this pressure, the Great Thousand World absorbed and refined world crystals and wild beast essence even faster, and its Tao evolution also accelerated. So pressure really does create motivation, huh? Lin Moya thought, both amused and helpless. Helping Antares transfer his true spirit turned out to be quite beneficial. The Great Thousand World's giant hand broke through layers of resistance and finally grasped Antares' true spirit imprint. Lin Moya continued to drive the true spirit life technique, pulling Antares' true spirit imprint out. The origin continent grew even angrier, but could do nothing to stop him, only watch as Antares' imprint was removed. Under the protection of the Great Thousand World's power, even the revived world will of the origin continent couldn't easily erase Antares. Huh, that's my true spirit imprint. During the process, Lin Moya saw his own true spirit imprint. He tried to use the Great Thousand World's power to take his own imprint, but an invisible force erupted from it, his own power blasting him away. The true spirit life technique specifically warned not to use it on your own imprint. Lin Moya just wanted to try, but failed. A healer cannot heal himself, he sighed. Amidst the origin continent's fury, Lin Moya successfully extracted Antares' true spirit imprint. He then attempted to place it into the Great Thousand World, but an invisible force blocked him. Lin Moya realized the rules of the universe wouldn't allow it. Antares, after all, belonged to this universe, and the Great Thousand World was outside it. His true spirit imprint couldn't enter. Unless Lin Moya could obtain the true spirit's essence and send that in as well. Put it away for now. Lin Moya decided, storing the imprint in his spatial storage. This time, it worked. The storage space was as miraculous as ever. In the soul void, Lin Moya's soul slowly opened its eyes. It worked, but there's a problem. Longi immediately asked, what problem? She seemed very concerned about Antares, not even asking how Lin Moya succeeded or where his world's power came from. Lin Moya said, his true spirit imprint can't be placed into the world I prepared. Longi replied without hesitation, there are two options. 1. Put the imprint in my world. You can trust me, I won't harm him. 2. Let him refine the imprint himself. That means returning it to the universe, but he'll become a dragon without a home unless he can find 10 suitable worlds. She was being honest. With so few dragons, and the yin-yang division, it would be hard for Antares to find a suitable world. Lin Moya said, let's wait for him to revive and let him decide. He wouldn't decide for Antares knowing his character. He'd rather be a rootless dragon than let someone else control his true spirit. Maybe it didn't matter now, but in the future, who knew? Antares and Lin Moya had different roots and goals, so Lin Moya would respect his choice. Antares was still reforming his soul in the immortal jade, and it would be a while before he recovered. Lin Moya said, Longi, please watch over them for me. I have something to take care of. Longi nodded, don't worry, no one can touch them with me here. Lin Moya trusted her, leaving Antares and the world-sealing Tao Lord in her care, and headed for the Origin Continent. In the Origin Continent, after reclaiming Antares' true spirit imprint, Lin Moya went to Antares' body and collected it, then did the same for the world-sealing Tao Lord's body. With the world will about to awaken, it would soon know what had happened and realize these Tao Lord's true spirit imprints were gone, then search for their bodies. When it found the bodies missing, it would understand. Lin Moya never intended to hide his actions. The world will would come for him. If he wasn't around, it would target his friends and family, or even attack Uedao City. Sacrificing all life was the world will's specialty. Maybe it would even destroy this era, erasing all true spirits. Each provocation pushed the world will to awaken sooner, compressing Lin Moya's time. Only 3 to 5 days remained, barely enough to do anything more. Since I've already done this much, might as well go all out. A wild idea flashed through Lin Moya's mind. He activated the secret art again and entered the space of true spirit imprints. Chapter 4028. Chapter 4028, 4028. Chapter 4028, Burying the World. Stimulated by Lin Moya's actions, the world will awaken much earlier than expected, forcing another change in plans. Originally, Lin Moya wanted to proceed step by step, helping others break free one by one, then escaping the Origin Continent himself. Now, it was clear he no longer had time. Even if he managed to escape, the newly awakened world would be furious and sacrifice all living beings in the world. That was not something Lin Moya wanted to see. So he made a bold decision. He charged once more into the space of true spirit imprints. The power of the great thousand world surged forth, manifesting countless giant hands that reached for all the true spirit imprints at once. Lin Moya planned to take all the true spirit imprints with him, making it impossible for the world will to perform a mass sacrifice. Previously, without the true spirit life technique, he could only settle for less. Now, with the technique, this was possible. Of course, these true spirit imprints would eventually have to be returned to the Origin Continent. Otherwise, for the living beings, the best-case scenario would be a heavily damaged foundation and a drastic drop in cultivation. Worst case, they'd die outright. Lin Moya was well aware of the consequences. He was only taking them temporarily. Once he dealt with the world will, he would return the imprints. The world's rage grew more intense. Previously, taking one imprint was tolerable, but now he was trying to take billions. This was digging up the Origin Continent's very roots, utterly unforgivable. The not yet fully awakened world will instinctively fought back, unleashing terrifying power to try to obliterate Lin Moya, the instigator. The world's power was immense, but Lin Moya had the entire great thousand world and trillions of undead servants to share the attacks, allowing him to ignore the Origin Continent's assault. In terms of raw power, Lin Moya could already contend with the world will. No matter how strong the world will was, it was only a great Tao Lord, perhaps even weaker than a true great Tao Lord. Dealing with a world will was not difficult for him. What Lin Moya truly feared was the true spirit imprints. In the hands of the world will, they could determine his life and death, as well as the fate of billions of beings on the Origin Continent. Ignoring everything else, he seized the Heavenly Emperor's true spirit imprint. The Origin Continent was even more agitated. The world's rage became flames, and the entire world roared. On the outer Great Tao, countless Taos manifested, each one becoming violent and unstable, unable to accommodate cultivators. Buildings along the Taos collapsed, and cultivators fled into the sky. What's happening? What's wrong with the Taos? Why are they all appearing at once? The Taos have changed. They're unstable, like they could explode at any moment. I can feel all the Taos boiling with anger. The world is furious. Look at the Origin Continent. Countless voices rang out as everyone on the outer Great Tao turned to look at the Origin Continent. The Origin Continent was shaking violently, its 5 continents trembling as if in an earthquake. Volcanoes erupted, giant waves rose in the boundary sea, and the sky filled with crimson fire clouds, threatening a rain of fire at any moment. Purple-black lightning flickered among the clouds, as if the world was about to unleash an apocalyptic judgment. Cultivators on the Origin Continent looked up, feeling immense pressure, their powers suppressed and unable to move. Ordinary people knelt in terror, praying to the heavens. Both the outer Great Tao and the Origin Continent were plunged into a doomsday crisis. It's over, this world is finished. It's Lin Moya, it must be him. He must have known the world would become like this, that's why he let his people escape first. Maybe the world is like this because of him. Lin Moya sensed the world will's awakening accelerating. The world's power surged, fighting him for control of the true spirits. He saw everything happening outside. Although the world will wasn't fully awake, it had already made its choice. Sensing a threat, it chose to destroy the world, just as it had in the previous 2 eras. It wasn't willing to take risks if danger appeared, it would rather start over. Time meant nothing to it, it could wait billions of years if needed. If you want to destroy the world, then let's do it. Lin Moyo had long anticipated that the world will might go berserk, using any means necessary, including world destruction and mass sacrifice. That's why he'd made so many preparations to guard against this. Activate the formation. With a thought, the formation he'd set up erupted into action. Countless beams of light rose from the origin continent, each one rooted in a source spirit vein, carrying boundless origin energy. The beams collided in the sky, then exploded, weaving a giant net that covered the entire continent. The formation's origin energy surged, its power shocking everyone. No one knew how many source spirit veins lay beneath the land and sea, only Lin Moyo and the world will knew. Now, all of them erupted, their combined strength far surpassing any Dao Lord. Someone exclaimed, "That's Lin Moya's formation. He's drawing all the power from the source spirit veins. My god, how powerful is this formation? It's strong, but with so many different energies, how does he control it? Isn't he afraid it'll go haywire?" Don't forget what Lin Moya left behind. What he left was the divine continent cauldron, which suppressed all the source spirit veins. As they spoke, the cauldron rose from the earth, taking command of all the veins. The formation was complete, the origin energy forming a giant net protecting the 5 continents and the boundary sea. The once trembling land grew calm, but this was just the beginning. The formation continued, connecting to the outer heaven Dao. Infinite Dao power was drawn in, merging into the formation. From the divine continent cauldron, several treasure vases flew out, releasing great Dao origin energy. This energy acted as a catalyst, fusing all the Dao powers together without any conflict. The formation grew even stronger, sealing the origin continent tightly. The outer great Dao, now drained of power, also quieted down. Lin Moya felt the formation and snorted, "You want to go crazy? I'll turn your wall into a mountain, let's see you jump now." The world will wanted to destroy the world, but Lin Moya refused to let it. He gathered all the world's power to form a defense, preventing the world will from acting. If the world will wanted to destroy the world, it would first have to seize control from Lin Moyo. After stopping the world will from destroying the world, Lin Moya continued to seize true spirit imprints, taking more and more by force. "You're courting death." A furious roar echoed through the heavens as the world will finally awakened. Everyone saw a terrifying giant manifest, towering to the sky, appearing in the void. Chapter 4029. Chapter 4029, 4029. Chapter 4029, Planting the Fruit. Billions of true spirits were seized, the world burial failed, and the wrath of the world will shook the universe. "You court death." Those 3 furious words became boundless power, smashing into the formation over the origin continent. This was supposed to be its world, under its complete control, yet now it had become someone else's, a barrier in its path. With a roar, the world will struck, but the formation remained unscathed. The formation gathered all the origin continent's source spirit veins, drew on millions of Daos within the world, and used the divine continent cauldron to channel great Dao origin energy as its core. The formation possessed unimaginable might, easily blocking the world will's assault. The world will's power came from the world itself, but so did the formations. It was like the world will attacking itself naturally, it had no effect. While the formation was unharmed, the strong ones on the outer great Dao were not so lucky. Even the aftershocks made them cough blood and suffer serious injuries. Some leaker cultivators died on the spot. Even Dao Lords were hard-pressed. The power of both the world will and Lin Moya's formation far surpassed theirs. "Retreat! You can't watch this fight!" A Dao Lord roared, fleeing with his people in panic. Their faces were full of fear, for only at their level could they sense just how terrifying that strike had been. They knew what that figure in the heavens was, the world will, the true master of this world. Dao Lords were like ants before it. Only now did they realize how powerful Lin Moyo had become to dare challenge such an existence. Someone suddenly understood. No wonder all those Dao Lords faked their deaths and revived. It was to escape the world will's control. They didn't know how Lin Moya did it, but they could guess his goal. After its first strike failed, the world will attacked again. This time, it didn't just shout, it raised its hands and smashed down with giant fists. Lin Moyo ignored it, continuing to seize true spirits. By now, he had taken a third of all true spirits. As their number dwindled, each remaining true spirit was protected by more world power, making them harder to take. Retreat. The Dao Lords, seeing the world will's true assault, turned pale and fell back even farther. 10 million miles wasn't enough, they fled 100 million miles. Even so, they still felt the shockwaves, but at least had a chance to survive. They unleashed all their power to defend themselves and their followers, not knowing if it would help, but having to try. Boom! The giant fist slammed into the formation, making it tremble and warp as if about to break. At that moment, countless figures flew out from Uedeo City, Hao Deazun, Sword Deazun, Little Mei, Little Wu, and others. They took their places above the city, activating a formation that merged with the continent's formation. With operators, the formation's power instantly stabilized and grew stronger. A giant figure appeared atop the formation, and the divine continent cauldron flew into its hand, transforming. The giant wielded the cauldron and smashed it at the world will. This was Lin Moya's backup plan. The formation was not just for defense, but could also attack by manifesting a giant. Lin Moyo had taught Hao Deazun, Little Mei, and the others how to control it, so they could operate it together. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin and Xiao Pang also charged at the world will. Though weaker, they were not powerless. The world will roared in anger, furious that these ants dared challenge its authority. Life and death should be in its hands, yet now it was on the defensive. The formation's giant clashed with the world will's giant. The world will was strong, and as it adapted, it began to gain the upper hand. But suddenly, its aura plummeted and it fell to a disadvantage. In the soul void, billions of undead servants attacked the origin continent, tying up part of the world will's power and forcing it to fight on two fronts, weakening it. Lin Daoist, I'm here. Came a clear voice, and Yuyan, Lord of Cause and Effect, had arrived. Originally, Lin Moyo hadn't planned to call for outside help. He was strong enough on his own. But with the world will awakening early, he decided to have Yuyan assist. He got straight to the point. Senior, please plant a cause and effect. Yuyan asked softly, what fruit do you want me to plant? Lin Moyo pointed at the world will. Let it destroy my true spirit, but not the others. The result, it dies, I live. Yuyan frowned. That goes against the rules, Lin Daoist. Do you know the price? Name your price, Lin Moyo replied. She shook her head. It's hard to say. Better you tell me what you can offer. Lin Moyo thought, then produced a treasure bottle. Will this do? The bottle was refined from the essence of a Great Dao Wild Beast King and contained 10,000 drops of Great Dao origin energy. To ensure success, Lin Moyo was willing to pay a steep price. He didn't use ordinary beast essence. Yuyan's eyes lit up. Essence of a Wild Beast King. You even refined it into a bottle. What's inside? See for yourself, Lin Moyo said. Yuyan opened it and gasped, ancestral water essence. But then she shook her head. No, that's not it. What is this? This is something I refined from countless Great Daos. I call it Great Dao Origin Energy, Lin Moyo explained. Great Dao Origin Energy. Yuyan repeated, then made her decision. Alright, I accept. I'll take all the karmic consequences myself. Please specify exactly what you want, so I don't make a mistake. There was only one chance to plant the cause, so it couldn't go wrong. Lin Moyo explained his request in detail, and Yuyan asked several questions to confirm. Lin Moyo noticed that after seeing the Great Dao Origin Energy, Yuyan became even more respectful. She already treated him as an equal due to his status as a Great Dao Lord's reincarnation, but now there was clear respect, likely because she believed he could surpass her in the future. At her level, she understood how rare and precious Great Dao Origin Energy was. After confirming the details, Yuyan summoned the cause and effect Great Dao. With a thought, invisible power shot into the world will. Plant the fruit. With a soft command, the world will's eyes blazed with light, and in the next instant, Lin Moyo's soul shattered. Chapter 40-30. Chapter 40-30, 4030. Chapter 40-30, staging a grand drama. The Lord of the Great Dao of Cause and Effect personally planted the fruit, pushing the power of causality to its peak. Lin Moyo hadn't originally planned to call Yuyan for help, but he noticed something unusual with his own true spirit imprint. The world will seemed suspicious of him and was paying special attention to his imprint. He worried that if he faked his death as usual, he might end up like Antares, unable to break free from the origin continent. Moreover, he couldn't take his own true spirit imprint away. In a flash, he thought of a solution: have the world will itself kill him, and make the world will believe he was truly, utterly dead. Only then would it completely relinquish his true spirit imprint, allowing him to escape. To do this, he needed to influence the world will, a nearly impossible task. That's why he thought of Yuyan. With her status and power, she could use the force of causality to affect the world will, which would be hard for it to resist or even notice. Once Yuyan planted the fruit, the world will went berserk. It already saw Lin Moyo as a mortal enemy, and now it was desperate to destroy him. Kill you! Kill you! The world will roared madly. The undead servants continued to battle it, further fueling its rage. Yuyan murmured, its hatred for you runs deep. Why plant another fruit? Lin Moyo replied, just to be sure. You can never be too careful. This thing has destroyed 2 eras before. It's extremely cautious. Even though my preparations make it hard for it to wipe out an era again, there's no telling what tricks it might still have. Yuyan said, your caution is truly unmatched. Lin Moyo answered, after so much planning, I can't afford any mistakes at the end. She agreed, for the world will, it's just bad luck to have met someone like you. Indeed, the origin continent's world will was unlucky. It had been outmaneuvered step by step while it slept, and now it was trapped. Killing it wasn't difficult for Lin Moyo, but before that, he needed to let it kill him first, and make it look natural, without arousing suspicion. With Yuyan's fruit planted, the risk was minimized. Yuyan asked, your immortal jade needs time to restore you. Should I guard you during that period? Lin Moyo smiled and said nothing, but she could tell he already had arrangements. She watched with interest, as if enjoying a grand play. The drama unfolded in both the real and virtual worlds, and Yuyan watched both, missing nothing. Far away, the discernment beast also listened intently, which for it meant seeing he, too, watched the battle unfold. Back in the real world, Lin Moyo left the space of true spirit imprints. He had already taken most of them. The remaining ones were so tightly wrapped in world power that taking them would waste too much time, so he decisively gave up and charged into the outer Great Dao to battle the world will. After being affected by Yuyan's fruit, the world will went completely mad, unleashing all its power. The situation reversed under the pressure of Lin Moyo's formation giants. The world will had been losing, but now it regained the upper hand. Lin Moyo's own intervention didn't seem to change much. His Dao Lord level combat power was insignificant at this level. Still, his appearance drew many eyes. It's Lin Moyo, he's finally appeared. Why is he fighting personally? With his strength, he shouldn't get involved. Maybe he's desperate. After all, he's only using tricks to gather these powers, which should belong to the world will. The formation can't last forever. If he can't win quickly, he'll lose in the end. Many discussed, thinking Lin Moya was panicking because he couldn't win. But those with sharp eyes saw that while his skills were impressive for a Dao Lord, he was still far below the world will. Without the three giants, he'd have been crushed long ago. It seemed their suspicions were confirmed. The giant's power was waning, and Lin Moya's anxious expression grew more intense. Some Dao Lords whispered, the formation's power is running out, so he's desperate. He's doomed. He's been too overbearing for years, now it's time to pay. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. With the world will here, there's no need for another like him. I think it's a shame if he dies. He's done a lot of good. It would be a waste to lose someone like him. Everyone had their own opinions. Lin Moya continued his act, growing more anxious and fighting harder, but to little effect. He only provoked the world will further. The three formation giants' auras continued to weaken, as if their power was truly running out. The world will's killing intent intensified, ready to strike him down. In the soul void, it was the same. Countless undead servants fell, and the world will gained the upper hand. Lin Moya, too, looked troubled in the soul void, just as he did in reality. In Yuyan watched and secretly laughed. He really can act. She knew Lin Moya was faking. He was trying to fool the world will into thinking he was finished. She thought he was right. This way, he'd be absolutely safe. But considering her own fruit, she thought Lin Moya might be overly cautious. Once the fruit was planted, the world will would kill him anyway. Her Tao of cause and effect was not to be trifled with. Still, she was just doing her job. Whoever won, she'd be the winner. In both worlds, Lin Moya was at a disadvantage, and the world will grew stronger. In the real world, Lin Moya seemed to be on the brink of death several times, only surviving thanks to quick dodges. His anxious and angry expression was obvious to all. Suddenly, Lin Moya muttered, as expected, those two have arrived. In Yuyan was surprised who had come. The next moment, she sensed others approaching. In the real world, Lin Moya was completely overwhelmed, about to die at any moment. Suddenly, a voice thundered, stop. A beam of light shone from afar. The god of light charged into the world, appearing in the void. Chapter 40:31. Chapter 40:31, 4031. Chapter 40:31, Two Clowns. In the real world, the god of light suddenly descended in a blaze of radiance, exuding the aura of a great Dao Lord. His pressure swept across the origin continent, and he was no weaker than the world will itself. But the world will paid him no mind, slapping at Lin Moya, intent on killing him. I said, stop. The god of light unleashed 10,000 rays of light, blocking the strike for Lin Moya. The world will abruptly turn to the god of light. You dare to stop me? Now, reason was clouded by rage. Anyone who tried to stop it from killing Lin Moya was an enemy, a mortal foe. The god of light frowned, flicking a beam of light that exploded in the void. Purify. The radiance illuminated the outer great Tao. For a moment, a trace of reason appeared in the world will's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by murderous fury. The god of light was stunned. His purification technique had no effect. Then he realized what was happening with the world will and cried out, Karma, the eye of karma. He saw that the world will had been marked, and by none other than the Lord of Karma. His power could not affect the Lord of Karma's mark. Lin Moya looked at the god of light, his lips moving as a voice entered the god of light's soul, but out. The god of light froze for a moment, then roared, your business is my business. If you want to die, it won't be that easy. Only Lin Moya understood the true meaning. Others thought the god of light was protecting him. A being above even the great Dao Lord had appeared to stop the world will from killing Lin Moya. Everyone thought Lin Moya would be saved, but he only sighed, a little helpless. I knew you'd come. Good thing I was prepared. The god of light grinned. Then let's see. Suddenly, the space of the outer great Tao shattered, and the discernment beast's phantom appeared. Without a word, it let out a deep roar and charged at the god of light. The god of light recognized the discernment beast and knew how strong it was. With a startled cry, he immediately retreated, his eyes full of fear. He couldn't understand why the discernment beast would help Lin Moya, but there was no time to think. An eternal being, even just a phantom, was not weaker than himself. If he wasn't careful, he could be seriously injured or even killed. The closer one was to eternity, the more one understood the gap between a great Dao Lord and an eternal being. The god of light, cherishing his life, fled at once. In the soul void, and Yuyan watched and chuckled. So this was Lin Daoist's backup plan. Lin Moya laughed. There's still one more. Should I ask you to come out? And Yuyan was surprised. She followed Lin Moya's gaze. Though nothing seemed to be there, she sensed something unusual. Someone was hiding, and not many could hide from her. At least a great Dao Lord, and one skilled at concealment. Counting them, there were only one or two possibilities. Lord of Darkness. And Yuyan named the intruder. The void twisted, and the Lord of Darkness revealed himself. Lin Daoist, long time no see. Lin Moya smiled. Didn't expect you to return from the origin ancestral land. Looks like you've already met the god of light. The Lord of Darkness replied in a deep voice, that's right. Today you want to die, but I won't let you. Lin Moya sighed. Not even allowed to die, what a headache. I figured you two would come. He called out, human sovereign, would you mind? A voice answered from the void, no problem. In an instant, the human sovereign appeared before the Lord of Darkness and threw a punch. The human sovereign was always decisive. If there was a fight, he fought, no need for words. Human sovereign. The Lord of Darkness cried, throwing a punch in return. The void shook, cracks spreading everywhere. The Lord of Darkness was blasted away, screaming he was no match for the human sovereign in raw power. In terms of realm, the human sovereign was eternal, while he was only a great Dao Lord. The human sovereign gave him no chance to recover, shattering the void and chasing after him. The Lord of Darkness fled in disgrace, and whether he could survive the human sovereign's pursuit was uncertain, let alone interfere with Lin Moyo. Inyuyan hadn't expected the once mighty Lord of Darkness to become a beaten dog so quickly. She looked at Lin Moyo. You really planned this well. Lin Moyo replied, it's not that I'm so clever. I've made many enemies, but also some friends, so I had to be prepared. The God of Light and Lord of Darkness might not have come, but just in case, I needed a countermeasure. He didn't take the two of them seriously, he just didn't want them to ruin his plan. With the discernment beast and human sovereign driving off these two clowns, the world will in the real world, once again blinded by rage, rushed at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was once more in mortal peril. The onlookers were stunned, not knowing what had just happened. Weren't those people here to help Lin Moyo? It seemed like it, but maybe not. Who was that giant beast? It looked terrifying. This world has too many secrets, I can't figure out what Lin Moyo was really after. Everyone felt Lin Moyo was a walking mystery, a super enigma, impossible to fathom. The God of Light and Lord of Darkness were chased away like two clowns, and everything seemed to return to the starting point. The three formation giants seemed to recover a bit of strength, but soon fell behind again. This time, Lin Moyo's situation was even worse than before. After being interrupted, the world will seemed even stronger. Lin Moyo began to fight desperately, pushing his Tao Lord power to the limit, as if even his soul was burning. But it was useless against the world will, he was utterly suppressed by its repeated attacks. The three formation giants were beaten back to the origin continent, leaving Lin Moyo to face the world will alone. A giant palm descended, blocking out the sky and smashing down on Lin Moyo. His body was crushed, his soul obliterated. Facing the world will's full force strike, Lin Moyo died on the spot. At the same time, in the soul void, Lin Moyo's soul exploded in front of Inyuyan. All the undead servants vanished. A Tao Lord had fallen, the world mourned, and rain poured down on the origin continent. Everyone felt a deep sadness. He's dead. He really died. The world mourns, a Tao Lord has fallen, so he must be dead, but I don't think Lin Moyo would die so easily. Lin Moyo was indeed dead, body and soul destroyed, yet many felt it wasn't real. In recent years, Tao Lords had died one after another, only to revive again and again. Maybe Lin Moyo would do the same. Many thought it was possible somehow, they believed Lin Moyo would return. After killing Lin Moyo, the world will howled at the sky, venting its deepest rage. The fruit Inyuyan planted continued to work, clouding the world will's mind and making it believe Lin Moyo was truly dead. Chapter 4032. Chapter 4032, 4032. Chapter 4032, Freedom. Lin Moyo suppressed his own rebirth, allowing the immortal jade to take effect. Through his own death, he sought to comprehend the essence of the immortal jade while reflecting on his entire plan. Normally, when a living being dies, their true spirit imprint in a world disappears and everything disperses into the heavens and earth. Under the rules of the universe, the core true spirit then takes effect. According to certain rules, the true spirit will reincarnate in some world, becoming a new being. This is reincarnation. Where one reincarnates and what one becomes is unknown to all. However, for some beings who have reached a certain cultivation level and are deeply entangled with their world or due to powerful obsessions, their next life is highly likely to be reborn in the same world. Traces of them remain everywhere, and their soul is not fully dissipated. When the true spirit imprint reappears, it can bring memories of the previous life. That's one possibility. Another is if the world itself hasn't given up the true spirit imprint, then after death, the person either revives directly or is guaranteed to reincarnate in that world. Take Antares, for example, as a dragon. He is part of the first race born from the yin-yang origin of the origin continent in this era. The entire dragon race's true spirit imprints are deeply intertwined with the origin continent. Now that Antares has become the new dragon god and inherited the ancestral dragon's position, his true spirit is deeply branded into the world. That's why just using the heaven covering stone couldn't make the origin continent let go of Antares, forcing Lin Moyo to use the true spirit life technique to forcibly seize his true spirit. During this process, Lin Moyo realized his own true spirit was much the same, but he couldn't forcibly take his own true spirit imprint. He had to find another way. Ultimately, he decided to make the world will give him up voluntarily. To achieve this, he thought of Inyuyan. By having her plant the karmic fruit, the outcome was predetermined, greatly increasing his margin for error. Even if things changed, the result wouldn't. Lin Moyo's goal was for himself to die and his true spirit imprint to dissipate. The whole process went smoothly, with only the God of Light and Lord of Darkness as minor interruptions. Lin Moyo had prepared for this. He had already arranged with the discernment beast and the human sovereign that, if those two appeared, the discernment beast would handle the God of Light and the human sovereign would deal with the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness was from the outsider race, making the human sovereign the perfect counter. The outcome was excellent. The whole play was a success. The world will wanted nothing more than to grind Lin Moyo's bones to dust, and after killing him, it raged madly. Of course, Lin Moyo wasn't really dead. If he wished, he could revive in a second, but he forcibly suppressed rebirth, letting the immortal jade substitute for it. Even so, his true spirit imprint still existed. Just as he had expected, the heaven covering stone couldn't let his true spirit leave the origin continent. Now it was up to the world will's choice. Although Lin Moyo had arranged everything, at this step, the initiative was no longer his. The world will howled for a while, asserting its invincibility, then began attacking the origin continent. The continent's formation still held, preventing it from destroying the world. And with Lin Moyo having taken most of the true spirit imprints, it couldn't perform a mass sacrifice to break through to the eternal level. The world will was not stupid, it knew what to do, but under the influence of the Tao of Karma, it acted impulsively. It instinctively believed Lin Moyo must have hidden the true spirit imprints within the formation, so it tried to break the formation to retrieve them. Whether it would destroy the era and start over, or try to achieve eternity, it hadn't decided. Attack after attack landed on the origin continent's formation, but it didn't budge. The divine continent cauldron continually released power, making the continent impregnable. Meanwhile, the source spirit veins and the power of the outer great Tao were constantly drawn upon, making everyone on the continent feel heavy, their powers suppressed no matter how strong. Even Tao lords were reduced to ordinary people. Lin Moyo had thought it all through. This way, nothing could go wrong inside the formation, and he only had to face the world will. The world will, unable to break the formation and increasingly affected by karma, grew ever more furious and irrational. Suddenly, Lin Moyo's phantom appeared atop the divine continent cauldron. Impossible! You can't still be alive! The world will roared, growing more frenzied, attacking harder than ever. The aftershocks swept through the outer great Tao, forcing onlookers to retreat even farther. But the formation still didn't budge, and Lin Moyo's phantom seemed to mock the world will's impotence. Unable to break the formation, the world will could do nothing. Then, as if struck by a thought, it reached out and grabbed a true spirit imprint Lin Moyo's. Though Lin Moyo was dead, his true spirit imprint had not vanished. Die! The world will roared, crushing the imprint in its fist. The imprint shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the void. In Yuyan saw this and whispered, "It's done." Lin Moyo's plan had succeeded. Now he just had to wait for the immortal jade to revive him. In the immortal jade, laughter echoed, purple light swirling as Lin Moyo was reborn. With the shackle of the true spirit imprint gone, Lin Moyo felt a wave of relief. He was finally free. In Yuyan smiled, "Congratulations, Lin Deist, on your freedom." Lin Moyo chuckled, "Thank you." With a wave of his hand, his soul world finally left the origin continent. He condensed his soul world into his soul, making it portable. Now he could take it anywhere, and many previous restrictions no longer applied. In the soul void, the world will's avatar watched Lin Moyo's soul world depart, sensing something was wrong. But the influence of the Tao of Karma was too strong, so it didn't care, only roaring at the newly revived Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo smiled, "Now we can have a proper fight." In the real world, the supposedly dead Lin Moyo, wrapped in purple light, was reborn and appeared once more. He now controlled two bodies in both the real and virtual worlds. When people saw Lin Moyo return from the dead, no one was surprised. They felt all along he wouldn't die so easily. After all, recent years had shown that Tao lords could die and come back, and Lin Moyo's fake death tricks were well known, even if few understood the true reason. "You're not dead." The world will's roar echoed across the origin continent. Lin Moyo laughed, "If you want to kill me, you're not up to the task." Chapter 4033. Chapter 4033, 4033. Chapter 4033, Crushing. The true battle began. Now that Lin Moyo's true spirit imprint was gone, the world will had lost the ability to control his life and death. If the imprint had remained, the world will could have killed him through it, forcing him to die over and over as long as it wasn't completely destroyed. Everything done before, including planting the karmic fruit, was to make the world will personally crush the true spirit imprint. Now that it was done, it was time to send the world will on its way. Origin energy surged as Lin Moyo's cultivation rapidly soared. For the world will, this pitiful being whom he had schemed against so deeply, Lin Moyo gave it enough respect. He did not summon his undead servants to gang up, nor did he use the statues left by the celestial civilization. He wanted to use his own full power to give his opponent a worthy end. His realm kept rising, in both the real and virtual worlds, and in a blink, Lin Moyo reached the peak of the Tao Lord realm. In Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened at this moment. Lin Moyo was no weaker than herself. She even wondered if he had rejoined the great Tao and become a great Tao Lord again. But the next moment, her eyes nearly popped out. Lin Moyo's aura rose again, breaking through the Tao Lord realm. Though he had no Tao at this moment, and Yuyan clearly sensed Lin Moyo's cultivation had surpassed her own. To surpass her realm meant reaching the final step. He has taken that step? And Yuyan could hardly believe it, nor dared to think further. In both worlds, Lin Moyo's body and soul broke through simultaneously. Great Tao world-ending palm. In both worlds, he struck out with the same palm. The power used differed. In the real world, he used half his strength in the soul void, only 30%. The world will in the real world was a bit stronger, so he used more force. In the soul void, he was careful not to accidentally destroy the whole world with a single blow. As the great Tao world-ending palm appeared, the power of 10,000 Taos gathered. On the origin continent and the outer great Tao, every cultivator felt as if their own cultivation and realm were being drawn away, merging into that palm. The world will also punched out, kneading the palm head-on. Its fist shattered like tofu, and amid its unwilling roar, the world-ending palm smashed its body and scattered its will, utterly annihilating it. The palm print then vanished into the world's depths. Only then did everyone feel their power returning. What a terrifying palm. So this is Lin Moyo's true strength? Even the world will couldn't withstand that palm. Has Lin Moyo already become a legendary great Tao Lord? Maybe, but I think even a great Tao Lord might not survive that palm. Their shock turned to fear, then to submission. Even Tao Lords didn't dare oppose Lin Moyo anymore. Someone with endless schemes, overwhelming dominance, and unfathomable strength facing such a being, it was best to behave. In the soul void, the 30% strength world-ending palm also shattered the world will. The palm quickly dissipated, and Lin Moyo sensed the karma. He had accidentally killed a few people, but thankfully not too many. He didn't care about a bit of karmic backlash. His body and soul both shattered and were reborn in purple light. The after effects of the world-ending palm were unchanged. He still had to die once. After rebirth, Lin Moya's consciousness fully returned to the soul void. He bowed to Nguyen. Senior, my business here is done. Thank you for your help. Nguyen smiled. No need to be so polite, Lin Daist. I gained a lot myself and saw things I never imagined. Just now, Lin Daist. Lin Moya replied, you mean my realm just now, right? Nguyen nodded. If I'm not mistaken, you surpassed the Tao Lord realm. Lin Moya said, with the origin technique, I did briefly surpass the Tao Lord realm. As you know, that's the final step. I only barely touched the edge, not even half a step. Strictly speaking, I only brushed against it and only for a moment. Nguyen asked, do you know what that realm is? Lin Moya shook his head. I don't, but I once discussed it with the discernment beast, who called it transcendence. Transcendence. Nguyen murmured. Does that mean transcending this world? Lin Moya said, that's one way to put it, but to know for sure, you have to experience it yourself. It's an indescribable realm. No one could truly describe transcendence. Even the myriad spirits' pavilion's inheritance had no description of the saint spirit realm. To surpass one's own world, you could only do so according to that world's rules. Nguyen said, it seems you have hope of breaking through that last step. Lin Moya shook his head. It's difficult. From what I know, that step is extremely hard. I can only keep searching. Nguyen knew that step was hard, and didn't dwell on it. What do you plan to do with this world? Lin Moya replied, this world will become mine. After so much planning, I have to gain something. She didn't ask for details. Then I'll take my leave. If you need anything, contact me. Take care, senior. As she left, Nguyen's manner changed. She called herself Yuyan, signaling a closer relationship and recognizing Lin Moya as her peer. After that palm strike, she felt even she would have trouble withstanding it. After Nguyen left, Lin Moya turned his attention to the origin continent. The world there had been destroyed. For a new one to be born would take at least 10 million years. Now, with his true spirit imprint gone, the world considered Lin Moya an outsider. But since he'd lived there so long, the transition would take a year or 3. After that, the world would treat him as a foreigner, possibly drawing hostility from other beings. Lin Moya needed to finish his business before then. In the past, this would have been troublesome. Only the soul-seizing technique could solve it. But now, with the myriad spirits' secret art, he had a better way. He released the stolen true spirit imprints, letting them return to the world. Then he found the world's origin core, split off a wisp of soul, and used the spirit nurturing technique to nurture a new world spirit. As Nguyen left, her expression was complex. She had truly seen things that opened her eyes. Someone breaking through the Tao King realm. After leaving, she stopped and looked into the void. Human sovereign, please show yourself. With a soft laugh, the human sovereign appeared. Greetings, Deist Yuyan. She asked, why are you here? He replied, don't you know? Her expression changed. What are you planning? Chapter 40-34. Chapter 40-34, 4034. Chapter 40-34. One of my past lives was also a big shot. It was done. The spirit nurturing technique went smoothly. The wisp of Lin Moya's soul quickly merged into the world's origin core, fusing with it. His soul became will, using the world as a womb to nurture a new world will. The world will born from the spirit nurturing technique would become Lin Moya's subordinate, and with the spirit control technique, he could fully control it. Finally done. Lin Moya let out a long breath. Only now did everything feel truly complete. Although the plan had changed several times during execution, the final result remained unchanged. All his arrangements had worked. The world will had been schemed to death and hadn't been able to do anything. With the dust settled, Lin Moya felt an indescribable clarity, as if a great weight had been lifted and his heart was transparent. Lin Moya suddenly looked to the sky, his gaze piercing through the outer great Tao to another Tao, the immortality Tao. The immortality Tao revealed itself, casting a radiance only Lin Moya could see, shining down upon him. In this moment, his understanding of the immortality Tao surged like a tidal wave. He felt his cultivation rising, and vaguely saw his immortality Tao within the land of return. The once calm immortality Tao was now surging, the forces of life and death two extremes clashing and sending up countless waves. The immortality Tao was so unique that, in this world, only Lin Moya could comprehend it, making him exceptional. According to the Lord of Curses, the immortality Tao was not native to this world but descended from above, entering the land of return in a mysterious way and settling there. Some Eternals had tried to explore the immortality Tao, but none had succeeded. Since Lin Moya first comprehended the immortality Tao, he had never fully understood it, even after becoming a Tao Lord. Now, with his heart clear, that gap was rapidly closing. He felt himself moving step by step toward complete mastery of the immortality Tao. The immortality Tao loomed larger in his vision, giving him a surreal feeling. He couldn't tell if he was moving toward the Tao or if the Tao was coming to him. The sensation was both real and illusory, and even Lin Moya couldn't distinguish it. So he simply stopped trying, following his instincts. There was no danger anyway. If this was an epiphany, let it come as fiercely as possible. He was still on the origin continent, and after the recent great battle, all the strong could see him, but no one dared disturb him. Even if he were just in enlightenment, or even dead and a corpse, under the lingering awe of his power, no one would dare approach. With his heart clear and soul transparent, Lin Moya saw all causes and effects with perfect clarity. Unconsciously, he found himself standing atop the immortality Tao, feeling as if he completely controlled it. Power surged, his realm rose, and the connection between himself and the immortality Tao grew ever tighter. For some reason, Lin Moya felt this power was always meant to be his. It was as if his power wasn't rising, but returning. The immortality Dao radiated a sense of familiarity, as if saying, "You're finally back. Looks like one of my past lives was also extraordinary." Lin Moya realized that this feeling, the reason only he could comprehend the immortality Dao, the reason he crossed over from his previous world without a system, all stemmed from the fact that one of his past lives was truly remarkable. Some events in this life, like his system, might have been arranged by a past self. While this might seem strange, it wasn't impossible. Those who transcended the world, regardless of power, could do things ordinary people couldn't imagine. Perhaps one of his past lives was a transcendent. If so, this feeling made sense. But no matter the past, he lived in the present. Now, the immortality Dao was merging with him, and he was advancing toward becoming a Dao Lord. He didn't need to fight for the Dao like others, since only he could comprehend the immortality Dao. There was no one to contest it. Lin Moya's aura shook the origin continent. From the earth to the outer great Dao, every inch of space, every corner, every projected Dao, even the world's core, trembled. The shockwave spread, not just through the world but to every living being within it. At first, their bodies shook, then their souls. What's happening? Why am I shaking uncontrollably? What's going on? Even my power is shaking. Even their voices trembled as the world roared. Only Lin Moya knew the cause. The immortality Dao was merging with him, and he was advancing toward becoming a Dao Lord. The clash of life and death within the immortality Dao triggered tiny tremors, which, when transmitted outward, were infinitely amplified, causing the entire world to shake. The effect spread from the real world to the soul void, and even further. Yuyan, in conversation with the human sovereign, turned to look toward the origin continent and softly said, "Lin Deist is about to become a Dao Lord." The human sovereign was astonished, full of disbelief. So fast. He couldn't help but note that Lin Moya was so young, not even a fraction of his own age, yet was about to become a Dao Lord. When he was Lin Moya's age, he had only just reached the great Dao realm and knew nothing of being a Dao Lord. He achieved Dao Lord status at nearly 100,000 years old. Compared to Lin Moya, what was he? Even if Lin Moya was originally an eternal Dao Lord, just reincarnated, this speed was incredible. The human sovereign looked back at Yuyan. He's about to become a Dao Lord, and probably not far from eternity. Deist Yuyan, have you thought carefully about what I said? If you wait any longer, you might not get another chance. Yuyan frowned, considering his words. The human sovereign didn't press. Some things had to be decided by Yuyan herself. After a moment, Yuyan suddenly raised her hand, her 10 fingers weaving a lotus flower. "Plant the fruit." The lotus flew into her brow, and she shuddered, a trace of pain on her face, but then she smiled brilliantly. After planting the fruit, Yuyan had made her decision. "Human sovereign, after much thought, I've decided not to get involved. But I won't reveal what you told me. Still, let me advise you, don't do it. It will only lead to death." Chapter 40:35. Chapter 40:35, 4035. Chapter 40:35, Heaven and Earth celebrate, all Daos pay homage. Hearing Yuyan's words, the human sovereign was momentarily stunned. To die. For an eternal being like him, this word was so unfamiliar. He was eternal, how could he die? At most, he could fall silent for a time, but would always return. Yet Yuyan was also an eternal. She would not speak idly. The human sovereign asked, "Can you be more specific?" Yuyan shook her head slightly. "I have glimpsed the fruit. If you persist, you truly will die. Don't doubt it, eternals can be killed. You saw Lin Deist's palm, didn't you? He held back most of his strength. If he went all out, do you think you could withstand it? In the future, when Lin Deist enters the land of return, if he targets your Dao, will your heavenly Dao be able to resist?" The human sovereign frowned deeply. To make a move in the land of return unless he's gone mad, that one wouldn't allow it. Yuyan replied, "That one won't interfere." The human sovereign's expression changed. "Is this only what you saw?" Yuyan nodded. Lin Deist's return is the trend of destiny, unstoppable by human effort. Anyone who stands in his way will be crushed to powder. That's all I'll say. If you still want to act, I won't stop you, but don't expect to drag me into it. With that, Yuyan left, and the human sovereign did not stop her. Clearly, the human sovereign was considering her words. After all, they were both at the same level, and he could not ignore her warning. In the end, he looked toward the origin continent, sighed, and slowly shook his head. It seems this path is closed. Lin Moya felt himself merging with the immortality Dao, able to use 80% of its power, many times stronger than before. But he was still half a step from truly stepping into the Dao's essence. Now he fully understood the difference between a Dao Lord and a Dao Lord. A Dao Lord is indeed much stronger than a Dao Lord, mainly due to a change in status. From a user and manipulator of the Dao, one becomes its owner. A Dao Lord manipulates the Dao, a Dao Lord owns it, able to strip any Dao Lord of access to that Dao. Once a Dao has a Dao Lord, no Dao Lord can compete. At a Dao Lord's whim, Dao Lords cannot use the Dao's power at all. Without the Dao's power, what are they? Thus, even among Dao Lords, the gap between a Dao Lord and an ordinary Dao Lord is vast like heaven and earth. But the gap between a Dao Lord and an Eternal is not as great. The Eternal's advantage is entering the land of return and gaining the world's recognition. As long as their Dao remains in the land of return, they cannot die. That's the Eternal's advantage. In terms of power, they are somewhat stronger, but the gap is not as large as between Dao Lord and Dao Lord. The immortality Dao was special. Lin Moya had not yet entered the land of return, so he could control about 80% of the Dao's power. The remaining 20% was the difference between an Eternal and a Dao Lord. Having achieved Tao Lord, Lin Moyo understood many truths and the distinctions between levels. Vaguely, he saw the limit of the world. He knew that beyond was the world's ultimate limit. The world finally calmed, no longer trembling, but the rumbling grew even louder. Infinite rays of light shone from heaven and earth, enveloping the origin continent. Daos appeared in the sky, some not even present on the origin continent. All the Daos shone and resonated, as if celebrating Lin Moyo. A new Dao Lord had appeared in the world. All Daos paid homage. All cultivators above the great Dao realm simultaneously received a message from heaven and earth. Lin Moyo had become a Dao Lord. Whoosh! All at the great Dao realm, willing or not, simultaneously knelt. The might of heaven and earth forced them to bow to the Dao Lord and offer their blessings. Whether they wanted to or not, they had no choice. Heaven and earth are infinite, cultivators are infinite, the great Dao realm is infinite, Dao Lords are infinite, but there can only be one Dao Lord per Dao. Thus, a Dao Lord's status is fundamentally different from all other cultivators in the eyes of heaven and earth. Lin Moyo chuckled. What a commotion. He hadn't expected becoming a Dao Lord would cause such a stir. Heaven and earth celebrating, all Daos paying homage. As he received the world's congratulations, Lin Moyo also received a message. Within 1,000 years, he must enter the origin ancestral land and remain there for 1,000 years before returning. This is the Dao Lord's mission, assigned by the rules of heaven and earth. Every 10,000 years, a Dao Lord must spend 5,000 years in the origin ancestral land, and after each entry, must wait 1,000 years before returning. As for what to do inside, he would only find out after entering. The world granted Lin Moyo the authority to open the passage at will. Among the myriad Daos, Lin Moyo vaguely saw a pair of eyes, those of the Candle Dragon, who had also come to celebrate. Didn't expect him to come congratulate me, how rare. The Candle Dragon's eyes sent 2 beams of light as a congratulatory gift. Lin Moyo closed his eyes, enjoying the world's celebration, feeling his physical body strengthen further. His body had always been among the strongest at his level, rivaled only by those who specialized in body cultivation. After all, he had tempered his body with the power Dao countless times. Now, under the tempering of heaven and earth, his body grew even stronger. His soul, however, remained unchanged, already at the world's limit any further, and he would transcend the world and be rejected by it. After a long while, the Daos faded and the world returned to peace. Lin Moyo stood in the void, as if he were the world's center, with everything revolving around him. It felt strange, but when everyone felt it, it became fact. The origin continent truly was Lin Moyo's world now. He was already nurturing a new world will, which would become his subordinate. More precisely, this world belonged to Lin Moyo. Any future world will would merely be his tool for managing it. With a wave, Lin Moyo released Antares' true spirit imprint, returning it to the origin continent. The matter was resolved. Antares no longer needed to seek a new world or enter Lin Moyo's great thousand world. He could remain peacefully as the dragon god of the origin continent. As for his recent death, just count it as a wasted effort, and take a few tens of thousands of years to recover. One could imagine how frustrated Antares would be when he learned all this. He'd just been a bit player, got hurt, and it was all for nothing. There are gains and losses. But thinking of how Antares was fancied by Longi, maybe it wasn't such a loss. Suddenly, countless voices came from all directions. Greetings, Dao Lord. All cultivators above the great Dao realm bowed to Lin Moyo. Chapter 4036. Chapter 4036, 4036. Chapter 4036. Don't worry, I won't force anything. Lin Moyo calmly accepted the worship of countless cultivators on the origin continent. As a Dao Lord, he was fully deserving of this. With a sweep of his gaze, everything on the origin continent was laid bare before him. There were no secrets left. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I forgot about them. In a corner, there were still 7 Dao Lords lying unconscious, remnants from the previous 2 eras whom he had knocked out and left unattended. You don't belong to this era anymore. Dust to dust, disperse. The immortality Dao surged down, unleashing the power of death. The 7, still unconscious, had their bodies corroded and perished in an instant, body and Dao both erased. Now that Lin Moyo had become a Dao Lord, his power had increased so much that dealing with these Dao Lords was effortless. Lin Moyo looked toward the heavens and spoke, his voice echoing across the world, rise, all of you. The world will be as usual. There will be no more world burial events. You can cultivate in peace. If you have the chance, perhaps you too can achieve the Dao Lord's path. Thank you, Dao Lord. Everyone replied in unison. Lin Moyo nodded and vanished in a single step. Back at his courtyard in Uedao City, Little Yuan and the others excitedly gathered around. Everything had gone smoothly, with no casualties. Lin Moyo had prepared for the worst. If his arrangements failed, the world will might have dragged many down with it, and even Little Wu, Little Mei, and the others might not have survived. But now, this was the best possible outcome. After chatting for a while, he shifted his consciousness and entered the soul void, heading toward where Antares was. Now that he was a Dao Lord, he moved even faster. Along the way, he sensed many changes. The undead servants had grown stronger, none were weaker than himself. However, the Daos they wielded came from the Great Thousand World, and only through chaotic energy could they exert such power in this world. Lin Moyo's attention turned to the Great Thousand World. His successful advancement to Dao Lord was due not only to his clear Dao heart but, most importantly, to the Great Thousand World's rapid strengthening. With the nourishment of wild beast essence, world crystals, and other resources, the Great Thousand World had evolved in a short time, completing a journey that would take other worlds hundreds of millions of years. The strength of the Great Thousand World determined Lin Moyo's cultivation. Sealing its growth was key to his breakthrough. Now, with the world stronger, the region of chaotic energy had expanded, allowing more undead servants. Their number increased from 1.1 trillion to 1.3 trillion. Though the increase wasn't huge, each undead servant was now almost as strong as a Dao Lord, an utterly terrifying prospect. No one could imagine what it would be like if over 1,000,000,000 Dao Lords charged out at once. He checked his other techniques. Each spell has grown a bit stronger, but overall, the changes aren't huge. After all, a Dao Lord is still at the Dao Lord level unless you change realms. The difference between techniques isn't that great. The world tree had also grown, now even larger and still enveloping his expanded soul world. Now that his soul world was free to move with him, everything was much more convenient. At least in the soul void, he no longer needed to store undead servants in his spatial ring. They could be replenished at any time if destroyed. Still, Lin Moya was puzzled. Where did all these undead servants come from? Why were there so many, seemingly endless? Even as a Dao Lord, he hadn't figured it out. He had a sense that the secrets about himself might already surpass this world. The more he understood about the world, the clearer it became. The chaos seed still clung to the roots of the world tree in the chaos world, absorbing chaotic energy. Its recovery would take a long time, but for now, it didn't matter. He let it be. A day later, Lin Moya rushed to the world where Antares was. Both Antares and the world-sealing Dao Lord were safe. Longi was guarding them, and when she saw Lin Moya, surprise flashed in her eyes. You became a Dao Lord. That Lin Moya had become a Dao Lord so quickly was beyond Longi's understanding. Becoming a Dao Lord was never easy. Even the breakthrough process could take thousands or at least hundreds of years. But for Lin Moya, it had only been a matter of days. Lin Moya said, "Thank you, Dragon Deist, for guarding them." Longi replied, "No need to thank me. I didn't expect you to become a Dao Lord so quickly. Your foundation is truly astonishing." Lin Moya smiled, "You flatter me, Dragon Deist. I was just lucky." Longi asked, "Did you take care of everything over there?" Lin Moya nodded, "The world will is gone." Longi asked, "And him? What do you plan to do?" She was referring to Antares. Lin Moya said, "He probably doesn't want to leave after all. This is his home. I've already returned his true spirit imprint to the world. If he wants to go elsewhere in the future, I won't stop him. As for you, Dragon Deist, if you want to do anything, as long as it's consensual, I won't interfere." Longi smiled, "Don't worry, I won't force anything." She then asked, "When do you plan to enter the origin ancestral land?" Lin Moya replied, "I haven't decided yet. As long as I go within 1,000 years, there's no rush." Once he entered the origin ancestral land, he truly wouldn't be able to interfere with Antares' fate. Longi said, "Here's a suggestion, you can leave a clone here. That way, if anything happens, you can still handle it." Lin Moya was puzzled. The origin ancestral land is so far away. Would a clone be useful? Longi shook her head, "Not for others, but for Dao Lords, yes. Heaven and earth give us special privileges. Even if we're in the origin ancestral land, we can still communicate with and control our clones. Otherwise, since we spend half of every 10,000 years in the ancestral land, who would handle things here? People like us, after cultivating so far, always have some enemies. They often take advantage of our absence to cause trouble. So, don't tell anyone when you plan to enter the origin ancestral land. Go secretly." Longi spoke with the wisdom of experience, sharing some common sense. Lin Moya asked, "What exactly do we do in the origin ancestral land?" Longi replied, "What else? We fight. You'll know the details when you get there. The rules of heaven and earth don't allow us to reveal it here." She glanced at the void and winked, signaling she couldn't say more. Her expression was vivid. Though a Dao Lord, she wasn't as reserved as those from the human race. Thinking of Antares, he seemed similar. The two were quite a match. A year later, the world-sealing Dao Lord was the first to revive from the immortal jade. Lin Moya explained what had happened and helped him nurture a new world spirit in this world. Since the world-sealing Dao Lord's true spirit imprint was gone, returning would be difficult. Better to stay in a new world, which, with its superior formation and Dao projections, suited him better. About half a year later, Antares also recovered. Chapter 4037. Chapter 4037, 4037. Chapter 4037, Target, Origin Ancestral Land. Antares woke up. After Lin Moya told him what had happened, Antares was so frustrated he could die, letting out one dragon roar after another. It wasn't until Longi gave him a slap that he finally quieted down. Longi gave him a look. "You're a great Dao Lord, aren't you? It's just a little thing, what are you yelling for?" Antares snorted, "What do you know?" Lin Moya laughed, "He's just yelling for my benefit, don't mind him, that's just how he is." Antares replied, feeling a bit wronged, "Wasn't this all your fault? I'm so badly injured, it'll probably take tens of thousands of years to recover." Lin Moya said, "Plans can't keep up with changes. I didn't expect things to turn out this way, but at least it's all resolved now. Just rest and recover. 40,000 years will go by fast." Longi said, "If you want to recover faster, I can help you." Her gaze was intense, and Antares immediately understood what she meant. He replied, a little embarrassed, "Tens of thousands of years is fine. I can't just sell myself over this." Longi snorted and ignored him. Lin Moya could see that although Longi looked a bit displeased, her gaze toward Antares was only getting more heated. After all, a dragon like him was a rare treasure among the dragon race. After chatting for a while, Lin Moya took Antares back, and Longi also said her goodbyes. But before leaving, she said she'd be coming to find Antares soon. Of course, she meant in the real world, not the soul void. With the mark she'd left in Antares' true spirit, it wouldn't be hard for her to find him. Lin Moya gave Longi a divine rune. With it, she could enter the origin continent, and as long as she didn't do anything to harm it, the origin continent wouldn't attack her. Antares had no objections. In fact, Lin Moya knew he was quite happy about it. Antares definitely wanted to cling to Long Yi's thigh, so he'd played hard to get. He knew that being with Long Yi would bring him great benefits, and maybe he could even become a great Dao Lord himself, but only if Long Yi truly cooperated with him, not just took him as breeding stock. After returning to the origin continent, Lin Moya left the soul void and instantly appeared before Antares, giving him another careful check. "You're in better shape than I thought. At most, you'll need 20,000 years to recover, and with Long Yi's help, it'll be even faster." Antares said, "You're heading to the origin ancestral land next, right?" Lin Moya nodded. "I'll prepare, leave a clone here to watch over things, then I'll go." Antares said, "Be careful in the origin ancestral land." Lin Moya had told him before that going there meant fighting, not sightseeing. Even if Antares didn't fully understand, he knew that if great Dao Lords were being summoned there to fight, the enemies must be dangerous. Lin Moya had some guesses and smiled. "Don't worry, I have a pretty good idea who the enemies are. With my strength, you don't need to worry about me." Antares thought of Lin Moya's methods and nodded. "Yep, it's those guys who should be worried, not you." Lin Moya laughed. "Hopefully when I get back, you'll already be a father." Antares grinned. "You never know." With his playing hard to get strategy, Long Yi was already hooked, and Antares clearly had his own plans. Lin Moya began preparing his clone. According to Long Yi, the clone needed to be strong enough at least 30% of his main body's power, or it wouldn't be able to hold off enemies. That wasn't a problem as long as he left some undead servants, it would be enough. With undead servants around, the clone's strength was secondary. As Lin Moya saw it, his only truly dangerous enemies were the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness. They might try to cause trouble while he was away in the origin ancestral land. The Lord of Curses probably wouldn't target the ancestral land. His goal was Lin Moya's physical body. Now that Lin Moya was a great Dao Lord, his next step was to become an eternal being like the Lord of Curses. The Lord of Curses would definitely act before that happened, and it wouldn't be long. Lin Moya had asked the discernment beast about the Lord of Curses, but even it didn't know where he'd gone. After all, if the Lord of Curses didn't make a move, no one would know. Enemies lurking in the shadows were the most troublesome. All Lin Moya could do was prepare for whatever came. He began setting up formations again, standing between the origin continent and the outer Great Dao, sending out countless divine runes. This formation wrapped around the entire world, linking with the previous formation and extending into both the real and soul void worlds, turning the world into a fortress. With his current strength, the formation could block even great Dao Lords, so even if the God of Light and Lord of Darkness showed up, they couldn't do anything to the origin continent. It took Lin Moya a full 100 years to complete the formation. About 70 years ago, Long Yi arrived at the origin continent. Seeing Lin Moya busy with the formation, she didn't disturb him and went straight to find Antares. Lin Moya focused on his work and ignored them. After 100 years, the formation was finished. Lin Moya tested and confirmed it was flawless, then handed control to Dao Venerable Hao and the others, just like before, to be operated together with Little Mei and the rest. With a wave, he retrieved the Divine Continent Cauldron. During the formation process, he had already used the formation to suppress all the spirit veins, so even without the cauldron, the origin spirit veins would remain stable and not affect the beings of the world. The old sword Dao Lord could do it back then, so for Lin Moya it was even easier. The Divine Continent Cauldron was a treasure from the birth of the world, even older than the world itself. Using it just to suppress spirit veins was a waste. Besides, the cauldron seemed eager to return to the world tree as soon as it was back. It flew to the tree's branches, as if it belonged there. Lin Moya had a feeling that the world tree and the Divine Continent Cauldron were always meant to be together. Once everything was ready, Lin Moya went to the Soul Void to find the Discernment Beast and asked it to help watch over the origin continent. After paying a certain price, the Discernment Beast agreed. If real danger came to the origin continent, it would act. Lin Moya knew the Discernment Beast's strength on the surface. It seemed similar to an emperor, but it was probably stronger. After all, it had survived from another domain to this one, and no one knew its true power. With the Discernment Beast and his own preparations, Lin Moya could finally rest easy. A few years later, far from the origin continent, a passage to the origin ancestral land opened with a thunderous roar. Chapter 4038. Chapter 4038, 4038. Chapter 4038, Lin Moya's story. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Lin Moya left the origin continent. During that century, legends about Lin Moya never ceased. Some news spread from Uedeo City, explaining what had happened back then. Cultivators from Uedeo City who traveled abroad brought stories with them. According to the stories, the origin continent had gone through two eras, the insect race era and the Buddhist race era. Both eras were ultimately buried and destroyed. The one behind these buried eras was the world will. In the stories, the world will tried to sacrifice all living beings in the world in order to break through to a higher realm. But in the end, this sacrifice was stopped by Lin Moya, who became the hero who saved the entire world. These stories spread widely across the origin continent, spawning many versions, but the content was mostly the same. The evil of the world will, and the righteousness of Lin Moya, never changed. In the stories, Lin Moya's genius was beyond belief. He surpassed all the geniuses of three eras, standing alone at the top, unmatched by anyone. The stories eventually reached the outer Great Dao. Some people scoffed, admitting Lin Moya was strong, but doubting the so-called three eras. But others believed there must be some truth to the rumors even if the stories were exaggerated. The gist was correct. After all, many had witnessed the madness of the world will. The world will really did have the power to destroy an era, and the whole process, combined with Lin Moya's arrangements, matched the stories. In the end, whether true or false was no longer important. The most important thing was that this world now truly belonged to Lin Moyo. Even though Lin Moyo never declared himself the master of the world, everyone knew in their hearts that this world was under his control. Uedeo City had become the core holy land of the world, with countless visitors every day. In Uedeo City, there stood a 10,000-meter-tall statue modeled after Lin Moyo. Over the past century, many places on the Origin continent had erected statues of Lin Moyo, but the largest was in Uedeo City. Perhaps out of awe for Lin Moyo's power, no one dared disrespect the statues. Instead, many came daily to pray before them. Lin Moyo's image, battling heaven and earth, had become the idol of countless cultivators. Everyone wanted to become the next Lin Moyo. For 100 years, the Origin continent had enjoyed peace and stability, with no major conflicts, and it seemed the future would be the same. Lin Moyo's prestige had not diminished at all. In fact, as the stories spread, his worshippers only grew in number. Although new geniuses kept emerging, people always compared them to Lin Moyo, only to realize just how monstrous Lin Moyo truly was. Outside the Origin continent, in the world's mist, two figures appeared. Separated by billions of miles, they watched the Origin continent, seeing everything that happened there. Space was no barrier to their eyes. Heh! A cold laugh sounded. Who would have thought, one of us is darkness, the other light, and we'd end up joining forces against a single enemy? With that laugh, the Lord of Darkness revealed himself. In front of him, the God of Light also gazed at the Origin continent. He folded his wings and murmured, "There's no need to say such things. There are no eternal enemies in this world. We just walk different DAOs. No matter what our DAOs are, even if we were enemies before, it doesn't matter. What matters now is dealing with Lin Moyo. He's already become a great DAO lord. We can't kill him." Both the Lord of Darkness and the God of Light knew how formidable Lin Moyo was. Both had suffered at his hands and only survived by fleeing to the Origin ancestral land. The Lord of Darkness chuckled, "Even if we can't kill him, we can destroy his world and kill all his friends and family. When he returns from the Origin ancestral land and finds everything gone, I wonder what his expression will be." His laugh was chilling, full of murderous intent, like a beast lurking in the dark. The God of Light said, "But how can you be sure he really went to the Origin ancestral land?" The Lord of Darkness replied, "I snuck into his world for more than 10 years and found he wasn't there. Besides, 100 years ago, both of us saw the passage to the Origin ancestral land open, and someone entered. It wasn't far from here. Besides, if this were a trap, I would have been discovered when I snuck in. With his strength, I doubt I could have hidden from him." The God of Light was still pondering, not making a decision right away. The Lord of Darkness continued, "You found this place based on your old memories, but you're still afraid to make a move. So what's the point of coming here? Don't forget how embarrassing it was last time. Now we're probably the laughingstock of those guys." The God of Light's face darkened. When he fought Lin Moyo before, he was forced to flee to the Origin ancestral land, a shameful thing. Later, in the ancestral land, he ran into the Lord of Darkness and realized they'd both escaped from Lin Moyo. So they joined forces to deal with Lin Moyo. Using information left by the celestial race, the God of Light found the Origin continent's location. He knew the Origin continent had a world will, and, using a treasure, deduced that Lin Moyo would have to deal with the world will, leading to a great battle. They planned to take advantage of the chaos and have the world will kill Lin Moyo for them. They knew that even together, they'd struggle to kill Lin Moyo head-on, but with the world will's help, it would be easier. But they miscalculated. Lin Moyo had anticipated them, arranging for the discernment beast and the human sovereign to handle them. They were forced to flee in disgrace. The God of Light said, "You're right. If we've found this place but don't act, there's no point. But Lin Moyo is cunning. We can't be careless. Let's wait a bit longer." After becoming a great DAO lord, he must enter the Origin ancestral land within 1,000 years, and once inside, he must stay for at least 1,000 years before returning. Destroying his world won't take that long. We can wait a few more centuries. The Lord of Darkness wasn't in a hurry. He just wanted an answer. "Fine, let's wait." In a flash, another 500 years passed. During those 5 centuries, Lin Moyo never reappeared. Only his legend continued to spread. The number of people who worshipped him only grew. Finally, in the 600th year after Lin Moyo became a great DAO lord, the sky over the Origin continent suddenly darkened. Not just the Origin continent, the entire outer heaven DAO darkened as well. Endless darkness surged from the mists outside the world, beginning to envelop everything. Above the world, a formation blazed to life, and a giant appeared. This was not the world will, but something even greater, manifesting as the world's guardian. Fists rained down, scattering the darkness. From within the darkness, countless phantoms charged out, attacking the formation from all sides. The giant and the darkness clashed, evenly matched. Countless Great DAO realm cultivators and several Great DAO lords appeared on the outer Great DAO, watching this sudden, epic battle. Some DAO lords looked grim. A Great DAO lord is invading. Chapter 4039. Chapter 4039, 4039. Chapter 4039, finally waiting for you too. The invasion of a Great DAO lord made the faces of many DAO lords and Great DAO realm cultivators turn extremely grim. Fortunately, the formation Lin Moyo had set up was holding, so the world was not in immediate danger. The giant fought fiercely against the darkness. The Lord of Darkness manifested endless phantoms, not strong individually, but attacking the formation from countless angles. The dark Great DAO was corrosive, and under its erosion, the formation was gradually weakening. Within the world, several DAO lords whispered, "If the formation breaks, we're all dead. Even if our strength is meager, we can't just stand by and watch. Let's fight, just like when we faced the outer heaven celestials and the Black Blood realm. Even if we die, at least we'll relieve some pressure on the formation. Then let's fight." Everyone roared in unison, ready to charge into battle. The cultivators of the Origin continent were courageous, especially those who had survived the great catastrophe. They were brimming with fighting spirit. They rushed toward the outer formation, prepared to fight with all their might. Suddenly, a light pierced the darkness, dazzling the eyes. But this light did not bring hope, it brought destruction. The intense light turned into a giant sword, slashing down on the formation like the will of the heavens. The formation rumbled and shook, cracks appearing. The immense power poured through the cracks into the world. The Dao Lords and Great Dao Realm cultivators who had just charged forward were knocked down like raindrops by the force. The Dao Lords looked grim, and many Great Dao Realm cultivators were injured. The power gap between a Great Dao Lord and them was too great, even the aftershocks were unbearable. At that moment, another formation appeared within the Origin continent. This formation merged with the world's main formation, and the cracks quickly healed. Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Moyo had actually set up more than one layer of formation. The Origin spirit veins and countless great Daos poured their power into the formation. The once precarious formation was instantly stabilized. The intense light appeared again, breaking through the darkness and turning into countless blades that struck the formation. The giant formed by the formation now wielded a massive sword, blocking most of the attacks. Still, many attacks landed on the formation, causing dazzling flashes and making the world shine brilliantly. At this moment, Haodao Venerable and Little Mei, among others, flew out of Uedao City. Another formation appeared in the city, and they entered it to control the grand formation. With someone operating it, the formation's power increased, the giant roared, and countless sword lights scattered the world's mist. The God of Light and the Lord of Darkness, who had been hiding in the world's mist, finally revealed themselves. The God of Light pointed a finger, his wings behind him bursting with radiance, transforming into countless blades that swept down like a storm upon the formation. The Lord of Darkness spewed black energy, which turned into dark evil spirits that gnawed madly at the formation. Lin Moya's formation was strong, but under their combined assault, it was still weakening. Anyone could see that just relying on the formation, two great Dao Lords working together would eventually break it. Some people showed looks of despair. Where is Lin Moyo? Where did he go? The formation alone can't hold for long. Only Lin Moyo can save us. I don't know, he hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Maybe he's already left. Some wailed in despair, some remained silent, and others were filled with fighting spirit. Even knowing they would die, they were still willing to fight 10 times over. Everyone reacted differently, reflecting their unique Dao hearts and the choices they made in crisis. Darkness enveloped the world, and the last traces of light were stripped away. The world was sinking into despair. Great Dao Realm cultivators summoned their Daos, trying to brighten the world again. The Yin-Yang origin shone brilliantly, but under the shroud of darkness, even its light was weaker than before. A Dao Lord noticed something was wrong and shouted, "They're cutting off the Daos." All Daos originate from the Origin ancestral land, even the Yin-Yang origin. The Lord of Darkness used his great Dao power to shroud the world, severing the Daos and cutting off the Origin continent from their influence. When that happened, the formation would fail, and cultivators would be powerless. The process wasn't fast, but it brought utter despair. Watching their power slowly fade and be stripped away was enough to break many people. The God of Light's attacks were relentless, constantly draining the formation's strength. With the Lord of Darkness's help, the Origin continent was plunged into hopelessness. But Lin Moya still hadn't appeared, making the two great Dao Lords certain he had gone to the Origin ancestral land, so they acted even more recklessly. The Lord of Darkness said, "That guy didn't even leave a clone behind." The God of Light replied coldly, "Maybe he just didn't know after all, he only just became a great Dao Lord." The Lord of Darkness laughed, "All the better. I want to see his face when he comes back from the Origin ancestral land to find his world gone and all his friends and family dead." Within the dragon race of the Origin continent, Long Yi looked at the void. "You really don't want me to act?" Antares showed no worry at all and said calmly, "No need. That brat has a plan. Those two are dead for sure." Long Yi asked, "He's going to kill great Dao Lords?" Great Dao Lords aren't easy to kill. Even Long Yi could only drive them off, never actually kill them. Antares replied, "They're just great Dao Lords. For that brat, it's just a matter of whether he wants to kill them or not." Long Yi wondered, "Then why hasn't he acted yet?" Antares shook his head. "Who knows? That brat never miscalculates. Just wait." Over the centuries, Antares and Long Yi's relationship had changed. Long Yi now spent most of her time on the Origin continent, and Antares would sometimes visit her world. Long Yi had developed real feelings and no longer saw Antares just as breeding stock. The two dragons cultivated together, and Antares had recovered well over the centuries. At this rate, he'd be fully healed in a few thousand years, saving tens of thousands of years of recovery time. The formation grew weaker and weaker. Some people's Dao hearts collapsed from fear. Others clenched their fists, determined to fight even knowing they would die. The Lord of Darkness grinned savagely. "The formation's about to break." The God of Light said nothing, but his attacks became even more ferocious. Suddenly, the world's mist was blasted apart, and countless golden swords swept through, piercing the mist. The two's faces changed dramatically. The Lord of Darkness hid in the shadows to dodge, while the God of Light folded his wings into a shield to block. The golden sword struck the God of Light, making a thunderous sound and forcing him back. "Lin Moyu!" The God of Light shouted through gritted teeth from behind his wings. His voice was full of hatred and also a trace of fear. From the distant mist, endless brilliant light shot forth, dispersing the darkness and illuminating the universe. The Lord of Darkness was forced into the open, unable to hide in the darkness any longer. A larger formation appeared, like a giant eggshell, enveloping the entire Origin continent including the God of Light and Lord of Darkness. Lin Moya's voice slowly rang out, "Finally, I've waited for you too." That wasn't easy. Chapter 4040. Chapter 4040, 4040. Chapter 4040, The Heaven and Earth Battlefield. When the Lord of Darkness heard Lin Moya's voice, he immediately bristled. You didn't go to the origin ancestral land. Lin Moya's projection appeared within the formation, overlooking everyone like a god, gazing into the darkness. What do you think? The Lord of Darkness replied coldly, I think you did go to the origin ancestral land, and what's left here is just a clone. He had personally seen the passage to the origin ancestral land open and someone enter. Based on his countless experiences entering and exiting the origin ancestral land, once you entered the passage, you had to go and there was no turning back. So Lin Moya must have gone, and what was left was only a clone. If it was just a clone, there was nothing to fear. Even if Lin Moya had left a formation, there was no way he could trap and kill the two of them with it. Eventually, the formation would be broken, and Lin Moya still wouldn't be able to protect this world. The God of Light blocked another wave of attacks, spreading his wings and staring at Lin Moya's projection, eyes full of murderous intent. He said in a low voice, enough talk. Attack the world, I'll handle the formation. Darkness devours heaven. The Lord of Darkness shouted. Black energy erupted from him, forming a giant mouth in the darkness that bit toward the origin continent. The God of Light hovered above him, wings spread wide, transforming into an endless shield that protected them both. With the God of Light's protection, the Lord of Darkness attacked with all his might, trying to break the formation as quickly as possible. He knew the God of Light's defense was formidable no matter how strong Lin Moya's formation was, it couldn't break through the God of Light's defense in a short time. As long as he was fast enough, Lin Moya's world would still be finished. Light and darkness working together, such a thing was almost unheard of, but now it was happening just to deal with Lin Moya. A cold laugh echoed from the void. Ha! Countless undead servants surged from all directions, instantly reaching the battlefield. The appearance of the undead servants completely shattered the two's hopes. Each undead servant's aura was no weaker than a Heaven Dao being. Maybe one-on-one they weren't a match, but with such numbers, the two great Dao lords were doomed. Now, there were not just millions but tens of millions of undead servants, densely packed and overwhelming. The God of Light couldn't believe it. How can his puppets be this strong? He had fought undead servants before they had great Dao Lord level combat power, which was already shocking. He thought that was their limit, but now their power had soared again, nearly matching a great Dao Lord. If there were only 100 or 2, he could handle it. But now, with tens of millions, how could they possibly win? The undead servants wielded countless great Daos, unleashing all sorts of attacks in a dense barrage. In the void, endless great Daos appeared, and behind the Heaven Dao was a powerful world. The Great Thousand World projected itself, enveloping the area. Inside the formation, Lin Moya's voice echoed, Dao Severance. The Great Thousand World resonated with the origin continent, the triple formation roared to life, and under this immense power, darkness receded and light scattered. The God of Light and the Lord of Darkness's faces changed drastically, filled with terror. Just before, they had been cutting off the origin continent's Daos, now Lin Moya was cutting off theirs. They didn't understand how Lin Moya had done it, but the fact was, he had. Both could clearly feel their own great Dao powers fading, growing weaker and weaker. Go! The God of Light decided instantly. They knew if they didn't leave now, they'd never get the chance. Fighting their way out was impossible against tens of millions of undead servants. Not to mention, there was still a terrifying formation outside. Their only escape was to flee to the origin ancestral land. Fleeing there a second time was humiliating, but they had no choice. If they didn't, they would die after all. They weren't eternal yet, they could really be killed. Go! The Lord of Darkness echoed. The two simultaneously opened a passage to the origin ancestral land. The ancestral land's projection descended, the passage opened, and two rays of light enveloped them. Suddenly, they both felt a surge of origin energy, as if a terrifying being had descended, its pressure making them tremble in fear. Great Dao world-ending palm. With a soft shout, a terrifying palm print appeared in the heavens, striking the projection of the origin ancestral land. With a roar, cracks spread across the projection and the passage, as if they might shatter at any moment. How is this possible? No way, absolutely impossible. They cried out in shock. The origin ancestral land was the place where all Daos originated, the most noble and mysterious place in existence. Even as a projection, it possessed the essence of the ancestral land. They had entered and exited it countless times and knew this well. Yet now, the projection was cracked by a single palm. If it happened a few more times, wouldn't it be destroyed outright? What kind of power was this? Was it even possible for a living being? Terrified, they rushed into the passage at top speed, fleeing into the origin ancestral land. If the projection really shattered, they'd be finished. Lin Moya revealed himself in the void, watching them escape. As expected of the origin ancestral land, it didn't break. That palm hadn't been full power, but it was about 80%. He hadn't expected the projection to withstand it. He didn't strike again, instead looking into the void, where a pair of eyes watched him that was the candle dragon, warning Lin Moya not to go too far. Lin Moya laughed, got it, that was an accident. The candle dragon clearly didn't believe him, but said nothing more. The candle dragon's presence was the real reason Lin Moya didn't strike again, otherwise, the two would never have escaped to the origin ancestral land. Lin Moya asked, if I go to the origin ancestral land to chase them, can I fight inside? The candle dragon's voice replied, as long as you don't damage the origin ancestral land, you can fight. That was almost nonsense. How could great Dao lords fight in the ancestral land without causing damage? Lin Moya sighed, looks like I'll have to let them live a little longer. He'd waited for them for hundreds of years, and still they escaped. The candle dragon suddenly said, you can fight in the heaven and earth battlefield. Lin Moya was taken aback. Heaven and Earth battlefield. When you enter the origin ancestral land, you'll understand, the candle dragon said, then closed its eyes and vanished. This time, when the candle dragon closed its eyes, Lin Moya didn't feel the world overturn as before. He knew it was because he had become a great Tao Lord and was now immune. The world overturning feeling wasn't intentional on the candle dragon's part, it was a natural effect, but great Tao Lords were exempt. Looking at the still running formation, Lin Moya sighed and waved his hand to deactivate it. With a thought, the origin ancestral land's projection appeared, the passage opened, and Lin Moya stepped inside. Chapter 4041. Chapter 4041, 4041. Chapter 4041, fellow deist, please register. With Lin Moya's departure, the great battle ended. The Daos returned, and everything settled back to peace. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. One Tao Lord sighed, it's finally over. Thankfully, Lin Moya stepped in and resolved the crisis. Someone grumbled, weren't those two great Tao Lords brought here by him in the first place? Someone immediately retorted, and who caused the origin catastrophe? In a vast world, with the hardships of cultivation, anything can happen. If you blame others for everything, you might as well live as an ordinary person for 100 years. Isn't that good enough? Someone else said quietly, true experts never blame their environment. If you say things like that, it just means your Tao heart isn't firm, and your life will go no further. In this world, accidents are everywhere. Even if you don't provoke others, others might come for you. Back during the origin catastrophe, the origin continent hadn't provoked anyone, and the world will only wanted to become strong enough to reach eternity. But the Black Blood Realm and Celestial Realm still came knocking. Who could the world will complain to? No matter the reason, in the end, Lin Moya solved the problem and drove off the two great Tao Lords. That was enough. Lin Moya's strength was once again proven. He forced two great Tao Lords to flee in disgrace, a feat beyond imagination. As for where Lin Moya went in the end, only a few Tao Lords could guess. Long Yi, seeing the outcome, said, Lin Moya really did have a plan. He wanted to kill those two great Tao Lords, but in the end, he still didn't manage it. Antares said, those two won't live much longer. Lin Moya won't let them go. Long Yi replied, you really have a lot of faith in him. Antares snorted, I watched him grow up. I know what kind of person he is. Long Yi was interested. Tell me more. The aura of the great Tao swept over him as Lin Moya stepped into the origin ancestral land once again. It had been several thousand years since his last visit. For the origin ancestral land, that was just the blink of an eye. Nothing had changed. As soon as he entered, Lin Moya received some information. He now knew what he had to do, and what rules he had to follow in the origin ancestral land. These rules hadn't existed last time, because he was still weak then and posed no threat to the Taos of the ancestral land. Now it was different. If he wished, he could easily shatter a Tao, so heaven and earth had set some rules. He could fight in the origin ancestral land, just as the candle dragon had said, as long as he didn't damage any Tao. If he did, heaven and earth would punish him severely, so severely that even a great Tao Lord would be skinned alive if not killed. This rule was basically telling him, fighting here is asking for trouble. While telling him the rules, the world also told him what to do. He had to reach the heaven and earth battlefield within a year. The origin ancestral land would guide him, he just had to follow. For a great Tao Lord, the Taos in the origin ancestral land were now useless. There was no point in wasting time comprehending them. Lin Moya flew up, looking down on the origin ancestral land from above. Last time, he couldn't do this. Now, he could. The Taos stood like pillars, reaching from earth to sky, forming a giant divine rune. This time, Lin Moya understood the rune's function was to suppress, guard, seal, suppress all were contained within. What is the origin ancestral land suppressing? Lin Moya was puzzled, but he knew he'd get the answer at the heaven and earth battlefield. The origin ancestral land pointed the way, straight to the battlefield. He was given a year, but at his speed, he could get there in 2 days. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. He flew slowly through the ancestral land, passing by countless Taos, admiring them and studying the divine rune. He realized this rune was not man-made, but naturally formed by heaven and earth, a primordial rune with extraordinary power. All Taos were connected to this rune, without exception. The rune not only suppressed something, but also all the Taos themselves. It reminded Lin Moya of the origin spirit veins. The rune was much like the divine continent cauldron. Without the rune's suppression, even the heaven Taos would likely run wild. There aren't many empty spots left on the rune. It looks like the Taos are almost full. Once they are, no new Taos will appear. If the number of Taos is limited, does that mean the world's capacity is limited too? How was this limit set? Was it determined at the beginning of heaven and earth? Why are some worlds stronger or weaker, and why are some worlds so much harder to transcend? Could there be even harsher worlds than this one? Thinking these thoughts, Lin Moya passed the myriad Taos and, after 2 months, arrived at his destination. He reached the edge of the origin ancestral land, leaving all the Taos behind. Here, a massive curtain of light stood like a world barrier, stretching to the sky and dividing the ancestral land in two. Beyond the curtain is the heaven and earth battlefield. Lin Moya's mind was clear. He didn't enter immediately, instead quietly observing. Within the curtain were countless divine runes. The origin ancestral land seemed to be intimately connected to these runes. They were everywhere, some visible, most hidden. Strictly speaking, this world was inseparable from divine runes. The runes were not a single Tao, but the foundation running through all of heaven and earth. Lin Moya studied the curtain for a long time, memorizing its runes. Their function was strength and stability. The runes overlapped, making the curtain incredibly strong. Lin Moya felt that even if he used his full power in the world-ending palm, he might not be able to break it. The key was that the runes were not complex, but when combined, their effect was astonishing. So, simplicity is also a path. Lin Moya sighed, understanding a new principle and deepening his comprehension of divine runes a worthwhile gain. Half a year had passed since he entered the origin ancestral land. Lin Moya finally touched the curtain. A gap appeared, and a gentle suction wrapped around him, pulling him in. He passed through the curtain and experienced a brief teleportation. A vast, desolate aura greeted him. In his vision appeared a massive canyon, its metallic sheen like steel extraordinary at a glance. The material forming the canyon was of an extremely high grade, unlike anything Lin Moya had ever seen. He felt that unless he used the world-ending palm, he might not be able to damage it. On the canyon walls were countless claw marks and sword scars, each one carrying immense power, all at the level of a great Dao Lord. The desolate aura carried a familiar scent, and Lin Moya unconsciously muttered, "Heavenly Dao wild beasts." A thought flashed through his mind: could the enemies on the heaven and earth battlefield be wild beasts of the great Dao? Just then, a voice called out, "Fellow deist, please come register." Chapter 4042. Chapter 4042, 4042. Chapter 4042, Humiliation. A great Dao Lord stood not far away, his aura fluctuating violently, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. He kept a certain distance from Lin Moya, not disturbing him at first. After waiting a while, when Lin Moya had finished his observations, he finally spoke, showing great courtesy. Lin Moya walked over and greeted him. Lin Moya greets fellow deist. The other was also human, and judging by his aura, cultivated a water-type great Dao, though it didn't seem to be an origin great Dao, likely a branch great Dao. There are countless great Daos, and any of them can lead to becoming a great Dao Lord, so this was not surprising. The other replied in kind, "I am Meng Ruohe. Greetings, deist Lin. Please come with me for registration." Lin Moya nodded. "Fellow deist Meng, may I ask, what does registration mean?" Meng Ruohe explained, "We have set up many formations here. Once registered, you can move freely in this place, otherwise, you'll face many restrictions." Lin Moya had indeed seen many formations, but in his eyes, they weren't much at most, they'd take some time to break. But since there was a rule for registration, he wouldn't go against it. This place had existed for countless years and had its own rules. On the way, Meng Ruohe briefly introduced the heaven and earth battlefield environment. These mountains are called Origin Mountains. They are neither metal nor iron, but a very special existence. They are extremely sturdy. No matter how hard we attack, we can only make tiny marks. And the Origin Mountains are constantly changing, some sink, some rise, some expand outward, and some contract. The terrain shifts, rising and falling unpredictably, but all the formations you see are set according to the terrain. If the terrain changes, the formations are destroyed. Meng Ruohe saw Lin Moya's confusion and added, "Their rate of change is very slow on the scale of 10,000 years, so we just adjust the formations as needed." Lin Moya said, "Fellow deist Meng, I see these formations are not weak, but not particularly strong either. With the ability of a great Dao Lord, if someone wanted to force their way in, it wouldn't be impossible." Meng Ruohe's eyes lit up. Deist Lin is also skilled in formations. Lin Moya replied modestly, "Just a little, I only know the basics." Meng Ruohe chuckled, not revealing whether he believed Lin Moya. Calmly, he said, "The main purpose of the formations isn't to kill, but to provide early warning and block enemies. For example, as soon as you entered the origin ancestral land, we knew, and we could pinpoint exactly when you arrived at the heaven and earth battlefield." Lin Moya was a bit surprised he'd been monitored without noticing at all. "Looks like I underestimated the formation masters here." He understood now, the formation masters had used formations to bridge the heaven and earth battlefield in the origin ancestral land, using the Daos there to sense his presence. Here, the power of the great Daos was everywhere, making them the perfect channel. Lin Moya didn't dwell on the formation issue. Who are our enemies? He had some guesses but wanted to ask anyway. Meng Ruohe said, "We have two types of enemies. First are the Dao wild beasts. I'm sure you've seen them before, maybe even fought them." Lin Moya nodded slightly. "I have indeed fought them." Meng Ruohe continued, "The second enemy, we call heaven and earth spirit demons." Spirit demons? Lin Moya had never heard of them and asked, "Could you explain further, fellow deist Meng?" Meng Ruohe smiled, "You'll understand soon enough. Let's register first." Ahead, a tall mountain appeared. It had been invisible until they got close, then suddenly emerged. Lin Moya could tell the entire mountain was shrouded in formations. If you were far away, it would disappear from view. At the mountain's summit stood a palace named Dao Lord Hall. Lin Moya saw at a glance that this Dao Lord Hall was a powerful artifact. Outside the hall, many were chatting and drinking tea. These were all great Dao Lords. Though from different races, most had taken human form. A few had not, but they had shrunk their bodies to human size. Lin Moya observed that the Dao Lord Hall sat at the core of a great formation, which coordinated all the other formations. Suddenly, Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. He spotted two old acquaintances, the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness. They were here too. He couldn't help but smile, his eyes showing excitement. Meng Ruohe noticed Lin Moya's reaction. "Deist Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Moya smiled, "I see two old acquaintances." Meng Ruohe followed his gaze and saw the God of Light and Lord of Darkness. He was puzzled. The great Dao Lord of Light and the great Dao Lord of Darkness, how are they together? Light and darkness are opposites. Their great Dao Lords shouldn't even be friends, let alone allies. Lin Moya laughed. Fellow deist Meng, if two enemy wild dogs run into a tiger at the same time, what do you think will happen? Meng Ruohei thought for a moment and immediately understood. You mean, they've come together because they have a common enemy? Lin Moya smiled. It's not the best analogy, but that's about right. Unfortunately, even two wild dogs together are no match for a tiger. At that moment, the God of Light and Lord of Darkness noticed Lin Moya. Their expressions changed dramatically, killing intent rising. Meng Ruohei now fully understood Lin Moya was the tiger, and the great Tao Lords of Light and Darkness had joined forces because of him. But was this newly advanced great Tao Lord really that strong? He knew the God of Light and Lord of Darkness were very powerful, having been great Tao Lords for a long time. Lin Moya spoke. You two ran pretty fast last time, but now that you're here, where do you think you can run to? The Lord of Darkness said coldly, we underestimated you before. Now, on the heaven and earth battlefield, let's fight again and see who dies first. The God of Light sneered, don't think you're so great just because you got lucky last time. It's not clear who will win. Their words drew the attention of many. Quite a few great Tao Lords who had been chatting and drinking tea turned to look. Just a few sentences, and these great Tao Lords already understood what was happening. Lin Moya smiled. Back when we first fought, I was just a Tao Lord, and I still drove you both to flee to the origin ancestral land for your lives. Now that I'm a great Tao Lord, what can you do but wait for death? Lin Moya's words were blunt, exposing the two's humiliation for all to see. Being forced to flee to the origin ancestral land by a Tao Lord, what a disgrace for a great Tao Lord. The God of Light and Lord of Darkness looked utterly mortified, feeling like the laughingstock of everyone present. At that moment, a delighted voice called out, Deist Lin, you're here too. Chapter 4043. Chapter 4043, 4043. Chapter 4043, The Structure of the Heaven and Earth Battlefield. The Lord of Life, radiating pure white light, stepped gracefully out of the Tao Lord Hall. She looked at Lin Moya with a smile in her eyes. Congratulations, Deist Lin, on becoming a great Tao Lord. Lin Moya smiled. It's been many years, Deist Shensin. I hope you've been well. Meng Ruohei suddenly laughed. So Deist Lin knows Deist Shensin. Then I'll trouble Deist Shensin to handle the registration, alright. Shensin smiled, of course, leave the registration to me. It was clear that Shensin had an excellent relationship with everyone here. The other great Tao Lords, whether human or from other races, all looked at Shensin with goodwill. Lin Moya could easily guess why Shensin was the Lord of Life, and when it came to healing, few could claim to be above her. This was the heaven and earth battlefield, and most great Tao Lords here would be injured at some point. Great Tao Lords aren't afraid of minor wounds, but serious injuries, especially soul injuries, are hard to recover from and can even lead to long periods of slumber. That's where Shensin's value shone. Her life great Tao could heal everyone. Some wounds were so strange that only the life great Tao could treat them. Plus, Shensin was easygoing, so over time her status among the others became irreplaceable. Lin Moya descended, and Shensin led him into the Tao Lord Hall for registration. At this moment, everyone looked at the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness with odd expressions. Lin Moya was Shensin's friend, which made him everyone's friend, while those two were his sworn enemies. That made things interesting. A great Tao Lord remarked, if I remember right, the Lord of Darkness was seriously injured last time, and it was Deist Shensin who healed him with all her strength. Someone else agreed, yes, if not for Deist Shensin, he'd probably still be unconscious. This time, he's an enemy of Shensin's friend. I wonder if she'll still help him if he gets hurt again. Who knows? She probably will. Deist Shensin is kind, not like some people. As everyone discussed the Lord of Darkness, his expression became wonderfully twisted. The God of Light was ignored. He'd slept so long that people had forgotten him. Here, he was just a newcomer and not very important. Even if his strength was above the average great Tao Lord, there were still the Eternals above him, so no one had to show him any respect. The God of Light and Lord of Darkness exchanged glances. Let's go. The two left, distancing themselves from the gossip. Inside the Tao Lord Hall, Shensin asked, Deist Lin, do you have a grudge with those two? Lin Moya nodded. With the God of Light, it's a blood feud. As for the Lord of Darkness, it's nothing major. When I was a Tao Lord, I forced him into the origin ancestral land, and he felt humiliated, so he's always wanted to get even. Shensin said, do you need me to mediate? Lin Moya shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Deist Shensin, but I don't take those two seriously. Shensin didn't insist. Since Lin Moya said no, she believed him. Lin Moya looked around the Tao Lord Hall. The setup was simple. Apart from a special half-person tall pillar in the center, there were just some meditation mats and a small dais, likely for lectures. Shensin led Lin Moya to the central pillar. Deist Lin, just inject your soul power into it. Lin Moya did as instructed. As his soul power entered, the formation inside the pillar lit up. The formation recorded Lin Moya's soul aura, and all the other formations it controlled did the same. From now on, Lin Moya could move freely throughout the heaven and earth battlefield. As the formation recorded his soul aura, information also flowed into Lin Moya's mind. The information detailed the heaven and earth battlefield and its enemies far more thoroughly than Meng Ruohei's earlier introduction. The heaven and earth battlefield has existed since the beginning of the world. When the world was born, countless great Taos evolved, and then the origin ancestral land appeared to contain them. But the myriad great Taos weren't pure. They had impurities and filth. These impurities were stripped away during evolution, gathered together, and ultimately became the Tao wild beasts. The Dao wild beast's home is also in the origin ancestral land, separated from the great Daos by the world itself, and the region between them is the heaven and earth battlefield. Because the Dao wild beasts are fundamentally filthy, they instinctively crave pure great Daos and constantly try to break through and devour, absorb, and refine them. Of course, the great Daos cannot be devoured. If they were, the world would collapse, so heaven and earth command the great Dao lords to come and stop the Dao wild beasts. This is a mandate of heaven and earth and cannot be refused. As for the heaven and earth spirit demons, they are a special kind of being. No one knows their origin, but they are ancient, seemingly present since the dawn of the world. They occupy a special region, but no one knows exactly where. All that's known is that the spirit demons appear periodically and also try to invade the myriad great Daos. According to previous analyses, they seem to want to use the great Daos as a road to enter the heart of the world. What surprised Lin Moya was that the information on the spirit demons didn't come from great Dao lords, but from the few eternal beings. The heaven and earth battlefield is divided into two parts: the outer battlefield, guarded by the great Dao lords, and the inner battlefield, guarded by the Eternals. Some great Dao lords have entered the inner battlefield and brought back information, saying it is even more dangerous and the battles are fiercer. To become a great Dao lord is to guard all of heaven and earth, maintaining the normal operation of the world. This is the duty of a great Dao lord. After reading all this, Lin Moya sighed. This world really is far from peaceful. Shensin asked, Deist Lin, what do you think of the heaven and earth battlefield? Lin Moya replied, people think that the higher your cultivation, the greater your rights. That's true, but actually, the higher you go, the greater your responsibilities. There are only a few thousand great Dao lords, and just a dozen or so Eternals, but we have to bear the burden of guarding the world. Outsiders just don't understand. Shensin said, yes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We've thought about eradicating the Dao wild beasts and spirit demons completely, but... Lin Moya interrupted, but it's impossible. As long as the world and the great Daos exist, so will they. They are like the shadow side of the world coexisting with it. Wanting a once and for all solution is impossible, but... Shensin asked, but what? Lin Moya said, but maybe there are other ways to reduce the pressure on the battlefield. His eyes flashed as he fell into deep thought, considering some possibilities. Shensin didn't disturb him, instead standing guard and preventing anyone else from interrupting. Chapter 4044. Chapter 4044, 4044. Chapter 4044, Heaven and Earth are not perfect. Arriving at the heaven and earth battlefield and learning about the enemies faced by great Dao lords and eternal beings, Lin Moya fully constructed the model of this world in his mind. The structure of this heaven and earth was now clear to him, and he realized it was fundamentally different from the great thousand world. He saw many imperfections in this world. Dao wild beasts were one such flaw. As for the heaven and earth spirit demons, though their origins were unclear, it seemed they too were born from the world's imperfections. There were also soul-devouring spirits, which arose from impurities in the world and constantly wandered beyond, driven by an instinct to destroy. Beyond that, there was the origin ancestral land. Though it appeared to radiate across all worlds, the Daos available to each world were never complete. There was always something lacking. From these imperfections in every world, it was clear this heaven and earth was itself not perfect. The land of return was the same. Why could it originally only hold 18 great Daos, then 20 after some were recognized by heaven and earth? When Lin Moya's immortality great Dao descended, why could the land of return still accommodate it, even though it was supposedly at its limit? Did this mean the land of return's limit was far from reached, and that the so-called limit was just the limit set by the world's rules? Compared to his own great thousand world, this world was far more robust, with no separation between the myriad Daos and a much greater capacity for power. But compared to the world where the myriad spirits pavilion was located, this place was still superior. At least it could contain far more power, and the Daos were not isolated from each other. At this moment, Lin Moya pondered many things, from the world's imperfections to the enemies he was about to face. Dao wild beasts were no problem. He'd killed many, and unless he encountered a Dao wild beast king, he had nothing to fear. However, those he'd fought before were all in the soul void. Dao wild beasts with physical bodies were much stronger. A Dao wild beast king was no weaker than a great Dao lord, and whenever one was injured, it was usually by a Dao wild beast king. In this battlefield, ordinary Dao wild beasts were just extras, with little real impact. As for the heaven and earth spirit demons, he would have to see them to know more. For now, he couldn't judge. A suspicion grew in Lin Moya's mind. Could there be some connection between the spirit demons and the soul-devouring spirits? Of all the information, the most interesting wasn't the Dao wild beasts or the spirit demons, but the origin mountains. These strange mountains, scattered throughout the battlefield and constantly rising and falling, were incredibly tough. Even a great Dao lord using a Dao lord level artifact could only leave a mark or a tiny scratch. But if a divine rune was inscribed on them, the rune would fuse perfectly, forming a formation. Thus, the origin mountains became the best foundation for formations. I'll have to study them carefully when I get the chance, Lin Moya muttered. Nearby, Shensin asked, Deist Lin, what do you want to study? Opening his eyes to see Shensin's bright smile, Lin Moya replied, the origin mountains. I think they're fascinating and want to research them. Shensin said, the origin mountains are indeed interesting and excellent for setting up formations, but aside from that, they don't seem to have any other use. Almost every great Dao lord here has studied them, but no one has found another use. That was true if he could see the uniqueness of the origin mountains. Surely others had as well, and after so many years, everything worth studying had been studied. Lin Moya asked, if you took a piece of an origin mountain to forge a weapon, what would happen? Shensin replied, someone tried that once. They managed to break off a tiny piece, but as soon as it left the mountain, it disintegrated like dust. Lin Moya was surprised. It actually does that. Shensin nodded. Yes, and every time someone tries, it triggers a reaction from the origin mountain, forcing all the formations to be rebuilt. So there's an unwritten rule now: no one is allowed to mess with the origin mountains themselves. Studying is fine, but don't try to take pieces away. Lin Moya smiled. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Deist Shensin. Shensin replied, no need to be so polite. I never properly thanked you for what you did before, Deist Lin. Lin Moya said, then could I trouble you, Deist Shensin, to show me around the heaven and earth battlefield? Of course. Shensin was delighted, her face beaming. The two left the Tao Lord Hall, with Shensin leading Lin Moya elsewhere. The heaven and earth battlefield was filled with formations, large formations nested with small ones, and small ones linked to even larger ones. Many of these formations had overlapping functions, and sometimes hundreds of formations with the same function were nested together. To someone not skilled in formations, this would seem inefficient. Why use hundreds of formations when one big one would do? In most places, that would be true, but here, it made sense. The origin mountain shifted, and the terrain changed every time it did. Formations could fail. If only one big formation was used, even a change of half a meter or a meter in a few origin mountains could cause the whole thing to fail. The bigger the formation, the harder it was to repair, and if it failed, the early warning system would be lost, putting the great Tao Lords at a disadvantage. But with this system of nested formations, even if the terrain changed a lot, only some small formations would be affected. No matter how much the terrain shifted, not all the formations would fail at once. The early warning system would remain intact, and that was enough. Plus, the formations were interconnected, so if something went wrong, the formation master would be alerted and could fix it in time. Lin Moya and Shensin flew slowly among the mountains as she explained, the entire heaven and earth battlefield starts from our headquarters at Tao Lord Peak and is about 50 million li deep and 10 million li wide. Most formations are concentrated in the first 3 million li, covering about 90% of the area. The remaining 10% are in the next 5 million li, but those are fewer and harder to maintain, easily destroyed by changes in the origin mountains. In the first 3 million li, about 70% of the formations are for early warning, 20% are for confusing and trapping enemies, and the last 10% are killing formations. What Lin Moya saw matched Shensin's explanation. The two passed through the mountains and came to a plain. A faint stench lingered there, the stench of the great Tao, undetectable to ordinary people, but powerful cultivators could sense it with their souls. The source was curses, impurities and filth of the great Tao. Lin Moya had smelled something similar before, when facing the Lord of Curses. At that time, the Lord of Curses had spread his filth into the Black Blood Realm, which gave off a similar odor. But the Black Blood Realm's stench was even worse, indicating the Lord of Curses had been even more polluted then. Shensin said, this is one of the battlefields. Not long ago, a great battle took place here, and many Tao wild beasts died, including 2 Tao wild beast kings. The curses they left behind will linger for a while. Lin Moya asked, how strong are Tao wild beasts here? Shensin replied, ordinary Tao wild beasts are weaker than great Tao lords. Tao wild beast kings are a bit stronger than great Tao lords and require several to work together to kill one. Chapter 40-45. Chapter 40-45, 4045. Chapter 40-45, The World of Wild Beasts. They're much stronger than in the Soul Void. Lin Moya compared the Tao wild beasts here to those in the Soul Void. Ordinary Tao wild beasts here were indeed a bit stronger than great Tao lords, but not by much. Usually, 4 or 5 great Tao lords could surround and kill a Tao wild beast. But according to Shensin, Tao wild beasts here were only slightly weaker than great Tao lords, and it would take at least 100 great Tao lords to kill one. Compared to those in the Soul Void, they were much stronger. As for Tao wild beast kings, in the Soul Void, you didn't even need a great Tao lord to act. Just a few top-tier world lords, like World Lord Musha, who had the support of world power, could surround and kill a Tao wild beast king. World lords like Musha were not actually a match for a great Tao lord in a direct fight. But here, the Tao wild beast kings were even stronger than great Tao lords. It would take several great Tao lords to bring one down. Shensin explained, whether a Tao wild beast has a physical body makes a huge difference in strength, and only here on the heaven and earth battlefield can they display their full power. There have been cases where Tao wild beasts entered a world, but once they leave the origin ancestral land, their strength drops dramatically. Lin Moya said, in my world, a senior once entered a wasteland in the world's mist and encountered a Tao wild beast. I'm curious, since there are great Tao lords guarding here, why can't the Tao wild beasts escape? Shensin corrected him, it's not that they escape, but that they're exiled. There was once a massive riot here. Tao wild beasts invaded en masse, and something happened on the inner battlefield. That battle brought more than 100 Tao wild beast kings and even a wild beast emperor. We fought desperately and almost couldn't hold out. Fortunately, Lord Candle Dragon intervened just in time, barely holding the line. The void shattered, and some Tao wild beasts were exiled by Lord Candle Dragon, leaving the origin ancestral land, and their whereabouts became unknown. One origin mountain was exiled along with them, and after leaving the heaven and earth battlefield, it probably became a continent. The senior you mentioned likely encountered those exiled beasts. Lin Moya wasn't surprised Shensin knew about the Candle Dragon after all. As a great Tao lord who spent half her time in the origin ancestral land, she'd naturally know of the Candle Dragon's existence. What surprised him was that the Candle Dragon actually intervened. The Candle Dragon intervened? If he's that powerful, why do great Tao lords still need to guard this place? With his strength, couldn't he handle it alone? Shensin shook her head. Lord Candle Dragon is strong, but he has rules to follow. That time, he was forced to act, and after that, he slept for 10,000 years. No wonder. Lin Moya realized the cost one intervention meant 10,000 years of slumber, so he couldn't act often. Lin Moya continued, what happened on the eternal side of the inner battlefield? Shensin shook her head. I don't really know. Lord Candle Dragon said there was an accident, but didn't give details. Later, another eternal being arrived and forced the Wild Beast Emperor back, otherwise, we couldn't have held out. The Wild Beast Emperor has eternal level combat power, not much weaker, but still something great Dao Lords can't withstand. As they spoke, they left the plane and reached the very edge of the formation, 3 million li from the Dao Lord Hall. Beyond the formation was a world of dazzling light, appearing beautiful but hiding chaos within. Lin Moya felt a strong urge to leave the formation and explore, as if the ultimate truth of this world lay out there. Shensin bowed toward the formation. Grandpa Battle Sovereign, Shensin is here to see you. As she spoke, the formation glowed, and a phantom appeared, a formation spirit? Lin Moya hadn't expected this formation to have a spirit, but upon closer inspection, realized it wasn't an ordinary formation spirit. The phantom solidified into an old man with white hair but a vigorous spirit, clad in heavy armor and carrying a massive blade, in extraordinary sight. Shensin introduced, this is Grandpa Battle Sovereign. Grandpa, this is Lin Moya, a newly advanced Great Dao Lord. The Battle Sovereign looked at Lin Moya, eyes full of approval. Such a young Great Dao Lord, I've never seen one before. Young man, you have a bright future. Lin Moya replied humbly, you flatter me, senior. Shensin added, Lin Moya isn't just young, he's also very strong. He could defeat Great Dao Lords even when he was still just a Dao Lord. The Battle Sovereign raised his eyebrows, even more pleased. Able to fight above your level? Excellent. We need more talents like you. Shensin asked, can we go outside now? The Battle Sovereign glanced beyond the formation, his eyes flashing. There are 2 hours until the next filth tide. You can stay outside for at most 1 hour. Shensin replied, alright, we won't go far, just look around and come right back. The Battle Sovereign said, I'll open the formation, but you must return on time, don't make Grandpa worry. Shensin smiled sweetly, don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be back soon. At this moment, Shensin seemed like a well-behaved granddaughter, nothing like a Great Dao Lord. The Battle Sovereign looked at her with the affection of a grandfather for his granddaughter. Lin Moya found it odd to see a Great Dao Lord act so gently, and guessed their relationship was special. The Battle Sovereign opened the formation, revealing a passage. To Lin Moya, this formation was nothing, he could leave anytime if he wanted. But as a newcomer, he didn't want to break the rules. Shensin led Lin Moya through the passage and out of the formation. The Battle Sovereign repeated his instructions, and Shensin agreed to everything. Once outside, the passage closed behind them, and Lin Moya felt as if he'd entered another world. It was hard to believe this was still part of the origin ancestral land. Beyond the formation, everything was dazzling and colorful, but inside, it was all gray and gloomy, with thick clouds overhead. The light was real, but all in the clouds, which flashed with multicolored lightning, painting the world in shifting hues. Here, Lin Moya sensed an intense concentration of Great Dao power, as if standing right next to a Great Dao. But the power was chaotic and filthy. This was where all the filth of the Great Daos gathered, a massive Dao garbage dump, filled with the impurities of countless Daos. Because of this, the Dao power here was thick but dirty and unusable for cultivation. This was why Dao wild beasts, creatures full of curses and filth, were born here. Shensin said, Deist Lin, take a good look. We can't go far, and must return in an hour. Lin Moya asked, how did you know I wanted to come out here? Shensin replied, every new Great Dao Lord is curious about the Dao wild beasts' territory and wants to come see it. Lin Moya asked, the Battle Sovereign doesn't seem like an ordinary formation spirit. A trace of sadness flashed in Shensin's eyes. He was my grandfather. Later, he became the formation spirit. Chapter 4046. Chapter 4046, 4046. Chapter 4046, The Lord of Curses Probe. Shensin told Lin Moya some things about her and Grandpa Battle Sovereign. Shensin was an orphan, adopted by the Battle Sovereign, who was already a Great Dao Lord at the time. One could say Shensin grew up in comfort. The Battle Sovereign treated her very well and taught her to cultivate. With a Great Dao Lord as her grandfather, Shensin's cultivation went smoothly. She never encountered any bottlenecks and eventually became the Lord of the Life Great Dao. Her Battle Sovereign grandfather was gravely injured in that great riot, so badly that even Shensin could not heal him. The Battle Sovereign could have chosen to dissipate and reincarnate, but to stop the Dao wild beasts, he gave up even that, transforming himself into a formation spirit to control the countless formations here and guard the place forever. In Shensin's telling, her grandfather was a fearless good man who cared for her deeply. Shensin still felt sad about it, even after all these years. Lin Moya only sighed softly and said nothing. He didn't try to comfort Shensin. She was already a Great Dao Lord, not a child, and unnecessary comfort was pointless. He gazed into the void, sensing the endless Great Daos casting off their impurities here, letting the filth gather and eventually form Dao wild beasts. Comparing this to his own Great Thousand World, Lin Moya sensed the difference. The Great Thousand World also produced impurities, but it had chaotic energy, which digested those impurities well. This world lacked chaotic energy, so the filth had nowhere to go. As long as the world did not perish, Dao wild beasts would keep forming no matter how many were killed. They could never be wiped out. That was just the surface. Any Great Dao Lord could see it. Lin Moya, however, saw deeper. He wanted to understand the real core. With the Great Thousand World and the Tech Dao World as references, he could see more. The Great Thousand World, to some extent, modeled itself after this world. Its many Daos originally came from here. In a way, the disciples surpassed the master, and Lin Moya could see things others could not. From this comparison, Lin Moya realized the key problem: this world has no master. He had found the root cause. This world had many imperfections, but the most important was that it had no master. A world without a master could only run on automatic, following its rules, with no one to intervene. If the world were perfect, there'd be no problem. But since it wasn't, issues kept arising. If there were a master, they could control the Dao wild beasts, preventing them from gnawing at the Daos. They could give them other enemies, like the soul-devouring spirits outside the world. In Lin Moya's view, Dao wild beasts were a powerful force that could be put to good use. With the problem identified, the next step was to consider how to become this world's master. Lin Moya felt he had a chance. He possessed the Great Thousand World and the Tech Dao world. Though their scale was less, they were of the same level. Controlling another world wasn't impossible. Perhaps the secret was hidden in the heaven and earth battlefield itself, and Lin Moya instinctively wanted to investigate further. Time's up. Shen Sin's voice sounded in his ear. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Lin Moya snapped out of his thoughts. Alright, let's go back for now. He'd seen enough for today. Next time, he'd come alone and explore further. The clouds were even lower than before, the air heavy with the suffocating presence of Dao filth. Anyone below the great Dao realm who came here would have their power polluted and eventually die as their strength collapsed. Back at the formation, Shen Sin called out, "Grandpa Battle Sovereign, we're back." There was no response. The Battle Sovereign didn't open the passage. Shen Sin was puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't Grandpa Battle Sovereign responding? She called twice more, but still nothing. Her expression changed. Could something have happened to Grandpa? Lin Moya sensed something was wrong and looked up at the sky. Within the clouds, countless streaks of light flashed like electric snakes, but one red streak stood out. The red light was hidden among the many streaks, its aura masked among the filth, but Lin Moya still detected it. No need to shout. The Battle Sovereign can't hear you, Lin Moya said quietly. Shen Sin turned to him. Deist Lin, did you notice something? Lin Moya replied, someone made a move, cutting off our connection to the Battle Sovereign. Shen Sin looked around but saw nothing unusual. Who is your enemy, Deist Lin? Lin Moya said, the Lord of Curses. Shen Sin thought for a moment. I've never heard of that great Dao Lord. Lin Moya replied, he's an eternal, one of the oldest 8 Eternals. He didn't explain further. That was enough. When Shen Sin heard the enemy was an Eternal, her face grew serious. What should we do? Lin Moya said, this time it's probably just a probe. He reached out to touch the formation, but before he could, a red light flashed. A thin membrane appeared outside the formation, isolating them from it and blocking Shen Sin's voice from passing through. The Battle Sovereign couldn't see what was happening outside. Shen Sin felt the powerful force within the red light, full of curses. She disliked it, but had to admit it was strong. It looked thin, but she couldn't easily break it. Lin Moya touched the red light, unconcerned by the curse power. Gray light of death twined around his fingertips, corroding everything, even curses. After a few breaths, he withdrew his hand. As expected, it was just a test. He casually drew a divine rune, and countless runes flew out, forming a great formation. Shen Sin found the formation familiar. It resembled many of the formations in the heaven and earth battlefield. In a blink, the formation was complete. Lin Moya pushed it forward, and it flew toward the existing formation. The two formations resonated, sandwiching the cursed membrane between them. The space between them shook violently, cracked, and exploded, shattering the cursed membrane. Lin Moya smiled. That's done. Before Shen Sin could speak, a portal opened and the Battle Sovereign's voice called, "You're back, come in quickly." The Battle Sovereign clearly had no idea what had just happened. He didn't know an Eternal had acted and they'd almost been trapped outside. Lin Moya gave Shen Sin a look, signaling not to mention it. Shen Sin understood. Back inside, the Battle Sovereign said, the filth tide is coming soon. Who knows if any Dao wild beasts will show up after it passes. Chapter 4047. Chapter 4047, 4047. Chapter 4047, Dao wild beasts should not have existed. Filth tides erupt periodically, each lasting several days, sometimes longer, sometimes shorter. Dao wild beasts come after a filth tide, but the scale varies. Sometimes only a few hundred show up, which is nothing. Other times, a massive horde follows the tide. No one can predict if a beast tide will happen, so every time a filth tide erupts, all great Dao lords mobilize just in case. Outside the formation, the flowing lights grew ever brighter. These lights were all the result of great Dao impurities. The more dazzling the lights, the more filth and impurities there were. The formation filtered the clouds, removing the oppressive aura and leaving only the essence. But in Lin Moya's eyes, what was blocked by the formation was actually the most important information. That's why he wanted to leave the formation and probe the true source. When the filth and impurities reached their limit, nothing remained outside the formation but chaotic, flowing light. Shen Sin's expression grew grave. The filth tide is coming. Lin Moya had never seen a filth tide, but he could sense that when something reaches its extreme, there must be a reaction. Either things reverse at the extreme, or there's a complete outburst, unleashing all accumulated power. The filth tide was the latter. When filth piled up to its limit, it surged forth in a wave. In an instant, the dazzling lights vanished, all color turning to black as a tsunami of darkness crashed forward. Wave after wave of filth battered the formation, making it roar, and countless origin mountains inside the formation hummed in response. The origin mountains underwent strange changes. Some rose, some sank, some expanded outward, others contracted. Their changes triggered shifts in the formations carved on them, which then began to deform and collapse. Suppress. With a roar, the Battle Sovereign appeared in the void, splitting into thousands of avatars at every corner of the formation. Each Battle Sovereign drew the heavy blade on his back and stabbed it into the formation. Instantly, the battered formation stabilized, and the turmoil in the origin mountains subsided. All the formations on the origin mountains activated, linking with others to unleash immense power, resisting the filth tide and stabilizing the battlefield. The heaven and earth battlefield is vast, and the filth tide targets the entire area, not just one spot. There are thousands of formations across the battlefield, all needed to withstand the tide. Shensin explained, without Grandpa Battle Sovereign overseeing the formations, every filth tide would cause several to collapse. Filth would pour in through those breaches, polluting the battlefield. The origin mountains would be affected, causing even more formations to collapse, leading to a vicious cycle. After the filth tide, Dao wild beasts would rush in through the gaps, making our defense much harder. Lin Moyu was puzzled. With so many formations, and each so powerful, shouldn't some have developed formation spirits? Shensin replied, there have been formation spirits more than one, but it's useless. Filth tides can corrupt even formation spirits. Even formation spirits couldn't withstand the filth, truly terrifying. Shensin continued, later, Grandpa Battle Sovereign became the formation spirit, merging with the formations. Since then, it's been much harder for the filth tide to break through. With his help, even if a beast tide follows, we can handle it much more easily. Watching the Battle Sovereign's countless avatars control the formations, making the battlefield ironclad, Lin Moyu had to admit it was impressive. Still, to Lin Moyu, neither the filth tide nor the formations were anything special. No matter how strong the filth tide, it couldn't threaten a great Dao Lord. The real threat would come from the Dao wild beasts afterward. On the surface, it seemed the filth tide was just paving the way for the beasts. But Lin Moyu saw something deeper. At the very center of the filth tide, tiny points of light were born. The filth tide was dirty, chaotic, and the filthiest thing in the world. Yet the lights born from it felt pure to Lin Moyu. He immediately thought of the souls of Dao wild beasts. Their souls are extremely pure, the opposite of their filthy bodies. Lin Moyu muttered, so the filth tide is the source of Dao wild beasts' birth. Shensin was startled. Deist Lin, how do you know that? Lin Moyu replied, I saw it. The souls of Dao wild beasts are born from the filth tide, though their bodies must form elsewhere. Shensin frowned. Souls. She clearly hadn't seen the lights in the filth tide. Her soul realm wasn't high enough. Still, she chose to trust Lin Moyu. An Eternal once said that in the deepest part of the wild beast ancestral land, there are pools of Dao filth, and Dao wild beasts are born from them. As for the souls you mention, I haven't seen them. Lin Moyu now understood the entire process. Pure souls are born from the filth tide, bodies form from the pools of Dao filth, and together they make a Dao wild beast. Their chaotic, filthy, cursed bodies need pure souls to control them. Two extremes, perfectly combined, just like his own immortality great Dao. And because their souls are so pure, they instinctively yearn for the great Daos in the origin ancestral land. Dao wild beasts are the ultimate extreme products of a world with no master, things that shouldn't exist. Lin Moyu also thought of the soul-devouring spirits. Dao impurities create Dao wild beasts. The world's own filth creates soul-devouring spirits. One gnaws at the great Dao, the other devours living beings. How interesting. So what exactly are the heaven and earth spirit demons? Lin Moyu felt he was close to unraveling the world's final secret. The filth tide crashed against the formation in waves, but with the Battle Sovereign in control, the formation held firm. In the distance, powerful auras approached great Dao lords arriving. After the filth tide, Dao wild beasts would surely come. The only question was how many. Their job was to clear out the beasts. Shensin said, let's hope there isn't a beast tide. Lin Moyu asked, are beast tides really that terrible? Shensin replied, it depends. A small tide is just 1,000 or 2 Dao wild beasts and a few Dao wild beast kings. We can handle that. A big tide is trouble. People will get hurt. The kind of massive riot we had before has only happened a few times in history. The God of Light and Lord of Darkness arrived too. It was the duty of all great Dao lords, so they had to come. But they kept their distance from Lin Moyu. He didn't care about them. They were just clowns compared to the Lord of Curses. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lin Moyu's soul. Deist Lin, may I have a word? Chapter 4048. Chapter 4048, 4048. Chapter 4048, a childish plan. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth. The voice suddenly ringing in his soul was from the Lord of Darkness. This guy wanted to talk. How interesting. Lin Moyu replied, talk about what? The Lord of Darkness continued via soul transmission, I have no life or death feud with Deist Lin. I don't wish to be your enemy. I was wrong in the past and am willing to apologize. I didn't want to keep being your enemy, but was led astray and made a mistake. Lin Moyu said, now that you say this, why should I believe you? The Lord of Darkness said, I can immediately break with the God of Light, as long as Deist Lin will let bygones be bygones. Lin Moyu replied, it's not that simple. If you want to settle things with me, there are only 3 ways, kill me, I kill you, or you kill him. There's no fourth option. Although they didn't have a mortal feud, there was at least a grudge. Settling it wasn't so easy. 3 paths, 3 choices, die standing, live kneeling, or kill the God of Light as proof of loyalty. Lin Moyu was no saint. Since they'd become enemies, there had to be a price. If he wasn't strong enough, would the Lord of Darkness be here seeking peace? He was just afraid of dying. The Lord of Darkness hesitated. But I'm not his match. Lin Moyu smiled. That's your problem. After a moment's struggle, the Lord of Darkness said, he's only half a step from eternity. Deist Lin, how about this? I lure him somewhere, you kill him, and I assist from the side. Lin Moyu knew that making the Lord of Darkness kill the God of Light alone wasn't easy. So he said, fine, just let me know when and where. The Lord of Darkness seemed delighted. Good, please wait for my message, Deist Lin. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. What a poor performance. Shensin was a bit puzzled. She hadn't understood Lin Moya's words, but didn't ask. Lin Moya watched the filth tide, thinking about what the Lord of Darkness had just said. The Lord of Darkness had no idea how high Lin Moya's soul realm was. It had already surpassed most Eternals and reached the limits of this world. If he wanted, Lin Moya could eavesdrop on soul transmissions in the area. While the Lord of Darkness was talking to him, he was also sending soul transmissions to the God of Light. Lin Moya heard it all. Seeking peace? This was just a play put on by the Lord of Darkness and the God of Light, using the pretense of reconciliation to lure Lin Moya in. They'd set a trap, wait for him to walk into it, and then try to kill him. Here in the Origin Ancestral Land, on the Heaven and Earth battlefield, they had nowhere else to run. They knew they couldn't win head-on, so they had to try something else. To Lin Moya, this was nothing but child's play, so naive. Maybe they'd never tried scheming before, so their plan was so immature. Since they wanted to play, Lin Moya decided to play along. He'd been looking for a chance to get rid of them, and now they were digging their own graves. Lin Moya's gaze swept across the filth tide. Within it, tiny points of light kept appearing and then drifting away. Each point of light was the soul of a Dao wild beast. Every filth tide saw at least 10,000 Dao wild beasts born. Lin Moya noted the direction these lights traveled. They were heading to where their bodies would form. Their paths were similar, so that must be the place where bodies were created. 3 days later, the filth tide weakened. Shensin said, "This filth tide lasted only 3 days. If any Dao wild beasts come now, it'll probably just be a few scattered ones, a small beast tide at most." Lin Moya nodded. "There are hundreds of great Dao lords here. If it's just a small beast tide, it won't be a problem." Shensin agreed. With Deist Lin here, even a big beast tide wouldn't be an issue. Lin Moya smiled but didn't comment. He asked, "Other than after filth tides, do Dao wild beasts come at other times?" Shensin said, "They do, but usually not in large numbers. With Grandpa Battle Sovereign here, we get warned right away if anything happens. Actually, the most troublesome are not Dao wild beasts, but the Heaven and Earth spirit demons. They show up in groups from time to time and are even more troublesome than Dao wild beasts in some ways. Heaven and Earth spirit demons can absorb most attacks if you hit them with full force. Less than 10% actually works. That's what makes them so hard to kill. They can also slip through formations without a sound, and by the time you notice, they're already inside." Lin Moya said, "They're a bit like soul-devouring spirits." Shensin replied, "Yes, but they can't read memories, change shape, or be completely immune to attacks, so they're not the same. Luckily, they're not too strong and not too numerous. They're annoying, but we can kill them. The problem is their timing and location are unpredictable." The Heaven and Earth spirit demons were just troublesome, not dangerous, unlike Dao wild beasts, which were dangerous in large numbers. Lin Moya asked, "Dao wild beasts come to devour Daos. Why do the Heaven and Earth spirit demons come?" Shensin shook her head. "No one knows, but it can't be anything good. If Dao wild beasts devoured all the Daos, the world might be destroyed, but the spirit demons are a mystery." After 3 days, the filth tide finally receded. The Battle Sovereign sheathed his blade, his thousands of avatars still watching outside the formation. Soon, his voice boomed, "They're here, about 2,000, with 3 Dao wild beast kings." His avatars vanished, leaving only one about 100,000 li from Lin Moya. The Dao wild beasts were coming from there. Shensin breathed a sigh of relief. Just a small beast tide. It'll be over quickly. Hundreds of great Dao lords flew toward the Battle Sovereign's position. The formation opened, and a group of great Dao lords rushed out. Not all took part, less than 100 did. For a small beast tide, that was enough. Lin Moya watched the battle outside the formation. The great Dao lords crushed the Dao wild beasts with overwhelming force. The beasts were no match, most were killed in moments. The 3 Dao wild beast kings were each surrounded by 5 great Dao lords and didn't last long. The great Dao lords showed their might, holding the line at the Heaven and Earth battlefield and keeping the enemy outside the formation. Lin Moya noticed threads of energy descending from the heavens, landing on the great Dao lords who fought. Heaven and Earth Fortune. Chapter 4049. Chapter 4049, 4049. Chapter 4049, The Origin of Heaven and Earth. Who would have thought that killing Dao wild beasts here would grant one Heaven and Earth fortune? Although the amount was small, it was still a gain. Shensin said, "Deist Lin, you must have noticed killing Dao wild beasts isn't without reward. At least you get Heaven and Earth fortune. Besides that, if you're lucky, you might get Dao wild beast essence, but the odds are very low, not like in the Soul Void. In the Soul Void, killing a Dao wild beast always yields beast essence, but here the chance is less than 1%. This small beast tide, with about 2,000 Dao wild beasts and 3 Dao wild beast kings, produced only 5 clumps of beast essence, and they were all ordinary, not enough to go around. Fortunately, great Dao lords don't need beast essence much, so whoever gets it keeps it. There's no fighting over it." Lin Moya asked, "If there's Heaven and Earth fortune, why don't most people fight?" Shensin replied, "Heaven and Earth fortune has pros and cons. The good is that if you accumulate enough, you have a chance to glimpse eternity. The bad is that if you're careless while trying, you could die and your Dao be erased. Throughout history, many have tried, but few succeeded. Many great Dao lords died on this path. So those with ambition are proactive and kill more, the rest just watch and take it easy. To glimpse eternity, you have to open the gate to the land of return, and Heaven and Earth fortune is the key, but almost no one succeeds. The human sovereign is one who made it, but he forged his own path, not relying on killing Dao wild beasts in the Heaven and Earth battlefield. It's a hard road, so many just give up and avoid the temptation. Some eternal beings even give up on the final step, cherishing their lives. The small beast tide ended quickly. The flowing lights outside the formation dimmed, needing to accumulate again before the next filth tide. Of all the Dao wild beasts killed, only a few became beast essence, the rest didn't really die. Lin Moya saw their souls sink into the earth, destination unknown, probably escaping and reforming their bodies to revive. As long as heaven and earth remain without a master, as long as the rules don't change, Dao wild beasts can never be wiped out. The great Dao lords returned, the battle sovereign closed the passage, and 2 Dao lords stayed behind to repair the damaged formations. The rest dispersed back to the Dao lord hall. Filth tides and small beast tides were routine, happening every so often. No one was injured this time, so Shensin didn't need to heal anyone. Shensin said, "Grandpa Battle Sovereign, I'll head back now." The Battle Sovereign replied, "The next filth tide will erupt in about a month, and it looks like it'll be bigger, maybe a major beast tide. Be prepared." Shensin nodded, "I'll go refine more pills, just in case." It was clear the Battle Sovereign cared about major beast tides. Small ones were minor scuffles, big ones were real battles. After returning, Shensin didn't just rest, she'd refine healing pills using rare ingredients and the life great Dao, just in case. Shensin asked Lin Moyu, "Deus Lin, are you going to keep exploring the heaven and earth battlefield, or return to the Dao Lord Hall?" Lin Moya replied, "I'm still new here, so I'll wander the battlefield a bit more." "Alright, if you need anything, come to the Dao Lord Hall anytime." Shensin knew Lin Moyo had his own plans and left. After Shensin left, Lin Moyo asked, "Battle Sovereign, may I go outside the formation for a look?" The Battle Sovereign said, "You can, but you're responsible for yourself. Young man, you're talented, but you should still be careful." Lin Moya nodded, "Understood. I'm not going now, but I'll let you know when I do." The Battle Sovereign nodded, "Go ahead." Lin Moya bid farewell and wandered the heaven and earth battlefield. He approached an origin mountain, touching it and feeling its unique properties. Origin mountains are special, they can hold divine runes and serve as formation bases, but can't be used for forging. They're extremely tough, but if broken, they turn to dust. They combine strength, gentleness, toughness, and fragility in one unique material. A special sensation came from the origin mountain, reaching into Lin Moya's soul, a familiar feeling. Great Dao origin energy. Lin Moya was surprised he actually sensed Great Dao origin energy inside the origin mountain. Deep within, there was a powerful Great Dao origin energy, far stronger than what he could produce himself. He tried to touch it, but the mountain's outer layers blocked his soul force. The Battle Sovereign watched from afar and chuckled. Young people are always curious about the origin mountains. A Dao Lord maintaining the formation laughed. "We were the same back then. Everyone knows there's a secret in the origin mountains, but after so many years, no one's figured it out." The Battle Sovereign sighed, "Yes, after all these years, no one's truly understood the origin mountains." He didn't disturb Lin Moya. If he wanted to study them, let him, he'd give up eventually. Lin Moya tried many ways but couldn't reach the Great Dao origin energy inside. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out a bottle of beast essence. Drawing out the Great Dao origin energy, he probed the origin mountain again. Where his soul force was blocked, the presence of Great Dao origin energy opened a path, letting him in. "There's a way." Lin Moya's soul attached itself to his Great Dao origin energy and entered. He soon reached the core and saw a river of Great Dao origin energy, vast and magnificent. His own origin energy was like a mere trickle in comparison. No wonder it's called the origin mountain. Now he understood, the origin mountain was all about Great Dao origin energy. But why was so much hidden inside? He sent his origin energy into the river. Boom! His soul trembled, and he felt himself in a strange space. Chaotic energy. Lin Moya was shocked. He was surrounded by endless chaos energy. Chaos energy was mysterious. The world tree constantly drew power from it, turning it into his soul energy. The chaos seed also absorbed it to recover. But since he couldn't yet become chaos himself, he couldn't enter. This was just a vision. Points of light appeared, gathering in the chaos, stirring it up. Strands of Great Dao origin energy converged, forming a great mountain, the origin mountain. The mountain opened a space in the chaos, growing larger and larger. When it reached its limit, it exploded, releasing all its origin energy and expanding the space. At the center, a region appeared, filled with origin energy, forming a giant egg that began to hatch. As the egg hatched, the origin energy grew wilder, until the egg burst. Lin Moyo exclaimed, "The Land of Return." Chapter 40-50. Chapter 40-50, 4050. Chapter 40-50, The Place Has Been Chosen. He witnessed the formation of the Land of Return and understood how the original 8 Great Daos came to be. From chaos, endless Great Dao origin energy evolved until it reached its limit and exploded, beginning to form a giant egg. This egg was the prototype of the Land of Return, and also the prototype of the entire world. The egg continuously accumulated Great Dao origin energy, evolving internally. At the same time, the origin energy outside the egg became extremely wild, nothing like the gentle origin energy seen today. Now, Great Dao origin energy flows like a stream, but at the world's beginning, it surged like a 10,000-meter waterfall. The wild origin energy all seemed to want to rush into the egg, colliding and transforming in the chaos, gradually becoming distinct. The origin energy began to split, evolving into different attributes, each with its own power and characteristics, becoming the prototypes of the Great Daos. Once they became Great Dao prototypes, they madly tried to enter the egg. The egg already contained a sea of origin energy, and when these variously attributed Great Dao prototypes entered, it was like pouring water into oil, causing the energy within to boil over and exceed its limits. The egg exploded, forming a region, the Land of Return. Lin Moya saw all the evolved Great Daos desperately trying to rush into the Land of Return, but it was tiny at first, and in the end, only 8 Great Daos managed to settle inside. Survival of the fittest, so that's how the 8 Great Daos came about. The original 8 Great Daos of the Land of Return weren't appointed by anyone, they fought their way in themselves. Once the 8 Great Daos settled, the Land of Return was basically formed. The other Great Dao prototypes that didn't make it remained outside, eventually forming the origin ancestral land. Thus, the core of this world was created. The vision Lin Moya saw ended here, but he could easily guess what happened next. The Great Daos collided, intertwined, and together perfected both the Land of Return and the origin ancestral land. During this evolution, they cast off impurities, which became the filth of the world and ultimately formed Dao wild beasts. Under the influence of these Daos, the origin energy accumulated in the egg began to evolve the world, eventually creating the current structure. The origin energy inside the origin mountains was the leftover accumulation from the world's creation, not all of it used up during the world's formation. Feeling the ancientness of this origin energy, Lin Moya sensed that the world's evolution was incomplete. It was as if the puzzle of the world was missing a small piece, and that piece was hidden within this origin energy. That's why there are so many imperfections in the world. Lin Moya became even more convinced of his idea: this world needs a master. A world with no one in control will always have problems. Suddenly, the voice of the Lord of Darkness rang in Lin Moya's soul: Deist Lin, we've chosen the place. It sounded like he was transmitting from very far away, deliberately lowering his voice as if doing something shady. Lin Moya looked up and saw the Dark Great Dao. All sorts of Great Daos appeared in the heaven and earth battlefield, but now the Dark Great Dao was especially prominent. Within it, Lin Moya sensed a shadow of the Lord of Darkness, a trace of his soul left behind. This time, the Lord of Darkness wasn't using ordinary soul transmission, but transmitting through the Great Dao itself, so his location was unknown. The Lord of Darkness then told Lin Moya the location, outside the formation, about 1,000,000 li away, a place called Burial Dao Valley. Lin Moya sneered inwardly: Burial Dao Valley, why pick that place? Is there some special reason? With these thoughts, Lin Moya left the origin mountain and returned to the formation's edge. Senior Battle Sovereign, I'd like to go outside for a look. The Battle Sovereign's voice came: go ahead. Every newly advanced Great Dao Lord should go see it. Even if you didn't ask, I'd have sent you out to take a look. Lin Moya was surprised. Is there a particular reason? The Battle Sovereign said, outside the formation is also the heaven and earth battlefield, which has seen countless great wars over the ages. The blood of great Daos has not dried, the fighting spirit of the ancients still lingers. Even if they've fallen, their will to battle remains. We juniors can feel the fighting spirit of our predecessors, cleanse our souls, and understand how fierce those ancient battles were. Lin Moya recalled that Shensen had said long ago, the battles between great Dao lords and wild beasts didn't always take place here. Back then, the battlefield was much larger, with countless fierce wars. Many great Dao lords fell. Those who lived millions or tens of millions of years were still considered juniors compared to them. Lin Moya understood. He had seen the world's origin, and while it looked like the world evolved quickly, in reality, it spanned countless ages, billions of years. How many great Dao lords had appeared and fallen no one could say. Lin Moya asked, Senior, do you have any recommended places? The Battle Sovereign replied, Solitude Dao Mountain, Burial Dao Valley, and Attainment Dao Cliff are all worth seeing. Especially Burial Dao Valley, the battles there were the fiercest. The entire valley was solidified by the fighting, and the will of the Dao Lords has kept the terrain unchanged for 1,000,000,000 years. As for Attainment Dao Cliff, that's where the Lord of Slaughter achieved eternity by opening the Eternal Gate. Lin Moya was surprised. The Lord of Slaughter. The Battle Sovereign said, yes, the Lord of Slaughter gained massive heaven and earth fortune and opened the Eternal Gate. Hearing this, some vague memories became clear. In the Land of Return, there was indeed a great Dao matching the Slaughter Dao, but if he remembered right, its owner had long since fallen silent. After the original 8, 10 more great Daos were added to the Land of Return, and then the gate closed. Later, 2 more peerless geniuses forcibly opened the gate with heaven and earth's power, becoming new Eternals. One was the human sovereign, who achieved the Dao by spreading teachings and gaining heaven and earth's approval. The other was the Lord of Slaughter, who achieved the Dao by slaying Dao wild beasts and accumulating massive heaven and earth fortune. Both were astonishing figures, though the Lord of Slaughter later faded away for other reasons. Lin Moya thought, since that's where the Lord of Slaughter achieved eternity, I should definitely visit. The Battle Sovereign said, the next filth tide is in half a month, you'll have time. Just return before the tide. Also, once outside the formation, be careful of Dao wild beasts and the ever-present heaven and earth spirit demons. Lin Moya nodded, I will. Thank you, Senior. The Battle Sovereign opened a passage, and Lin Moya stepped out. His dangers weren't limited to Dao wild beasts and spirit demons, there was also the Lord of Curses lurking in the dark, the real threat. No wonder they chose Burial Dao Valley, turns out every new great Dao Lord goes there. Well, let's add 2 more Dao corpses to Burial Dao Valley. Chapter 4051. Chapter 4051, 4051. Chapter 4051, Burial Dao Valley. After coming into contact with the great Dao origin energy inside the origin mountain and witnessing part of the world's origin, what seemed like an instant actually took nearly half a month. This half-month was the time the Lord of Darkness and the God of Light spent plotting. Lin Moya didn't care what kind of trap they set up against absolute power, no scheme would matter. For the second time, he entered the world outside the formation. The clouds were higher now, and the great Dao lights within them were less intense and dense. There were still half a month until the next filth tide. The filth was still gathering strength. Lin Moya flew over the desolate land, still marked by traces of ancient battles. Great Dao lords once fought here. Back then, there were no formations, and their only thought was to storm the Dao wild beasts' lair and wipe them out. Unfortunately, they failed. The great Dao Lords couldn't break through, and after suffering heavy losses, they had to retreat. Burial Dao Valley was a million li from the formation, not far at all. Lin Moya soon arrived. 2 origin mountains stood on either side, piercing the clouds and forming a natural barrier. Between the 2 mountains was a valley. Traces of ancient formations could still be seen, though faded with time. The formations set by great Dao Lords had long since worn away. Lin Moya could sense the ancientness of these formations, so different from those of the present age. But all Daos ultimately served the same purpose. This used to be a stronghold. Once, the great Dao Lord's defensive line was here, not back there. Burial Dao Valley, just a million li from the formation, was once where the great Dao Lords fought their way to and set up a base. But now, they'd been forced to retreat a million li. The truth was, the great Dao Lords had lost ground to the Dao wild beasts. The heaven and earth battlefield was tens of millions of li deep. For cultivators at the Dao Lord level, that distance was just a step. If not blocked, Dao wild beasts could cross it in an instant. The great Dao Lords could retreat no further. They had to hold the line. If luck was on their side, they could maintain the balance for billions of years. If not, a few more massive riots and even the Candle Dragon might not be able to hold the line. The best defense is offense. If we could set up the line at the Dao wild beasts' doorstep, watching their every move, that would be ideal. Lin Moya laughed at himself. His idea was a bit ridiculous, not impossible, but extremely difficult. Even eternal beings wouldn't dare think that way. Standing outside Burial Dao Valley, he could feel the battle intent that had never faded over countless years. It enveloped the valley, keeping the origin mountains unchanged. Lin Moya landed and walked into the valley on foot, out of respect for the great Dao Lords who had fallen here. Inside, Burial Dao Valley was solemn and heavy. The battle intent of the fallen great Dao Lords was nearly tangible, so strong that even the filth tide couldn't invade. At least several hundred great Dao Lords fell here. Lin Moya couldn't imagine how intense that battle must have been. Hundreds of great Dao Lords, each capable of destroying a world, dying here. The battlefield was incredibly tough, and so were the origin mountains, but surely the Dao Lords could have escaped if they wanted. Why didn't they run? Was it because they couldn't, or because they wouldn't? Sensing the battle intent, Lin Moya realized the answer: they wouldn't. Their will was resolute. They never intended to run. There must have been a reason they had to stay, even if it meant death. What really happened back then? Lin Moya sighed and moved on. Burial Dao Valley was huge. After entering, the terrain suddenly opened up. Before him was a plain stretching out of sight, over 100 li wide, flanked by mountains. On the plain, countless flowers bloomed, not ordinary flowers, but Dao flowers. Within them seemed to be the blood, Dao, battle intent, and everything of the great Dao Lords. Hundreds of great Dao Lords had died here, fighting to the end. And the place the Lord of Darkness had indicated was right here. Lin Moya's gaze swept across, noticing some interesting things, but he paid them no mind and walked in. He had barely walked 100 li into the plain when a blazing sun suddenly rose in the sky. The sun illuminated the plain, and the Dao flowers reflected its light, making the blooms appear even more dazzling. Lin Moya looked at the sun. God of Light, you've chosen this as your burial ground. The God of Light appeared before the sun, sneering. Burial Dao Valley, where great Dao Lords are buried. To die here is an honor for you. Lin Moya smiled. You're that confident you can kill me? The God of Light said coldly, I admit you're strong, but there are countless ways to kill you. I don't have to fight you head on. With my preparations, you have no chance this time. Lin Moya ignored him. Talking was pointless. Action mattered. He looked past the God of Light. Lord of Darkness, you said you wanted to settle things with me. Now's your chance. The Lord of Darkness appeared behind the God of Light, ice cold. Did you really believe anything I said? I just wanted to lure you here. The God of Light laughed. Aren't you supposed to be clever? You always see through everything. How could you fall for this? Or do you think you're so strong that no matter what we plan, you can break through? Confidence is good, but if you're too arrogant, Before he could finish, the God of Light screamed in agony. Behind him, the Lord of Darkness had suddenly struck, stabbing him with a dagger filled with Dao power. The God of Light screamed as darkness devoured him, his light rapidly fading. He struggled, turning into a stream of light that fled 1,000 meters away, reappearing in another spot, staring at the Lord of Darkness in shock. You tricked me. Only now did the God of Light realize he was the real victim. Lin Moya chuckled, surprised. The God of Light's face turned ugly as he finally understood. He and the Lord of Darkness had plotted to lure Lin Moya here, planning for the Lord of Darkness to pretend to betray him and offer proof of loyalty, just to trick Lin Moya into coming. That was what the God of Light thought, and he'd made what he thought were perfect preparations. But he never expected the Lord of Darkness truly wanted to make peace with Lin Moya and was willing to offer proof. The Lord of Darkness was weaker than the God of Light, but with a full-force sneak attack, he seriously injured him. Lin Moya smiled. Looks like the one dying here today won't be me. Chapter 4052. Chapter 4052, 4052. Chapter 4052, just with this? Originally, it was supposed to be the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness joining forces against Lin Moya. Now, it had turned into Lin Moya and the Lord of Darkness joining forces against the God of Light. The God of Light's expression was extremely ugly. Facing Lin Moya alone was already troublesome now, with the Lord of Darkness as well. Even with all his preparations, his survival was far from guaranteed. The Lord of Darkness said quietly, Deist Lin, is this satisfactory? Lin Moya smiled, not bad, keep it up. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, countless undead servants appeared in the void, immediately charging at the God of Light. At this point, the God of Light had no intention of killing Lin Moya. He was only thinking about how to escape. Fortunately, he still had some arrangements, some of which even the Lord of Darkness did not know about. Facing the onrushing undead servants, the god of light shouted, and a ball of light exploded from his hand. Behind him appeared a 10,000-meter-high tower. The tower had 100 floors, each inscribed with countless divine runes. The first floor lit up, unleashing an invisible force that blasted all the undead servants back. The Lord of Darkness exclaimed, "100 Formation Tower, how do you have that?" The god of light snorted, ignoring the Lord of Darkness. Part of his attention was on expelling the darkness left in his body by the Lord of Darkness, while the rest controlled the 100 Formation Tower. The second floor lit up, and a fierce wind arose, powerful enough to blow even the undead servants away. "This 100 Formation Tower is interesting," Lin Moyo muttered. Each floor of the tower was a powerful formation, enough to shake even a great Dao Lord. This treasure was at the Dao Lord level, but Lin Moyo could tell it didn't originally belong to the God of Light. The Lord of Darkness quickly explained, "That's the treasure of the heavenly formation Dao Lord. I don't know how he got it." No wonder the formations were so strong, much more formidable than those of the world-sealing Dao Lord. The God of Light snorted, and the 20th floor of the 100 Formation Tower lit up. Instantly, space distorted, and the plane was stretched and expanded. The distance between them and the God of Light increased 1,000-fold, scattering the undead servants. The Lord of Darkness struck again, producing a chain that pierced the void and latched onto the God of Light. Using the darkness he'd left in the God of Light's body as an anchor, he held him fast. The God of Light's face was grim. "Lord of Darkness, after this, I'll kill you myself." The Lord of Darkness gritted his teeth, "Survive today first." The God of Light roared, activating the 30th floor of the tower. A formation flew out and resonated with heaven and earth. Thousands of suns appeared in the sky, each firing beams of light into the formation, which amplified them into countless giant swords that swept across the land. Countless undead servants were struck down, but their wounds healed instantly. Such attacks barely scratched them. The suns kept pouring light into the formation, which turned it into blades that swept the world. With the 100 Formation Tower, the God of Light's power increased significantly. The Lord of Darkness grew anxious. "Damn, he's clearing out my darkness. Once it's all gone, I won't be able to hold him." Lin Moya smiled, "Don't worry, he's not getting away." With a flick of his finger, dozens of divine runes shot out, instantly fusing into the formation. The formation sputtered and died. The God of Light's expression changed. He quickly withdrew the formation and activated the 50th floor. Another formation flew out, unfolding in the sky. It shot out 10,000 rays of light, and the 1,000 suns instantly doubled, then quadrupled, reaching 10,000. The valley was bathed in white light, the power of the light great Tao surging through the world. Divine light annihilation. The God of Light roared, and 10,000 suns covered the valley, their divine light destroying all in its path. Countless Daos shattered, and on the ground, the Dao flowers shimmered, their faint glow blocking the divine light. The undead servants were not so lucky under the divine light, they were vaporized on the spot. The Lord of Darkness was also enveloped in divine light, gritting his teeth as he used his dark great Dao to resist. Normally, he would have fled, but today he couldn't. If the God of Light survived, he'd have no future. He glanced at Lin Moyo in shock. Lin Moyo, bathed in divine light and under the slaughter of the light great Dao, was completely unaffected. All the attacks were absorbed by his billions of undead servants, and the great 1,000 world. This level of attack meant nothing to him. The undead servants killed by the divine light were already being reborn in the chaotic region. Lin Moyo mused, "This formation multiplies the suns, boosting the divine light's power several times over. The previous formation enhanced power directly, this one does it by quantity. The heavenly formation Dao Lord's formation skills are impressive, so versatile. I should discuss formations with him someday. This 100 Formation Tower must be precious. I wonder how the God of Light got it. If it fell into my hands, I wonder what the heavenly formation Dao Lord would think." While Lin Moyo was lost in thought, he casually flicked out a few more divine runes. The runes ignored the divine light annihilation, entered the formation, and snuffed it out. The 10,000 suns shrank back to 1,000. The God of Light's face changed again, another formation broken. He hadn't expected Lin Moya's formation mastery to be so profound. By now, he had nearly expelled all the darkness and was confident he could escape soon. He withdrew the dead formation and activated the 90th floor. This time, the entire Burial Dao Valley trembled, and countless Dao flowers resonated. The 100 Formation Tower hummed. The God of Light shouted, "Ancestors, if you have spirit, let your battle intent live on. Heed my call and destroy the enemy." Spirit summon. The formation activated, and phantoms appeared in the Dao flowers, gathering in the air as invincible warriors like the great Dao Lords of old. Their lingering will awaken to fight again. Divine Light possession. 1,000 suns poured beams of light down, each infused with the God of Light's will, allowing him to control the ancient Dao Lords. The Lord of Darkness cried out, "This is his ultimate move." He said he'd use the spirits of the ancestors in Burial Dao Valley to deal with your puppets. Lin Moyo looked on with disdain. Just with this. Chapter 4053. Chapter 4053, 4053. Chapter 4053, You're not worthy to be buried here. It wasn't that Lin Moyo looked down on the lingering spirits and battle will of these great Dao Lords. Even if all of them were revived, he wouldn't be afraid. With the sheer number of his undead servants, he could sweep through Burial Dao Valley with ease. But Lin Moya didn't want to fight these great Dao Lords. They had all sacrificed themselves for heaven and earth. Calling them heroes was no exaggeration. Their lingering spirits in battle will still guarded Burial Dao Valley. They shouldn't be used as mere weapons. That would be desecration. The God of Light was also ancient, on par with these heroes, yet now he was using them for his own gain. A slow anger rose in Lin Moya's heart, his killing intent flaring. "You know all these heroic spirits, don't you?" The God of Light was momentarily stunned. "Why are you asking? What's it to you?" Lin Moya said, using your former comrades as weapons, you've gone too far. The god of light suddenly burst out laughing. Ridiculous. You're so naive. They're dead. Even if they were once comrades, now they're just corpses. Lin Moya's killing intent was icy. Someone like you isn't worthy of being a great Tao Lord. With a thought, his fingers blurred and countless divine runes shot out, merging with the world. A grand formation instantly took shape. Bang! The 100 formation tower in the God of Light's hand suddenly gave a soft sound, then flew out of his control, transforming into a stream of light and landing in Lin Moya's hand. The God of Light was in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Moya said coldly, you don't understand formations at all. The God of Light did know formations, but not deeply enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the 100 formation tower at all. But compared to Lin Moya, his formation mastery was like a child's. When Lin Moya disrupted 2 formations earlier, he had already embedded his own divine runes into them. When the God of Light withdrew the formations into the tower, Lin Moya used his runes to take control. He didn't need full mastery, just a foothold to seize the tower. Holding the 100 formation tower, Lin Moya willed the 9th level formation to dissipate. The heroic spirit phantoms instantly collapsed and vanished. Lin Moya said quietly, I had thought to let you rest here, among these heroes of your era. But now, I see you're not worthy. You'll leave not even a corpse or soul behind. With a thought, countless undead servants appeared again. This time, Lin Moya was truly intent on killing. The number of undead was overwhelming, covering the plain. The God of Light finally finished purging the darkness from his body, breaking the Lord of Darkness's chain. He turned into a stream of light, fleeing toward the valley's exit, still wounded but knowing he couldn't wait any longer. The Lord of Darkness shouted, he's running. He can't escape, Lin Moya said softly. A small, adorable reverse Dao sprite appeared on his shoulder. With a wave of its tiny hand, the God of Light, who had reached the valley entrance, was suddenly pulled back even faster. The key was, the God of Light didn't even realize he was flying backward. He shrieked, trying to fly out, but the faster he went, the faster he was pulled back. The Lord of Darkness realized what was happening and exclaimed, Reverse Dao. The Reverse Dao had little combat power but was extremely strange and rare. Even among great Dao Lords, very few had ever seen it. The Lord of Darkness had never seen it before. This was his first time, and it was truly bizarre. The God of Light, still unaware, kept shouting, what's going on? Why is this happening? He finally realized it wasn't that Lin Moya was chasing fast, but that he hadn't escaped at all. He'd been pulled right back into the undead horde. By the time he understood, the undead had already swarmed him. The undead servants launched endless attacks, engulfing the God of Light. Against tens of billions of undead, each only slightly weaker than a great Dao Lord, he had no chance. The Lord of Darkness warned, be careful, he still has 2 tricks left. One is self-destruction and reincarnation, the other is forcibly leaving the battlefield and the origin ancestral land. But that comes with punishment, almost as bad as self-destruction. Lin Moya asked, is the punishment severe? The Lord of Darkness replied, very. If you leave the battlefield without permission, heaven and earth will see you as a deserter. Your cultivation will be greatly damaged, though you'll probably keep your Dao Lord status. But the wounds from heaven and earth's punishment are hard to heal, at least several million years. Second, you must return within 1,000 years to atone, and stay in the battlefield for 1,000,000 years before you can leave again. If you slack off and don't kill enough Dao wild beasts, you'll be punished again. It was indeed harsh. Deserters are despised even in the army, and heaven and earth are no different. The Lord of Darkness added, I think he'll try self-destruction and reincarnation, dragging us down with him. Lin Moya glanced at the sky. He won't get the chance. With a flick of his finger, a series of divine runes, each personally refined and already transcending ordinary runes, shot out and formed a profound formation in the air. Then, the 100 formation tower's topmost, 100th floor blazed to life, sending out another intricate formation. The Lord of Darkness was amazed. Deus Lin, you can activate the tower's strongest formation? Your formation mastery is truly admirable. He wasn't just flattering, he was genuinely shocked. Lin Moya's mastery was likely on par with the heavenly formation Dao Lord. The formation covered the sky. The 100 formation tower's ultimate formation anchored the ground. The Dao flowers swayed, their power feeding the formation. On the Dao flowers, tiny spirits appeared, flower spirits, formed from the will of the fallen great Dao Lords. Lin Moya said, honored ancestors, I, Lin Moya, borrow your will for a moment, please forgive me. He shouted, suppress. The 2 formations resonated, sealing the space completely. This was Burial Dao Valley, the realm of heroic spirits. Only with their help could it be sealed. Once sealed, not even a soul could escape. The laws of heaven and earth were weakened here. Even if the God of Light self-destruct, reincarnation was uncertain. Sensing the change, the God of Light roared, kid, the suppression formation won't save you. His aura soared, a beam of light erupted, and countless undead servants were annihilated. The God of Light turned into a ball of light, exploding like a blazing sun. Chapter 4054. Chapter 4054, 4054. Chapter 4054, The Fall of a Great Dao Lord. The God of Light was about to self-destruct and reincarnate, but Lin Moya didn't think it would be that simple. Someone who had lived for countless years and was only half a step from eternity wouldn't rely on just one method of survival. Such an old monster was bound to have other ways to save himself, which was why he so decisively chose to self-destruct. Brilliant light surged. The self-destruction of a great Dao Lord was unimaginably powerful. Countless undead servants were annihilated in the light, returning to the Great Thousand World to be reborn in the Chaos region. The Space Dao Sprite appeared before Lin Moya, tearing space to create a barrier that blocked most of the blast. The Sword Dao Sprite also appeared, transforming into a giant sword to shield against the aftermath. The Lord of Darkness benefited as well, getting a front row seat to a great Tao Lord's self-destruction, a spectacle not seen in a million years. He watched, eyes gleaming, secretly hoping for the God of Light's death, since only then could he truly live in peace. Lin Moya suddenly said calmly, "What a pity," he said, one sentence too many. The Lord of Darkness wasn't stupid and immediately caught the implication. Deist Lin, you mean he has another trick up his sleeve? Lin Moya smiled. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. An old monster like him couldn't possibly have only one backup plan. With that, Lin Moya took out the cause-seeking ring, infusing it with soul power to seek cause and effect. The Lord of Darkness recognized it and gasped, a cause and effect treasure. Such treasures were rare, and the one Lin Moya held was of a level the Lord of Darkness had never seen. He'd encountered many powerful treasures like the 100 Formation Tower of the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord, but this ring seemed a tier above even those. He couldn't gauge its true power, but instinctively knew it was terrifying. Lin Moya activated the ring, unleashing invisible causal power that ignored the God of Light's self-destruction and pierced to its core. After only 2 seconds, Lin Moya smiled. "I've found it." With the ring's help, he had located the God of Light's backup plan. The Lord of Darkness's heart skipped a beat. So he really did have another way out. No wonder he self-destructed so decisively. Just as he thought this, Lin Moya's body exploded into pieces right in front of him. The Lord of Darkness was shocked. Had Lin Moya really died? He quickly realized it was the ring's backlash that caused Lin Moya's death. The ring was so powerful that even a great Tao Lord could barely withstand its backlash. Even an Eternal would have to think twice before using it. Instantly, the Lord of Darkness lost all interest in the ring. A flash of purple light, and Lin Moya's body and soul reformed, instantly revived. Alive again. The Lord of Darkness wondered if he was seeing things. How could anyone come back from that? Lin Moya didn't care what the Lord of Darkness was thinking. He had now found the God of Light's backup plan through the ring, which was still operating. Having already endured the backlash, further use was no problem. The God of Light's self-destruction was fading, and the ring shot out a beam of light, piercing the void and displaying a distance seen, not a projection, but a forced spatial connection across billions of miles. The cause and effect Great Tao was mysterious, with unimaginable abilities. The ring shot out several more beams, each connecting to a different place, 3 in total: the origin ancestral land, the real world, and the soul void. Lin Moya murmured, "A great Tao Lord is hard to kill. As long as their Tao exists, they can be reborn through it." The God of Light set up a backup in the light Great Tao itself. If he self-destruct, he could be reborn there, with only minor loss of cultivation, and it wouldn't count as desertion. He probably has a way to hide, avoiding the battlefield rules, just as he did in the real world for countless years. If rebirth in the Tao fails, he has 2 more backups, one in the real world and one in the soul void. Whether heaven and earth would consider that desertion is unclear, but he must have his reasons. Lin Moya's words were partly for himself, partly for the Lord of Darkness. He wanted to show that no matter how many tricks you had, if you opposed him, you would die. He continued, "No matter the backup, his confidence lies in the light Great Tao. Without it, he's finished. Eternals aren't truly unkillable, it's just that their Taos are in the land of return, where few can reach, let alone destroy them. Great Tao Lords, however, have their Taos in the origin ancestral land, making them vulnerable." After he finished, origin aura surged, and Lin Moya's cultivation soared right before the Lord of Darkness. He broke through the Tao Lord realm and surpassed the eternal level. World-ending palm. Lin Moya struck 3 times at the 3 regions connected by the ring. 3 massive palm prints appeared in each region. The Lord of Darkness felt a chill. If that palm hit him, he'd die. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? He dared not speak, only watched silently. Each region saw a giant palm print. In the real world and the soul void, the God of Light's backup was destroyed instantly. In the origin ancestral land, Lin Moya's world-ending palm slammed into the light Great Tao itself. For a second, they were locked in a stalemate, then cracks spread across the light Great Tao. Lin Moya's strike actually fractured its core. The Lord of Darkness watched, eyes wide, not even noticing Lin Moya's body shattering again and reforming in purple light. The palm print continued pressing down, its power battering the light Great Tao. The God of Light's phantom appeared, face full of terror, as if screaming no. Even a great Tao Lord panics before death. Their Tao heart shatters, and all escape routes are cut off. Cracks spread, and after a few seconds, with a thunderous boom, the light Great Tao shattered, destroying all the God of Light's backups. The God of Light was utterly annihilated. With the Tao destroyed, the entire battlefield shook as if in an earthquake. Infinite karma swept over Lin Moya like a storm. At the same time, a pair of enormous eyes appeared in the void. Chapter 40-55. Chapter 40-55, 4055. Chapter 40-55, Bring down the punishment, I'll take it. There are billions of worlds and countless cultivators in the universe. Among them, those who cultivate the light Great Tao are innumerable. Lin Moya shattered the light Great Tao's true body, which was tantamount to destroying the entire Tao. Instantly, all those who cultivated the light Great Tao lost their foundation. With the Tao gone, they could no longer cultivate, and their cultivation suffered immense losses. All the resulting karma was attributed to Lin Moya. This karma was massive, akin to the myriad resentments generated when a world is destroyed. Lin Moya became entangled in the resentment and karmic ties of countless beings. But Lin Moya didn't care. With a single thought, endless power of faith surged from the great thousand worlds. He used this power of faith to offset the karmic resentment. He had the confidence, so he wasn't afraid. The shattering of the Tao's true body caused the origin ancestral land to tremble, something Lin Moyo had already anticipated. He had even predicted the appearance of the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon's giant eye swept over, and the Lord of Darkness shuddered, immediately bowing. "Greetings, Lord Candle Dragon." The Candle Dragon ignored him and stared at Lin Moyo. "Do you know what you've done?" Lin Moyo replied, "I know exactly what I've done. He tried to kill me, so I killed him and made sure there would be no future threat." The Candle Dragon's voice was cold. "I'm asking why you shattered the Tao's true body." Lin Moyo said, "I said I wanted to end the threat forever." He was the Lord of the Light Great Tao and had set up a backup within the Tao itself, allowing him to revive. To kill him, I had to shatter the Tao's true body. Lin Moyo spoke with conviction, making it clear to the Candle Dragon that the person was dead, the Tao's true body was shattered, and he had taken on the karma. So what now? The Candle Dragon didn't care about the God of Light's life or death, but about the shattering of the Tao's true body. His voice was low. "Do you know what kind of punishment you must bear for shattering a Tao's true body?" Lin Moyo said, "Then bring down the punishment. I'll take it." At this moment, Lin Moyo was extremely resolute. If the Candle Dragon wanted to punish him, so be it, he'd take it all. Lin Moyo had already anticipated what the punishment would be. With his current strength, he could handle it. As long as he could kill the God of Light and eliminate all future threats, a little punishment was nothing. The Candle Dragon snorted, "I know you're not afraid of punishment, so there won't be any. Instead, you must, within 100 years, kill 1,000,000 Tao wild beasts and 1,000 Tao wild beast kings as compensation." Lin Moyo agreed instantly, "No problem." The Candle Dragon said, "Listen carefully, you must do it yourself, not together with other great Tao lords." Lin Moyo repeated, "I heard you clearly. No problem, and I won't even need the full time." "Good. If you fail." He didn't finish, but the implication was clear: serious consequences. Lin Moyo knew the Candle Dragon probably couldn't do much to him, which was why he spoke that way. Lin Moyo said, "Since you're here, I have something to ask you." The Candle Dragon snorted, "I'm going to cultivate the Tao. Whatever you want can wait until you've killed the Tao wild beasts." "How do I find you then?" Lin Moyo asked. "I will come to you myself," the Candle Dragon replied. Lin Moyo didn't press further. "All right, go cultivate your Tao." The Candle Dragon snorted and vanished as his eye closed. Once he left, Burial Tao Valley returned to normal. The Lord of Darkness finally breathed a sigh of relief, now looking at Lin Moyo with a new level of fear. Lin Moyo's methods were far more terrifying than he'd imagined. He could destroy a Tao's true body, use a cause and effect treasure to connect the real and virtual worlds, and annihilate all of the God of Light's backups. Now the God of Light was truly dead, with no chance of revival. Even with the Candle Dragon present, Lin Moyo showed no fear and could speak as an equal. To great Tao lords, the Candle Dragon was a being even higher than the Eternals. Clearly, the Candle Dragon was also quite polite to Lin Moyo, not displaying much majesty. Whether in strength or status, Lin Moyo now inspired awe in the Lord of Darkness. When Lin Moyo's gaze swept over him, the Lord of Darkness involuntarily shivered, not daring to meet his eyes. He said quietly, "Deist Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. When you return to the Tao Lord Hall, tell the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord that I have the 100 Formation Tower. I'll bring it back later and have a chat with him." Lin Moyo's tone was calm, but the Lord of Darkness felt as if Lin Moyo was about to cause trouble for the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord. The Lord of Darkness quickly replied, "Yes, I'll be sure to pass on your message." He turned into a stream of light and left, not wanting to stay any longer or deal with Lin Moyo. Being around him was simply too stressful. Being able to settle things with Lin Moyo was the best outcome. If he could do it over, he'd never have become Lin Moyo's enemy. He'd have let Lin Moyo do whatever he wanted. After the Lord of Darkness left, Lin Moyo looked around the plain. The tremors in the heaven and earth battlefield gradually subsided, and the Candle Dragon began repairing the Light Great Tao. Although the Tao's true body was shattered, the fragments remained. Repairing it wouldn't take too long, nor would it require a new evolution or endless years. Lin Moyo strolled across the plain, his feet not touching the ground but stepping on the Tao flowers. The Tao flowers glowed faintly, supporting him as if they were the ground. This was the core of Burial Tao Valley. Hundreds of great Tao lords had given up the chance of rebirth or reincarnation, choosing to remain here. There must have been a compelling reason. After death, their indomitable will became Tao flowers, blooming and existing eternally. Lin Moyo wanted to find out why those great Tao lords chose to die here rather than retreat. He walked around the valley several times but found nothing. Then he slowly rose into the air and observed from above, taking in the entire plain. The Tao flowers bloomed eternally, each with a different color, representing different attributes, different Taos, and different great Tao lords. They intertwined, as if replaying the scene of the great Tao lords shedding blood here, their blood mixing until it was impossible to tell whose was whose, until the Tao flowers bloomed in all colors. As he looked at the interwoven colors, Lin Moyo began to notice something. The flowers of each color actually formed divine runes. Connecting flowers of the same color created a rune. There were hundreds of colors, hundreds of runes. These runes overlapped and intertwined, forming an extremely complex, three-dimensional divine rune. This was no ordinary rune, it was a grand formation. Forming a formation from single runes is a dream for many formation masters, and here, it had been realized. Lin Moyo deduced that among the great Tao lords who fell here, one was the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord. Chapter 4056. Chapter 4056, 4056. Chapter 4056, The Essence of the Filth Tide. Lin Moyo condensed a divine rune at his fingertip, drawing inspiration from the runes interwoven by the Tao flowers. He released a not-too-complex rune, which grew as it descended, eventually covering the entire plane. Some of the Dao flowers responded, glowing brightly in resonance with the rune. As the rune landed, it was absorbed by some Dao flowers, making them even more radiant. Lin Moya faintly heard a special sound, as if a sigh from an ancient existence echoing across the ages. It was the sigh of a great Dao Lord who had fallen here. The sigh carried a sense of comfort after so many years. Someone had finally understood this place. To truly comprehend Burial Dao Valley was extremely difficult. Ordinary great Dao Lords couldn't do it. Perhaps only the heavenly formation Dao Lord, with mastery over formations, had a chance, and even then, only with the right fate. Not everyone would think to question why those Dao Lords chose to die here rather than retreat. Lin Moyu, by reasoning backward from this, suspected something was wrong and studied it carefully, finally uncovering the answer. He released another rune, slightly different from the first, matching another color of Dao flower. Again, a sigh of comfort echoed in his soul. Lin Moya continued to draw runes, each one covering a different area and resonating with different Dao flowers. Each time, the sighs from ancient existences grew stronger, carrying both relief and a sense of their helplessness at the time. Eventually, Lin Moya completed 621 runes, illuminating the entire Burial Dao Valley in brilliance. This meant that 620 great Dao Lords had once died defending this place. After all the runes were drawn and all the Dao flowers lit, the valley did not change further. Lin Moya frowned, realizing there was still something he hadn't done. The runes were complete, but forming a formation from a single rune was extremely difficult. Even Lin Moya hadn't achieved it yet. These runes could be combined in countless ways, but finding the right combination to form a formation was no easy task. He hovered in the air, thinking hard, scrutinizing every detail, searching for the laws of heaven and earth. Whether runes or formations, everything must follow those laws. To form a formation from runes, they too must operate according to these rules. Although the runes appeared to be on a single plane, Lin Moya realized there must be distinctions of up, down, inside, and out. He memorized them all and simulated combinations in his mind, waving his hands to test different arrangements. Again and again he experimented, failing repeatedly, reminiscent of his early days learning divine runes. Despite the setbacks, he believed he was close to success. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya tried countless times, always falling short, but he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Then, an unusual aura entered Burial Dao Valley, interrupting his thoughts. A filth tide. With a thought, Lin Moya checked outside the valley and saw a new filth tide approaching. This one was much larger than the last, likely to be followed by an even greater beast tide. If a major beast tide occurred, tens of thousands or even over 100,000 Dao wild beasts might appear, with dozens of Dao wild beast kings. For the great Dao Lords, it would be a massive battle. Perfect. I'll block a wave here. Lin Moya decided to intercept some of the Dao wild beasts himself, both to fulfill part of his promise to the Candle Dragon and to ease the burden on the other great Dao Lords. With the will of so many Dao Lords guarding it, the filth tide could not enter Burial Dao Valley. Lin Moya went outside to experience the filth tide firsthand. Last time, he'd wanted to do this, but with Shensin present, it wasn't convenient. Now, alone, he entered the filth tide and let the impurities wash over him. The wind of the filth tide, carrying impurities, passed through his body and into his soul, affecting his very spirit. Almost nothing could resist the filth tide, only a firm Dao heart. The filth tide itself had no attack power. If one's Dao heart was strong, it passed without effect. But if the Dao heart was weak, the filth would pollute the soul, causing injury or even a loss of cultivation, possibly knocking one out of the great Dao Lord realm. For Lin Moyu, the filth tide was nothing. His Dao heart was unshakable, and the filth couldn't touch him. He focused on understanding the nature of the impurities. Standing in the filth tide, letting it penetrate his soul, he gradually gained insight. The filth tide was composed of the impurities from countless great Dao's waste generated during their evolution. This was its origin. But Lin Moya sensed something deeper. Within the filth tide were countless fragments of thought and consciousness. These fragments were the result of countless cultivators interacting with the Daos as they cultivated. Every time someone comprehended a Dao, their thoughts would interact with it, and some of their stray thoughts would be projected into the Dao itself. The deeper the cultivation, the deeper this interaction. With so many cultivators, the stray thoughts accumulated, causing the Dao to generate more and more waste. This waste, combined with the inherent impurities from the Dao's evolution, formed the filth. To protect their purity, the Daos expelled these impurities, which all gathered together to form the filth tide, eventually giving rise to Dao wild beasts. When the impurities reached an extreme, they would transform. The filth tide would birth the souls of Dao wild beasts, while the remaining impurities would become their bodies. From what he'd seen in the ancient origin energy within the origin mountains, Lin Moya deduced that as the world grew stronger and more cultivators appeared, the number and evolution speed of Dao wild beasts would only increase. If the great Dao Lords couldn't keep up, the balance would eventually tip, and the Dao wild beasts might one day break through, invade the origin ancestral land, and devour all the Daos. That would be the end of this world, the collapse of the Daos and the extinction of all things. This was almost an unsolvable problem, a natural result of the world's evolution. The only solution would be for the world to have a master, someone to actively control and guide it, preventing it from heading toward destruction. The filth tide lasted 5 days before dissipating. Immediately afterward, countless Dao wild beasts charged in from the distance. Chapter 4057. Chapter 4057, 4057. Chapter 4057, People from Two Worlds. The Dao wild beasts surged from all directions toward the heaven and earth battlefield. The area where Lin Moya stood only faced a portion of them. Scanning the scene, Lin Moya murmured, 4,000 Dao wild beasts, 3 Dao wild beast kings, not many. Looks like I'll have to intercept some from other areas as well. With a thought, a vast army of undead servants swept out in all directions, intercepting Dao wild beasts elsewhere. Lin Moya didn't block all of them, he intercepted about half, over 50,000 ordinary Dao wild beasts and 32 Dao wild beast kings. As for the rest, he left them for the other great Dao lords to handle. If he wanted, Lin Moya could have stopped all the Dao wild beasts, but he chose not to. Some things were best left to the great Dao lords, there was no need to reveal all his strength. The undead servants struck first, unleashing powerful attacks and beginning a massacre. Dao wild beasts with physical bodies were indeed strong, but still no match for a great Dao lord. Lin Moya's undead servants were slightly stronger than the Dao wild beasts, and with their overwhelming numbers, the beasts he targeted were quickly slaughtered, more than half died in moments. Each Dao wild beast king received special attention, beset by thousands of undead servants. Lin Moya didn't even need to intervene himself, he simply watched as the battles unfolded. In less than half an hour, the undead army wiped out tens of thousands of Dao wild beasts. This beast tide, which should have been a major threat, was handled almost single-handedly by Lin Moya. After dealing with the Dao wild beasts, Lin Moya returned to Burial Dao Valley to continue his research. Inside the battlefield's formation, the great Dao lords had already assembled, fully prepared. The battle sovereign maintained the formation and monitored the situation outside. When the Dao wild beasts appeared, his voice rang out, "It's a major beast tide, about 60,000 in number, with over 60 Dao wild beast kings. Prepare for battle." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone laughed, "Good, only 60,000. That's not so bad. This beast tide is weaker than expected. Let's kill them quickly and get back to our tea. Kill, kill, kill. Don't let a single one escape." The great Dao lords attacked, launching a fierce battle against the Dao wild beasts. They didn't realize that more than a third of the beasts had already been intercepted by Lin Moya, making this beast tide much easier to handle. After a day of fierce fighting, all the Dao wild beasts were slain. A few great Dao lords were injured, and Shen Xin healed them. Before the battle, Shen Xin had given them pills, but such things were kept for emergencies and not used unless absolutely necessary. The battle sovereign observed the world and said quietly, "The next filth tide will erupt in 23 days. It's likely to be another major beast tide, so be ready." Lin Moya remained in Burial Dao Valley, focused on his study of formations. Whenever a filth tide erupted, he would pause his research to intercept some Dao wild beasts outside the valley. If it was only a small beast tide, he'd just watch and leave. Only during major tides would he act. This greatly reduced the pressure on the great Dao lords. Every beast tide was at least a third weaker. Over time, they noticed something odd. Why were the recent beast tides so much smaller than before? Beast tides shouldn't be this weak. But they couldn't find the reason. Only the Lord of Darkness had a vague suspicion it was related to Lin Moya, but he dared not say anything. 10 years later, Shen Xin sought out the Lord of Darkness. Facing Shen Xin, the Lord of Darkness was polite. "Deist Shen Xin, what brings you here?" Shen Xin asked, "Deist Darkness, do you know where Deist Lin is?" She knew there had been conflict between the Lord of Darkness, the God of Light, and Lin Moya. But for the past 10 years, the Lord of Darkness had acted alone, and the God of Light had not been seen. Lin Moya, too, had vanished. Finally, she couldn't help but ask. The Lord of Darkness replied, "I haven't seen Deist Lin in 10 years. 10 years ago, he was in Burial Dao Valley. I don't know if he's still there." Shen Xin frowned. "Deist Lin has been in Burial Dao Valley for 10 years. The Lord of Darkness nodded. "He seemed to be researching something. I didn't dare disturb him, so I left." The Lord of Darkness's wording struck Shen Xin as odd. What did he mean by didn't dare disturb? It sounded like he was in awe of Lin Moya, even though they'd never been on good terms. Shen Xin was kind-hearted, but not naive. She realized something was amiss. The God of Light's absence over the past decade might be related. Shen Xin immediately decided to visit Burial Dao Valley. The Lord of Darkness asked, "Are you planning to go to Burial Dao Valley?" Shen Xin nodded. "Yes, I want to check on Deist Lin, he's my friend, and I'm worried about him." The Lord of Darkness shook his head. "No need. With Deist Lin's strength, he could face a beast tide alone and still be safe. As long as he doesn't enter the inner battlefield, he's in no danger." Shen Xin trusted Lin Moya's strength, but not seeing it for herself, she still worried. She bid farewell and went to the edge of the formation. "Grandpa Battle Sovereign, I want to go out for a bit." The Battle Sovereign's phantom appeared. "Where are you going?" "Deist Lin hasn't returned in 10 years. I heard he's in Burial Dao Valley. I want to check on him." The Battle Sovereign hesitated. "He left 10 years ago, saying he was going to Burial Dao Valley. Not long after, I sensed a great Dao Lord self-destruct. The Lord of Darkness and the God of Light left before him, but only the Lord of Darkness returned. I don't know which one fell. I didn't tell you because, whoever it was a private matter. I had no right to interfere, so I forgot about it." Forgot? A great Dao Lord turned formation spirit, forgetting such a thing? Shen Xin didn't believe it, sensing something was wrong but unable to say what. Out of trust for the Battle Sovereign, she didn't press further and asked him to open the formation for her. The Battle Sovereign opened a passage and warned, "The next filth tide is in 7 days. Go quickly and return soon." Shen Xin nodded. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I understand." She left through the passage and hurried to Burial Dao Valley. Within the formation, the Battle Sovereign's eyes appeared, watching Shen Xin leave. His kindly gaze vanished, replaced by a trace of red light, gradually turning sharp. Shen Xin was unaware, rushing to Burial Dao Valley and entering the plain. On the plain, countless Dao flowers bloomed in all colors, and the valley brimmed with vibrant life. She witnessed a breathtaking sight. A giant divine rune descended from the sky, covering the entire valley and activating the Dao flowers. In the sky, Lin Moya stood like a celestial being, drawing mysterious runes, his entire body glowing, as if merging with Burial Dao Valley itself. Shensin's soul trembled. In that moment, she felt an infinite distance between herself and Lin Moya. A special feeling deep in her soul shattered. She realized they were people from two different worlds. Chapter 4058. Chapter 4058, 4058. Chapter 4058, Enlightenment in the Filth Tide. They were not people from the same world. Sooner or later, Lin Moya would soar higher, becoming an existence out of reach. If she tried to force herself to keep up, she would be torn apart by the winds of the heavens. It was best to stop here, to turn back before the cliff. Perhaps not a bad thing at all. This subtle shift in her heart also affected Shensin. A smile appeared in her eyes, and with her feelings for Lin Moya set aside, Shensin realized that being friends with him was actually quite nice. Her heart was simple and pure, without much scheming, and she acted selflessly. That was why she was respected by so many great Dao lords. She did not disturb Lin Moya, just quietly watched him. Lin Moya continued drawing divine runes, constantly illuminating the Dao flowers in Burial Dao Valley. When Shensin flew into the air, she finally understood what Lin Moya was doing. We never realized after all these years that the Dao flowers contain such a secret. Although she didn't understand the runes, she could sense that there must be hidden mysteries within them. Over the years, they had come and gone countless times, always thinking Burial Dao Valley was just a relic left by their predecessors. Deist Lin really is clever, Shensin thought to herself. She didn't think the other great Dao lords were stupid. Lin Moya was just too smart. Lin Moya's visual displays were dazzling, and even if Shensin didn't fully understand, she could still appreciate their brilliance. The runes contained a special charm, each one imbued with a great Dao, mesmerizing Shensin. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and the filth tide arrived. Shensin was oblivious to it, already lost in the runes woven by the Dao flowers. Lin Moya suddenly stopped, looked at Shensin, and sent her a message. Deist Shensin, you can wake up now. He had naturally noticed Shensin's arrival. Receiving the message, Shensin woke from her immersion in the Dao, a slight blush on her face. I got lost in it without realizing. Lin Moya smiled. That's normal. Deist Shensin is close to the Dao, so you can sense the Dao charm within. Did you feel your predecessor's presence here? Shensin's expression grew serious. I did. Over 600 Dao lords had fallen here, including the former lord of the life great Dao, Shensin's predecessor. If that person hadn't died, Shensin would never have become the lord of the life great Dao. There can only be one Dao lord per Dao, and the successor cannot ascend unless the predecessor steps down. Shensin felt many emotions, but mostly regret for her predecessor. Lin Moya said, your predecessor left her insights into the Dao here. They may help you. After this beast tide, I'll help you experience them. Shensin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Deist Lin. Lin Moya smiled. No need to be polite. For now, the filth tide is here. Let's go observe it. Shensin was puzzled. Why go into the filth tide? Lin Moya replied, you'll understand when we get there. Shensin trusted Lin Moya and followed him out of Burial Dao Valley, facing the filth tide directly. The filth tide had arrived. Impurities transformed from Dao residue danced in the air, wave after wave crashing down. Lin Moya stood calmly in the filth tide, while Shensin was a bit nervous. A faint light surrounded her, protecting her from the filth. She had entered filth tides before, as had all great Dao lords, and knew the filth could pollute the soul and harm cultivation. Using Dao power could resist it to some extent. Lin Moya said, don't use Dao power. Try using your Dao heart to resist. Shensin chose to trust him, withdrew her Dao power, and relied on her Dao heart. Her heart was pure and resolute, so the filth tide couldn't pollute her, though she still felt a trace of unease. Lin Moya said, there's a great secret hidden in the filth tide. You must comprehend it with your heart. If you understand, you may one day open the gate to eternity. Shensin instinctively asked, what secret? Lin Moya replied, the secret lies in the tiny lights born from the filth tide. Within the filth tide, tiny lights constantly emerged. These were the souls of Dao wild beasts. Compared to the chaotic filth, the souls born from it were pure and untouched. Following Lin Moya's advice, Shensin watched the lights, but felt little. She didn't doubt him, only thinking she wasn't sensitive enough. Lin Moya's voice sounded in her ear, all things in heaven and earth are a balance of yin and yang, without exception. The filth tide can pollute the soul, but it can also temper the Dao heart. Have you ever wondered why the souls born in the filth tide are so pure, and what that means? What does it mean? Shensin, being intelligent, caught a hint from Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya continued, if you plant a tree, you need to water it and give it sunlight. But too much water drowns it, too much sun scorches it. Deist Shensin, you cultivate the life great Dao, you can heal and save, but if the life Dao reaches its extreme, it can become poison. Shensin's eyes lit up. You mean, when something reaches its extreme, it turns into its opposite? Lin Moya smiled. Not exactly, but close. Everything in the world is like this, which is why the purest souls are born in the filth tide. Dao wild beasts have the filthiest bodies and the purest souls, a profound truth revealed by heaven and earth. Shensin fell into deep contemplation. Lin Moya's words opened a door for her, showing her another world. A ball of white light appeared in her palm, filled with life force and vitality. The light grew stronger, the life force reaching its peak. Shensin gathered all her Dao power into her palm. If this light exploded in a world, every living thing would be bathed in the life Dao and all injuries healed. But Shensin continued to gather life Dao power, pushing past the limit. After a moment, a sound like a bursting balloon rang out, the light shattered. Instead of life force, a terrifying, destructive power burst out, filled with poison. Below the Dao realm, a touch would kill. Even great Dao lords would be gravely threatened. Shensin was shocked. This is the reversal at the extreme, but I can't control this power. The deadly poison she had created spread outward, some of it rushing toward Lin Moyo. Shensin cried, "Deist Lin, be careful." Lin Moyo was unconcerned. With a wave of his hand, the power of death surged out, instantly corroding all the deadly life force. Chapter 4059. Chapter 4059, 4059. Chapter 4059, dislike leaving loose ends. Lin Moya said, "You've just grasped the basics. It's normal that you can't control it, yet you'll get there with time. But being able to comprehend this principle so quickly shows how deep your foundation is, Deist Shensin. Comprehension is just the beginning. True mastery and control is a long road ahead." Not everyone can realize this principle as Shensin did. Her Dao heart is too pure, and the purer it is, the easier it is to understand. Some great Dao lords overthink things, and the more complicated their Dao heart, the harder it is to achieve enlightenment. Lin Moya was just a guide. How far Shensin could go depended on her. As for whether Shensin would share this method, Lin Moya didn't mind. If she did, it might even strengthen the great Dao lords as a whole. While Shensin continued her enlightenment, Lin Moyo also immersed himself in the filth tide, observing the birth of wild beast souls. What he focused on was different from Shensin. He had long since mastered the concept of extremes reversing, so he was watching for origins, for how souls are born. The soul is the root of all life. If one could truly understand the origin of souls, one could understand this world and, following the clues, ultimately uncover the world's deepest secrets. But this process was not easy. Lin Moyo had observed many filth tides over the past 10 years and had only gained a tiny bit of insight. The road is long and arduous. He still had a long way to go. After 5 days, the filth tide receded. Shensin asked, "The filth tide is over and the beast tide is coming. Deist Lin, are you returning to Burial Dao Valley or to the formation?" She was planning to return inside the formation to help the other great Dao lords resist the beast tide. If Lin Moya didn't want to go back, he could stay in the valley, which was safe thanks to the will of the fallen predecessors. The wild beasts wouldn't enter. Lin Moya smiled, "I'm not going back to Burial Dao Valley, and you don't need to return either." Shensin clearly didn't understand what he meant, but then remembered the Lord of Darkness had said that even if Lin Moyo faced a beast tide alone, he'd be fine. Lin Moyo looked to the horizon. This filth tide lasted 5 days. The coming beast tide will have about 100,000 wild beasts. With a thought, space twisted and vast numbers of undead servants flew out in all directions. After facing dozens of beast tides over the past decade, Lin Moyo had gained experience. By the duration and strength of the filth tide, he could estimate the strength of the beast tide. There was a connection between the two. Even if he didn't know the root cause, it didn't stop him from making accurate predictions. Shensin trusted Lin Moyo and stayed. She had seen the undead servants before and had thought they were just puppets, strong but only at the Dao Lord level, not quite enough to face wild beasts. But now, she saw that these undead servants had auras close to great Dao lords. As Lin Moya's cultivation rose, so did theirs. They were far more than simple puppets. She was tactful and didn't ask further. "These years, the beast tides we've faced have all been weaker than before. Is it because you've been blocking them here?" Lin Moya smiled, "I've just done what I can to ease the burden on the other great Dao lords." "So it was him?" Shensin asked, "Have you seen the God of Light?" Lin Moya replied, "Yes. He's fallen. I killed him." Shensin was shocked. "You killed the God of Light?" "Yes." With confirmation, Shensin said quietly, 10 years ago, the heaven and earth battlefield shook. Was it because the God of Light fell?" Lin Moya shook his head. "No, it was because I shattered the light great Dao's true body. Great Dao lords are hard to kill if you don't destroy the Dao's true body. It's almost impossible. I never like leaving loose ends. If I strike, I make sure it's thorough." The fact that he could shatter a Dao's true body once again redefined Shensin's understanding of Lin Moya's power. The most troublesome thing about wild beasts was always their numbers. The Beast Emperor was blocked by the Eternals, so the great Dao lords didn't have to face him. But now, against Lin Moyo, even the numbers advantage of the wild beasts vanished. His undead servants overwhelmed the wild beasts, and even the beast kings couldn't escape. Watching the battles, Shensin saw the wild beasts grow fewer and fewer. She bowed to Lin Moyo, "On behalf of all the great Dao lords in the battlefield, thank you, Deist Lin." With Lin Moyo holding the line, their pressure had been greatly reduced for 10 years. Even when someone was injured, it was only minor. Some even joked that the wild beasts must be nearly extinct, there were so few. They never imagined someone was blocking half of them here. The battle ended quickly. Lin Moyo collected the beast essences and returned to Burial Dao Valley. "Deist Shensin, let's go back." Shensin agreed and followed. The remaining wild beasts, even if they reached the battlefield, were no threat. The great Dao lords all had her pills, which were more than enough. She was also curious what Lin Moyo was doing in Burial Dao Valley for 10 years. Before she could ask, Lin Moya spoke. "Back then, 621 great Dao lords died here fighting the wild beasts without retreat. I figured there must be a secret here. In searching for it, I found that many left their inheritances hidden in the divine runes, waiting for later generations to discover. I've already collected some, and am still working on the rest. The secret here is almost unraveled." Shensin asked, "Should I leave for now?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Since I've told you, I never intended to drive you away. Whatever secrets there are, we'll discover together. Aren't you curious why so many great Dao lords chose to die here rather than retreat?" Shensin was indeed curious and didn't mention leaving again. What will you do with the inheritances you find? I'll copy some and give them to the great Tao lords on the battlefield. Maybe they'll benefit from the wisdom of their predecessors. The rest, I'll take home. There are still many friends and family in my world. This was understandable. Lin Moya didn't value inheritances for Daos that already had a Dao Lord. No matter how well someone cultivated, they couldn't become a Dao Lord if the position was filled. But for Daos with no current Lord, people from the origin continent would have a chance. He planned to make most inheritances available to all, with only a few reserved for his own people. He would not let these inheritances be buried and forgotten. Back in the valley, Lin Moya said, I'll activate a Dao now. Experience the path of your predecessor. He drew a divine rune, activating a cluster of Dao flowers. The inheritance left by Shensin's predecessor, the former lord of the life great Dao, reappeared in the world. Chapter 4060. Chapter 4060, 4060. Chapter 4060, Breaking the Formation, Xian Zhenzi. Shensin was immersed in her comprehension of the Dao, absorbing the insights left by her predecessor and transforming them into her own path. Lin Moya continued drawing divine runes, which had become many times more complex than those he created a decade ago. The runes were nested and fused together. What appeared to be a single rune actually contained dozens, even hundreds of different runes within. The entire rune represented a great Dao, left behind by the former Heavenly Formation Dao Lord who had fallen here. Compared to the current Heavenly Formation Dao Lord, the one who perished here was even stronger, with a deeper understanding of divine runes and formations. Yet, Lin Moya felt that even this predecessor was not his equal. The grand formation of divine runes left behind was ultimately solved by Lin Moyo. Though complex, it was not truly difficult for him. For several years, Lin Moyo and Shensin remained in Burial Dao Valley. Whenever a filth tide arrived, they would enter it to comprehend their respective Daos. Afterwards, Lin Moyo would block the beast tide, so the battlefield faced almost no pressure. Shensin also returned once to reassure the battle sovereign that she was safe. Finally, in Lin Moya's 23rd year at Burial Dao Valley, the formation within the valley was completely unraveled. A divine rune gleamed brilliantly in Lin Moya's palm. Shensin was dazzled, her eyes shining. This rune seems to encompass the entire Burial Dao Valley. Within the rune, she could see every inch of the valley and every Dao flower. If the rune were enlarged, it could merge completely with the valley itself. It was hard to imagine a single rune could achieve this. Lin Moya said that Heavenly Formation Dao Lord refined the entire Burial Dao Valley into a grand formation, merging the Daos of 621 great Dao Lords and using their battle will to drive it, ensuring their fighting spirit would never fade and leaving behind their inheritances. All of it ultimately converged into a single grand divine rune, his legacy. Truly a grand feat that Heavenly Formation Dao Lord was far stronger than the current one. Lin Moya spoke softly, then pushed the intricate rune forward. As it descended, it rapidly expanded until it matched the size of Burial Dao Valley, perfectly overlapping with it. The Dao flowers in the valley resonated in unison, and countless phantoms appeared atop the blossoms. The sages. Shensin said solemnly these phantoms were the fallen great Dao Lords, the sages and heroes of the world. The phantoms all bowed to Lin Moya, as if expressing their gratitude. Lin Moya returned the gesture, greeting them across time and space. At that moment, heaven and earth fortune descended. Over the years, Lin Moyo had accumulated much fortune from slaying so many Dao wild beasts. Now, recognized by the great Dao Lords, even more fortune poured down on a massive scale. Lin Moya sensed that he might be able to knock on the gate of eternity. But he also felt it wasn't quite safe yet if he could gain just a bit more. His immortality great Dao was already in the land of return, and as its Dao Lord, it was easier for him to become eternal than for others. If he could open the gate, he'd instantly become an eternal. Other Dao Lords, by contrast, had to open the gate and send their Dao inside, facing a trial that was extremely dangerous, often resulting in death. Many Dao Lords had fallen at this step. Lin Moya knew it wasn't time yet, he needed more accumulation before truly opening the gate. He was well aware that his immortality great Dao was unique, and something interesting might happen when the time came. He accepted the sage's salute and watched as the entire Burial Dao Valley was enveloped. The valley itself was a formation, and the way to activate it was to create an identical formation, thus fulfilling the legacy of the former Heavenly Formation Dao Lord. After countless years, the ancestor's last wish was finally fulfilled by him. Let's see what's here, Lin Moya said quietly. Shensin joined him, and together they looked down at the earth. Burial Dao Valley was undergoing dramatic change. The outer layer of the origin mountains forming the valley peeled away, sinking with a roar. The ground shook, and even the sky trembled. The origin mountains encasing the valley were not just two peaks, but two entire mountain ranges, now rapidly descending. The center of the valley split open, and something buried for countless years finally emerged. At that moment, a phantom appeared, a long-robed, immortal-looking elder who bowed to Lin Moyo. Old Daist Xian Zhenzi greets you, Daist friend. Xian Zhenzi, you're the Heavenly Formation Dao Lord who fell here. Shensin exclaimed. Lin Moya was surprised as well. He hadn't realized a remnant soul was left here, hidden underground where even his undead eyes couldn't penetrate due to the special nature of the battlefield's earth. Only now, with the formation activated and the ground split open, did the remnant soul appear. Lin Moya said, Lin Moya greets the senior. Shensin also saluted, Shensin greets the senior. Xian Zhenzi looked at Lin Moya with surprise. You're not the Heavenly Formation Dao Lord. Lin Moya replied, I only have some knowledge of formations. The current Heavenly Formation Dao Lord is someone else. Xian Zhenzi laughed. No matter. The marvel of Formation Dao is just that the strongest formation master of the era isn't always the Dao Lord. Your formation mastery is probably already on par with mine in my prime. In fact, compared to today's heavenly formation Tao Lord, you may even surpass him. Lin Moyo quickly said, Senior flatters me. I was just lucky. Xian Zhenzi laughed again. You must be curious why we fought to the death here back then. Were we guarding something? Lin Moyo nodded. Yes, please enlighten us, Senior. He had spent so long searching for the answer, but perhaps Xian Zhenzi could explain it more directly. Xian Zhenzi said, the situation back then was special. In that battle, we faced not only Tao wild beasts, but also heaven and earth spirit demons. Among the wild beasts, there were 3 beast emperors. Beast emperors. Shen Xin drew a sharp breath, her expression grave. She had seen the power of beast emperors before, beings on par with eternals. While not vastly stronger in raw power, they had 2 despair-inducing traits. First, their pollution was so potent it could corrupt even great Tao lords. In the Great Riot, some Tao lords were polluted, their cultivation crippled, and forced to reincarnate or lose their status. Second, they were nearly immortal. No matter how hard you hit them, they wouldn't die at best, you could only injure them slightly. In the Great Riot, just 1 beast emperor nearly broke the Tao lords, but Xian Zhenzi and his peers had faced 3. Were there no Eternals to block the 3 beast emperors? Lin Moyo asked. Chapter 4061. Chapter 4061, 4061. Chapter 4061, The Great Battle of Burial Dao Valley. Faced with Lin Moya's question, Xian Zhenzi shook his head. The situation back then was very special. The eternal beings were all tied up elsewhere, and the Tao wild beasts launched an unprecedented full-scale assault against us. And all of this was because of this. Xian Zhenzi pointed to the cracked earth. Beneath the ground was a lake not very large, only about 10 li in diameter, visible at a glance. Yet the lake gave Lin Moyo an unusual feeling, especially the calmness of its waters. The sensation was hard to describe. It seemed as if the water was made of great Tao origin energy, which should be pure, yet the lake was also filled with impurities. The simultaneous presence of purity and filth puzzled Lin Moyo. Xian Zhenzi said, Do you know the origin of the Tao wild beasts? Lin Moyo replied, We know that Tao wild beasts are formed from Tao impurities, the waste of the Taos, but their souls are born pure from the filth, a classic example of extremes reversing. Xian Zhenzi nodded. You're not wrong, but their root is still the great Tao origin. Strictly speaking, this whole world comes from the great Tao origin. I'm not sure what you call it, but we referred to it as the great Tao origin. Shen Xin said, We've heard of the great Tao origin, but never seen it. It's said to exist within the Origin Mountains. Lin Moyo took out a drop of great Tao origin energy. Is this what you mean, Senior? Xian Zhenzi smiled. Yes, that's the great Tao origin, the beginning of all things. All Taos come from this, with its essence evolving into the myriad Taos and forming the world. The waste becomes the Tao wasteland, which in turn evolves into pools of filth. When enough filth accumulates, pure souls are born from it and combine with bodies formed in the filth pools, creating Tao wild beasts. The Tao impurities sink into the earth, forming rivers of filth that converge into filth pools. And the lake below us is one such filth pool. Lin Moyo had never seen a filth pool before and was puzzled. If this is a filth pool, why does it contain great Tao origin energy? Xian Zhenzi replied, That's our doing. Lin Moyo was skeptical. How could Tao lords create great Tao origin energy? Xian Zhenzi saw his doubt and explained, It was our work, but not entirely. We discovered this filth pool was special. It couldn't form the bodies of Tao wild beasts or absorb their souls, but we could still study it. After 1,000,000 years of little progress, we accidentally tossed a heaven and earth spirit demon into the pool, and it transformed part of the filth into great Tao origin energy. This was a huge discovery. The great Tao origin is extremely useful. It can be used for cultivation, to comprehend the roots of the Tao, and even to glimpse eternity. We wondered, if spirit demons could transform filth pools, could they be used to control the Tao wild beasts? We never thought we could eradicate them, as they're a product of the Tao and can't be destroyed, but if we could control them, life would be much easier. So we began experimenting here, and every day brought new results. Xian Zhenzi fell into reminiscence, recounting every detail. After so many years, the memory was still vivid, showing how deeply it was etched in his mind. They found that spirit demons could transform filth pools, so they sought out more and more of them. At first, there weren't many people involved, but more Tao lords joined over time, some staying in the origin ancestral land for tens of thousands of years. Through repeated experiments, they confirmed that spirit demons could indeed transform filth pools, but only for a while. Constant addition of spirit demons was needed for control. All the Tao lords believed that if heaven and earth left a sliver of hope, the spirit demons were it, but they didn't realize they were creating a huge danger. After adding 10,000 spirit demons, the filth pool stopped changing, as if it had solidified. It no longer weakened, but now contained both great Tao origin energy and Tao impurities, two opposites coexisting. A Tao lord dove into the pool to investigate and discovered a new life form, a hybrid of Tao wild beast and spirit demon, strange, yet distinct. After discussion, they decided to observe what would happen, since it was their own creation. Xian Zhenzi sighed, We made a mistake that doomed us all. They waited 10,000 years. When the creature was finally born, the world shook and all Taos resonated. They thought heaven and earth was celebrating, not realizing it was a warning. The creature possessed a special power, spreading along the underground rivers of filth and transforming other filth pools to have the same properties. They were overjoyed, thinking they could transform all the filth pools and cut off the source of Tao wild beasts. But they didn't realize that the closer the creature got to a true filth pool, the weaker it became. The pools resisted transformation. Eventually, one filth pool did change, and at that moment, the entire battlefield shifted. The change triggered the Dao wild beasts to go berserk. All the beast emperors moved out at once. At the time, only 2 eternal beings were guarding the inner battlefield. They held off 4 beast emperors, but 3 broke through. At the same time, the spirit demons attacked. No one had realized how many there were or how strong they could be. Xian Zhenzi smiled bitterly. Maybe we captured too many spirit demons, or maybe it was our karma. The beast emperors led the Dao wild beasts, allied with the spirit demons, and attacked us with full force. Lin Moyo couldn't help but ask, why didn't you retreat back then? Chapter 4062. Chapter 4062, 4062. Chapter 4062, they were actually comrades. He was the remnant soul left behind by the former heavenly formation Dao Lord. The Dao Lord had already perished, and the remnant soul was not strong. Sometimes it was hard for him to control his thoughts, which would show in his expression. Lin Moyo had dealt with many remnant souls before, and compared to Wanzan Ling's remnant soul, Xian Zhenzi's was somewhat weaker. Xian Zhenzi's phantom flickered, taking several seconds to stabilize again. The changes in his soul showed how intense his emotions were. The events of that year were clearly very complicated. With a sigh, Xian Zhenzi's voice grew even more somber and helpless. The situation back then was very complicated. He let out a long sigh and began to recount what happened. When the beast emperors in heaven and earth spirit demons appeared together, we realized we had made a terrible mistake. We thought only we were holding back the Dao wild beasts, but the spirit demons were restraining some of the beasts too, especially the emperors. Without them, unless the Eternals were stationed in the inner battlefield year-round, we could never have held back the beast emperors. But because we created that creature, the Dao wild beasts in heaven and earth spirit demons joined forces. His tone was helpless, tinged with self-mockery at how foolish their actions had been. Lin Moyo and Shen Xin remained silent, knowing Xian Zhenzi's story wasn't finished. When they arrived, they made 2 demands. First, destroy the creature we had created. Second, kill us. We could agree to the first. After all, we didn't know what that thing was, and as long as we could save ourselves, destroying it was no big loss. But the second demand we couldn't accept. We could have fled. There were 621 great Dao Lords, so some would have escaped. If all else failed, we could have forcibly left the origin ancestral land. But then came the words that made escape impossible. The Beast Emperor told us that if even one of us escaped, he would lead the Beast Army into the origin ancestral land and destroy the Daos. The Spirit Demon Emperor also said that if we ran, he would stop restraining the Dao wild beasts and let them destroy the world. It was only then we realized the Spirit Demons had always been doing the same thing as us, holding back the Dao wild beasts, preventing them from devouring the Daos. They were on our side all along. But our actions forced them to join the Dao wild beasts. How stupid we were. The self-mockery in Xian Zhenzi's voice grew stronger. He clearly regretted their actions. This was the first time Lin Moyo and Shen Xin had heard any of this. Shen Xin could hardly believe it, but she had to. The spirit demons were actually their comrades, not enemies. What a ridiculous situation. For countless years, the great Dao Lords had defended the battlefield, never knowing the truth. Sometimes they even hunted spirit demons, and the spirit demons would attack them in turn. Shen Xin felt her long-held beliefs shatter. It was hard to accept. Lin Moyo, having never dealt with spirit demons himself, wasn't as shaken. He asked, "Senior, I have a few questions. First, did the eternal beings know about the relationship between spirit demons and Dao wild beasts? Second, why do the spirit demons oppose the Dao wild beasts? Third, if you all died, how could the spirit demons guarantee their promise?" Xian Zhenzi replied, "Good questions. For the first, the Eternals didn't know about the relationship. Spirit demons rarely appeared, and ordinary ones aren't very intelligent, much like regular Dao wild beasts, so there was no way to communicate. For the second, the spirit demons and Dao wild beasts are indeed enemies, but we don't know the exact reason. If you want to find out, you'll have to investigate yourself. For the third, we didn't trust the spirit demons' promise either, so we made a deal. We handed over the creature we'd created, and then joined forces with the spirit demons to repel the Dao wild beasts." Lin Moyo murmured, "So the great battle here was the predecessors and the spirit demons joining forces against the Dao wild beasts. What was the result?" Xian Zhenzi replied, "The result was that all 621 great Dao Lords died, the Spirit Demon Emperor was gravely wounded, and nearly all the Dao wild beasts were wiped out. Of the 3 beast emperors, 1 died and 2 were injured." Shen Xin exclaimed, "I thought the beast emperors couldn't be killed." Xian Zhenzi smiled bitterly. "We used to think so too, but in truth, nothing in this world is truly unkillable. The Spirit Demon Emperor proved that the beast emperors could be killed. It's just that we couldn't do it." Lin Moyo frowned. "If the beast emperors are on par with the Eternals, and the Spirit Demon Emperor can kill a beast emperor, does that mean the Spirit Demon Emperor is even stronger?" Xian Zhenzi nodded slightly, then shook his head. "Not exactly. From my observation, the Spirit Demon Emperor had some methods that specifically countered the Dao wild beasts, but in terms of raw power, he wasn't stronger than an Eternal. In the great battle, we suffered heavy losses, but we learned a lesson. If we broke our promise after the war, the Spirit Demon Emperor would stop restraining the Dao wild beasts, and the battlefield would collapse. If we kept our word, even though fewer than half the great Dao Lords survived, the Spirit Demon Emperor promised to hold back the Dao wild beasts for 1,000,000 years, ensuring there would be no beast tides during that time." Shen Xin was shocked. There really are records of 1,000,000 years of peace on the battlefield. So that's why. The heaven and earth battlefield had once enjoyed 1,000,000 years of peace, with no beast tides and the great Dao Lords living in security. She never imagined the root cause was here. Xian Zhenzi continued, "We made mistakes and deserved to die, but we didn't want our Daos to be buried. So I set up this formation, and with my fellow deists, became Dao flowers, leaving our inheritances for future generations. I thought the one to solve this puzzle would be the next heavenly formation Dao Lord, but it turned out to be you, Deist Lin. With the past explained, Lin Moya still had doubts. If the Beast Emperors and Spirit Demon Emperor are so powerful, why were they so determined to destroy the creature you created? What was so special about it? Xian Zhenzi shook his head. We don't know. They never explained, and we had no way to ask. The creature is dead, but the filth pool can't be destroyed. The Spirit Demon Emperor tried many ways, but in the end could only seal it underground. Now that it's resurfaced, I hope you won't repeat our mistakes. Chapter 4063. Chapter 4063, 4063. Chapter 4063, he didn't die. At first, Lin Moya was puzzled if the special filth pool produced something that could unite both Dao wild beasts and heaven and earth spirit demons in their determination to destroy it. Why was this special filth pool left behind? Wouldn't that be leaving a hidden danger? It turned out they simply couldn't destroy it. This land was extremely unique, with origin mountains and earth of incredible toughness. The filth pool extended deep underground. What was visible was only the surface, while the true core lay far below. The earth had formed at the birth of heaven and earth, and not even the Spirit Demon Emperor or the Beast Emperor could completely destroy it. Moreover, the water in the pool wasn't ordinary water, but a special form of Dao power in near perfect balance of pure great Dao origin energy and Dao impurities. The Spirit Demon Emperor could only seal it, and that seal was integrated with the formation left by Xian Zhenzi. When the formation was broken, the seal loosened as well. Lin Moya could see the special filth pool, but could not enter it. Back then, Xian Zhenzi had also left some tricks using the Dao origin energy in the pool to preserve his remnant soul for countless ages. To pull this off right under the Spirit Demon Emperor's nose showed just how high Xian Zhenzi's formation skills were. Lin Moya sighed. I never imagined things would turn out this way. Xian Zhenzi replied, indeed. As they say, if you don't court disaster, disaster won't come. We brought this on ourselves. If we hadn't been greedy, things wouldn't have ended like this. When I first started cultivating, my predecessor warned me to take things step by step. We tried to leap ahead and ended up falling. Shensin tried to comfort him. You were only trying to solve the threat of the Dao wild beasts. There was nothing wrong with what you did. Xian Zhenzi chuckled. No need to comfort me, little one. The formation here has been undone, my last wish fulfilled. When the time comes, I'll be gone. He seemed to have completed his final task, and his remnant soul began to fade. Lin Moya did not stop him. Shensin wanted to say something, but Lin Moya stopped her with a look. Xian Zhenzi murmured, what's the use of becoming a Dao Lord if, in the end, it all returns to emptiness? With those words, his remnant soul dissipated. Everything returned to nothing, but not entirely to nothing. The inheritances he left behind had already been taken by Lin Moya, who would spread them far and wide. The legacies of the 621 Dao Lords who fell here would not be lost. Watching Xian Zhenzi's soul scatter, Shensin felt a twinge of selfishness and whispered, Deist Lin, I don't want to tell anyone about what happened here. Lin Moya replied, there's no need to. All the Dao Lords here were heroes, sacrificing themselves for the world. Burial Dao Valley is their final memorial, and it's perfect as it is. Shensin smiled. Thank you, Deist Lin. Lin Moya flew toward the ground, with Shensin quickly following. A massive fissure split the earth of Burial Dao Valley, and beneath it lay the special filth pool. Within the fissure, a formation covered the pool, and an overwhelming power pressed down from above. The formation was Xian Zhenzi's, while the power came from the Spirit Demon Emperor, an eternal force, undying for countless ages. Both were like two great gates, sealing the filth pool completely. However, Xian Zhenzi had left a backdoor for himself, allowing his remnant soul to draw on the Dao origin energy in the pool to persist and pass on his story. He didn't care how future generations judged them. He just wanted to warn others not to meddle with things beyond their understanding, not to indulge in wild fantasies, or misfortune would follow. Lin Moya spent some time finding Xian Zhenzi's backdoor and sent a wisp of his soul inside. Shensin silently protected him, asking nothing. She trusted Lin Moya had his reasons. Lin Moya sent his soul into the formation, carefully sensing the special filth pool. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the pool with a complex expression. Shensin noticed and asked, did you find something? Lin Moya replied, I did. There's a living being nurtured in this filth pool. Shensin was shocked. Another one is being born? Lin Moya said, but I'm not sure if this being is the same as the one from before. If it is, the Beast Emperors and Spirit Demon Emperor will likely come again. Shensin asked. Senior Xian Zhenzi said that last time, the being was already fully formed when they arrived. What about now? Lin Moya said, it's almost ready. I'll take another look. This time, he sent even more of his soul, trying to see more clearly. After countless ages, the special filth pool was nurturing another being. Lin Moya wasn't sure if it was the same as last time, but if so, when it fully formed, the Beast Emperors and Spirit Demon Emperor would surely return. What would happen then was impossible to say. Burial Dao Valley would almost certainly be lost, but at least he had already secured the inheritances so they wouldn't be buried. Lin Moya's soul delved deeper, unable to enter the pool but able to sense it through the formation. He gradually discerned the outline of the being, half human, half beast, with traits of both Dao wild beasts and the human race. But Lin Moya also sensed another aura, one similar to that of a soul devourer. His frown deepened. On closer inspection, the feeling grew worse. If a single being combined the traits of both Dao wild beasts and soul devourers, it would be terrifying. Who could possibly deal with such a creature? Beast emperors were nearly impossible to kill, and soul devourers were likewise, with the added ability to be immune to Daos. Lin Moya felt a headache coming on, but for now, he was powerless to stop it. I need to find the spirit demon emperor. The thought flashed through his mind, maybe the spirit demon emperor would have a solution. Suddenly, Lin Moya sensed an eye slowly opening beneath the filth pool, looking up at him. Boom! His soul was violently shaken, and the wisp he'd sent in was instantly destroyed. Lin Moya grunted and came to, his expression grave. Shensin asked anxiously, "Are you alright?" Lin Moya shook his head. "I'm fine. That thing already has its own consciousness, and it's hiding." "Ha!" Shensin didn't quite understand. Lin Moya explained, "If I'm right, that creature is the same one the predecessors created. It was never truly destroyed, and after countless ages, it's being reborn. This time, it's learned to hide, and may not emerge until it's fully formed. I have a very bad feeling if it comes out, the whole world could be in danger." Shensin was frightened. "Is it really that bad? What can we do?" Lin Moya said, "Let's go back for now and let me think." With a wave, he sent out several divine runes. The earth rumbled, the fissure closed, and Burial Dao Valley returned to its previous state. The Dao flowers swayed, blooming in all colors, beautiful as ever. But beneath that beauty, unimaginable danger lurked. Chapter 4064. Chapter 4064, 4064. Chapter 4064, Find a way to kill him. After putting away the formation, Lin Moyo and Shensin returned. He needed to think about what to do next. The idea of seeking out the spirit demon emperor had suddenly come to him, but even if he decided to go, he needed to plan carefully. On the way back, Lin Moyo asked, "Who is the longest-lived great Dao Lord still active on the battlefield?" Back in that great battle, 621 great Dao Lords fell, nearly 3/5 of all Dao Lords at the time. Afterward, the heaven and earth battlefield enjoyed a brief million years of peace. When beast tides returned after that million years, the surge was immense, a buildup of a million years worth of power, and with the Dao Lords' numbers still low, the fighting was brutal and exhausting. Many more Dao Lords fell in subsequent battles, with new blood constantly joining the ranks. By now, the number of Dao Lords was higher than ever, over 2,000, but very few from that era still survived. Even Shensin's grandfather, the battle sovereign, had not lived as long as Xin Zhen's generation. Shensin thought for a moment. The longest lived now is probably the Lord of Weak Water. I don't know exactly how long she's lived, but she doesn't like to talk, and she spends at least 9,000 out of every 10,000 years here on the battlefield. Very few Dao Lords stay here so long. Most have things to handle in the real world, disciples, friends, and family. But the Lord of Weak Water spends more than 90% of her time here. There must be a story. Lin Moya said, "I'll go find her. When we get back, I'll show you the way. Her place is hard to find." Shensin seemed happy to be able to help Lin Moyo. They soon returned to the battlefield's edge. The formation was still running, unchanged from when Lin Moyo left. These formations had existed for countless years, always the same. Shensin called out, "Grandpa Battle Sovereign, I'm back." A deep voice sounded, and a passage opened in the formation. Shensin was about to enter when Lin Moya stopped her. "You go in first. I want to say a few words to the Battle Sovereign." "Oh." Shensin was a bit puzzled, but didn't ask and walked into the passage. The passage didn't close, as if waiting for Lin Moyo. The Battle Sovereign's phantom appeared in the formation. "Deist Lin, what do you wish to say?" Lin Moya said, "Should I call you Senior Battle Sovereign, or Lord of Curses?" The Battle Sovereign's brow furrowed, his phantom eyes fixed on Lin Moyo. "How did you find out?" Lin Moya smiled. "Didn't you leave a mark in my Great Dao, monitoring me all this time? Don't you know why?" The curse mark in the Immortality Great Dao had already been erased. The eye of the curse could no longer monitor Lin Moyo. Even before, the Lord of Curses never knew everything, only part of it, and even less recently. The Lord of Curses quickly understood. "It seems your mastery of formations is greater than I thought." Lin Moya smiled. "That's what others say too. What did you do to the real Battle Sovereign?" The Lord of Curses replied, "He's fine, just had his mind suppressed by me. He's just sleeping for now." Lin Moya said, "So you've decided to make a move? I'm already a great Dao Lord, and one step from eternity. If you don't act soon, you may lose your chance." The Lord of Curses said, "It's about time." Lin Moyo asked, "Are you going to do it now? Want me to come into the formation and play with you?" The Lord of Curses let out a series of cold laughs, the Battle Sovereign's face twisting. "It seems this formation can't do anything to you, but I never expected to seize your body with it anyway. Since that's the case, I won't waste time. Just wait, I'll make my move soon. Enjoy what little time you have left." With a burst of mad laughter, the Lord of Curses departed. The Battle Sovereign's gaze became dazed. His mind had been suppressed, but now that the Lord of Curses was gone, his consciousness returned. Lin Moyo understood that the Lord of Curses hadn't come to seize his body, but rather to warn, threaten, and show off. The Lord of Curses was telling him that he could control the battlefield at any time. Hiding here was useless. He could even threaten the other Dao Lords, so if Lin Moya didn't want to drag them down, he shouldn't hide away. At the same time, the Lord of Curses wanted to test Lin Moya's strength to decide when to strike. Now unable to monitor Lin Moya through the Dao, he had to come in person to probe him. Unfortunately, he failed. Lin Moya saw through him and didn't reveal his true power. Still, the Lord of Curses learned that Lin Moya's formation skills were formidable. If he tried to use formations against Lin Moyu, it wouldn't work. The battle sovereign's mind returned, and he looked at Lin Moyu with a complicated expression. He remembered everything that happened while his mind was suppressed. In a deep voice, he asked, "How did you get involved with him?" Lin Moyu replied with a hint of helplessness, "He came after me, I had no choice." The battle sovereign grew even more serious. "So what are you going to do?" Lin Moyu smiled. "What else? Find a way to kill him." The battle sovereign was shocked. "He's eternal, he can't be killed." Lin Moyu shook his head. "Who says eternals can't die? If the conditions are right, even eternals can die. Even the world itself can perish, how could eternity truly be immortal? I've dealt with him more than once, and he's never been sure enough to act against me. So don't worry, when he finally makes his move, I'll show him that great Tao lords aren't so easy to bully." Lin Moyu was half joking, but the battle sovereign didn't find it funny. After a moment, the battle sovereign could only sigh. "Good luck, then." Lin Moyu chuckled. "I'm not the Lord of Fate. I trust strength more than luck." He stepped into the passage and entered the formation. The battle sovereign muttered, "Just what is your true identity, and what does the Lord of Curses really want?" For him, these were things he could neither reach nor dare to touch. Even when he was alive, let alone now as a formation spirit, such matters were beyond him. All he could do was wish Lin Moyu luck. Inside the formation, Lin Moyu met Shensin. "Let's go find the Lord of Weak Water." Shensin nodded and called out, "Grandpa Battle Sovereign, I'll come visit again in a few days." The battle sovereign appeared within the formation, face kindly. "Come visit whenever you can." Shensin agreed and left with Lin Moyu. On the way, Shensin whispered, "Grandpa Battle Sovereign is back to normal today." Lin Moyu replied, "Did you notice something?" Shensin said, "He seemed off for a while, I thought it was the filth tide's influence. But now he's back to normal, so it's fine." Chapter 4065. Chapter 4065, 4065. Chapter 4065, The Remnant Soul Within the Lord of Weak Water. Shensin knew the battle sovereign better than anyone. She could sense any change in him immediately. No matter how well the Lord of Curses concealed himself, he couldn't fool Shensin. She simply thought the battle sovereign was affected by the filth tide and didn't ask further, trusting he could recover on his own. Lin Moyu, of course, didn't tell her the truth, nor would the battle sovereign himself. So the matter passed without further discussion. Shensin led Lin Moyu past the Tao Lord Hall, flying among the Origin Mountains and into a canyon. There, the sound of water could be heard. A special small lake and a great Tao waterfall appeared. The weak water great Tao manifested in the sky, sending down endless weak water that formed the waterfall and lake. Weak water supports nothing, crystal clear but filled with hidden danger. Even a Tao Lord entering would struggle to surface, likely to be swallowed by the endless weak water. The weak water great Tao itself was neither especially strong nor weak, but had unique properties. Shensin sometimes used weak water for alchemy and would come to the Lord of Weak Water for it. "Sister Shui, Shensin is here to visit." Shensin called softly from a distance. A few breaths later, a misty, ethereal voice responded, "Come in." The gentle, soul-penetrating voice alone conjured the image of a delicate, frail woman. By the lake in the canyon, a white-robed woman sat quietly on a lounge chair, eyes closed as if resting, exuding a sense of leisure. For some reason, Lin Moyu sensed a deep sadness emanating from her. Her Tao heart. Lin Moyu felt her Tao heart was damaged, incomplete. Shensin approached. "Sister Shui, I brought a friend." The Lord of Weak Water opened her eyes slightly, glancing at Lin Moyu. "Deist friend, are you here for weak water?" Weak water had many uses, and besides Shensin, other Tao lords would sometimes ask for it. She was used to it. Lin Moyu bowed slightly. "Lin Moyu greets Senior Shui. I'm not here for weak water." The Lord of Weak Water's surname was Shui, given name Xiu, though she rarely used her real name. She spoke lazily. "Then what is it?" Lin Moyu said, "It's about the 621 great Tao lords of Burial Tao Valley." Boom! The weak water waterfall exploded, torrents of weak water surged skyward, and rain fell throughout the canyon. The Lord of Weak Water immediately shed her laziness, standing up from her chair, beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Moyu. "How do you know it was 621? Hearing this, Lin Moyu knew he'd found the right person. She really was from that era and must know much about what happened. Judging by her reaction, she might know even more than he expected. Lin Moyu said, "I went to Burial Tao Valley and unraveled the formation left by Senior Xian Zhenze." The Lord of Weak Water stared at Lin Moyu. "Did you obtain those inheritances?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I did." She extended her hand. "I want the inheritance of the Lord of Heavy Water." Lin Moyu asked, "Might I ask your relationship to the Lord of Heavy Water?" She replied, "Give me the inheritance, and I'll answer any question you have. If not, I'll take it by force." She was clearly determined to obtain the Heavy Water Great Tao inheritance, leaving no room for negotiation. Shensin was surprised. She had always known the Lord of Weak Water to be gentle and frail, never so forceful. The inheritances of the 621 great Tao lords were now in Lin Moyu's hands. The Heavy Water Tao inheritance wasn't especially important to him, so he handed it over without hesitation, sensing there must be a story between the two. Lin Moyu used his Tao power to condense the inheritances into jade plaques. The Lord of Weak Water scanned them, confirming they were genuine, her expression growing even more serious. She raised a slender finger to her brow, and with a ripple of soul power, drew out a remnant soul from her forehead. The remnant soul was incomplete, but Lin Moyu could see it resembled the Lord of Weak Water by 70% like sisters. The aura was of the Heavy Water Great Tao. Lin Moyo immediately understood, this was the remnant soul of the Lord of Heavy Water, and most likely, the two were sisters. The Lord of Weak Water had always used her Dao power to protect the remnant soul, hoping one day to revive her. But it was clear that was impossible. The Lord of Heavy Water had truly perished, and a mere remnant soul could not bring her back. The preservation was already remarkable, but her Dao power was not as potent as Great Dao Origin Energy, so the remnant soul was far less well preserved than Xian Zhen's. Lin Moyo asked, Senior Shui, do you hope to use the Heavy Water Dao inheritance to revive her? She didn't answer, instead guiding the inheritance into the remnant soul. Shensin explained, even if a Dao Lord dies, they leave a mark in their Dao. With a remnant soul in the same Dao's inheritance, there might be a chance. Lin Moyo shook his head. It won't work. Those predecessors didn't die ordinary deaths. They gave up their chance at reincarnation and erased their marks in the Dao. They truly perished. Shensin was correct in general, but it didn't apply to the Lord of Heavy Water. The Lord of Weak Water clearly didn't believe Lin Moyo, continuing to guide the inheritance into the remnant soul. Suddenly, the remnant soul began to twist violently, becoming unstable as if about to shatter. She panicked. How could this be? Xinr, help me. Shensin immediately used the Life Great Dao to stabilize the remnant soul, but its effect was limited. It could barely keep it together, and the Lord of Weak Water grew more anxious. Stop. Lin Moyo said, sending a surge of the power of life into the remnant soul. Instantly, the twisting soul stabilized. The power of life was even more effective at healing souls than Shensin's Life Great Dao. The Lord of Weak Water looked at Lin Moyo. Why is this happening? Lin Moyo replied, as I said, those seniors erased their Dao marks when they fell. They truly died. You can't revive her this way. For all these years, you've protected her with your Dao power, but haven't you noticed she's gradually dissipating? In less than 1,000,000 years, she'll be gone. The Lord of Weak Water fell silent, her voice full of sorrow. Is there any way? She seemed drained of all spirit. I'll try, Lin Moyo said, taking out a spirit flower. The flower bloomed, and he gestured for her to place the remnant soul inside. After some hesitation, she did so. The remnant soul had never left her body in countless years. This was the first time, and she was reluctant to let go. Lin Moyo observed the soul's condition in the flower. The soul stabilized somewhat, but showed no sign of recovery. He knew it had existed too long for even the spirit flower to heal it. The flower could heal wounds, not resurrect the soul. Could at best return to its state upon separation. To truly revive her, there was only one way, to reconstruct her with the power of creation. Special shout out to Hussein for donating. Thanks a bunch. Thank you for being part of this journey with me. Also, if anyone wants to join my discord.gg/sq5h7jsq, Chapter 4066, Chapter 4066, 4066, Chapter 4066, Shui Xiu's story. After using 3 spirit flowers, the remnant soul of the Lord of Heavy Water finally stabilized, returning to the state it was in when it first separated. Lin Moyo stopped at this point, not taking out any more spirit flowers. The Lord of Weak Water didn't realize this was the limit and, full of hope, asked, why did you stop? Keep going. Lin Moyo shook his head. My spirit flowers can only restore her to her original state after separation, not truly revive her. If you want to revive her. He paused, and the Lord of Weak Water impatiently pressed, how can I revive her? Her tone was urgent, her soul fluctuating, and the aura of a great Dao Lord unconsciously filled the entire valley. It wasn't intentional, but a result of her deep anxiety, causing her to lose some control. Lin Moyo said, I have a technique that can resurrect the dead, but she's been gone for countless years, so I'm not sure it will work. Besides, there are some issues with this technique. The Lord of Weak Water grew even more anxious. What issues? Tell me quickly. At this point, Lin Moyo was her last hope. She knew the state of the remnant soul all too well. After maintaining it for tens of millions of years, it was still deteriorating and would eventually dissipate. Lin Moyo explained, the first problem is whether it will succeed. If it fails, the remnant soul will be completely destroyed. But instead of dragging this out for another 1,000,000 years, I think it's better to try. Prolonged pain is worse than short pain, and your Dao heart might not withstand it if you keep waiting. The second problem is that, if it succeeds, I promise not to place any restrictions on her. She'll be restored to her former self. However, because she's revived by my forbidden technique, she'll be loyal to me. But if I die, the technique fails and she'll die as well. Please consider carefully whether to keep things as they are or take the risk. Becoming a revived being would make her Lin Moyo's servant, but he phrased it differently to make it easier for the Lord of Weak Water to accept. Lin Moyo knew well that reviving this remnant soul had become the Lord of Weak Water's obsession, even damaging her Dao heart. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she wouldn't let go. He had explained all the possibilities. Failure could mean complete destruction, and even success would have side effects. The decision had to be hers. This was as far as Lin Moyo could go. He also suspected that this remnant soul was one of the 621 great Dao Lords who had fallen in Burial Dao Valley. If he could revive her, he might obtain more detailed information. Lin Moyo didn't fully trust Xian Zhen's account, suspecting there were things left unsaid. But his revived beings could not hide anything from him. Shui Xiu, as a great Dao Lord, had a damaged Dao heart but was still decisive. She sighed, over the years, I've tried everything and still haven't found a way to revive Xinr. You're right, if I keep waiting, the end will be oblivion, so I might as well take a gamble. Deist Lin, please perform the technique. She gritted her teeth and made her final decision. Lin Moyo was surprised to find that after her decision, her aura actually rose a bit, and her damaged Dao heart showed signs of recovery. Indeed, all great Dao Lords were extraordinary people. Lin Moyo said, since you've decided, I'll begin. Once I start, I can't stop. The Lord of Weak Water said quietly, "Let fate decide. Please, Deist Lin, perform the technique. No matter the result, I will have no regrets." Lin Moyo held the remnant soul in his hand and activated infinite summoning. The remnant soul was enveloped in undying flames and began to change. Perhaps because so much time had passed, or because the remnant soul had erased its mark in the Tao, the change was extremely slow. But Lin Moyo knew at once that it was working. The technique had not failed. Infinite summoning seeks out the spark of life in the true spirit even after billions of years. His technique could follow the traces of the true spirit, gather the soul fragments from heaven, earth, and the river of time, and finally complete the resurrection. It was just that, with so much time passed, the process was slow and required patience. The Lord of Weak Water watched intently, tense, but dared not disturb Lin Moyo. Seeing that the remnant soul in the undying flame was not collapsing but even growing stronger, hope appeared in her eyes. Shen Xin, too, was nervous, hoping Lin Moyo would succeed. Lin Moyo said, "It's already halfway done." In truth, it was already successful, but he said this to reassure her. The Lord of Weak Water's face lit up. "Really?" Lin Moyo nodded. "The rest just takes time. After so many years, it's only natural. By the way, what's your relationship to her?" The Lord of Weak Water replied softly, "Her name is Shui Xi and she is my daughter, and was once the Lord of the Heavy Water Great Tao." Lin Moyo had already guessed this, so he wasn't surprised. Shen Xin, however, was stunned. Sister Shui's daughter. What about her partner? She was simple-minded and didn't think her question was out of place, and Shui Xiu didn't mind. The Lord of Weak Water said, "When I was at the Tao Venerable Realm, I had a partner. We were very close and advanced to the Great Tao Realm together, but he failed and died. After I advanced, I discovered I was pregnant." Perhaps due to the impact of advancing to the Great Tao Realm, Shui Xian gestated for 1,000 years before being born, and was born at the Tao Venerable level, with her father's constitution and a natural affinity for the Heavy Water Great Tao. This shocked Lin Moyo. Pregnant for 1,000 years, and born at the Tao Venerable level. A baby with such power could easily destroy the world if she threw a tantrum. The Lord of Weak Water continued, "When Xian'er was young, I sealed her power until she came of age. Later, I became the Lord of the Weak Water Great Tao, and Xian'er soon became the Lord of the Heavy Water Great Tao. Her talent far surpassed mine. She always dreamed of attaining eternity. When Xian Zhenzi and the others discovered that filth pool and began experimenting, Xian'er thought that if they succeeded, she could gain immense heaven and earth fortune and have a chance to open the gate of eternity. I was worried, so I had Xian'er leave a wisp of her soul with me, just in case. But in the end, when they fell, they erased their Tao marks, and that wisp became useless." The Lord of Weak Water told her story, a tale of warmth and heartbreak. She was a mother who wanted her daughter to be safe and happy, but didn't want to block her dreams. She hadn't participated in Xian Zhenzi's research, but left a wisp of her daughter's soul as a spark of hope. She had guarded that remnant soul for countless years, nurturing it with her Tao heart and power, searching for every possible method. Chapter 4067. Chapter 4067, 4067. Chapter 4067, Resurrection, Lord of the Heavy Water Tao. Shen Xin was moved by Shuxia's story, her eyes growing moist. She comforted Shuxiao, "Sister Shui, don't worry, your Xian'er will be back soon." Shuxiao gave a gentle laugh. "After all these years, whether it works or not, I've come to terms with it. But I just can't let go of this last bit of hope." She seemed to have let go, but whether she truly had, only she knew. Lin Moyo could sense that her Tao heart had somewhat recovered, but if he failed, her just recovered Tao heart might shatter even more severely. Fortunately, he was confident he would not fail. Within the undying flame, the soul was steadily recovering and growing stronger. Shui Xian had once been the Lord of the Heavy Water Tao. After resurrection, she would regain her peak state. But that was only her cultivation. Whether she could become the Lord of the Heavy Water Tao again was uncertain. As far as Lin Moyo knew, there was currently no new Lord of the Heavy Water Tao, so perhaps there was a real chance. A resurrected being, if recognized by heaven and earth, could become a Tao Lord, regardless of whether they were a living being. Shuxiao could sense the changes in the soul, her beautiful eyes shining ever brighter, full of hope. Following the traces of the true spirit, countless soul fragments were recovered. Once the soul was fully reconstituted, recreating the body would not be difficult. This was Lin Moyo's first time summoning a resurrected being since becoming a Tao Lord, and it felt different from before. Among all the resurrected beings he had summoned, this was the one from the most distant era. The slow process allowed him to deeply comprehend the essence of the technique and sense the true spirit. The process of resurrection was a process of interacting with the true spirit. Through this, Lin Moyo discovered a question: if a powerful being left behind a remnant soul after death and also reincarnated, what would happen if he used that remnant soul to create a resurrected being? Would the technique fail, or could a single true spirit correspond to two existences at once? Lin Moyo was very interested in this question. The secrets of the true spirit touch on the essence of heaven and earth, and understanding them would greatly benefit him. In Lin Moyo's view, cultivation is the process of perceiving the essence of heaven and earth. The result of cultivation is likewise to perceive that essence. In contrast, longevity and the power to destroy worlds are just side effects. Understanding the essence of heaven and earth is the ultimate goal of cultivation. The saying "one moment of enlightenment, ascend in broad daylight" refers to this. If an ordinary person is lucky enough to realize the essence of heaven and earth, all those side benefits will come naturally, without the need for endless grinding. Lin Moyo was now searching for the true root of heaven and earth. During Shui Xian's soul reconstitution, he faintly glimpsed the trajectory of the true spirit, catching a glimpse of the deepest secrets of heaven and earth. Shui Xian's soul grew stronger and more complete, steadily approaching her former peak. It's going to work. The Lord of Weak Waters' eyes shone ever brighter, filled with joy and motherly love. Unconsciously, tears filled her eyes and fell down her cheeks. For a Tao Lord to weep was almost unheard of, showing just how emotional she was. Finally, after 3 full days and nights, Shui Xian's soul was completely restored. Boom! A great Tao appeared, descending like a waterfall onto the soul. The waterfall was unimaginably heavy. This was the heavy water Tao, with each drop weighing 1,000 catties. Washed by the heavy water Tao, the body began to regenerate. The Tao rebuilt the body, and Shui Xian returned as a Tao Lord, regaining her peak strength. As the heavy water Tao faded, Lin Moya's will was already a step ahead. As a resurrected being, Shui Xian's first instinct was to kneel to Lin Moyu, but he stopped her. Making someone's beloved daughter kneel before him in front of her mother would only make things awkward. Shui Xian, now a resurrected being, obeyed Lin Moya's command. Her gaze, still a bit dazed, quickly locked onto the Lord of Weak Water. Mother! After countless years, the call from her daughter made this powerful Tao Lord tremble uncontrollably with emotion. The Lord of Weak Water hugged Shui Xian tightly, as if holding the most precious treasure, unwilling to let go. Lin Moya signaled to Shen Xin, and the two quietly left the valley, giving the long-separated mother and daughter their space. Outside the valley, Shen Xin asked curiously, "Deist Lin, since you have this technique, why didn't you revive Senior Xian Zhenzi?" Lin Moya shook his head. "This isn't resurrection, just revival. If I revived Xian Zhenzi, he would become my servant, which would likely be an insult to him. If not for fulfilling the wish of the Lord of Weak Water as a mother, I wouldn't have done it either." Shen Xin understood Lin Moya's thinking. For many, losing freedom is worse than death. She said softly, "I hope Deist Lin can get the information you want from Shui Xian." Lin Moya smiled. "Whether I get the information or not, at least I let the Lord of Weak Water reunite with her daughter. That's enough." One benefit of revival is that the person retains most of their memories, so Shui Xian won't be much different from before. The two waited outside for half a day before the Lord of Weak Water and Shui Xian emerged. The Lord of Weak Water bowed deeply to Lin Moyu. "Thank you, Deist Lin. I can never repay this kindness. If you ever need anything, I will do my utmost." Lin Moya smiled. "No need to be so polite, senior. The reunion of mother and daughter is the best result. I just want to know everything that happened in Burial Dao Valley, in as much detail as possible." Faced with Lin Moya's questions, Shui Xian, as a resurrected being, naturally answered everything. They returned to the valley, where the Lord of Weak Water brewed tea for everyone, and they chatted as they drank. Shui Xian recounted everything from that year, from beginning to end, in far more detail than Xian Zhenzi had. She had participated in the entire affair, unlike some Tao Lords who joined partway and didn't know the whole story. Back then, after discovering the special filth pool, they accidentally put a heaven and earth spirit demon into it and noticed the pool's transformation. After some discussion, they made a plan. Unexpectedly, the pool began to nurture a special living being. When they discovered this being, there was disagreement. Some wanted to destroy it, as it gave off an unsettling feeling, while others wanted to see what it would become. This caused divisions and conflicts among the Tao Lords. It was a long experiment, spanning millions of years. Conflict was inevitable. During this time, some tried to act in secret, but failed. Xian Zhenzi had never mentioned any of this. Only now did Lin Moya realize that not all Tao Lords supported nurturing the being. In fact, they couldn't destroy it even if they tried. In the end, they could only let it develop, since the experiment had already begun and couldn't be stopped. Chapter 4068. Chapter 4068, 4068. Chapter 4068, How could I forget her? After millions of years of experimentation and a million years of gestation, the being they were cultivating finally took shape. This unknown being naturally radiated an indescribable power, a force that transformed the Tao impurities, essentially cutting off the root of the Tao wild beasts. If this power were allowed to spread, the Tao wild beasts would face a fatal blow. At the same time, another force emanated from it, spreading throughout the world and causing many great Tao Lords to feel a sense of dread. At the time, Shuixin also felt this dread, but she suppressed it, even holding hope for the being. If they could eliminate the Tao wild beasts, it would be a great merit for the entire world, and she would surely gain a vast amount of heaven and earth fortune, giving her a chance to knock on the gate of eternity. Among all the great Tao Lords, her cultivation and contributions to the experiment were among the highest in terms of merit and reward. She would have received the most heaven and earth fortune and was confident in her bid for eternity. Unfortunately, an accident occurred. The Tao wild beasts suddenly rioted, and even the heaven and earth spirit demons appeared. The gathering of the emperors revealed some secrets about the heaven and earth spirit demons. The spirit demon emperor regarded the being gestating in the filth pool as a mortal enemy, as did the beast emperors. From Shuixin's account, Lin Moya learned things that Xian Zhenzi had never mentioned. The spirit demon emperor once said they had nurtured a world-destroying monster that could not be allowed to live. As for why all of them had to die, it was because the spirit demon emperor feared they might create another monster, so they had to die and erase their marks from the Tao, truly perishing and even losing the chance of reincarnation. If they did not die, the spirit demons would join forces with the Tao wild beasts, allowing the beasts to devour the Taos and destroy the world. Faced with this, the great Tao Lords had no choice. The world-destroying monster in the filth pool was destroyed by the spirit demon emperor, and the rest perished in Burial Dao Valley. Fortunately, they were allowed to leave behind their inheritances. This was the greatest concession from the spirit demon emperor. Unexpectedly, Shuixin had left a wisp of her soul with her mother, and the Lord of Weak Water protected it for tens of millions of years until Lin Moya revived her. Shuixin's account supplemented Xian Zhen's, giving Lin Moyo a deeper understanding of the heaven and earth spirit demons. Although their origins were unknown, it was clear they were not enemies of cultivators. They blocked some Dao wild beasts, especially holding back the beast emperors, which helped maintain the balance of the battlefield. But they were not friends either. When their own interests were at stake, they would join forces with the Dao wild beasts against cultivators. For the Lord of Weak Water, this was the first time she heard the real story of the past. She was puzzled. The past is over, deist Lin, why bring it up again? Has something changed? Lin Moya replied quietly, I activated the formation left by Senior Xian Zhenzi and saw the sealed filth pool. Through the passage he left, I sensed what was inside. The world-destroying monster the spirit demon emperor spoke of is not dead. The Lord of Weak Water's expression changed drastically. She knew what it would mean if the monster was still alive. Shuixin said, back then, the spirit demon emperor personally destroyed it and severed the connection between this filth pool and the underground impurity rivers. This pool became a dead pool with no source. How could something still be gestating? Lin Moya shook his head. I'm not sure. From what I sensed, the monster has intelligence and has learned to hide. If it emerges, this world could face disaster. That's why I want to find the spirit demon emperor. Maybe he knows something, but I don't know where to find him, so I came to ask if you have any clues. The Lord of Weak Water shook her head. We know little about the spirit demons, only occasionally encountering them in battle. Shuixin thought for a moment. Based on the direction the spirit demons came from back then, it should be toward the inner battlefield. Maybe the eternal beings there would know. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. How could I forget her? With that, he took out the seed of causality and activated it with his soul. Senior, are you there? The seed of causality glowed, connecting to the Tao of causality, which shimmered faintly in the void. The others recognized it as the Tao of causality and knew Lin Moya was contacting the Lord of causality, an eternal being. A moment later, and Yuyan's voice came from the seed, Deus Lin, you're in the origin ancestral land. Lin Moya replied, yes, I have a question. Do you know where the spirit demon emperor is? Spirit demon emperor? Why do you want to find him? Yuyan was surprised, but before Lin Moya could answer, she continued, don't move, I'll come find you and talk in person. The seed of causality immediately dimmed. Lin Moya was surprised and Yuyan was as direct as ever. Shensin and the others were astonished. Lin Moya was so familiar with the Lord of Causality, an eternal being usually held in the highest regard. Although Eternals were also Dao Lords, their status and strength were on a different level, and they could not be killed. When they fought, they were truly terrifying. Moments later, with a twist of space, and Yuyan herself, not just a projection, appeared outside the valley and flew in. Lin Moya remarked, Senior, you're here on the battlefield too. To ignore the formation is impressive. Yuyan replied impatiently, enough flattery. I'm just passing through the inner battlefield, which has a passage to the origin ancestral land. I came from that side. Now, tell me, why do you want to find the spirit demon emperor? She got straight to the point, ignoring everyone else as if they didn't exist. Lin Moya didn't hide anything. No rush, Senior. Have some tea and let's talk slowly. The Lord of Weak Water quickly made tea for Yuyan. Please, Senior. Yuyan was truly ancient, having achieved eternity and lived for who knows how long. She knew far more than anyone else present. Lin Moya realized he should have thought of her sooner. Perhaps this was fate. If he'd thought of Yuyan at the start, he wouldn't have come here or revived Shuixin. Yuyan sat down and noticed Shuixin, frowning. There's something odd about you. With a flick of her finger, the Tao of causality appeared above the valley, casting a glow over everyone. Yuyan seemed to understand. She looked at Lin Moya. You did this. Lin Moya chuckled, yes. Yuyan snorted, you're always outside of causality, such a headache. As long as you're involved, I can't calculate anything. But she's very lucky, clearly favored by heaven and earth, or she wouldn't be here. The Tao of causality can search cause and seek effect, but when it comes to Lin Moya, Yuyan can't calculate anything. Still, she looked Shuixin's presence here was truly a sign of heaven's favor. Lin Moya smiled. Since you're here, Senior, I'll start from the beginning. This is something you should know. Chapter 4069. Chapter 4069, 4069. Chapter 4069, The Land of Severed Daos. Lin Moya briefly recounted the events of Burial Dao Valley. Yuyan took a sip of tea and said, we know about that. Lin Moya and the others exchanged glances. By we, and Yuyan meant the Eternals. There were only 20 eternal beings in total, and after accounting for those who had gone dormant, there were no more than 10 still active. The fact that all 10 knew about the events at Burial Dao Valley surprised Lin Moya. Lin Moya asked, Seniorin, did you know about it beforehand, or only after the fact? Yuyan countered, does it matter? Lin Moya replied, it does. There's a big difference. If you only found out after, it means you couldn't help. But if you knew beforehand and didn't intervene, it suggests you couldn't get away, or perhaps you had some agreement with the heaven and earth spirit demons. Yuyan sighed, I really shouldn't talk about this, but since you asked, as long as you all swear a Tao oath not to spread what I say today, I'll tell you as a story. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, so they immediately swore a Tao oath not to reveal what was said today. Only then did Yuyan continue. Back then, the wild beasts and spirit demons moved in force, not just at Burial Dao Valley, but also at the inner battlefield. Where we were, 4 beast emperors and 2 spirit demon emperors surrounded us, and we couldn't move. One of the spirit demon emperors told us what was happening and gave us a choice. First, we could break out to save people, but the world would be destroyed. The combined power of the beast emperors and spirit demon emperors was too much for us to stop. Second, we could stay put, and the spirit demon emperors would also stay put. Afterwards, they would continue to suppress the wild beasts, ensuring that for a million years, the wild beasts would not threaten the battlefield. Lin asked, what do you think we should have chosen? Only now did Lin Moya realize there was more than one spirit demon emperor, and that during the Burial Dao Valley incident, there were 7 beast emperors and 3 spirit demon emperors involved. There were 2 choices: save people and doom the world, or watch the great Dao Lords die. Faced with such a choice, anyone would know what to do. In Yuyan's side, sometimes, when you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Those great Dao Lords made a grave error, so they had only one path left. After saying this, and Yuyan looked at Lin Moyo. Lin asked, why bring up the past again? Is there some hidden matter? Lin Moya replied, the thing beneath the filth pool isn't dead. What? And Yuyan's brows shot up, her eyes sharp as lightning as she stared at Lin Moyo. Lin Moya said, I broke the formation left by Senior Xian Zhenzi and saw the sealed filth pool. I also sensed the being gestating inside. The world-destroying monster the spirit demon emperor spoke of wasn't truly killed. It's being nurtured again, and this time it's learned to hide, waiting until it's fully formed before emerging. That's why I need to find the spirit demon emperor. From what he knew, the spirit demon emperor had a way to deal with that world-destroying monster. If even the spirit demon emperor couldn't handle it, perhaps only the candle dragon could, but the candle dragon would not act lightly. In any case, since he had come to the heaven and earth battlefield and was a cultivator, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. In Yuyan said, the region where the heaven and earth spirit demons live is on the other side of the battlefield. To find them, you'll have to cross the great wilderness, the home of the Dao wild beasts. Crossing the great wilderness is something Lin Moya knew he was unlikely to accomplish. Lin Moyo asked, is there no way around? In Yuyan shook her head. The beast emperors have sealed the borders, there's no way around. If you don't want to cross the great wilderness, you'll have to go through the land of severed Daos. But that path is just as difficult, even we may not be able to make it through. However, Lin asked, you might have a chance. Shen Xin was puzzled, if it's so hard to cross, how do the spirit demons get here? And how did the spirit demon emperor come last time? In Yuyan explained, the spirit demons come through spatial rifts, but no one knows where those rifts ultimately lead. As for the spirit demon emperor, he can't just come and go as he pleases. Last time, he must have made arrangements with the beast emperors, which is why he crossed the great wilderness. Think about it, Lin asked if they could reach an agreement to act together, just how terrifying must the thing in the filth pool be? Lin Moya said quietly, it was fear that made them join forces. That thing really is terrifying. But why did the spirit demon emperor and beast emperors fight at Burial Dao Valley after working together? In Yuyan replied, that's simple. After the spirit demon emperor killed the monster, the beast emperors, relying on their numbers, tried to kill the spirit demon emperor too. In the ensuing battle, the spirit demon emperor was gravely wounded but managed to kill one beast emperor and injure 2 others. So they're still enemies. A brief alliance means nothing. Spirit demons aren't our enemies, but they're not our friends either. Are you sure you want to go? Lin Moya thought for a moment. I think I still need to go. In Yuyan didn't try to dissuade him, she knew Lin Moya's character. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. Alright, then come to the inner battlefield first. I'll wait for you there. Lin Moya nodded, I'll come after I finish things here. In Yuyan nodded, her figure fading as she left. Shen Xin was worried. I've heard of the land of severed Daos. No Daos can enter, there's no origin spirit energy, it's a dead zone. Even Eternals lose most of their cultivation there, maybe even dropping below the Dao realm. The Lord of Weak Water added, there are many dangers in the land of severed Daos, it's nearly impassable. Why would she have Lin Daez take that path? The reason was clear only to Lin Moyo. His immortality great Dao was unique. While no other Daos existed in the land of severed Daos, the immortality great Dao might still be present. Even if it wasn't, he still had the great thousand world and his undead servants, so his combat power wouldn't be affected much. That's why In Yuyan thought he could make it through. Lin Moya said, since I was the one who discovered the matter at Burial Dao Valley, I have a responsibility to resolve it. He looked at Shuixin. You've been given a new life, stay here and keep your mother company. She's given too much over the years. Deus Chen Xin, I have one more favor to ask, help me tally the Dao Lords in the Dao Heart Hall. There are some inheritances from the predecessors I want to give them. Shen Xin nodded, alright, I'll get right on it. In the Dao Heart Hall, the Dao Lords continued their leisurely lives playing chess, discussing the Dao, drinking tea. All they had to do was fight the Dao wild beasts after each filth tide. Especially in the past 20-odd years, the beast tides had been small, and life was easy. After returning from the Lord of Weak Water, Shen Xin went to tally the numbers in the Dao Heart Hall. Lin Moyu, meanwhile, sought out the Heavenly Formation Dao Lord. When he placed the 100 Formation Tower before him, the Heavenly Formation Dao Lord's expression turned odd, even showing a hint of hostility. Deist, what can I do for you? Chapter 4070. Chapter 4070, 4070. Chapter 4070, just treat it as leisure and relaxation. The Heavenly Formation Dao Lord looked a bit tense. Over the years, the God of Light had not appeared, and now the 100 Formation Tower was in Lin Moya's hands. It was easy to imagine that the God of Light was finished. Lin Moya spoke quietly, Heavenly Formation Dao Lord, I came to you for 3 things. First, to return the 100 Formation Tower. Second, to settle our karma. The Heavenly Formation Dao Lord replied in a low voice, this is our first meeting, Deist Lin. What karma could there be between us? Lin Moya chuckled, you lent the 100 Formation Tower to the God of Light, and he used it to try to kill me. That's karma between us, surely you understand. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord, who had some understanding of karma, naturally understood what Lin Moya meant. He said, then how does Deist Lin wish to resolve this karma? Lin Moya continued, our karma could be great or small. If great, it could be a life and death struggle, believe me, if we fought, it would be to the death. If small, it's simple, help me with one thing, and our karma is cleared. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord frowned. A newcomer was ordering him around and even claimed to have the power to kill him. It sounded laughable. This was the heaven and earth battlefield, and from the Tao Lord Hall to the front lines, countless formations had been set up by his own hand. This was his domain. What could Lin Moya possibly do to him? If he agreed to Lin Moya's request, wouldn't that be humiliating? He took out a treasure, another pagoda, taller and with more levels than the 100 Formation Tower, containing even more formations. This is my 1,000 Formation Tower. The 100 Formation Tower was just an obsolete item. The 1,000 Formation Tower is a true treasure, able to control all kinds of formations on the battlefield. He introduced the 1,000 Formation Tower with pride, implying that it was extremely powerful and that Lin Moya had nothing to compete with. But before he could finish, Lin Moya flicked his finger, sending out over 100 divine runes. Some merged with the battlefield's formations in the air, while others entered the 1,000 Formation Tower itself. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord's expression changed dramatically. In that instant, he felt the 1,000 Formation Tower slipping from his control. It wasn't completely lost, but his connection to it was greatly weakened, and his control was much less than before. He also lost contact with several formations overhead. They had been taken over. He looked at Lin Moya with fear. What did you do? Lin Moya said, I'm just showing you, senior, that your formation skills are not on the same level as mine. His words cut like a knife into the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord's soul, harsh but true. As a master of formations, he knew Lin Moya was right. Just those 100 or so divine runes proved Lin Moya's mastery was above his own. In front of Lin Moya, he felt a bit ridiculous. Lin Moya asked, so, senior, have you decided? The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord gave a bitter smile. Do I have a choice? If his formations were inferior, his greatest advantage was gone. Lin Moya was right, he was not a match. He might as well hear what Lin Moya wanted before deciding. Lin Moya said, I have a formation I'd like you to set up. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord looked puzzled. With your skill, you need my help. Lin Moya shook his head. I can't set up this formation myself, and I don't have time. I can only ask you. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord asked, what formation? Where? Lin Moya replied, it's my own creation. Set it up at Attainment Tao Cliff. He handed over a jade slip. This contains part of the formation. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord's eyes lit up as he examined the jade slip, becoming excited as if he'd found a treasure. This formation. He could tell at a glance how profound it was, the most advanced he'd ever seen. If he could comprehend it, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Even without Lin Moya's request, he would have set it up himself, and not just once, but repeatedly to study it. As someone who had pursued formations all his life, seeing such a profound formation was thrilling. Lin Moya had no doubt the other would agree, and not just agree, but do his best. The pursuit of formation mastery was instinctive. There was no worry about him cutting corners. Lin Moya said, if you gain any insight from this formation, consider it your fortune. Setting it up may require some rare materials. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord patted his chest. No problem, leave the materials to me. As a longtime Tao Lord, he had plenty of treasures and almost everything needed for the formation. Lin Moya said, then I'll trouble you. Here's the rest of the formation data, please set it up as soon as possible. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord was already eager, putting away the data. Don't worry, I'll head to Attainment Tao Cliff right away and set it up as fast as I can. Lin Moya handed him a bottle. When you get there, please scatter the powder inside all over the cliff. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord agreed without hesitation. No problem. Lin Moya said, then I'll take my leave. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord didn't try to keep him. After Lin Moya left, he turned into a stream of light and flew toward Attainment Tao Cliff. Lin Moya looked in the direction of the cliff and muttered, hope it works. He then went to find Shensin. Shensin had already finished compiling information on all the great Tao Lords in the heaven and earth battlefield. Lin Moya matched them with the inheritances he held and gave some of the sage's inheritances to Shensin, asking her to distribute them. There were no requirements or conditions, he was simply giving them away. In Shensin's eyes, Lin Moya was selfless. Over the past 20 years, he had blocked so many Tao wild beasts for the battlefield, making him not just selfless, but a truly good person. Shensin knew Lin Moya was about to set out and said with some concern, Deist Lin, have a safe journey. Lin Moya smiled, thank you, Deist Shensin. I value my life, I won't die easily. Shensin said, I'm not worried about your safety in reaching the inner battlefield, just about the land of severed Taos. Lin Moya replied, since such a place exists in the world, there must be a reason. Going there is just seeing a different view, maybe it'll be interesting. If it's nice, I might visit again for leisure and relaxation. Shensin was amused by his words, and her worries faded. Deist Lin, you really know how to joke. I'll be waiting for your safe return on the battlefield. Chapter 4071. Chapter 4071, 4071. Chapter 4071, 10 Million Origin Mountains. Leaving the heaven and earth battlefield once again, Lin Moya flew toward the inner battlefield. The heaven and earth battlefield is a general term, divided into two areas, the outer battlefield, guarded by the great Tao Lords, and the inner battlefield, guarded by several eternal beings. Although eternals are few in number, they do not fear death. If danger arises, they can be reborn within their Tao. When they fight, they do so without restraint, and even the Dao wild beasts must retreat before them. Even if they are killed, they can return in no time. Eternals may go dormant, but making them stay dormant is not easy. On the way to the inner battlefield, Lin Moya first passed by Solitude Dao Mountain, a solitary peak, also haunted by the obsessions of great Dao lords. Many great Dao lords once tried to knock on the gate of eternity here, but ultimately failed and perished. Their obsessions lingered, and over time, this origin mountain ceased to change. The surrounding origin mountains continued to shift, and after countless years, this mountain became a solitary peak, incomparable to the smaller peaks around it. Solitude Dao Mountain pierces the clouds, and from afar, the lingering obsessions form phantoms, as if still contending with the heavens. Such obsessions have already transcended the world, and even the Dao wild beasts ignore them. Every beast tide leaves this place untouched. Lin Moya watched from a distance for a while before turning away. In his view, Solitude Dao Mountain was cursed, a mark of the unwillingness left by 10 great Dao lords after their failures. They were unwilling to accept defeat, but could do nothing against the rules of the world. Such is the path of cultivation. In the end, you either succeed or perish. After Solitude Dao Mountain, he arrived at Attainment Dao Cliff. This place is tens of millions of li from the formation guarded by the Battle Sovereign. Burial Dao Valley and Solitude Dao Mountain carry the stories of many great Dao lords, but Attainment Dao Cliff is the story of just one. The Lord of Slaughter was once among the top great Dao lords. He killed countless Dao wild beasts, and over 1,000 Dao wild beast kings died by his hand. Legend has it he could slay a Dao wild beast king alone, and even fight a beast emperor without falling behind. Though only a great Dao lord, his strength was close to that of an eternal. Such a figure, after accumulating enough heaven and earth fortune, knocked on the gate of eternity and achieved eternity. When he did so, the aura of eternity descended, causing Attainment Dao Cliff to cease changing and become eternal as well. The cliff is as if cut by a sharp blade, forming a smooth, steep face said to have been cleaved by the Lord of Slaughter after his ascension. The cliff contains the aura of eternity, mysterious and profound. In Lin Moya's eyes, this so-called aura of eternity is actually the aura of the Land of Return. The Land of Return was the first place to be born when the world began, possessing a unique aura similar to great Dao origin energy. The great Dao lords never entered the Land of Return, so they didn't know this. Over time, it became known as the aura of eternity. From afar, Lin Moya saw the heavenly formation Dao lord setting up a formation. His movements were slow, sometimes stopping, sometimes moving, which Lin Moya found normal. After all, Lin Moya's formation was extremely complex and profound. The Dao lord needed to study and comprehend it while setting it up, so his speed was naturally slow. But Lin Moya believed that, with the Dao lord's understanding, he would gradually speed up. Lin Moya didn't get too close, just watched for a while before leaving. The heavenly formation Dao lord was so absorbed in the formation that he didn't notice Lin Moya's presence. After passing Attainment Dao Cliff, Lin Moya had almost left the outer battlefield. Ahead lay a vast forest of 10 million origin mountains, home to many Dao wild beasts. Although this was not the birthplace of the wild beasts, many of them resided in the forest. After a filth tide, the ensuing beast tide usually originated here. The task of the eternal beings is not to block all Dao wild beasts, but to restrain the beast emperors. As for the ordinary wild beasts, they are left for the great Dao lords to handle. To cross the 10 million origin mountains, the best method is to lower one's altitude and travel through the forest, keeping one's aura hidden. This makes you a smaller target and less likely to attract the attention of the Dao wild beasts. Otherwise, you could easily be surrounded, and with so many beast kings in the forest, even a great Dao lord could fall if caught. Lin Moya did not lower his altitude or hide his aura. Instead, he released his presence and thundered through the sky. Instantly, the 10 million origin mountains shook, and roars echoed across the world. Countless black dots appeared in his vision. The auras of Dao wild beasts soared into the sky, forming dense black clouds. These clouds were full of curses and Dao impurities. If an ordinary Dao lord were tainted, their soul would be mired in filth, at best losing cultivation, at worst facing death. Lin Moya ignored these curses and filth, striking with a palm. Great Dao world-ending palm. At the level of a great Dao lord, this palm gathered the power of the Dao. Though not at the highest level, its might was still formidable. The palm print opened a path, blasting a tunnel through the black clouds. In the next instant, countless Dao wild beasts shot up from the origin mountains, charging at Lin Moya. He chuckled, "Today, you'll all be slaughtered." Undead servants appeared all around, attacking the Dao wild beasts. A massacre began. The wild beasts had almost no chance to fight back. In the blink of an eye, countless were slaughtered. Their massive bodies fell like rain, crashing onto the origin mountains, then turning into black mist and dissipating into the world. Dao wild beasts come from the Dao, and after death, they return to the Dao. The Dao's impurities become Dao wild beasts. The world's impurities become soul devourers. I've seen the Dao's impurities. What about the world's? Lin Moya once again experienced the world's imperfections. Compared to his own Great Thousand World, this world had too many problems. The Great Thousand World had no impurities, so it never produced Dao wild beasts or soul devourers. This world was like a flawed template, displaying all its shortcomings. Lin Moya looked at this world as if looking in a mirror, helping him avoid many problems in his own Great Thousand World. The undead servants slaughtered their way through, leaving no survivors among the Dao wild beasts. Never before had anyone so brazenly charged through the 10 million origin mountains. Roar! The mountains shook, and finally a beast king appeared, but Lin Moya ignored it. 10,000 undead servants surrounded and attacked. The first time he encountered a Dao wild beast king, he was no match and could only save himself. Now, killing a beast king was as easy as slaughtering a pig. Lin Moya had lost count of how many Dao wild beasts he had killed, including over 100 beast kings. He collected a great deal of beast essence, a huge gain. In just a few days, Lin Moyo had fought his way through the 10 million origin mountains. On the other side, the atmosphere was completely different. It was still part of the outer battlefield, but the world here was nothing like before. Tao impurities filled the void. Being here felt like constantly enduring a filth tide, requiring a firm Tao heart to remain for long. Still, it was a good place to temper one's Tao heart. Chapter 4072. Chapter 4072, 4072. Chapter 4072, Lord of Power. Lin Moya suddenly noticed that beyond the 10 million origin mountains, there were several lakes. These lakes were all filth pools, their waters churning with the impurities of the great Tao, full of filth and corruption. The mingling of these impurities formed cursed waters, which ultimately gave rise to the physical bodies of Tao wild beasts. During a filth tide, the souls of Tao wild beasts are born and fly into these lakes. In just a few breaths, Tao wild beasts would burst out of the lakes, and these newly born beasts would immediately lock onto Lin Moya and charge at him madly. Halfway there, they were intercepted by undead servants and quickly cut to pieces. New souls kept falling into the pools, and new Tao wild beasts were born continuously, an endless cycle. The undead servants blocked them all, while Lin Moya carefully observed the filth pools. These newly born Tao wild beasts are weaker than those from the origin mountains. Some of the Tao wild beasts in the origin mountains must also come from here, so it seems that after birth, Tao wild beasts undergo a process of growing stronger. The strongest among them become beast kings, but no beast emperor has ever been born here. The souls of the beasts are not only born during filth tides, they also arise here, all entering the filth pools to become new Tao wild beasts. However, the evolution speed of Tao wild beasts seems a bit too fast. Lin Moya counted and found that the number of souls flying in from outside was far less than the number of beasts emerging, indicating that there must be other sources of souls. He thought of the Tao wild beasts that had been killed and noticed that not many left behind essence. The essence of a beast is its soul. If no essence is left after death, it means the soul was not destroyed. Those souls sink into the earth, travel along underground rivers of filth, and enter the filth pools. This much was clear. Besides souls, Tao wild beasts also need enough physical bodies to complete such rapid evolution. Thus, the speed at which beast bodies are formed in the filth pools is also astonishing. To verify his guess, Lin Moya sent his undead servants charging into the filth pools. The undead were unafraid of pollution and plunged in as if the pools were nothing. Through their eyes, Lin Moya saw the true situation inside the pools and was surprised. The filth pools were much larger than they appeared on the surface, with vast internal spaces where Tao impurities intertwined and filth collided and fused, becoming even denser. There were countless bubbles, each containing a beast's body. The pools were unfathomably deep, with endless bubbles. When a soul entered a bubble, the body would revive, and a Tao wild beast would break out and be born. Lin Moya witnessed the entire process. Some souls fell from above, others flowed in from underground rivers. As new beasts were born, new bubbles constantly appeared, drawing in filth and quickly forming new bodies. The whole filth pool felt like a factory for creating Tao wild beasts. There must be at least 10 million beast bodies under a single filth pool. So it's not that there are too many souls, but too few. If there were more souls, the number of Tao wild beasts would be terrifying. The process of birthing and slaughtering forms a kind of balance. Lin Moya could see 3 filth pools in his area, and there were clearly more in the distance. Tao wild beasts were being born non-stop, but there just weren't enough souls. He also saw that these filth pools weren't concentrated enough to produce a beast emperor. If a pool were strong enough, it might give birth to a beast king right away, and then perhaps a beast emperor. Lin Moya felt his reasoning was correct, but he needed to see it with his own eyes to be sure. He continued flying toward the inner battlefield, passing through the 10 million origin mountains and arriving at a vast plain. On the plain, scattered filth pools were surrounded by Tao wild beasts. Lin Moya didn't hide his aura, so all the beasts charged at him and were slaughtered. As he saw more and more beasts, Lin Moya realized that the Tao wild beasts attacking the heaven and earth battlefield were only a small fraction of the total. Perhaps only when the beast emperors gave the order would all the beasts truly mobilize. Back in Burial Tao Valley, when the beast emperors led a massive assault, the number of beasts was unimaginable. The deeper he went, the denser the filth pools became, and the stronger the beasts they produced. As their strength increased, their numbers decreased. This is a basic law of the world: the stronger something is, the fewer there are, and Tao wild beasts are no exception. Lin Moya felt his guess was about to be confirmed. If the filth pools were 1 or 2 times stronger, they could directly produce beast kings. Finally, after crossing tens of millions of li of plains, a gigantic mountain range appeared before him. The mountains stretched into the clouds, their tops unseen, and extended endlessly to either side. This range was called the Hunduan Mountains, like a great wall dividing the battlefield in two. Only after crossing the Hunduan Mountains would one truly enter the inner battlefield. The Hunduan Mountains were not easy to cross. They were protected by formations, seals, and guarded by eternal beings. To cross, one would have to distract all the Eternals stationed there, something only a beast emperor could do. Lin Moya stopped 1,000 li from the mountains and looked at them from afar. Every million li along the range, there were 10 palaces, not large but linked together to form a fortress. Activating his undead eye, he saw a blazing soul flame, an eternal being's soul, dazzlingly bright. "Who comes here?" A majestic voice boomed in Lin Moya's ears from 1,000 li away. The eternal guardian had noticed him. Lin Moya bowed. "Lin Moya of the human race greets the senior." After a moment, the voice replied, "So it's the Lord of Immortality. Forgive me for not welcoming you sooner." Surprised by the courtesy, Lin Moya replied, "You're too kind, senior. Come over and talk. I've just warmed some wine and prepared a few dishes." As the voice faded, a ray of light shot from one of the palaces and landed before Lin Moyo. He stepped onto the light, letting it carry him toward the Hunduan Mountains. The closer he got, the more extraordinary the mountains felt. They were covered in countless formations, as if formed by nature rather than by hand. The light carried Lin Moya through the formations and into a palace that was not particularly ornate. Inside, a bare-chested, middle-aged man radiating intense heat sat at a stone table with a pot of wine and dozens of dishes. Lin Moyo entered and bowed. "Greetings, Lord of Power, Jie." Chapter 4073. Chapter 4073, 4073. Chapter 4073, King Pools, Emperor Pools. The Lord of Power's voice was loud and hearty. "No need to be so polite, come drink and eat meat with me." True to his voice, the Lord of Power seemed extremely forthright. Only now did Lin Moya notice that all the dozens of dishes on the table were meat, with not a single vegetable. Much of the meat was unrecognizable, from unknown exotic beasts, and the power radiating from it was enough to overwhelm even a Dao Venerable. Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the table. "I came unannounced, Senior, I hope you don't mind." The Lord of Power waved it off. "What's there to mind? This isn't some forbidden place, come whenever you like. Besides, when you return, you'll be stationed here too. For all I know, you might have been here before." Before? Had he been here in the past? Lin Moyo couldn't be sure, but he felt it was unlikely. "Don't just stand there, eat." The Lord of Power warmly floated a large piece of meat to Lin Moyo. He himself took a big bite. "When I became a Dao Lord, you seem to have already gone dormant. I don't actually know if you've been here." The Power Great Dao was not one of the original 8 Daos of the Land of Return, meaning the Lord of Power's ascension came relatively late. He said Lin Moya was dormant before his ascension, which meant the Immortality Great Dao appeared after the Land of Return was formed and after the Lord of Power's ascension. Now, all of the original 8 Daos except for the Lord of Curses were dormant. Only those who became eternal later were still active. Lin Moya replied, "I'll know for sure after I return." The Lord of Power tore off a chunk of meat. "Doesn't matter. Anyway, why are you here this time?" Lin Moya said, "I have business with the Spirit Demon Emperor." The Lord of Power was surprised. "What do you want with that guy?" Just as Lin Moya was about to answer, a streak of light flew into the palace, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. The Lord of Cause and Effect stepped out of the light, glanced at the Lord of Power, sniffed the air, and said irritably, "Eat, eat, eat, that's all you do." The Lord of Power laughed. "What else is there to do while guarding this place? Even if there's a fight, you have to eat your fill first." It was almost comical. Whoever heard of an eternal being worrying about hunger? But gluttony wasn't really a problem. After all, if you've lived to eternity, what can't you do? In Yuyan turned to Lin Moyo. "Deist Lin, you got here fast." Lin Moya smiled. "Not that fast, I was delayed on the way." In Yuyan's eyes sparkled. "Did something happen?" She was always interested in Lin Moyo, whose cause and effect she could never quite calculate, always feeling something interesting would happen around him. Lin Moya replied, "I saw a few filth pools and decided to study them." In Yuyan smiled. "How did you study them?" Lin Moya said, "I went into the filth pools to take a look. I was surprised by how many wild beasts there were." In Yuyan was surprised, and the Lord of Power froze, forgetting to chew his meat. "You went into the filth pools?" In Yuyan quickly realized, "You sent your puppets in, didn't you?" Lin Moya nodded, "That's right." The Lord of Power relaxed. "No wonder. We'd find it strange if you went in yourself. Even we Eternals don't want to enter those pools, they're full of filth." In Yuyan asked, "What did you see?" Lin Moya replied, "Lots of bubbles, each with a beast's body, just waiting for a soul to join. The closer I got to the inner battlefield, the stronger the pools became, and the stronger the beasts they produced. I suspect that the pools in the inner battlefield might be able to directly produce beast kings." In Yuyan said, "It's not quite that extreme. The inner battlefield's pools are indeed much stronger than those outside, but they can't directly produce beast kings. Rather, some powerful beasts quickly grow into beast kings through competition, unlike the outer battlefield, where the beasts have limited potential and rarely become beast kings." She explained the process of beast king emergence. The heaven and earth battlefield is divided into inner and outer zones by the Hunduan Mountains, and the two are completely different. The biggest difference is the beast emperors. Beast emperors have some intelligence and can command the other beasts. In the inner battlefield, they set a simple rule: every beast born from a filth pool must fight, and the fittest survive. In these battles, they can devour their companions to become stronger, so the number of beast kings is astonishing. Nearly 1 in every 100 beasts can become a beast king. The beast emperors rarely act themselves. Most of the fighting is done by the beast kings. The Eternals stationed here spend most of their time dealing with the beast kings. If there were only a few, it would be easy, but when there are hundreds or thousands, even they have a hard time. After all, a Dao Wild Beast King is stronger than a Dao Lord in single combat, and it usually takes several Dao Lords working together to kill one. The Lord of Power ate and drank as he listened, occasionally chiming in, but Inyuyan often rebuffed him, though he didn't mind at all. When Inyuyan finished, the Lord of Power said, "Knowing all this doesn't really help. If they come, I'll just fight them one by one." Inyuyan snorted, "Know yourself and your enemy and you'll never lose. What's wrong with Lin Deist researching the nature of the wild beasts?" The Lord of Power didn't argue. True. I can't figure it out anyway, and I'm too lazy to try." Inyuyan ignored him. "Deist Lin, are you really planning to cross the land of severed Daos?" Lin Moya nodded. "After thinking it over, it's the safest route. If he didn't take the land of severed Taos, he'd have to cross the entire great wilderness, which was too dangerous with the beast emperors present. The Lord of Power was shocked to hear Lin Moyo intended to cross the land of severed Taos, his eyes wide with disbelief. Inhuyan ignored him and continued, in that case, take a look at this map first. She tapped her finger, and a map appeared in the air. The mountains and lakes were clearly marked. This is the map of the inner battlefield. It's not complete, but it's mostly accurate. As you can see, there are 108 filth pools, including 9 emperor pools and 99 king pools. Emperor pools are those that have produced beast emperors, the 9 strongest pools. But it's hard to say if there are any missing. The spirit demon emperor's territory you're heading for is on the far side of the great wilderness. The great wilderness is circular, surrounded by the land of severed Taos, with only 2 exits, one here, and one at the spirit demon emperor's side. Chapter 4074. Chapter 4074, 4074. Chapter 4074, The Greatest Glutton Under Heaven. The Eternals have their own way of classifying filth pools. Those that can produce beast kings are called king pools, totaling 99. The 9 pools that have produced beast emperors are called emperor pools. Together, there are 108 such pools. However, even they aren't sure if there are more pools, since the deepest parts of the great wilderness are beyond their reach. On the map Inhuyan displayed, the very center of the great wilderness was blank, as was the far side marked only as the spirit demon's territory. The outer ring of the wilderness is all the land of severed Taos, also with little information. The Eternals have only superficially explored the land of severed Taos they've entered, but quickly retreated. The map is truly just a rough guide. Still, it's better than nothing, so Lin Moyo memorized it all. Inhuyan said, Deus Lin, if you want to cross the land of severed Taos, there are 2 things to keep in mind. First, there are many rifts inside, and until you enter one, no one knows where it leads. Some of us have gone in and nearly fell into eternal slumber. Second, the edge of the land of severed Taos connects to the great wilderness. No matter which edge you exit from, you'll end up in the great wilderness, often in its central region. In the land of severed Taos, it's hard to tell direction or see the edge. One wrong step and you could find yourself in the great wilderness, with little chance of returning. Lin Moyo made sure to remember Inhuyan's words. She even marked the map as she spoke, worried he might not understand. According to Inhuyan, there are 4 exits from the land of severed Taos: the cultivator's guarded area, the spirit demon's territory, a rift within the deadland, destination unknown, and the edge leading to the wild beast's home, the great wilderness. Of these, only the spirit demon and cultivator exits are relatively safe, the others are very dangerous. There are more dangers in the land of severed Taos, but the Eternals only know these 2. Their understanding is limited. Lin Moyo asked, has anyone ever entered a rift? What happened? Inhuyan looked at the Lord of Power, who was still devouring meat. Ask him, he's gone in more than once. The Lord of Power grinned. I'm lucky I just can't die. Inhuyan rolled her eyes. You really are lucky. Once you lost half your body, once you slept for 10,000 years, and the 3rd time you nearly perished. The Lord of Power didn't care. Doesn't matter. What matters is I'm still here eating and drinking. Lin Moyo asked, could you tell us more, senior? The Lord of Power said, not much to tell. The first time, I went through a rift and ended up in a king pool. Got polluted, so I destroyed half my body and fought my way back. Inhuyan interrupted, why don't you tell them what you did in the filth pool? The Lord of Power replied, I just wanted to bring back a Tao wild beast without a soul to see if its meat was edible, nothing special. Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh. While others avoided Tao wild beasts for fear of their filth, the Lord of Power wondered if they were edible. Clearly, he'd lived too long and was looking for excitement. Lin Moyo asked, so, was it edible? The Lord of Power shook his head. Nope. I took a bite raw and half my body was polluted. Good thing I reacted fast. His answer surprised Lin Moyo. He actually tried eating one raw. Truly the greatest glutton under heaven. Lin Moyo gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. The Lord of Power laughed. Live long enough and you have to try everything, or life gets dull. The second time, I went to a strange place and saw some strange beings. They seemed formless, but when I looked at them, they turned into my friends and family, using their techniques. I got angry and fought them, but found my methods were useless. I could kill a few weak ones, but not the strong ones. In the end, I forced open a passage and returned to the origin ancestral land. I was lucky, just injured, and after sleeping for 10,000 years, I was fine. Eternal sleep isn't real sleep, it means merging with the Tao, resting and healing within it. Hearing this, Lin Moyo realized the Lord of Power must have encountered soul devourers. He likely left this world, but not completely, which is why he could return. Lin Moyo asked, and the 3rd time? The Lord of Power grew serious, his smile fading. The 3rd time, I saw a great battle, 2 beings fighting, both incredibly powerful. I didn't even see them clearly, just a stray shockwave killed me. Luckily, I didn't perish entirely. After 10,000 years in the Tao, I was back. He spoke casually, but Lin Moyo was deep in thought. If just a shockwave could kill the Lord of Power, those 2 must have been transcendents. Where do the rifts in the land of severed Taos lead? Lin Moyo was sure it wasn't within this world. The Lord of Power added, actually, even if those 2 hadn't fought, I couldn't have stayed long. That place was weird, some force tried to tear my body and soul apart. I tried to open a passage to return, but it was slow, so I was delayed. Inhuyan raised an eyebrow. You never mentioned this before. The Lord of Power scratched his head. You never asked. Besides, I just come back to life and didn't remember everything. I only figured it out later. Inhuyan and the Lord of Power were clearly close, their conversation casual. Lin Moya listened and pondered the place the Lord of Power described. If I'm not mistaken, he must have entered chaos itself. That means someone was fighting in chaos. Battles between transcendents don't happen in the world, but in chaos. The giant bird that left a claw mark on the Red Stone Emperor's body, the source bird refined into a fundamental technique, and that ghost husband, are they also from chaos? What's their connection? Lin Moya felt he was closer than ever to the truth, just one step away. But to take that step, he would need to become eternal and go further before he could truly unravel it. Chapter 4075. Chapter 4075, 4075. Chapter 4075, When All Daos Cease to Exist. In Yuyan led Lin Moya through the Hongduan Mountains. The mountains were filled with countless formations, making walking preferable to flying. The Hongduan Mountains have existed since the world first formed, which is why there are so many natural formations. According to Yuyan, the Lord of Fate had arranged many formations here, linking the natural ones into a single whole. The Lord of Fate was one of the 8 original Eternals of the Land of Return, but is now dormant. At this level of cultivation, everyone knows some formations, though mastery varies. To Lin Moya, the formations in the Hongduan Mountains were odd, though attributed to the Lord of Fate, their styles varied. After crossing just a few peaks, Lin Moya saw at least a dozen different formation styles. He realized that the Lord of Fate wasn't a formation expert, but was adept at borrowing and copying others' formations, likely glimpsed from the future via the Fate Dao, then modified and arranged here. Lin Moya asked, now that the Lord of Fate is dormant, what about the formations? Formations need maintenance, even the most perfect will degrade over millions of years. Yuyan replied, the Lord of Time reverses time to keep the formations stable. Even if they're damaged, he can restore them with time reversal. But lately he's been injured and is resting within his Dao, so no one is maintaining the formations right now. To Lin Moya, none of the formations, natural or copied, were particularly strong. If anything, the natural formations were the main defense. Along the way, there were also many birds and beasts, all at least at the Dao Venerable level, living in the Hongduan Mountains. These creatures weren't native, they were brought here by the Lord of Power, simply to be eaten. Although strong, they don't survive long in the origin ancestral land, but before dying, they end up as food for the Lord of Power. After crossing dozens of peaks, Yuyan brought Lin Moya to the entrance of the Land of Severed Daos. Before them was a region of pitch-black mist, stretching to the sky and far into the distance, with no visible end. Yuyan asked, are you sure you want to go in? Lin Moya joked, if you could contact the Spirit Demon Emperor, I wouldn't have to take the risk. Yuyan replied, if I could, I would have said so. The Spirit Demon Emperor has appeared only a handful of times, I've only seen him once. We don't even know how many emperors the Spirit Demons have. Lin Moya said, then I'll go. The thing in the Burial Dao Valley's filth pool gives me a bad feeling. If it gets out, there will be big trouble. At their level, such feelings are often accurate. Yuyan didn't take it lightly. I'll send a clone to watch over Burial Dao Valley. Good luck, Deist Lin. She watched Lin Moya enter the Land of Severed Daos, sighed, and was about to leave when a figure appeared beside her. He's gone in. The figure solidified, it was the human emperor. Yuyan asked, you want to follow him? The human emperor smiled, I'm not after Lin Deist. I just want to know what happened at Burial Dao Valley. Yuyan replied, something troublesome. I'll tell you when we get back to Power's place. The human emperor nodded, I sensed the aura of the Lord of Curses on him. Looks like the Lord of Curses is about to act. Yuyan sneered, let him try. We'll see who laughs last. Lin Deist's enemies never end well. The human emperor smiled, you have a lot of faith in Lin Deist. Yuyan said, he's an existence outside the Daos. You never know what will happen. The Land of Severed Daos isn't as dark as imagined, there's light, though its source is unclear, shining from all directions. Upon entering, Lin Moya felt the power of the Daos rapidly weakening. A bit further, and the Daos would vanish entirely. Without the Daos, even an Eternal's strength drops to less than 1/10,000th of normal. With all Daos gone, this place is called the Land of Severed Daos. The absence of Daos creates a sense of crisis for all cultivators, a fear that grows from the soul. The instinct is to leave, Eternals should never enter. The passage behind was still open, Lin Moya could turn back at any time, but he smiled and walked forward confidently. In this place, the immortality Great Dao still existed. As the most unique Dao in the world, it is everywhere, no secret realm or deadland can block it. Lin Moya could still use his full strength here, easily overpowering even Eternals. If I lured the Lord of Curses here, could I crush him? Lin Moya wondered, but dismissed the thought. Even if he killed the Lord of Curses, the latter could quickly revive within his Dao. Ordinary means can't kill an Eternal. To truly kill them, one must destroy their Dao, but in the Land of Return, the world's power protects the Daos, so even entering the Land of Return might not be enough. It's easier to destroy Daos in the origin ancestral land. So Lin Moya never planned to kill the Lord of Curses, he needed to make him dormant or unable to recover. The Land of Severed Daos, while useful, wasn't the best place for that. He tried drawing a divine rune, but it vanished as soon as it left his fingers. With all Daos gone, runes and formations were useless. After walking a while, the Daos vanished completely, even the entrance was no longer visible. The land grew dimmer, lit only by faint, mysterious lights. Lin Moya summoned the projection of the Great Thousand World behind him, its light illuminating the surroundings. Only then could he see part of the Land of Severed Daos clearly. The ground was perfectly flat, not a dent or stone in sight, as if polished smooth, meaning it was extremely tough, unbreakable. Lin Moya punched the ground, but it didn't budge. Only after channeling the power of death did a small hole appear, but it healed instantly when the power faded. The space here was equally solid. Even when he summoned a space Dao spirit, its power was suppressed and it couldn't manipulate the space. The land of severed Daos contains a strange force that suppresses all Daos. The Dao spirit's power was less than 1,000th of normal, and the same was true for the undead servants. Fortunately, with the Great Thousand World, Lin Moya could still muster some strength. But the farther they got, the weaker the undead became, just like any other cultivator. Chapter 4076. Chapter 4076, 4076. Chapter 4076, The Dangerous Great Wilderness. Walking through the land of severed Daos, Lin Moya remained calm, without a trace of fear or worry. With the immortality Great Dao as his foundation and the Great Thousand World behind him, he was confident. He sent out countless undead servants to search for the edge of the land of severed Daos and to map the area accurately. Compared to the map Nguyen had provided, Lin Moya's map was much clearer and more complete. Since he was here, he wanted to thoroughly explore the land of severed Daos, making future visits much easier. Especially after hearing the Lord of Power's experiences, Lin Moya was even more interested in the rifts of the land of severed Daos, which might lead to soul devourers or even to chaos beyond the world itself. He was very curious about what lay outside the world. It took only half a day for his undead servants to reach the edge of the land of severed Daos. One servant suddenly vanished from the dead land and reappeared billions of miles away, with about 2 seconds of blankness in between. During those 2 seconds, contact was lost. Lin Moya quickly reconnected to the servant's vision and saw countless soul flames, then a giant bloody maw opening before him. The servant instinctively tried to react, but before it could move, several powerful forces pinned it down. The mouth bit down, and the servant was instantly crushed to pieces. The entire process was extremely brief, giving Lin Moya little information. The only thing he learned was that leaving the edge meant being transported directly to the home of the wild beasts, right into a group of Dao wild beasts, with many beast kings present. The suppressing force and the one that bit the servant to pieces were both from beast kings. Against such power, a lone undead servant stood no chance and was killed before it could even see what was happening. After waiting 2 seconds, Lin Moya revived the servant, keeping the vision link active, and immediately sent it flying into the sky to get a better look. As it rose, angry roars and howling winds came from below, and before it could reach the sky, a giant claw descended from above, smashing it to pieces once again. So strong. Lin Moya was startled. Even among beast kings, there were vast differences in strength. The ones he had killed in the outer battlefield were far weaker than these inner battlefield beast kings. The strength of the beasts depended heavily on which filth pool they came from. From resurrection to death, the entire process lasted less than a second, but it was enough for Lin Moya to get a glimpse. He saw a churning filth pool less than a kilometer away, surrounded by Dao wild beasts stretching to the horizon at least 10 million, with hundreds of beast kings. The closer to the pool, the more beast kings there were. Again, Lin Moya was determined to see more. He revived the servant and tried again, but it was killed just as quickly. After 8 attempts, he finally recalled the servant to the Great Thousand World. Those 8 tries gave him more information. He saw Dao wild beasts fighting each other, not chaotically but in an orderly fashion, with others watching. As Nguyen had said, these beasts fought to devour the losers and advance through survival of the fittest, a brutal but fitting system for wild beasts. The beast kings didn't seem to fight among themselves, perhaps due to the orders of the beast emperors or because it wasn't necessary. Despite 8 attempts, each lasting less than a second, Lin Moya still couldn't see everything clearly. Then, another servant appeared billions of miles away, this time at a different edge, with no connection to the previous spot. This time, luck was on his side, there were no wild beasts nearby. Lin Moya immediately took control, hid the servant's aura, and flew it into the sky. The sky was filled with thick clouds of filth. As the servant entered the clouds, he saw something shocking. Within the clouds were countless Dao wild beasts, but these looked different, smaller in size, with wings on their backs. Small was relative, each was still over 100 meters long, likely their smallest form. As soon as he saw them, a giant claw struck, and thunder turned into chains, trapping the servant, which was then crushed to dust. Lin Moya waited for the dust to settle before reviving the servant, but it was immediately killed again by another giant claw. This happened multiple times. Each time he revived the servant, it was instantly destroyed. He finally recalled it, but the experience was still valuable. He discovered a new type of wild beast, smaller, winged, almost like miniature dragons, but even more dangerous. This is the wild beast's hidden strength. Lin Moya realized the wild beasts were even smarter than he thought. They had learned to hide their power. He had a bad feeling, with such accumulation, the beasts were surely preparing for a cataclysmic war. Soon, 3 more undead servants reached the edge of the great wilderness. 2 were unlucky and appeared among wild beasts, dying instantly. The third was lucky, with no beasts nearby, so it explored low to the ground. Lin Moya saw rivers of Dao filth flowing on the surface. These should have been underground, but now ran above ground, converging into filth pools. The servant soon sensed wild beasts and a filth pool in the distance, but turned to leave. Still, it was too late. A giant beast claw reached out from the pool, spanning millions of miles, and crushed the servant. Lin Moya revived it, but the claw struck again before it could fully reform. After repeated failures, Lin Moya finally withdrew his servants. He had experienced firsthand the dangers Nguyen had described. No wonder even Eternals couldn't cross the great wilderness. Even the Lord of Curses, back in the day, might not have made it through. The dangers of the great wilderness were truly extraordinary. Chapter 4077. Chapter 4077, 4077. Chapter 4077, Beyond Heaven and Earth. Undead servants kept reaching the edge of the land of severed Daos, then entering the great wilderness. Most would be teleported directly into wild beast hordes and killed instantly. A few landed in the wilds and were temporarily safe. Through repeated observations, Lin Moya finally gained a deeper understanding of the great wilderness and the Dao wild beasts within. The number of wild beasts was staggering. Each filth pool had nearly 10 million beasts outside it. With 108 pools, the total number of wild beasts exceeded 1 billion. While 1 billion was not much for Lin Moya's undead army, the number of beast kings was truly astonishing, likely over 100,000. If they ever attacked the Hunduan mountains together, with beast emperors leading, Lin Moya doubted even several Eternals could stop them. The current balance was maintained not only by the vast formations of the Hunduan mountains but likely also due to the spirit demons' efforts. Cultivators and spirit demons each occupied one side, encircling the great wilderness, with the land of severed Dao surrounding everything, making it difficult for the Dao wild beasts to truly break out. The great wilderness was crisscrossed by rivers of filth. Nearly all underground rivers surfaced here, but these rivers were not safe. Once, an undead servant encountered a wide river of filth. There were no wild beasts, but as the servant passed, a terrifying force surged from the river and dragged it in. Inside, the servant saw an octopus-like creature, but only for a moment before being devoured. This time, the servant couldn't even be revived, truly perishing. The land itself was also dangerous. The ground could suddenly crack open, unleashing a suction force that pulled in the servant, which again could not be revived. After many attempts, Lin Moya realized why some areas of the great wilderness had no Dao wild beasts. The beasts themselves knew there were even more terrifying existences there. The impurities of the great Dao did not only give rise to Dao wild beasts, but also to other dreadful beings. The great wilderness was vast and unmapped. Lin Moya's undead could only chart the areas they passed, like scattered puzzle pieces he could not yet assemble into a complete picture. He did, however, make discoveries about the land of severed Daos. He found that its edge was not fixed, it shifted constantly. One moment, a place would be the edge, the next, it would not. The boundary changed unpredictably, or perhaps by some pattern Lin Moya had yet to discern. Thus, an undead servant might arrive at a spot that was the edge one moment but not the next. Unable to find a pattern, Lin Moya proceeded cautiously, sending undead ahead on both sides to scout and ensure his own safety. He had no desire to blunder into the great wilderness. No matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. He moved slowly, and on the 10th day after entering the land of severed Daos, he finally encountered a rift. The rift was about 100 meters long, lying at a 40-degree angle in the void, tearing a huge wound in space. Thick light flowed within, and the surrounding space twisted, as if silk were being drawn into the rift. Lin Moya did not approach, only watched from a distance. In Yuyan had warned him that rifts were extremely dangerous. He sent an undead servant to investigate. When it was a kilometer away, the rift suddenly flared, space twisted violently, and the servant was dragged in by an overwhelming force. The servant could not resist at all. As the rift erupted, Lin Moya noticed that the projection of his great thousand world lost its effect, and the servant lost its source of power. He watched helplessly as the servant was sucked in and lost contact until a few seconds later, the connection returned. The servant had arrived somewhere unimaginably distant, with only a faint link to Lin Moya. He could borrow its vision but not control it. If the servant died, he could not retrieve it. Where did it go? Lin Moya wondered as he looked through the servant's eyes. First, he saw mist. The servant's lower half was shrouded in it. This was no ordinary mist, but one formed by the power of the great Dao. The servant tried to fly but could not escape the mist. Lin Moya willed the servant to grow larger. As it did, its view expanded, revealing endless mist in all directions, all composed of domineering Dao power. Beneath the mist, there seemed to be something else. Suddenly, a glimmer of light sped toward the servant. Lin Moya's expression turned odd. The servant saw what appeared to be Lin Moya himself. Of course, it couldn't be him. He hadn't moved. What the servant saw was actually a soul devourer. Lin Moya had encountered soul devourers before and realized immediately what this place was. It was outside heaven and earth. The servant was partly within the world, partly outside. The mist and what lay beneath it were the world's barrier against soul devourers. The Lord of Power had once visited a similar place and fought soul devourers. As an eternal, he could kill weak ones but not the strong, and was injured enough to rest for 10,000 years. Soul devourers were indeed difficult to deal with. Lin Moya's undead servant stood no chance. The soul devourer read the servant's memories, took on Lin Moya's appearance, and struck with a great Dao world-ending palm. Though not as powerful as the real thing, it was more than enough to destroy the servant, which was shattered completely by one blow and finished off with 10 more. The servant perished, unable even to return. Lin Moya, intrigued, sent no more undead but split off a wisp of his own soul, forming an avatar to enter the rift. After being transported, Lin Moya found himself in the sea of Dao mist, half within the world, half outside. Experiencing it personally was far clearer than through an undead servant. Lin Moya realized he could leave the world entirely, but if he did, he could never return. He quickly enlarged himself, becoming a giant 10,000 meters tall. For the first time, he stood outside the world, not completely gone but able to sense the difference between inside and outside. The world was wrapped in mist, with the origin energy of the Dao forming a barrier. A glimmer of light approached a soul devourer. Lin Moya struck with a great Dao world-ending palm, obliterating it. His attack was much stronger than a Dao Lord's, and the palm was especially effective against soul devourers. This one was weak, so it was easily destroyed. But killing the soul devourer was like dropping water into hot oil. Countless points of light appeared nearby, each one a soul devourer. Did I just poke the hornet's nest? Lin Moya thought, and quickly dispersed his soul wisp. Chapter 4078. Chapter 4078, 4078. Chapter 4078, An Attack from Chaos. Although this brief journey beyond the heavens was short, Lin Moya gained a lot from it. Previously, in the virtual realm, he had nearly been sucked into the outer heavens by a soul devourer king, a very dangerous situation. If not for the Candle Dragon's intervention, he would likely have died. At that time, he only caught a fleeting glimpse of the outer heavens, and it was the outer heavens of the virtual realm, so he hadn't seen it clearly. The only thing he knew was that there were countless soul devourers outside the heavens, seemingly enveloping the entire world. This time, in the real world, he entered the outer heavens through a rift in the land of severed Daos. The soul devourers were still innumerable, the last glimmers of light more numerous than the stars. However, he noticed that the soul devourers outside the real world were not as active as those outside the virtual realm. Normally, they seemed to be in a semi-dormant state, not fully awake, and only when stimulated did they awaken. The contrast between the activity in the virtual realm and the quiet in the real world was stark. From what he saw, Lin Moya got the sense that these soul devourers, wrapping around the world, were not necessarily enemies of the world. It was as if they were protecting this world, but at the same time also restricting it. This feeling was strange, he couldn't explain why, it was just an intuition. Having checked out the rift, he now understood what lay beyond it, much simpler than the great wilderness. The situation outside the world was actually less complex than within the great wilderness. His undead servants continued to report back, and the map of the land of severed Daos became ever more complete. Lin Moya even stationed multiple undead in the same place at different times, recording the shifting boundaries and changes, gradually forming a dynamic map in his mind. He was searching for a pattern, as the edge of the land of severed Daos changed unpredictably. Lin Moya believed everything in the world had its logic. If he hadn't found a pattern, it was only because he hadn't discovered it yet. More undead servants crossed the edge into the great wilderness, giving Lin Moya an even deeper understanding of that region. With his undead scouts, he could stroll through the land of severed Daos as if it were his own garden. The great wilderness was vast, so the land of severed Daos encircling it was equally immense. Lin Moya estimated that, at his current pace, it would take months to cross. A few days later, he saw another rift. This one was only 10 meters long and not very wide, but Lin Moya felt it was even more dangerous than the previous one. The danger came from the space beyond the rift. He had no idea what lay on the other side. He sent an undead servant to investigate. When it was still 100 meters away, a powerful suction force swept it into the rift. As before, the servant was locked down, all its power nullified, and it was pulled in without resistance. Contact was lost during the transmission, and it took a full 10 seconds before the connection was re-established. 10 seconds of transmission meant the servant had traveled an immense distance. The link was extremely weak. Lin Moya could barely sense the servant's presence, let alone see through its eyes or control it. Suddenly, the connection was lost again. Less than a second after the transmission ended, the undead servant was killed, and Lin Moya's Great Thousand World registered an empty spot, proof that the servant could not be revived. He didn't know where the servant had been sent or what killed it. With so little information, he could only guess. A 10-second transmission could mean it was sent to the outer heavens, far from this world. Remembering what the Lord of Power had said about visiting a special place, Lin Moya guessed it was chaos. The Lord of Power, whether soul or body, could not adapt to chaos and barely survived, especially with battles raging there. The fact that he survived was already extraordinary. But Lin Moya's undead, being native to chaos, should have been fine. Yet the servant still died, which meant the danger was not the environment, but something else. After thinking it over, Lin Moya decided to try again. He sent another undead servant to the rift, this time attaching a wisp of his own soul to it. As soon as the transmission began, Lin Moya sensed that this really was chaos. His soul was swept by an invisible wind and instantly annihilated. He had experienced this before. His soul was not yet adapted to chaos and couldn't withstand its assault. 10 seconds later, the undead servant reappeared in his senses, but only for half a second before being killed. This confirmed Lin Moya's suspicions. It had indeed reached chaos, and his soul could not survive there. Chaos was not peaceful. He reasoned, it must be chaos. My soul can't reach it. Chaos is far away, and the transmission takes a long time. When the world first formed, the origin energy of the great Tao came from chaos. Our world is within chaos. Lin Moya pictured the structure of the world. The world was born from chaos, with chaos outside, and between the world and chaos was a vast sea of soul devourers. The soul devourers acted as a shell, both protecting and restricting the world, making it hard for anything to leave. Although much of this was speculation, Lin Moya was confident in his conclusions. The structure of each world inside the universe was similar to chaos itself. The world's mist could be seen as chaotic energy. The world seemed to be imitating chaos. As he pondered this, Lin Moya suddenly retreated rapidly. A ray of light shot out from the rift like a blade. The rift flared with dazzling brilliance, far brighter than before. Lin Moya reacted quickly, but not quickly enough. The light struck him. The power of death surged into armor, and the power of life flowed within him as a second shield. But the light was too strong. Lin Moya faintly heard a bird-like cry, then the power of death shattered, the power of life failed, and he was blown to pieces. Bathed in purple light, Lin Moya was reborn. The light from the rift faded in less than half a second, and the rift itself vanished. Lin Moya was shocked. Someone had actually attacked him through the rift from chaos. The attacker's power was immense, far beyond that of an eternal. As the light faded, the rift collapsed. Lin Moya realized the attacker had not only struck him but destroyed the rift itself. Chapter 4079. Chapter 4079, 4079. Chapter 4079, The Giant Bird That Squeezed In. Lifeforms that dwell in chaos. Lin Moya muttered to himself, completely unconcerned about having been instantly killed. He was long used to dying after all, he could always revive, so dying a few times was no big deal. In fact, he was even willing to be killed, as it allowed him to experience things firsthand. He focused on the power that had just struck his body, a force that crossed an infinite distance, blasted through the rift, and landed on him. Although some of its power was diminished by the world's restrictions and the effects of the Land of Severed Dows, it remained formidable. Most importantly, it contained a trace of chaotic energy. All these discoveries confirmed Lin Moya's suspicions. He touched his body with a finger. Though he had already been reborn, a trace of the attacker's power lingered. He guided this power out, and it formed a rune. The rune resembled one he had seen on the Red Stone Emperor's body, and then it continued to evolve, turning into a giant bird. He recalled hearing a faint bird cry earlier. It was this creature that had attacked him. So it really was a giant bird. I'll remember you. This debt will be settled one day. Memorizing the creature's aura, Lin Moya summoned the power of death to erode the last trace of its presence. When he eventually entered chaos, he would be sure to have a word with this being. At the same time, Lin Moya found it amusing. Was the world he lived in actually a bird's nest? Why did he keep encountering all sorts of birds? First the origin bird, then the Red Stone Emperor's bird, and now this one. Was it that he'd entered a bird's nest, or was chaos itself full of birds? Never mind that, I need to find the spirit demon emperor. Lin Moya dismissed these stray thoughts and pressed on. Several more days passed without incident. No more rifts appeared. His undead servants continued to cross the boundary into the great wilderness, bringing back all sorts of information. Compared to the Land of Severed Dows, the great wilderness was far more perilous. A month went by in a flash, and Lin Moya estimated he was halfway through his journey. The dynamic map of the Land of Severed Dows was nearly complete, and he had begun to discern a pattern in the shifting boundary. Looking at a single change, it seemed random, but from a broader perspective, there was order. Expansions and contractions would start from afar, gradually increase, reach a limit, then shrink back to nothing. The entire Land of Severed Dows resembled a long, curving arc, constantly shifting direction, seemingly straight, but actually winding, even looping. If one simply kept moving in a single direction, one would eventually touch the boundary and be transported into the great wilderness, without any warning, something even Eternals couldn't sense. That's why they couldn't traverse the Land of Severed Dows. With all Dows suppressed and strength diminished, it was considered the most dangerous place, hence its fearsome reputation. But for Lin Moya, this was no problem at all. With undead servants scouting ahead, he could always find the right path. What's this? On the 36th day, his undead servants reported something unusual. They had found a strange place. It wasn't on the main route, but appeared after a sharp turn, like a hidden chamber off the proper path. Lin Moya could have missed it entirely if he'd kept going straight. It was like a secret cave along the right route, and what was inside piqued his curiosity. He hurried over and found a vast space filled with countless rifts, tens of thousands, spaced every few kilometers, varying in size, like a rift cluster. Until now, he'd only seen 2 rifts here. He saw tens of thousands at once. Yuyan had never mentioned such a place, so clearly even the Eternals had never been here. Lin Moya observed that these rifts were somewhat different from the ones he'd seen before. Some of them constantly exhaled wisps of energy he recognized as chaotic energy. The chaotic energy merged into the space and was quickly transformed by the world into great Tao origin energy. As it turned into origin energy, some faint aura was drawn away by other rifts. The whole process resembled breathing. Useful chaotic energy was inhaled and transformed, while the waste was exhaled as soul devourers. Lin Moya suddenly understood the origin of soul devourers. If the world was a living being, this was where it breathed, and its energy came from here. Who are you? A voice suddenly called out. Lin Moya looked up. In the deepest part, behind many rifts, sat a person dressed in black, eyes glowing faintly, watching Lin Moya through the rifts. He had hidden his presence so well that Lin Moya hadn't noticed him until he spoke. Just as Lin Moya was about to reply, the man spoke again. Conceal your aura, quickly. His tone was urgent. Lin Moya instinctively complied, withdrawing all his aura and silently blending into the darkness of a corner. He also recalled the nearby undead servants, becoming invisible. With his level of soul, as long as he stayed still, not even an Eternal could detect him. He realized the man was doing the same, hidden in the darkness, motionless. Among the tens of thousands of rifts, one suddenly expanded, swelling rapidly as a torrent of chaotic energy poured in hundreds of times more than usual. Then, a 4-winged, 2-headed giant bird squeezed through the rift, looked around, and let out a piercing screech. The space twisted and warped, even the rifts themselves contorting. Chaotic energy surged from the bird, crashing through the area like a tsunami. Under the terrifying aura, Lin Moya's heart trembled. This bird came from chaos and was immensely powerful, surely beyond the level of an Eternal. But why would a chaotic lifeform come here? In this world, it was basically invincible. Just then, a rumbling sounded in the air. Lin Moya saw countless divine runes light up, weaving into a terrifying formation. Vast great Tao origin energy surged from all sides, rushing at the bird. This power was just as fearsome as the bird's, no weaker. The converging force formed a cage, trapping the bird, while the nearest rift expanded, unleashing a terrifying suction that, together with the formation, dragged the bird back through the rift. Once the bird was gone, the space calmed, the rift shrank, and the formation faded from view. The voice spoke again. Who are you? Lin Moya looked at the man. Lin Moya greets Senior. After a moment, the man said quietly, come over here and talk. Chapter 4080. Chapter 4080, 4080. Chapter 4080, The Lord of Fate. Lin Moya avoided the rifts and walked over, spotting the other person in a dark corner. To his surprise, The figure was also a cultivator and eternal being. But with the great Tao suppressed in this place, Lin Moya couldn't discern which Tao Lord he was. Lin Moya bowed again. Greetings, senior. The man studied Lin Moya with increasing curiosity. After a moment, he asked uncertainly, the Lord of Immortality. Lin Moya nodded slightly. And you are, senior? He replied, I am the Lord of Fate. Lin Moya was startled. It was the Lord of Fate. Wasn't the Lord of Fate supposed to be dormant? How could he be here? Seeing Lin Moya's reaction, the Lord of Fate said softly, don't be surprised. I was indeed dormant, but I woke up long ago. I've just been staying here, where the Daos are suppressed, so it appears I'm still dormant. A thought struck Lin Moya. Senior, are you here for your final step? The Lord of Fate sighed. You could say that. I've wasted millions of years and still haven't made any progress. I don't even know if I'll ever succeed. For each eternal, the final step is different, depending on their Tao. Only the individual knows how to take that step, and outside help is almost useless. Lin Moya was curious, but he knew that asking about the final step was a personal matter and could easily offend. Instead, he asked, Senior, have you been here all these millions of years? The Lord of Fate replied, do you know what this place is? Lin Moya shook his head. This is my first time here, I don't know. The Lord of Fate explained, when the world first formed, vast amounts of chaotic energy were transformed into great Tao origin energy. Besides what was accumulated, the world needed to keep absorbing more. This is where the world absorbs chaotic energy. Lin Moya said, so the world absorbs chaotic energy, turns it into great Tao origin energy, then into the various Taos for all beings to use. The Lord of Fate nodded. That's the basic process, but it's actually more complex. When chaotic energy is transformed, some impurities are produced, which are expelled through the rifts. His words confirmed Lin Moya's earlier guesses. Lin Moya blurted out, so those impurities become soul devourers. The Lord of Fate chuckled. You know quite a lot. Soul devourers are made from the world's impurities. They are what the world discards, but also serve as the shell that protects the world and as a prison that blocks transcendence. Lin Moya said, if you manage to take the final step, even half a step, you'll have to leave the world and face the soul devourers. Ordinary ones wouldn't be a problem, but a soul devourer king would be difficult. The Lord of Fate's eyes gleamed. He realized Lin Moya knew even more than he'd thought. Not all Eternals know these things, each walks a different path, and only through years of research had the Lord of Fate learned this. Very few in the world know, especially about the Soul Devourer Kings. Lin Moya seemed to know even more than he did. The Lord of Fate suddenly asked, have you interacted with the Candle Dragon? Lin Moya replied, I've exchanged a few words, but not much. The Lord of Fate was puzzled. You know so many details, didn't the Candle Dragon tell you? Lin Moya shook his head. I've fought Soul Devourers myself, killed quite a few, and even faced a Soul Devourer King. I was almost killed. The Lord of Fate was even more confused. How did you end up fighting Soul Devourers? They shouldn't be able to enter this world. Lin Moya explained, it was in the virtual realm. The Kunlun Emperor modified his Great Spirit domain and opened a passage. He briefly described what happened in the virtual Kunlun Great Spirit domain. The Lord of Fate listened in amazement, murmuring, I didn't expect the Kunlun Emperor to have taken that step. I truly didn't know. He was bold, worthy of being the head of the 9 emperors. But how did he end up in the Ferry of Tribulation? What a pity. The Lord of Fate actually said what a pity. Did that mean something dangerous awaited those who entered the Ferry of Tribulation? Lin Moya recalled the voice he'd heard in the ferry and wondered if it was the Kunlun Emperor. He asked, is there anything else about the Ferry of Tribulation? The Lord of Fate replied, the Ferry of Tribulation is the most mysterious thing in existence. It predates our ascension, travels between reality and illusion, and no one knows what's inside. No one who's ever entered has returned. There was a deist whose final step involved the ferry, so he went in and never came back. Lin Moya asked, did he go dormant? The Lord of Fate shook his head. Hard to say, maybe dormant, maybe dead. He didn't specify who, but it was frightening enough. According to the Lord of Fate, Lin Moya might be the only person in all existence to have entered the ferry and come back. The two chatted for a while and became more familiar. The Lord of Fate, having been silent for countless years, now found it hard to stop talking. Eventually, they got to the main topic. The Lord of Fate spoke about what he'd observed over the years and hinted at his final step. As the master of the Fate Tao, he could see the future of all beings. This was both his strength and his shackle. To break through, he needed to shatter these shackles and detach from the Fate Tao, to see the fate of the world itself. That's why he came here, suppressing his Tao in the land of severed Taos, to observe the world's breathing and re-experience its changes. Here lay the world's deepest secrets, its patterns, and even some secrets from beyond the world. For countless years, he watched as lifeforms were drawn from chaos into the world, then expelled, bringing in vast amounts of chaotic energy. Just a minute's influx of chaotic energy could equal years' worth on normal days. According to the Lord of Fate, every so often a chaotic lifeform would be drawn in, bringing a surge of chaotic energy, then be expelled again. This had happened countless times, just as natural as eating and drinking for the world. Despite all his observations, the Lord of Fate admitted he had made no progress in millions of years. He still hadn't found his final step or the right direction. Here, the Fate Tao was suppressed. He couldn't see his own fate, let alone the world's. If not for his strong Tao heart, he would have given up long ago. The Lord of Fate sighed. Sometimes I think, maybe it's fine not to take that last step. Just being an eternal isn't so bad. Lin Moya thought for a moment and said, I actually have some different ideas, if Senior is willing to hear them. Chapter 4081. Chapter 4081, 4081. Chapter 4081, First transcend power, then transcend self. Just as Lin Moya was about to speak, the Lord of Fate's expression shifted slightly. Another chaotic lifeform is coming in. Lin Moya immediately fell silent and concealed his aura. The two of them, hidden in the darkness, became as if non-existent, quietly observing. The intervals between chaotic lifeforms entering were irregular. Sometimes several would arrive in succession, other times there would be a gap of a year or two. According to the Lord of Fate's observations, there was no discernible pattern. This time, the chaotic lifeform was another giant bird, but this one had 2 wings and 3 heads, different from the previous one. It seemed even stronger, bringing with it a vast amount of chaotic energy. The bird didn't screech. Instead, its sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. He saw intelligence in the bird's eyes. This one was sentient. Its blade-like gaze swept over where Lin Moya and the Lord of Fate were hiding, and there was a peculiar power in its eyes that stirred a fighting impulse deep in Lin Moya's soul. At that moment, the Lord of Fate shook his head, signaling Lin Moya not to act. Lin Moya snapped out of it. Just a look from the bird could shake his Dao heart, which was truly frightening. After only half a minute, a formation appeared and the world's power began to drive the bird out. The giant bird clearly didn't want to leave and resisted the formation, unleashing terrifying power from its 3 mouths, spewing torrents of chaotic energy. This energy turned into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, but under the suppression of the world's power, it only affected a range of less than 100 meters. In the end, the bird was still expelled, leaving behind only chaotic energy, which the world transformed into great Dao origin energy. The Lord of Fate breathed a sigh of relief. This one has come many times, seems very interested in this world. Lin Moya asked, "Are they all birds?" The Lord of Fate replied, "Almost always, though occasionally there are other lifeforms." Lin Moya mused to himself, "It really does seem like our world is in a bird's nest." The Lord of Fate continued, "If you have any thoughts, Lin Deist, please share them." Lin Moya spoke, "I don't know exactly what your final step is, Senior, but I do have some thoughts about the final step. I believe that for anyone, the last step is to transcend oneself, transcend the Tao, transcend power. When the world first formed, before the Taos opened, everything originated from chaotic energy, which became great Tao origin energy, and then evolved into the myriad Taos. So to transcend, one must step above this process, perhaps even go against the Taos themselves and comprehend the origin energy of the Taos. There are countless ways to comprehend great Tao origin energy. Rather than just observing how origin energy transforms into Taos, why not study how to reverse the process, how to turn Tao power back into origin energy? Chaotic energy is too difficult for now. It's better to focus on the relationship between the myriad Taos and origin energy. As Lin Moya spoke, the Lord of Fate's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a key point. He fell into deep thought. Lin Moya's words were simple yet profound. Instead of starting from the Taos or the self, he suggested starting from the level of power itself. First comprehend great Tao origin energy, use that to transcend the Taos, and only then seek to transcend the self. After a moment, the Lord of Fate let out a long sigh. Hearing your words, I realize I truly have wasted all these years. Lin Moya smiled. These are just my thoughts. If they help you, I'm glad, but the details are up to you. I can't do much more. The Lord of Fate shook his head. No, you've helped me tremendously, pointed out a path. That's more valuable than anything. If I succeed, I'll take you as my teacher. This debt is beyond repaying. With that, the Lord of Fate took out an object and handed it to Lin Moya, a strange egg filled with chaotic energy. Lin Moya was surprised. Is this a chaotic lifeform's egg? The Lord of Fate nodded. Yes. About 7 million years ago, a chaotic lifeform came here. When it was expelled, it resisted fiercely, but in the end, it still left. After it left behind this egg. There's a chaotic lifeform inside, but in this world, it can never hatch. If you ever enter chaos, perhaps it can be born. You should bind it may be useful in the future. As the Lord of Fate said, without chaotic energy, the egg couldn't hatch in this world. But Lin Moya's great thousand world did have chaotic energy, so he could hatch it. Perhaps he was the only one in the world with that ability. He already had a little python ping from chaos, and now he had an egg as well. Even before attaining eternity, he was already entangled with chaotic lifeform's fate. Perhaps Lin Moya accepted the gift without fuss. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. He put the egg into the chaotic region of his great thousand world. As soon as it entered, the egg began absorbing chaotic energy like a starving child devouring food. At this rate, he really might gain another chaotic lifeform. The Lord of Fate was in high spirits. No need to be polite. I really have nothing else to give that's worthy of your guidance. If the Lord of Fate succeeded, Lin Moya's favor would be immense and hard to repay. Lin Moya replied, no need to be so formal, Senior. I may need your help in the future. The Lord of Fate readily agreed, promising to do his utmost. He then asked why Lin Moya had come here. Lin Moya explained about the events in Burial Dao Valley and his quest to find the Spirit Demon Emperor. Hearing this, the Lord of Fate handed Lin Moya a bronze token. Keep this token. I once dealt with a Spirit Demon Emperor who owes me a favor. This may help you. In the Spirit Demon's territory, you'll need to be cautious. They're not easy to deal with. Lin Moya nodded and put away the token. The two chatted for several more days, almost like a mini Dao debate, before Lin Moya finally took his leave. The Lord of Fate began cultivating anew, trying to comprehend the reversal of the Daos and how Dao power transforms back into origin energy, to achieve transcendence at the level of power. It was difficult, but at least now there was a clear path. Lin Moya set off on the second half of his journey. The land of severed Daos no longer seemed daunting. With his experience, he traveled faster and, after about another month, finally saw light. The exit had arrived. As he approached, a strange aura washed over him. It wasn't a cultivator's aura, but contained a unique Dao force, not from any of the myriad Daos, but seemingly belonging solely to the spirit demons. To possess a unique Dao, just what are these spirit demons? Lin Moya wondered as he stepped out of the passage and officially entered the spirit demon's domain. He heard faint sounds, bugs crawling through the grass, and saw a lush, endless forest and grassland, dotted with small hills. In the distance, spirit demons floated in the air, apparently patrolling. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out, and countless spirit demons burst from the grassland and forest, surrounding Lin Moya. Chapter 4082. Chapter 4082, 4082. Chapter 4082. Are the spirit demons related to the human race? Lin Moya looked at the spirit demons of heaven and earth, an odd expression appearing on his face. The spirit demons were generally about 1 meter tall and looked remarkably similar to elemental liches, almost like enlarged versions of them. Lin Moya compared them in his mind. If you shrank these spirit demons down, they'd be identical to elemental liches. Moreover, the Dao here was very strange. In the land of severed Daos, Lin Moya sensed that there was a Dao here monopolized by the spirit demons, not belonging to the origin ancestral land. Its nature was somewhat similar to the physical Dao he'd discovered before, but unlike the pure physical Dao, this one was extremely complex. From the spirit demon's Dao, Lin Moya sensed a variety of forces, as if it encompassed countless Daos in one. This kind of fusion of various Dao powers into a single entity wasn't something Lin Moya was seeing for the first time. Over 1,000 spirit demons surrounded Lin Moya from all directions. They didn't speak, but Lin Moya saw intelligence in their eyes. They seemed sentient, but simply didn't talk. The spirit demons made no move to attack, just surrounded him. Some looked at Lin Moya with curiosity, as if he were some rare creature. Since they didn't act, Lin Moya didn't either. In the distance, he heard the voices of other spirit demons, clearly reporting back. He decided to just wait. Soon, the spirit demons parted to make way for a taller spirit demon who flew over. As he passed, the others saluted him, a gesture strikingly similar to human etiquette. Most ordinary spirit demons were at the Dao Venerable level, with a few at the Great Dao level. This tall spirit demon, however, had reached the Dao Lord level. The tall spirit demon hovered in the air, looking down at Lin Moya, and spoke slowly. "Cultivator, why have you come here?" Finally, someone who could speak. Lin Moya rose to meet him at eye level and replied, "I am Lin Moya, here to see the spirit demon emperor." Even in the spirit demon's territory, as a great Dao Lord, Lin Moya maintained his composure. The tall spirit demon asked in a low voice, "Why do you seek our emperor?" Lin Moya replied, "I must speak with the spirit demon emperor in person." The tall spirit demon frowned, clearly displeased. "The emperor is busy. You should leave." He didn't even ask what the matter was, just tried to send Lin Moya away. Spirit demons really weren't easy to deal with. Lin Moya took out the token given to him by the Lord of Fate. "Take me to the spirit demon emperor." The other party wasn't being polite, so Lin Moya didn't bother either and spoke more directly. If this didn't work, he'd just force his way in. As soon as the token appeared, the surrounding spirit demons all retreated and saluted the token. Though they said nothing, their actions made it clear they recognized it. The token wasn't special in itself, but it contained the aura of the spirit demon emperor, which instinctively commanded their respect. The tall spirit demon also studied the token, and after several moments said, "Follow me." He led the way, flying deeper into spirit demon territory, silent the whole way, clearly not fond of outsiders. The spirit demon's territory was idyllic, like a paradise rarely seen in any world. There were rivers, but instead of water, they flowed with Dao power. This unique spirit demon Dao was a fusion of many forces, each river containing its own attributes, much like the independent Daos in the origin ancestral land. Many spirit demons lived by these rivers, their auras perfectly in tune with the Dao power flowing through them. The rivers of Dao power surged into the distance, eventually merging together without conflict. This is another origin ancestral land, Lin Moya thought. Compared to the origin ancestral land, only the form of the Daos was different, the essence was the same. He realized his earlier assumption was wrong. The spirit demons didn't possess just one Dao, but nearly all Daos. There were countless spirit demons. Lin Moya saw at least tens of millions. More importantly, their strength was astonishing. The weakest were Dao venerables, and he saw none below that level. Great Dao level spirit demons were everywhere, and there were quite a few at the Dao Lord level. As they passed, spirit demons looked up curiously, not at Lin Moya, but at the token he held, which bore the Emperor's aura. After about half an hour of flying covering tens of millions of li at their speed, they still hadn't reached the edge of the territory. The spirit demon's domain was enormous. Finally, they arrived at a giant stone stele. Lin Moya instinctively thought of the Myriad Wonders stele. This stele was very similar, but the inscriptions were different. The Myriad Wonders stele contained countless secret arts, activated by soul power, but this stele was inscribed with a formation. Lin Moya immediately recognized it as a teleportation array. The tall spirit demon activated the formation. "Go in." As he spoke, he stepped into the array, and Lin Moya followed. The formation activated, and 2 seconds later, they appeared before another stone stele. As Lin Moya's vision cleared, he saw a palace. Looking at the palace, Lin Moya felt a strange sense of familiarity, not that he'd been here before, but the style of the palace seemed familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere else. Why does a spirit demon palace feel so much like something from the human race? He wondered. Are spirit demons related to humans? The palace was decorated with carvings that, at a glance, resembled mythical beasts from human legends, dragons, phoenixes, and others, all with human cultural elements. The tall spirit demon respectfully saluted before the palace. Emperor, a human cultivator seeks audience with the Emperor's token. A powerful aura surged from the palace, its pressure filling the world and making even Lin Moya feel a hint of strain. The spirit demon emperor was truly formidable, already beyond eternity, though seemingly not yet having taken that final step. He was in a unique state. A phantom face appeared in the sky, exuding immense pressure and speaking, "Let him in." "Yes." The tall spirit demon replied immediately. With a rumble, the palace doors opened. The tall spirit demon said, "Go in yourself. The emperor is inside." Lin Moya nodded and entered. Inside was a wide corridor leading to the depths, shrouded in mist so thick he couldn't see ahead. Without hesitation, he walked down the corridor. On either side were many decorations, and the more Lin Moya looked, the more puzzled he became. These ornaments also had human elements. The cultural differences between races were usually vast, with almost no overlap, yet the spirit demon's decorations were full of human motifs. This couldn't be a coincidence. Passing through the dense mist, Lin Moya saw a modest little house. In front of it sat a spirit demon, and Lin Moya caught the strong scent of tea. Chapter 4083. Chapter 4083, 4083. Chapter 4083, The Sword Emperor. Spirit demons drink tea too? That was Lin Moya's first reaction, finding the scene somewhat odd. The spirit demon emperor's small house also seemed strange. It looked exactly like a human dwelling. Lin Moya instinctively felt that spirit demons and the human race must be connected in some way. The spirit demon emperor glanced at Lin Moya. "Human deist, don't be surprised. There is indeed some connection between us and the human race." So there was a connection. This should make things easier to discuss. But before Lin Moya could be pleased, the spirit demon emperor added, "But the connection is not with the current human race, so don't think you can use that to build a relationship." He'd said both the positive and the negative typical. But since this was the spirit demon emperor's domain, Lin Moya didn't argue, and it wasn't a big deal anyway. Lin Moya said, "Junior." Lin Moya greets Senior. "May I ask how to address you?" "Jean Emperor." The spirit demon emperor gave his name and gestured, "You've come from afar, come have some tea. My Dao tea isn't bad." Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony, walked over, and took a sip. "It is indeed good tea, though different from human tea." Jean Emperor chuckled. "Our spirit demon clan doesn't usually interact with cultivators. For you to risk crossing the land of severed Daos, you must have something important." Lin Moya nodded. "It's about the events at Burial Dao Valley years ago." Jean Emperor's expression changed slightly, his tone turning cold. "Are you here to settle old scores?" Lin Moya shook his head. "That's all in the past. The debt is settled. But some things remain unresolved." "May I ask which spirit demon emperor was present at Burial Dao Valley back then?" Jean Emperor replied, "That was the Sword Emperor." Lin Moya asked, "Could you summon the Sword Emperor?" With the party involved present, it would be easier to speak openly. Jean Emperor thought for a moment, then agreed. "I'll contact him and see if he's available." He immediately reached out, but whether the Sword Emperor would come was uncertain. Lin Moya asked curiously, "How many emperors does your clan have?" Jean Emperor replied, "It's not easy for us to produce emperors. Over all these years, there have only been 4. 4 was already a lot. With the spirit demon emperor's power, 4 could rival 8 beast emperors. No wonder they could hold back the Dao wild beasts. Compared to the spirit demons, cultivators had more eternals, but not much more strength. At the Dao Lord level, the beast kings among the Dao wild beasts vastly outnumbered both spirit demons and cultivators. Thus, the two sides, though not allied, had developed a tacit understanding. The spirit demons held back some beast kings, cultivators held back others, and the rest could focus on the beast kings. This balance had lasted for years. Lin Moya asked, "There are 9 beast emperors, correct?" Jean Emperor replied, "Yes, only 9. They tried to create more, but all attempts failed." Lin Moya said, "It's fortunate there are only 9 anymore and the fight would be impossible." Jean Emperor corrected him, "It would only be impossible for you cultivators. We could stay out of it entirely, but..." He trailed off and didn't finish. Lin Moya didn't press. Jean Emperor wouldn't answer anyway, and it likely involved secrets. From the Burial Dao Valley incident, it was clear the spirit demons didn't care about cultivators' lives or even the world's survival. What they cared about was the monster under the filth pool, which threatened them. They would rather see the world destroyed than let that monster live. This suggested that even if the world was destroyed, the spirit demons would survive. Seeing their unique Dao, Lin Moya guessed that the spirit demons were merely attached to this world. After a while, the Sword Emperor flew in through the mist. True to his name, he radiated sharp sword intent, and seeing him, Lin Moya felt as if he were looking at a giant sword Dao spirit demon. The Sword Emperor glanced at Lin Moya. "Human cultivator, why are you here?" Jean Emperor explained, "This deist Lin says the matter at Burial Dao Valley isn't over." The Sword Emperor narrowed his eyes. "What, here to settle scores?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Not to settle scores." He tapped his finger, projecting an image in the air what he had seen in Burial Dao Valley. The earth split, revealing the specially modified filth pool. The Sword Emperor said, "Yes, I personally sealed it back then. I also personally killed the creature inside." Lin Moya said nothing as the image changed, showing his soul entering the pool through the seal. The Sword Emperor's brow furrowed. "You went in." Jean Emperor also noticed something was wrong. How had Lin Moya entered the pool the Sword Emperor had sealed? Jean Emperor wondered, did the seal fail over time? Sword Emperor replied, "Impossible. My seal is eternal. The image showed the monster Lin Moyo had seen. Sword energy shot skyward, a Dao appeared in the sky, and sword cries rang out. The Sword Emperor's voice was incredulous. Impossible. I clearly destroyed it back then. Gene Emperor's expression grew serious. Sword Emperor, calm down and listen to Deist Lin. Lin Moya said, I believe you did kill it, but perhaps it had some unknown means of survival and began to regrow in the pool. The Sword Emperor interrupted, impossible. I sealed the pool and cut off its power source. Even if it survived, it couldn't regrow. Lin Moya shook his head. From what I observed, the seal wasn't complete. Over time, underground filth rivers broke through the seal, restoring some power to the pool. Gene Emperor said quietly, Sword Emperor, your seal may be eternal, but over the ages, small flaws can appear. If Deist Lin's soul could enter, then surely the world's power could as well. Lin Moya smiled inwardly. His entry was through a backdoor left by Xian Zhenzi. But Gene Emperor was right, if he could enter, so could the world's power. Perhaps that's how the pool regained some strength, though not enough for rapid growth. Of course, Lin Moya didn't mention Xian Zhenzi's backdoor, he let them guess. In the image, the monster suddenly looked at Lin Moya, whose soul was instantly destroyed, and the image froze on the monster's gaze. Lin Moya continued, from my observations, the creature has developed intelligence and learned to hide. I estimate it will remain hidden until it is fully reborn. It was only by chance that I discovered this. Chapter 4084. Chapter 4084, 4084. Chapter 4084, Tun Yuan, Devourer of Origins. There is always a sliver of hope in heaven and earth. Nothing is ever truly perfect. Only by transcending heaven and earth might one achieve true perfection. The Sword Emperor had personally slain that monster and sealed the filth pool, seemingly cutting off all possibility. Yet, with the passage of time, flaws still appeared. At his level, the Sword Emperor could easily understand this if he thought about it. Gradually calming down, the Sword Emperor withdrew his aura. He didn't admit it outright, but he knew the fault lay on his side. Back then, none of the great Dao Lords survived, and only the Spirit Demon Emperors knew the secret of Burial Dao Valley. Yet, in all these years, he had never once gone back to check. Of course, it wasn't easy to return, but given his strength, he could have managed. Had he checked a few times, perhaps this situation would not have arisen. The Sword Emperor said, we need to find a way back. I'll kill it again myself. The Gene Emperor replied quietly, we definitely need to go back. The key is how. The beast side won't be easy to deal with. It looks like we're in for another great battle. The Sword Emperor said, tell them the monster is about to be reborn. Just like last time, we'll cooperate again. The Gene Emperor rejected this. No, last time, we tricked them, and even managed to kill a beast emperor. This time, they won't fall for it again. Back then, there were only 7 beast emperors, now there are 9. With the power imbalance, if we approach them, we may not get out alive. So their so-called cooperation was actually the spirit demon emperors deceiving the beast emperors, resulting in the death of a beast emperor, a huge loss for them. The Sword Emperor slapped his thigh. What a mess. So what do you suggest? If it comes to it, let's just withdraw and leave this world to its fate. The Gene Emperor snorted, don't say such things lightly. The Sword Emperor glanced at Lin Moya and said no more. But Lin Moya's heart was stirred. The Sword Emperor's offhand complaint revealed something crucial. They really could leave this world, but for some reason, they had to stay. Without the spirit demons, cultivators alone could never hold back the Dao wild beasts. But because of the Burial Dao Valley filth pool, the spirit demons might have to withdraw. Lin Moya said, actually, I have a way to reach Burial Dao Valley. The Gene Emperor's eyes lit up. You mean through the land of severed Daos? The Sword Emperor cried out, that cursed place? I'd rather fight through the great wilderness. The Gene Emperor retorted, think, Lin Deist came here through the land of severed Daos. Lin Moya followed up, that's right, I can traverse the land of severed Daos. The Gene Emperor asked, how confident are you? Lin Moya was not modest at all, absolutely confident. With undead servants scouting ahead, he could stroll through the land of severed Daos as if it were his own backyard. In truth, the land of severed Daos wasn't particularly dangerous. The rifts were visible, and as long as one didn't recklessly charge forward, they could be avoided. The only real danger was the shifting edge. One could suddenly step into the great wilderness or, like the Lord of Power, be teleported into a filth pool. Otherwise, the main issue was that Eternals, unable to sense the Daos or use their power, felt deeply unsafe, which was why they avoided the place. The Sword Emperor said bluntly, if you're that confident, let's go through the land of severed Daos. Worst case, we get teleported into the great wilderness and I'll just fight my way out. Back then, I could take on 3 of them and kill a beast emperor. I can do it again. The Gene Emperor snapped, don't boast. You know the beast emperor's traits. There were only 7 back then, now there are 9, and each one is twice as strong as before. If you can take on 2 at once, you're doing well. The Sword Emperor didn't argue clearly, the Gene Emperor was right. Lin Moya interjected, seniors, could you tell me more about the beast emperors and the monster beneath the filth pool? Taking the opportunity, Lin Moya voiced his doubts. He knew too little about the beast emperors, and even less about the monster beneath Burial Dao Valley. Any information would be invaluable. He thought deeply, as long as the spirit demons were present, cultivators and Dao wild beasts could maintain a balance. But what if the spirit demons left or stopped restraining the Dao wild beasts? What would cultivators do then? Lin Moya didn't want to rely on any power that wasn't his own. That was the same thinking that led the 620 great Dao lords at Burial Dao Valley to conduct their experiment, though the result had been disastrous. The Gene Emperor thought for a moment, then coughed lightly. You all know the Beast Emperors, they're evolved from Emperor pools. There are 9 Emperor pools, so at most there can be 9 Beast Emperors. They have a unique trait: the more Beast Emperors exist at once, the stronger each one becomes. Now there are 9, and each is much stronger than before. The Sword Emperor could once take on 3 now, at best, he could handle 2, and killing one is almost impossible. As for the monster in the Burial Dao Valley Filth Pool, its name is Tun Yuan, Devourer of Origins. It is a recombination of Dao impurities and Great Dao Origin energy, possessing chaotic properties, making it extremely hard to kill. If it matures, its power will surpass the Beast Emperors. It will devour all the Beast Emperors and reach a new level. To reach greater heights and gain more power, it will devour all of us, including you Eternals. It won't spare anyone. When that happens, it will continue to devour the world's vital energy and destroy everything. When speaking of Tun Yuan, the Gene Emperor's voice carried a fear that made Lin Moya wonder. There's never been a Tun Yuan in this world. How do you know so much, Senior? The Gene Emperor looked at Lin Moya and finally said quietly, because I've seen it. Don't ask more, I can't tell you. In any case, that thing must never be allowed to be born. If it is, this world is finished. There's no time to lose. Take the Sword Emperor through the land of severed Daos to Burial Dao Valley and destroy that thing. Lin Moya asked, if Tun Yuan will devour the Beast Emperors first, why not tell them and get them to help? The Gene Emperor countered, what is the purpose of the Dao wild beasts? Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. The Dao wild beasts exist to devour the Daos and destroy the world. The Gene Emperor said, if the Dao wild beasts knew, not only would they not stop Tun Yuan's birth, they'd help it, and even stop us from interfering. To destroy the world, the Beast Emperors would do anything, including dying themselves. We fooled them once, it won't work a second time, so this time, they must not know. Chapter 4085. Chapter 4085, 4085. Chapter 4085, The Great Venerable. Lin Moya had spent less than a day in the Spirit Demon territory before returning to the land of severed Daos, retracing his steps. Gene Emperor was extremely worried about Tun Yuan's situation and urged the Sword Emperor to set out immediately. Lin Moya could see that while the Sword Emperor excelled at combat, it was Gene Emperor who made the decisions. There were 4 Spirit Demon Emperors in total, but for their own safety and to avoid drawing the attention of the Beast Emperors, only the Sword Emperor and 2 others could act. Lin Moya reflected on Gene Emperor's earlier words. He realized that if not for his ability to traverse the land of severed Daos, Gene Emperor wouldn't have revealed so much. It was only because they needed his help that they shared some information, but certainly not everything, nothing touching the true core. He continued to send undead servants ahead to scout, ensuring his path was safe. The Sword Emperor watched and commented, these puppets of yours are impressive, strong in battle and good for scouting, but you'll lose a lot of them. Aren't they hard to replace? Lin Moya replied, it can't be helped, even if it pains me. The Sword Emperor said, as far as I know, no cultivator today has mastered puppetry to this level. Where did you get these puppets? Lin Moya thought for a moment. I got them by accident. The Sword Emperor snorted, if you don't want to say, forget it. Clearly dissatisfied, but he didn't press further. Suddenly, Lin Moya asked, Sword Emperor, did you and your people come to this world just to help us? The Sword Emperor replied, of course not. We're here on assignment. His expression changed slightly. Kid, are you trying to get something out of me? Lin Moya smiled. Not at all, I'm just curious. Gene Emperor didn't spell it out, but I've guessed you're not from this world. As for why, there are only a few possibilities. The Sword Emperor said, if you like guessing, go ahead. I won't tell you, and you'll never know if you're right. Lin Moya continued, you and the spirit demons came to this world under orders. This world is flawed, which led to the existence of Dao wild beasts. Without your restraint, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Your task is to ensure the world isn't destroyed. You could leave, but you'd be punished, and it wouldn't be light. If Tun Yuan emerges, your mission fails. The one who gave you this task must be human, and if I'm right, he's a powerful transcendent, one of the very top. He likes to wear a blue robe. As he spoke, Lin Moya watched the Sword Emperor's expression. The Sword Emperor wasn't good at hiding his feelings, especially in the land of severed Daos, where Dao power was suppressed and his expressions were even clearer. With every sentence, Lin Moya could tell if he was right or wrong. Most of his guesses were correct, especially when he mentioned the blue robe. A clear light flashed in the Sword Emperor's eyes, confirming everything. So it really is him. He's been watching this world for ages. But why? He can't be doing this just to look after the world. There must be another reason. Lin Moya felt deeply that the blue-robed elder's motives were not simple. Someone like that wouldn't do anything without a deeper purpose. Every move must have layers of meaning. He'd been planning for billions of years, from the world's birth until now, just to reap the rewards. Was time truly meaningless to him? Why spend so long on a single scheme? Or was this just one of many, with countless worlds and countless plans? Lin Moya thought about all this in an instant, depths others could not fathom. The Sword Emperor noticed Lin Moya's silence and asked, "What are you thinking?" Lin Moya replied, "I'm thinking about what the blue-robed old man really wants." The Sword Emperor's face changed and he blurted out, "The Great Venerable, he." He realized he'd said too much and immediately shut up, glaring at Lin Moya. "If you keep fishing for information, I won't be polite." Lin Moya shook his head. "You wouldn't dare." The Sword Emperor's expression shifted. "You're just a great Dao Lord. Why wouldn't I dare kill you?" Lin Moya said nothing, but silently took out a treasure. Cold air spread around them. Even the land of severed Daos couldn't suppress its power. The Sword Emperor's face changed dramatically. "Impossible, how do you have that?" Lin Moya said, "You should recognize it." The Sword Emperor was visibly shaken. That's the Great Venerable's meditation mat. I've seen it before. Why do you have it? Lin Moya replied, Sword Emperor, do you dare touch me? The Sword Emperor's expression was complicated. After a long pause, he said, fine, I'll let you off. He had to save face even if he didn't dare touch Lin Moya, he couldn't admit it. At this moment, Lin Moya felt clarity. He understood that the blue-robed elder's shadow lay behind many things in this world. The elder had set up countless plans, and Lin Moya himself was at the center of one. Otherwise, in such a vast universe, with countless worlds and even more in the Sea of Realms, why would he be found in this tiny world? Random chance? That was too unlikely. He must have been chosen from the start. Perhaps even his transmigration was orchestrated by the blue-robed elder. The Sword Emperor called him Great Venerable. So Lin Moya's goal was clear: become a transcendent, a great venerable like the blue-robed elder, or even surpass him, and finally interrogate him about his true motives. The return journey was much faster. In less than a month they reached the Hunduan Mountains. Lin Moya contacted In Yuyan, who quickly arrived. When she saw the Sword Emperor, she was visibly shocked. She hadn't expected Lin Moya to not only traverse the land of severed Daos, but also bring the Sword Emperor back. It was her first time meeting the Sword Emperor. After a brief exchange, they immediately set off for Burial Dao Valley. The Sword Emperor summoned a giant sword, and the group rode it toward Burial Dao Valley at top speed. Their only goal, to slay Tun Yuan in the filth pool as quickly as possible. The longer they waited, the greater the danger. Chapter 4086. Chapter 4086, 4086. Chapter 4086, Sword Emperor battles Tun Yuan. The three of them sped like lightning, crossing the plains and passing through the vast expanse of the 10 million origin mountains, heading straight for Burial Dao Valley. In Yuyan was shrouded in the great Dao of cause and effect, its power radiating outward, ensuring that their arrival went unnoticed by anyone. The events at Burial Dao Valley were not meant for too many to know. The more great Dao lords who knew, the worse it could be. Burial Dao Valley was silent and deserted. Ordinarily, no one would come here. With a sword cry, an invisible giant sword descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Burial Dao Valley. The Sword Emperor sealed off the valley to prevent Tun Yuan from escaping. The great Dao flowers in the valley still swayed gently as Lin Moya drew divine runes, unlocking Xian Zhenzi's formation. There were two layers of seals here. The first was the formation laid by Xian Zhenzi, and the second was the seal placed by the Sword Emperor. Complex and profound divine runes took shape in Lin Moya's hands, slowly descending from the air. The great Dao flowers bloomed with brilliant light, and the Burial Dao Valley's formation activated again, revealing a massive rift. A special filth pool appeared before the three of them. The Lord of Cause and Effect looked at the pool. So this is the pool from back then? Is it really that formidable? She had been held up at the Hunduan Mountains back then and had only heard of the Burial Dao Valley's events, never witnessed them herself. Although the Sword Emperor was proud, he was still courteous to an eternal like In Yuyan, and explained in a low voice, filth pools are usually divided into three types: ordinary pools, lord-level pools, and emperor-level pools. But this pool is a special exception. It's a half-ruined pool, the only one of its kind in the world. A half-ruined pool won't produce Dao wild beasts, but it still absorbs Dao impurities. It doesn't produce beasts, only accumulates more and more Dao impurities. When the Dao impurities reach a certain quantity, a qualitative change occurs, and a kind of essence is born from the filth. If that were all, it wouldn't matter, but by chance, members of our spirit demon clan were thrown into it. Our clan has the ability to fuse Daos. We returned the filth essence to its origin, transforming it into great Dao origin energy. This origin energy was not produced by the world but by us, so it was incompatible with the world. That origin energy then fused again with the Dao impurities, eventually giving rise to Tun Yuan. The Sword Emperor quickly described the cause and effect of Tun Yuan's birth, not caring whether Lin Moya and In Yuyan fully understood. In Yuyan followed up, because Tun Yuan's fundamental power doesn't come from this world, it's incompatible and thus will try to destroy the world. The Sword Emperor replied, that's about right. Lin Moya added, Tun Yuan possesses both spirit demon and Dao wild beast traits, so when it devours the world, it will be more interested in the spirit demon clan. If it has to choose, it will devour the spirit demons first. After devouring the spirit demons, it will grow even stronger. If I'm not mistaken, your clan has encountered Tun Yuan before. The Sword Emperor's expression grew complicated. He didn't answer, but his look said enough. The formation was fully activated. The Sword Emperor pointed with two fingers, open. A great Dao appeared on his body, transforming into a sword, emitting a resonant sword cry. The entire Burial Dao Valley trembled, and countless sharp swords appeared in the seal above the filth pool. This seal, woven from the Sword Emperor's Dao, was filled with sword energy. Now, as the Sword Emperor opened the seal, the Dao transformed into a torrent of swords, rising like a sword tornado to the heavens. As the swords flew away, the seal on the pool's surface grew weaker and weaker. The Sword Emperor shouted again, open. Whoosh! The special water in the filth pool parted to both sides, then shot upward like columns. Two water columns, one of special great Dao origin energy, the other of Dao impurities, stood clearly apart. These two different powers could somehow cooperate to produce the terrifying Tun Yuan. The wonders of the world are sometimes beyond imagination. With the pool drained, the bottom was fully revealed. In Yuyan narrowed her eyes. There's something there. She saw something at the bottom, not human, not beast, with a pair of huge wings wrapped around itself. The Sword Emperor's voice was cold. So you really didn't die. Without another word, he pointed, and countless sharp swords rained down like a storm, enveloping Tun Yuan. Clashing sounds rang out as the swords struck Tun Yuan's wings, but were completely blocked, unable to harm it. The Sword Emperor's expression grew grave. Much stronger than last time. He changed his hand seals, forming complex mudras, and shouted, slash. A giant sword fell from the sky, carrying boundless might toward Tun Yuan. Even before the sword landed, Burial Dao Valley began to crack under the pressure, and the surrounding Origin Mountains started to collapse. Lin Moyuan and Yuyan's faces changed, and they both retreated. The Sword Emperor's attack was so strong that even the aftershocks were dangerous. A shrill scream sounded as Tun Yuan's wings snapped open, plunging the world into darkness. Its wings blotted out the sky, as if they could cover the entire world. With a flap, its feathers shot out, forming swords that clashed head-on with the Sword Emperor's attack. The collision of the two swords resounded through the heavens, shaking a million miles around, shattering the earth and collapsing mountains. Their power far surpassed that of ordinary Great Dao Lords. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even withstand the aftershocks. The two sword forces cancelled each other out, evenly matched. Amid shrieks, Tun Yuan soared into the air, charging at the Sword Emperor, eyes filled with murderous intent and a hint of greed. He wanted to devour the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's face grew even more serious. A sword to open the heavens. With a low roar, an even more terrifying sword appeared. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. This sword was just like his own elder sister's. This sword seemed truly able to open the heavens, its intent covering all directions. Tun Yuan had no way to dodge and could only take it head-on. Tun Yuan screamed, and in the void appeared a giant beast, resembling a Dao wild beast, but with many spirit demons standing on its back. Back then, many spirit demons had been thrown into the filth pool by the Great Dao Lords. No one knew where they had found so many. According to the Sword Emperor, some of their people had entered the land of severed Daos and come to the outer battlefield through rifts. But such people were rare. The Great Dao Lords had spent many years finding just a few. The giant beast in the void charged at the swordlight, while the spirit demon phantoms on its back unleashed various Daos to clash with the Sword Emperor. The heaven-opening sword was unstoppable, shattering the phantoms conjured by Tun Yuan. Finally, Tun Yuan wrapped itself in its wings to endure the blow. With a miserable scream, Tun Yuan was knocked from the sky, crashing to the bottom of the pool. The heaven-opening sword pressed down, shattering Tun Yuan's wings and covering its body in wounds. Tun Yuan screamed in the swordlight, its broken wings still trembling. Then it erupted with power, opened its mouth, and sucked in pool water swept up by the Sword Emperor's attack crashed down, instantly refilling the pool. Tun Yuan greedily absorbed both powers in the pool, and its wounds healed rapidly. In just 2 seconds, Tun Yuan burst from the pool and attacked the Sword Emperor again. Their fierce battle had only just begun. It really is hard to kill. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. A fruit appeared in Yuyan's palm. She called out, "Plant the fruit." Chapter 4087. Chapter 4087, 4087. Chapter 4087, Tun Yuan's wings. The Sword Emperor and Tun Yuan were locked in a fierce battle. From the Sword Emperor's expression, it was clear the fight was anything but easy. He seemed to have the upper hand, but killing Tun Yuan was no simple task. After years of dormancy, Tun Yuan had grown far stronger than before. In her palm, Yuyan condensed the power of cause and effect, planting a death fruit on Tun Yuan. The fruit ripened rapidly, but then a surge of death energy erupted from it, causing it to rot instantly. Yuyan coughed up blood, her soul wounded. Lin Moya didn't fully understand the Tao of cause and effect, so he didn't know exactly what Yuyan had done. Wiping the blood from her lips, Yuyan said, "I planted a death fruit on him, but it didn't work well. There are many kinds of cause and effect. The death fruit is one of them. Once planted, the target is destined to die, though how and when is uncertain. The outcome is fixed, but the process is unknown. Planting a death fruit also brings backlash. Reversing cause and effect is never pleasant." Yuyan's soul was injured, and Lin Moya could sense her wounds were severe, especially on the soul level. Recovery would not be easy. Her soul was now unstable, and if not treated immediately, her injuries would worsen. Yuyan forced a bitter smile. "I didn't expect the backlash to be so severe." Lin Moya took out a spirit flower. "Use this to heal first." Trusting Lin Moyu, Yuyan entered the spirit flower to recover. With a roar, Tun Yuan suddenly unleashed a terrifying power, knocking the Sword Emperor aside and turning to attack Lin Moya's group. His true target was not Lin Moyu, but Yuyan. He had sensed the death fruit planted on him and wanted to kill her. Very sensitive. Lin Moya thought, and with a thought, sent a horde of undead servants to form a meat shield in front of them. Tun Yuan plowed through, utterly ignoring the undead. His massive wings beat, unleashing a storm of power that shattered the undead instantly. The wind he stirred up was even more terrifying than the annihilation winds beneath the beast abyss. From the feedback of the undead, Lin Moya felt Tun Yuan's immense strength. Tun Yuan was now on par with an eternal lord, stronger than any ordinary Great Dao Lord, and with abilities that made him nearly impossible to kill. Even Eternals would struggle. "Careful!" The Sword Emperor roared as he rushed over. Lin Moya smiled faintly, unleashing a surge of origin energy, his aura soaring past the eternal level into another realm. Great Dao world-ending palm. He struck with all his might, a colossal palm print roaring through the void. Space shattered in its wake, and even the perpetual clouds above the battlefield were dispersed, letting the light of the Great Dao pour down. The Sword Emperor yelped and quickly retreated to avoid the blast. But Tun Yuan, locked onto by Lin Moyu, had no way to escape and could only scream as he took the blow head-on. Tun Yuan's wings beat furiously, pouring out endless power, but it was all swallowed up by the world-ending palm, to no effect. Looking at those wings, Lin Moya felt a strange sense of familiarity, not in their shape, but in their properties. As the world-ending palm struck, Tun Yuan's wings exploded into radiant light, enveloping him. Space and time twisted. Tun Yuan seemed to slip into another dimension, trying to evade the attack. Wings of time and curse. Lin Moya was shocked. Wasn't this his own technique? It wasn't just similar, it was identical. No wonder it felt familiar. Much of the power radiating from Tun Yuan's wings was the power of curses. The palm print passed through Tun Yuan's body, shattering the light wings. His body was riddled with wounds, which then burst open, leaving him a bloody mess. Even escaping into another dimension couldn't fully shield him from the world-ending palm. Lin Moya realized Tun Yuan suffered not only physical wounds but also heavy soul damage from the attack. Yet, to survive a full-force world-ending palm, Tun Yuan's power was truly formidable. The Sword Emperor descended, his Dao transforming into a sword. One sword severs the Dao. This sword was even stronger than before. Tun Yuan, already gravely wounded, was now at the end of his strength and couldn't block it. With a boom, he was smashed to the ground, his body blown apart, reduced to fragments. Lin Moya didn't let up. With a wave of his hand, the world-burning fire swept down, turning the ground into a sea of flames. Tun Yuan was not so easy to kill. Even shattered, he would not die. Only by completely destroying his soul could he be truly killed. Lin Moya stared intently at the ground and saw souls struggling in the flames. Suddenly, he frowned. Some souls slipped into the earth, quickly burrowing deep and vanishing. The Sword Emperor landed beside Lin Moya. Finally killed him. Lin Moya shook his head. No, some of his soul escaped. The Sword Emperor was shocked. He escaped. Lin Moya nodded. He slipped into the depths of the earth. No idea where he's gone. The Sword Emperor's face darkened. That's a problem. If he's not dead, he'll come back sooner or later. Lin Moya replied, but at least for now, there's no danger. Tun Yuan was so badly damaged he wouldn't recover for millions of years. By then, Lin Moya was confident he'd have reached the eternal level or even transcended, and Tun Yuan would be nothing to fear. He was also intrigued by Tun Yuan's wings. Why were they identical to his own wings of time and curse? What was the connection? Though he rarely used the technique now, Lin Moya knew how powerful it was. The curse power could shatter Daos and destroy worlds. If he ever transcended, the wings of time and curse might be able to break the entire universe. The Sword Emperor said quietly, seems that's all we can do for now. With Tun Yuan gone, the Sword Emperor couldn't track him and could only give up for now. As Lin Moya said, there should be no trouble for millions of years. The Sword Emperor reigned in his aura, his expression complicated. That palm just now, how did you do it? Lin Moya replied, I just did. The Sword Emperor snorted, not pressing further. He knew Lin Moya wouldn't reveal his secrets. Pointing at the filth pool, he said, since you've reached half-step transcendence, I'll leave this pool to you. Restore it to its original state. Lin Moya understood this was to prevent Tun Yuan from recovering. The filth pool was a product of the Great Dao, hard to destroy otherwise. The Sword Emperor would have done so long ago. But restoring it to its original state, Lin Moya could do that. All right. Without hesitation, he gathered his power, raising his realm to half-step transcendence. Great Dao world-ending palm. Palm prints rained down, striking the filth pool. The pool boiled, its Great Dao origin energy dissolved and destroyed by the world-ending palm, along with the Dao impurities. One palm after another shattered the pool's balance, restoring it to its original state. Its power faded, and there was no longer any soil for Tun Yuan to be reborn. Chapter 4088. Chapter 4088, 4088. Chapter 4088, not of my race, ultimately not the same. This special filth pool had been restored to its original state, but the Sword Emperor was not satisfied. He plunged into the pool, using his own power to cut off the pool from the underground filth currents, then sealed the surface of the pool again. After checking several times and confirming that his seal had no flaws, only then did the Sword Emperor feel at ease. The spirit flower dispersed, and In Yuyan's soul recovered somewhat. She was an eternal, and while her soul was strong, healing injuries was also much more troublesome. A single spirit flower was clearly not enough. In Yuyan bowed gracefully to Lin Moya. Many thanks, deist Lin, for your help. Lin Moya was not stingy and took out several more spirit flowers for In Yuyan. Use these as well, they should be enough for you to recover. If not, come find me again. In Yuyan was not polite, smiling as she accepted them. That guy escaped. Should we go hunt him down? The Sword Emperor immediately asked, Deiston, can you find his whereabouts? In Yuyan replied, I planted a fruit on him. There is a causal connection between us. I can track him through cause and effect. Lin Moya could also use the Seeking Cause ring to find the escaped Tun Yuan, but he had his own thoughts and did not want to search immediately. But he would not stop the Sword Emperor either. The Sword Emperor said, then I'll trouble Deiston. In Yuyan looked at Lin Moya. What about you, Deist Lin? Lin Moya shook his head. Tun Yuan is only a remnant soul now. Sword Emperor alone is enough. Burial Dao Valley has been devastated. I need to stay and restore it. The Sword Emperor was puzzled. What's there to restore? Lin Moya said, 621 sages are buried here. Their heroic spirits are immortal, and the Great Dao flowers should bloom eternally. As a junior, it's my duty to restore this place. In Yuyan seemed to understand Lin Moya's intentions and immediately supported him. Deist Lin is right. The Great Dao Lords here once contributed to this world. Although they made mistakes and paid with their lives, as juniors, we should remember their merits, not just their faults. She thought for a moment, then took out a cause and effect treasure, condensed a massive causal power into it, and handed it to the Sword Emperor. You can activate this treasure, it will point the way. Sword Emperor, you'll be able to find him quickly. The implication was clear, she didn't want to go either, so she gave the Sword Emperor a treasure and let him go alone. The Sword Emperor, as a spirit demon, thought differently from Lin Moya and the others. He could not understand Lin Moya's thinking. If that's the case, I'll go myself. Once I've settled this, I'll come back for you, Deist Lin. Then I'll trouble you to walk the land of severed Daos again. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Alright, I'll wait for your triumphant return, Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor activated the cause and effect treasure, received its guidance, and immediately flew off. Looking at the devastated Burial Dao Valley, now almost razed to the ground, Lin Moya sighed softly. Under the Sword Emperor's fierce assault, Burial Dao Valley had been completely destroyed, nothing like it once was. The pool was sealed, but the Sword Emperor had not set up any protections. If a great Dao Lord who didn't know the situation approached and triggered the seal, they could easily be killed by it. This showed the Sword Emperor truly didn't care about the lives of cultivators. After the Sword Emperor left, and Yuyan smiled at Lin Moya. Looks like you have some opinions about him. Lin Moya shook his head. Not really, but I don't like him. And Yuyan said, he's not of our race, so of course he doesn't consider such things when he acts. Lin Moya said, that's normal, I suppose. I just can't get used to it, personal reasons. Senior, why didn't you want to go with him? And Yuyan squinted and smiled, because we're on the same side. For a moment, and Yuyan seemed a bit mischievous, less serious than usual. Lin Moya was amused by her words. True, we're on the same side. As they spoke, Lin Moya began to act. Countless undead servants flew out, one every 10 meters or so, quickly occupying the entire area of Burial Dao Valley. And Yuyan watched Lin Moya. Deist Lin, how do you plan to restore Burial Dao Valley? Lin Moya said, restoring the terrain is easy, the hard part is the Great Dao Flowers. I don't know if I can succeed, but I'll try. The Great Dao Flowers contained the will of the sages. Once that dissipated, it would be very hard to restore. And Yuyan extended her jade hand, and a fruit appeared in her palm. She planted another fruit, softly chanting, then let In Yuyan plant a fruit of success for Deist Lin. Every time she planted a fruit, she had to bear the backlash of the Great Dao. Even as the Lord of the Cause and Effect Dao, and Yuyan could only reduce the backlash, not avoid it. Earlier, to kill Tun Yuan, she had planted a death fruit and was badly injured by the backlash. Normally, she would not plant fruits lightly, preferring other ways to influence cause and effect. But for Lin Moya, she planted a fruit directly. Lin Moya felt a trace of gratitude. Thank you, Deistan. In Yuyan smiled. No need to be so polite between us. The fruit of success dissipated in a gentle light. In Yuyan swayed slightly, her face turning pale. She had clearly suffered backlash from the Great Dao. The backlash was unavoidable, but this time it was not as severe as before. With In Yuyan's help, Lin Moya's chances of success increased. Tens of millions of undead servants simultaneously activated the Time Great Dao, moving in perfect unison, their auras synchronized as if they were one. The Time Great Dao fused together, forming a great net that slowly enveloped the entire Burial Dao Valley. Time reversal. Time belonging to Burial Dao Valley began to flow backward. Events that had happened here began to reappear. And Yuyan looked on nervously. She knew how difficult time reversal was. This was not just looking back at what had happened, but actually pulling things from the river of time and bringing the past into reality. If nothing much had happened here, it would be easier, but if there had been a great battle, those events would replay. As the caster, Lin Moya would have to bear all that cause and effect. The destruction caused by the battle would affect the caster. And Yuyan instinctively thought Lin Moya would have a hard time succeeding, but since he chose to do it, he must have some confidence. Time reversal began, quickly reaching the point of the previous great battle. A massive backlash swept through, and many undead servants died instantly, unable to withstand it. This was a battle at the eternal level. It was normal for the undead to be unable to endure. But although the undead died, their power did not cease. In the next instant, they revived, maintaining the time reversal. As long as all the tens of millions of undead didn't die at once, the reversal would not be interrupted. Moreover, Lin Moya had countless undead ready to replace them at any time. This was Lin Moya's confidence. And Yuyan was stunned by what she saw. She hadn't expected Lin Moya's methods to be so advanced. When the moment in time appeared where Lin Moya struck Tun Yuan to pieces, and Yuyan was startled again. So it was Deist Lin who killed Tun Yuan. At the time, she had been inside the spirit flower and didn't know what was happening outside. She'd thought the Sword Emperor had driven Tun Yuan away. She hadn't realized it was Lin Moya's palm that truly defeated Tun Yuan. That palm was indeed terrifying. Chapter 4089. Chapter 4089, 4089. Chapter 4089, Time Reversal. The undead servants endured the backlash of the Great Dao, maintaining the time reversal through cycles of death and rebirth without interruption. At last, the undead managed to survive the great battle, rewinding to the very beginning of the conflict. Now came the most critical step: how to bring objects from the reversed time into the present. Everything existed in the past, and the past existed within the river of time. The Time Great Dao continued to operate. Tens of thousands of undead servants exerted their full strength, pushing the Time Great Dao to its limit, summoning the River of Time. The River of Time appeared. Lin Moya had visited it before and was familiar with the spirit of time. Lin Moya suddenly asked, Seniorin, is the Eye of Time still asleep? In Yuyan gave a definite answer, still asleep. Lin Moya grinned, good, I'll be right back. He flew into the River of Time, where the Spirit of Time appeared. Lin Moya greeted him with a smile, Spirit of Time, I'm back again. The Spirit of Time asked, what do you want this time? Lin Moya replied, of course I need your help. I'm doing a time reversal here. The Spirit of Time glanced at Burial Dao Valley and asked, how large is the area? Lin Moya said, it's quite large, but there's no other way. Please help me, Spirit of Time. The Spirit of Time was clearly troubled. You're not the Lord of Time. While I control the River of Time, there are many things I'm restricted from doing. If the Lord of Time were doing this, it would be much easier. Lin Moya said, if you have any requests, I'll do my best to fulfill them. The spirit of time thought for a moment. There is something. If you agree, I'll help you. At this moment, Nguyen was surprised Lin Moyo could actually converse with the spirit of time, and it seemed they already knew each other. Among all the great Taos, the Time Great Tao was unique. Beyond the Time Great Tao was the River of Time. The Lord of Time controlled the Time Great Tao and, through it, the River of Time. But within the river itself was the Spirit of Time, who, in theory, was under the Lord of Time's control but only in theory. The Spirit of Time was not completely subordinate and clearly had his own will. If displeased, he could simply refuse to cooperate. However, the Spirit of Time could not control the Time Great Tao, so there were things he could not do either. Lin Moyo and the Spirit of Time seemed to be negotiating something and Nguyen couldn't hear, but she knew it must be important. After a moment's thought, Lin Moyo agreed to the Spirit of Time's request. He then left the River of Time. The Spirit of Time waved his hand, and the River of Time flowed down, thick mist enveloping Burial Dao Valley. At this moment, time flowing in reverse froze. The destroyed Great Dao flowers reappeared, the ruined Origin Mountains were restored. In just moments, everything in Burial Dao Valley returned to its original state. The Spirit of Time said quietly, "Don't forget your promise." Lin Moyo replied, "Rest assured, I will keep my word." The River of Time slowly faded. Both Lin Moyo and Nguyen could sense that after completing the time reversal, the Spirit of Time was clearly weakened. Without the Lord of Time's support, it was difficult for the Spirit of Time to accomplish such a feat alone. He paid a significant price. Nguyen smiled, "Deist Lin, for doing this, you'll surely be rewarded in the future." Lin Moyo said, "I don't seek rewards, only a clear conscience." As he spoke, he began drawing divine runes, preparing a new formation. Nguyen asked, puzzled, "Deist Lin, what are you doing now?" Lin Moyo replied, "I want to take a look at the filth pool." During the time reversal, he had made some small moves. Not only did Burial Dao Valley experience time reversal, but so did the filth pool. However, because the Great Dao origin energy was too strong and the Dao impurities too filthy, the River of Time might not be able to bear it, so it might not work. The formation in Burial Dao Valley was activated again, the ground split open, and the filth pool appeared. Sure enough, the filth pool no longer contained Great Dao origin energy. It had returned to its original state. However, the new seal the Sword Emperor had placed was gone, replaced by the ancient seal he had set millions of years ago. This seal had a back door, secretly left by Xian Zhenzi, which Lin Moyo could use to enter the pool. At this moment, the filth pool was exactly as Lin Moyo wanted. "I'll go take a look." Lin Moyo flew toward the pool, and Nguyen followed, smiling, "I'll come too." She knew exactly what Lin Moyo wanted to see, the so-called essence of filth. In other pools, the Dao impurities, though strong, would eventually form the bodies of Dao wild beasts. Only this pool was unique, unable to produce Dao wild beasts. All the impurities accumulated over billions of years, eventually forming the essence of filth. Lin Moyo opened a passage through the formation and entered the pool, diving deeper and deeper. He had already dispersed the Great Dao origin energy in the pool, so he had some understanding of the situation inside. At the time, he had avoided the filth, only dispersing the origin energy. The Sword Emperor had not noticed his small trick. The two continued to descend until they reached the bottom of the pool. There was another seal here, newly placed by the Sword Emperor. The pool was so deep that it had not been affected by the time reversal. This seal blocked new Dao impurities from entering the pool, but Lin Moyo thought it wouldn't last long. Eventually, the impurities would contaminate the seal. While the seal wouldn't be destroyed, once polluted, the filth could seep in. So the Sword Emperor's seal was of limited use at most. It would last a few thousand or 10,000 years, which is nothing on a cosmic scale. This also showed the Sword Emperor's overconfidence. Visibility in the pool was poor. Even Lin Moyo and Nguyen couldn't see far. Chaotic forces filled the space, greatly hindering their senses. Lin Moyo sent out countless undead servants in all directions to search for the essence of filth, greatly increasing efficiency. After just half an hour, an undead servant reported back. "Found it." Lin Moyo immediately brought Nguyen over. In an inconspicuous corner, amid countless Dao impurities, a lump the size of a baby's fist rolled about. It emitted a faint light and a chaotic aura. All the filth in the pool converged on it, but it had not yet reached the point of transformation. Instead, it exuded an indescribable sense of disgust. Even at their cultivation level, Lin Moyo and Nguyen felt uncomfortable just looking at it. Nguyen said, "This thing is even filthier than a beast emperor." That was natural. It was the dirtiest thing she had ever seen. It seemed capable of polluting not just Daos, but even the world itself. Lin Moyo said, "It's certainly filthy, but if it could surpass its limits, it might become the purest thing in existence." When filth reaches the extreme and then surpasses it, its nature can flip to the opposite extreme. Lin Moyo pondered, "I have an idea, but I don't know if it's possible." Nguyen asked, "What idea?" Lin Moyo said, "I want to push it past its limits and nurture a new life form from it." Nguyen's face changed dramatically. "You want to do that kind of thing too?" Chapter 4090. Chapter 4090, 4090. Chapter 4090, one link after another. Nguyen looked at Lin Moyo with some concern, but she didn't immediately object. With her understanding of Lin Moyo, she knew he wouldn't do anything meaningless. Lin Moyo shook his head with a smile, "Of course not, I'm not like them. It's hard to say the specifics yet. Right now it's just an idea, but I think it's very likely to work." Nguyen said nothing. She didn't know whether to oppose him or not. Instinctively, she chose to trust Lin Moyo, but the events of 10 million years ago told her it was unrealistic. Lin Moyo, with his great thousand world for comparison, could clearly see the flaws in this world. It was not perfect. The Dao wild beasts were the result of this imperfection. What he wanted to do was patch the flaws and make this world a little more perfect. This sudden idea gave birth to a plan. Patch the flaw, rather than crudely slaughtering all the Dao wild beasts. Dao wild beasts could never be completely wiped out as long as the flaw remained, they would keep appearing endlessly. The only way was to fix the flaw and make it disappear. Nguyen still couldn't make up her mind, her gaze complicated as she looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo reviewed his plan in his mind and, seeing a high chance of success, made his decision directly. Senior, there's no need to worry about this anymore. I've already decided. It was as if he was helping Nguyen make the decision for her. Nguyen replied, if that's the case, then I'll leave it to Deist Lin. Lin Moyo said, no need for you to plant a fruit for me, senior. This matter involves too much, and it's not suitable to plant a fruit. What I'm about to do involves the entire world, and the karmic backlash is even greater than with Tun Yuan. If Nguyen planted a fruit for him, the backlash might be more than she could bear. She might even fall into dormancy. Nguyen didn't fully understand the risks, so Lin Moyo deliberately warned her. She had just raised her hand when Lin Moyo spoke, so she stopped immediately, understanding his meaning. Deist Lin, what exactly are you going to do? Lin Moyo replied, if I succeed, the problem of Dao wild beasts will be solved once and for all. In Yuyan's beautiful eyes shone. She understood what that meant. It would change the rules of the world. The Eternals would no longer need to guard the Hengduan Mountains, and the great Dao Lords wouldn't have to spend most of their time in the origin ancestral land. For the world, it would be an unimaginable achievement. If he succeeded, knocking on the door of eternity would be inevitable. But Lin Moyo himself was already the Lord of the Immortality Great Dao. As long as his cultivation improved, he would naturally become eternal. So whether he could break through eternity was not important to him. In Yuyan didn't know that Lin Moyo had a purpose for doing this. He had studied the evolution of the world, had come into contact with great Dao origin energy in the origin mountains, and had seen the scene of the world's creation. From the very beginning, the world was full of flaws and problems. Nothing was perfect. Over countless years, flaws were patched, and the world became stronger and more perfect. The existence of Dao wild beasts was the greatest flaw. If it could be fixed, the world would become even stronger. At the same time, Lin Moyo was considering another question. This world had no master. If he could become its master, perhaps things would be different. But to become the world's master required many conditions, starting with recognition from the world itself. If he became the world's master, then after achieving eternity, taking the final step would be much easier. The complexity of Lin Moyo's thoughts was known only to himself. This was not just a plan, but a series of plans, one link after another. Divine runes flew from Lin Moyo's hand, bringing a strange light to the filth pool. The runes formed an incomparably complex formation, wrapping around the essence of filth. The Dao filth in the pool was attracted by the formation, flowing rapidly into it and being absorbed, then merging into the essence of filth. This lump of filth essence, only the size of a baby's fist, had accumulated over billions of years. There should have been more in the pool, but much of it had been absorbed by Tun Yuan. What was left was already not much. The undead servants continued searching, while Lin Moyo focused on the current piece. The naturally gathered filth, now accelerated by Lin Moyo's intervention, gathered 1,000 or 10,000 times faster. With the filth essence as a seed, the filth quickly transformed into more essence, making the essence in the formation ever stronger. In Yuyan watched in amazement. Lin Moyo was essentially hand-cultivating filth essence. But the filth in this pool was limited at this rate, it would soon be depleted. And the passage between the pool and the underground filth rivers had been sealed by the Sword Emperor, so no new filth could enter. Lin Moyo also couldn't take the filth essence to other pools would just use it to create Dao wild beasts. In Yuyan saw the growing filth essence and the dwindling filth in the pool, and for a moment didn't know what Lin Moyo would do next. After confirming his formation was sound, Lin Moyo dove deeper, with Nguyen following curiously. At the bottom of the pool, they encountered the Sword Emperor's seal. The Sword Emperor's seal seemed to have countless flowing swords, ceaseless and endless. It was a special seal, made from his own sword Great Dao. Lin Moyo sent out a thought, and the Sword Dao Spirit Demon appeared beside him. Sword cries rang out, and the Sword Dao Spirit Demon's aura filled the space. Nguyen looked at the Sword Dao Spirit Demon in surprise, thinking, this little guy is so similar to the Sword Emperor. The similarity wasn't in appearance, but in aura. Both controlled independent Sword Great Daos. The difference was that the Sword Dao Spirit Demon's Dao was a copy from this world, while the Sword Emperor's was from the Spirit Demon clan. In comparison, the Sword Dao Spirit Demon was even more pure and independent. Lin Moyo instructed, see if you can resonate with the seal. Be careful not to alert its owner. The Sword Dao Spirit Demon answered and flew down to the seal. He transformed into a sword, humming softly, and gradually merged into the seal. The Sword Dao Spirit Demon disappeared, becoming one of the countless swords in the seal. A moment later, the Sword Dao Spirit Demon's voice came, Master, I've merged in. Lin Moyo said, open a passage to the outside. The Sword Dao Spirit Demon immediately got to work, and soon a hole appeared in the seal, connecting the inside and outside. Instantly, large amounts of filth from the underground filth river poured through the hole into the pool. Now the pool had a source of filth again, no more worries about running out. Lin Moyo wasn't satisfied. He had the Sword Dao Spirit Demon open several more holes. At the same time, he set up formations in the holes to keep them open for a long time. The Sword Emperor had no idea that his carefully laid seal was now full of holes and leaking everywhere. The undead servants reported back they had found more filth essence. Chapter 4091. Chapter 4091, 4091. Chapter 4091, he doesn't dare do anything to me. From the very beginning of this world, the filth pool had been accumulating impurities, eventually forming a considerable amount of filth essence. Even after Tun Yuan devoured part of it, there was still some left. Now, Lin Moyo had found all of it, gathering the filth essence together and making the essence he was cultivating even stronger, saving a great deal of time. The Sword Emperor's seal, now riddled with holes, continuously delivered filth to the pool, which Lin Moya's formation quickly absorbed. Not only that, Lin Moyo also entered the underground dark river and set up formations there. This was something even Xian Zhenzi couldn't do back then. His formations would have been corrupted by the Dao filth and rendered useless. But Lin Moyo could do it all. His divine runes had been modified, fused with some characteristics of chaotic lifeforms, making them immune to corruption. With this, vast amounts of filth from the dark river were forcibly drawn into the pool, providing nourishment for the filth Lin Moyo was cultivating. Looking at his handiwork, Lin Moyo suddenly said, "If you follow the dark river, could you reach the very core of the great wilderness?" In Yuyan thought for a moment. In theory, yes, but no one's ever done it, and there's not much point. Lin Moyo smiled. Maybe there is. Having another path is always good. At this point, and Yuyan was clearly worried. What if the Sword Emperor finds out what you're doing? Lin Moyo said, if he finds out, so be it. He doesn't dare do anything to me. And Yuyan didn't know where Lin Moyo's confidence came from, but judging by his demeanor, he truly wasn't worried about being discovered by the Sword Emperor. Lin Moyo smiled. If I were worried about the Sword Emperor finding out, I wouldn't have restored Burial Dao Valley in the first place. There was a time when Lin Moyo didn't know what kind of existence the Spirit Demon clan was. Because of their mystery, he treated them with respect, knowing only that their strength surpassed that of cultivators Eternals. 621 great Dao Lords had died because of them, and even the Eternals didn't dare say anything. But now, Lin Moyo knew their origins and had seen their true strength. Outwardly, he still showed respect, but in his heart, he no longer cared. After all, the spirit demons were just following orders. A single icy jade meditation mat was enough to keep them from daring to touch him. Their strength was great, but as the Sword Emperor demonstrated, while stronger than the average Eternal, they hadn't surpassed the Eternal realm. At the very least, Lin Moyo's world-ending palm was enough to give them a headache. For these reasons, Lin Moyo wasn't afraid of offending them anymore. They couldn't easily abandon this world, because they had a mission. If they did, their superiors would punish them. Abandonment was conditional only if certain requirements were met. Because of all this, Lin Moyo dared to restore Burial Dao Valley. He was determined to do it. If the Sword Emperor hadn't left, he might have done it right in front of him. Since the Sword Emperor was gone, it just saved him the trouble. He stopped worrying about it, and as he watched the filth essence grow stronger, and Yuyan asked, "How long will you need to cultivate it?" Lin Moyo said, "At the current rate, about 100 years. And Yuyan asked, "Are you planning to stay here the whole time?" Lin Moyo nodded slightly. "Yes, I'll stay here to prevent accidents." "Are you planning to go back?" And Yuyan nodded. "I plan to return to the Dao and heal my injuries first. I'll come back in 100 years to watch your show." She joked lightly, and Lin Moyo smiled. "Alright, I'll put on a good show for you then." And Yuyan frowned. "At first we were fellow deists, then friends, now comrades in arms. From now on, just call me Yuyan." Lin Moyo's heart skipped a beat, as if he sensed something. With a smile, he said, "Alright, Yuyan, take care." And Yuyan smiled sweetly, but as she was about to leave, she paused. "By the way, be careful of the human emperor." Lin Moyo said, "The human emperor plans to make a move against me, right?" And Yuyan was surprised. "You know." Lin Moyo said, "I've known for a while, but he's not confident. The reason is simple, my origin technique. He should realize that he can't obtain it, and if he tries, he might die. Yuyan, if you see the human emperor, help me pass on 4 words." And Yuyan asked, "Which 4? Universal Spirit Secret Art." Lin Moyo uttered the 4 words. And Yuyan didn't ask for details. "Alright, if I see him, I'll tell him." With that, and Yuyan left Burial Dao Valley and returned to the origin land to heal. After she left, Lin Moyo returned to Burial Dao Valley, keeping watch over the filth pool, accompanied by the great Dao flowers. Even when away from the pool, his attention remained on the filth essence, monitoring its every change. Whether his plan would succeed depended on this. At the same time, he continued to comprehend his own Dao, not the immortality Dao, but the Dao belonging to the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World was constantly growing at an astonishing rate, and as it did, Lin Moyo gained much insight. He gained a deeper understanding of the essence of worlds. The Great Thousand World, though called a world, was actually on the same level as the world he inhabited, a separate existence within chaos. In some races and eras, this was called a realm. The name might differ, but the essence was the same. Thus, by understanding and studying the Great Thousand World, Lin Moyo could comprehend his own world and how to become its master. He first realized this world was imperfect and lacked a master, and thus had the idea to become the master himself. Once a world has a master, all the uncontrollable elements change, and many seemingly unsolvable problems become easy to resolve. Years passed, and Lin Moyo meditated and drank tea in Burial Dao Valley, the wind stirring the great Dao flowers and filling the valley with fragrance. More than 20 years went by in a flash. In all that time, no one came to Burial Dao Valley. Sometimes, when a filth tide descended, Lin Moyo would enter it to comprehend the changes in heaven and earth at the edge of extremes, to understand the profound process of the world's evolution and the soul's transformation. When beast tides broke out, if they were too strong, he would send undead servants to block them. If not, he did nothing. More than 20 years later, Saint Heart, dressed in white, arrived in the valley. Seeing Lin Moyo sitting there, she smiled. "As I expected, it's Deist Lin." Lin Moyo smiled, "The tea's just right." Come have a cup. Saint Hart walked over, smiling. The recent beast tides were weaker than expected. I guessed it was you, Deus Lin, and sure enough, here you are. What are you doing in Burial Dao Valley? Lin Moyo pointed to the great Dao flowers, keeping company with the sages, and making some arrangements. Saint Hart didn't understand what he meant, but it didn't matter. She squinted and smiled. Mind if I keep you company? Lin Moya smiled. With you here, Saint Hart, I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 4092. Chapter 4092, 4092. Chapter 4092, helping the human emperor take the final step. For the next 10 years, Saint Hart stayed in Burial Dao Valley, keeping Lin Moya company. Saint Hart was skilled at the zither, her beautiful music drifting through the valley. The sound of her zither was imbued with rich life force, nourishing the great Dao flowers, making the sea of blossoms sway, and countless phantoms appeared above, faint applause echoing in praise of Saint Hart. Saint Hart often discussed the Dao with Lin Moya, though their Daos were different. All roads led to the same destination, and both gained much. Lin Moya, multitasking, continued to study his great thousand world, gaining much from it as well. Many of these gains were subtle and not immediately apparent, but at some point in the future, their value would become clear and help Lin Moya break through. After 10 years, Saint Hart finally left, considering Lin Moya a true friend and promising to return when she had time. In their 10 years together, Saint Hart had gained even more than Lin Moya, gaining a brand new insight into the Dao. She had almost fully digested the legacy left by the former Lord of Life. Now, her cultivation was deeper than before. The improvement wasn't just in strength, but in her understanding of the Dao. Power was merely a byproduct of her elevated realm. Lin Moya continued his orderly life. The filth essence grew day by day, becoming ever stronger. As it did, the filth pool gradually became clearer, as if moving in a new direction. It no longer resembled a filth pool. Lin Moya made no effort to hide this change. Anyone visiting Burial Dao Valley could see it. The whether they understood was another matter. 50 years later, another visitor arrived at Burial Dao Valley. Lin Moya brewed a good cup of tea. Human Emperor, come try Lin's tea. The human emperor laughed heartily, sat down familiarly across from Lin Moya, picked up the tea and drained it in one gulp, loudly praising, excellent tea. His manner was that of an old friend, completely at ease. Lin Moya knew perfectly well that even if it were just a cup of plain water, the human emperor would praise it as excellent because of 4 words, universal spirit secret art. Lin Moya said, human emperor, you're a bit late. The human emperor laughed. That old ghost Jianmu was causing trouble, so I had to go deal with him. Among all the Eternals, the human emperor was one of only 2 who had laid plans in the virtual world, which meant his final step was related to the virtual world. As for the other, the Lord of Time, his plans had already failed. But after so many years, the human emperor's scheme seemed to have yielded no results. Lin Moya wondered how he would take his final step. Lin Moya had some guesses, so he used the universal spirit secret art as bait to see if the human emperor would come. Now it seemed his guess was almost certainly correct. The human emperor had his own plans, but so did Lin Moya. Lin Moya asked, what do you plan to do with Emperor Jianmu? The human emperor didn't hide anything this time. What else can I do? I can't kill him, so I have to keep him locked up. If he'd cooperated back then, I wouldn't have had to go to all this trouble. It should have been a win-win, but he insisted on making it so complicated. If I can take that final step, he'll be free, but I won't be here anymore. If I fail, whether I fall silent or perish, he'll be free all the same, and he won't find anyone to take revenge on. So, that grudge is doomed to go unavenged. At this, the human emperor laughed wildly, a bit madly. After so many years of failing to take the final step, his Dao heart had suffered. He realized this and chuckled. My Dao heart's been shaken. Sometimes you just have to let it out. Hope you don't mind, Deist Lin. Lin Moya smiled. Better to vent than bottle it up. Your choice is the right one. The human emperor drank another cup of tea. Let's not beat around the bush. Deist Lin, just say it. To help the emperor, you need the universal spirit secret art. Lin Moya chuckled. Do you know what the complete universal spirit secret art is? The human emperor shook his head. I don't. He was honest. He didn't try to bluff. He had obtained the spirit stealing technique, so it wasn't surprising he knew of the universal spirit secret art. But Lin Moya bet he didn't know the details. Lin Moya said, within the universal spirit secret art, there's a technique that works in tandem with the spirit stealing technique. It's called spirit control technique. I believe that's what you need. He explained the function of the spirit control technique, and the human emperor's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I need. Lin Moya said, alright, I'll be direct. I'll give you the spirit control technique if you help me with something. The human emperor asked, what is it? Lin Moya replied, help me deal with an enemy that can't be killed. The human emperor raised an eyebrow, an eternal. Lin Moya nodded, that's right, you don't need to kill him, just put him into dormancy. The human emperor fell into thought, weighing the pros and cons. Dealing with an eternal was no small matter. If he failed, he'd make a powerful enemy. Suddenly, the human emperor asked, it's the Lord of Curses, isn't it? Lin Moya smiled without confirming or denying, but the human emperor already knew. He pondered again. The Lord of Curses was no easy target, one of the original 8 eternal lords from the dawn of the world, alive for countless years, and said to be terrifyingly powerful. Back when he failed to take the final step, he fell into dormancy. Now he had returned, scheming for his final step once more. The human emperor said, he's not easy to deal with. To be honest, I discovered long ago that he left a mark on your Dao, which meant he had returned and was targeting you. But I never knew why he wanted to target you. I was curious, so I left a mark on your Dao as well. But I promise, I never spied on your privacy. Lin Moya said, that's all in the past, no need to mention it. Let's talk about now. He wants to target me, so I'll target him too. I'll set up the whole scheme, guaranteeing he has nowhere to run. With you and me working together, we should be able to force him into dormancy. If we succeed, I'll give you the spirit control technique and help you take your final step. That last sentence was an irresistible temptation for the human emperor. The final step he had pursued it for countless years. It was almost an obsession. Now the greatest opportunity was before him. Would he dare take it? Of course, he had another option, to capture Lin Moya and force the answer out of him. But he wouldn't choose that. Lin Moya was not easy to deal with, and just obtaining the universal spirit secret art was already more than he had. Plus, the human emperor deeply feared Lin Moya's world-ending palm. After a long consideration, the human emperor asked, when do you plan to act? Lin Moya replied, I still have things to do here, and he's hiding in the shadows. We have to wait for him to make the first move. At most 1,000 years, at least 300 to 500 he'll definitely act. The human emperor made up his mind. Alright, I'll wait for your word. He took out a square jade stone, inside which was inscribed a formation. Lin Moya saw it was a teleportation array, not special in itself, but the jade stone was. As a formation plate, it could directly power the array, portable and much more convenient than ordinary formation plates. The human emperor said, when the time comes, just activate this array and I'll arrive immediately. Chapter 4093. Chapter 4093, 4093. Chapter 4093, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The human emperor did not linger. Making this decision was not easy for him, but once it was made, he would see it through with determination. Lin Moya was not worried about whether the human emperor would give his all. Since he had decided to oppose the Lord of Curses, he would definitely go all out. If they failed to kill the Lord of Curses in one strike, they would make a powerful enemy for themselves. The human emperor understood the gravity of the situation, so he would put forth his full strength, perhaps even more ruthlessly than Lin Moya. Moreover, the human emperor greatly desired the spirit control technique. Ever since returning from that gate, he had obtained the spirit seizing technique, trapped the Jianmu emperor, and used the spirit grain to lay out the entire great spirit domain. Now, he was just one step away from the final breakthrough. How could he possibly give up? Thus, the spirit control technique was his lifeline, a condition he could not refuse. From the moment Lin Moya had asked Tin Yuyan to deliver the message, he had calculated everything. All was within his grasp. The human emperor knew this too, and so entered the game willingly. As for whether Lin Moya truly had the spirit control technique, the human emperor could naturally tell there was no fooling him. After the human emperor left, Lin Moya returned to his previous routine, comprehending the Tao, observing the great thousand world, and cultivating the filth essence. 100 years was not long for someone at the level of a great Tao Lord. It could pass in a single closed-door cultivation. But this century was destined to be eventful, with visitors coming one after another. Saint Heart visited several times, each time staying with Lin Moya for a while before leaving again. As the Lord of Life, she had many responsibilities. The filth essence grew ever stronger, getting closer and closer to Lin Moya's expectations. In the 92nd year, a sword aura burst into Burial Dao Valley. The Sword Emperor returned, carrying killing intent. As usual, Lin Moya poured him a cup of tea. Sword Emperor, you look travel-worn. It seems you've gained something. In truth, the Sword Emperor's expression was not good. Lin Moya could tell he hadn't succeeded, but he said this just as a courtesy. The Sword Emperor looked around Burial Dao Valley, his expression strange. The valley had been reduced to ruins before, yet now it was restored. And the filth pool. He transformed into a sword light and flew above the pool, seeing its increasing clarity and his own seal. But this was not the seal he had placed decades ago, but the one from millions of years ago. At the same time, he sensed that the seal he had set beneath the pool was compromised. Realizing something was wrong, the Sword Emperor's expression changed and he rushed toward the pool. Just as Lin Moya set his teacup down, a light sound was heard as the cup touched the table. Whoosh! A formation appeared above the pool, unleashing a terrifying force that blasted the Sword Emperor back. This was Lin Moya's formation, built atop Xian Zhenzi's and further enhanced, so powerful that even the Sword Emperor would have a hard time breaking through. Stabilizing himself in midair, the Sword Emperor glared at Lin Moya. What did you do? Lin Moya replied, I'm conducting an experiment. If it succeeds, it will solve the problem of the Tao wild beasts once and for all. The Sword Emperor's face grew darker. Those great Tao lords from millions of years ago had said similar things. His gaze turned icy. Open the formation. I want to go down. Lin Moya refused. No. The Sword Emperor's aura surged, sword cries filling the air, and a great Tao transformed into a sword, hanging overhead as if ready to strike Lin Moya at any moment. Lin Moya said, if Sword Emperor insists on forcing your way in, I don't mind fighting you, but you should know my strength. You might not gain any advantage. As he spoke, space in Burial Dao Valley warped, and countless undead servants appeared in the void. At the same time, layers upon layers of formations manifested throughout the valley, each one formidable. Lin Moya had spent nearly 100 years here, not just meditating, but also fortifying Burial Dao Valley with all kinds of formations, arming it to the teeth. The formations covered not only the entire valley but also parts of the surrounding land. Even if the Sword Emperor fought here now, the valley would remain unharmed. Without Lin Moya even acting, the formations and undead alone could hold the Sword Emperor off for quite a while. Lin Moya's confidence in facing the Sword Emperor came not just from the icy jade meditation mat, but from his own strength. The Sword Emperor looked at the overwhelming undead and, recalling that palm strike Lin Moya had used against Tun Yuan, realized he had no real advantage. Considering Lin Moya's mysterious identity, the Sword Emperor's aura weakened. Lin Moya said, "If you want to talk, come down and have some tea. We can chat. If not, then please leave, and when I'm done here, I'll take you back." The Sword Emperor took several deep breaths, his body twisting as he struggled to suppress his rage. After a while, he finally calmed down and sat across from Lin Moya. "What do you want to talk about?" Lin Moya gestured, "Have some tea first. There's no rush, I'll explain everything." The Sword Emperor took a sip and set the cup down with a snap. "Speak." Lin Moya said, "I'm not like those seniors from millions of years ago. They were exploring, only speculating about the results of their experiments. But I know exactly what I'm doing, what the outcome will be, and what will ultimately happen." The Sword Emperor frowned. "Empty words. Why should I believe you?" Lin Moya replied, "Belief is up to you. In any case, you can't stop me, and you can't call in the other spirit demon emperors for help. Why not just stay and watch my experiment? In a few more years, you'll see the final result." The Sword Emperor seemed to consider Lin Moya's words. After a moment, he said, "Fine, I'll watch and see what tricks you're up to." Lin Moya said, "If you want to watch, you can't just watch for free, I have a request." The Sword Emperor snorted, "Don't push it. Do you really think I don't dare fight you?" Lin Moya shook his head, "It's not that you don't dare, but that you're not confident. Honestly, I can't beat you head on, but you won't have an easy time either. So let's not say such things, it's just laughable." With every word, Lin Moya reminded the Sword Emperor, fighting him wouldn't bring any advantage, so there was no point in threatening. The Sword Emperor gradually calmed down. "What's your request?" Lin Moya said, "After this is over, help me deal with someone." The Sword Emperor snorted, "With your strength, you still need my help." Suddenly, he realized something. "You want to deal with an Eternal?" Lin Moya said, "That's right, an Eternal." The Sword Emperor said, "He can't be killed, so why bother?" Lin Moya said, "No need to ask about the details. Eternals are indeed hard to kill, but not impossible. At least, I have a way. After this is done, I'll take you through the land of severed Daos back to the Spirit Demon Clan, and I promise, I'll handle Tun Yuan, he won't survive." Lin Moya offered some guarantees to secure the Sword Emperor's help. In his plan, the Sword Emperor was an extra, not a necessity. Having him was just another layer of security, increasing the chances of success. Chapter 4094. Chapter 4094, 4094. Chapter 4094, using the Tao as a guide. When things reach the extreme, they reverse. The Sword Emperor finally calmed down and said in a low voice, "Are you sure you can get rid of Tun Yuan?" Lin Moya replied, "Anything I promise, I will do. Tun Yuan was crippled by me, so of course I can kill him completely. Moreover, if you're willing to help me, just treat it as me owing you a favor. Regardless of success or failure, I'll send you back to the Spirit Demon Clan." The Sword Emperor pondered for a long time before finally agreeing to help Lin Moya. He was not like the human emperor, he wasn't afraid to make enemies, and even if he failed, he wouldn't care. What truly made him agree was Lin Moya's promise to deal with Tun Yuan. He didn't know why, but he always felt Lin Moya was too mysterious. Just that one palm strike had utterly crippled Tun Yuan, and after chasing Tun Yuan for nearly 100 years, he still couldn't finish him off. The difference frustrated the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor recounted his years of hunting Tun Yuan, the two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, locked in a stalemate for a long time. Because of the cause and effect treasure Yin Yuan had given him, the Sword Emperor could easily find Tun Yuan, no matter how he hid. Eventually, Tun Yuan realized this and stopped hiding, escaping into the 10 million origin mountains. There were many Dao wild beasts in those mountains, and they became Tun Yuan's food. Tun Yuan seemed to be a natural nemesis of the Dao wild beasts. Even if he was weaker, he could still devour them. After consuming some Dao wild beasts, Tun Yuan recovered a bit, but when the Sword Emperor caught up and wounded him again, Tun Yuan fled once more. He escaped into a filth pool, using its power to recover further. The Sword Emperor chased him into the pool and wounded him again, forcing him to flee. This cycle of fighting and fleeing continued for over 100 years. Countless Dao wild beasts in the 10 million origin mountains were eaten or killed by the two, but in the end, Tun Yuan still wasn't slain. The Sword Emperor explained that Tun Yuan had found a filth-dark river leading to the inner battlefield and had already slipped through. The Sword Emperor couldn't pursue him through the dark river, and Tun Yuan might now be hiding in a king-level filth pool in the inner battlefield. Lin Moya nodded slightly. "No matter. Even if he can devour Dao wild beasts, it'll take a long time to recover, and even if he does, I can cripple him again. Besides, the beast emperors aren't easy to mess with until they figure out Tun Yuan's purpose. They won't sacrifice themselves. If my experiment succeeds, maybe even Tun Yuan will be solved." The Sword Emperor looked surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Moya's experiment to have such a big impact. From initial suspicion, he now had a bit of hope for Lin Moya's experiment. So the Sword Emperor settled down in Burial Dao Valley, not disturbing Lin Moya, but finding a corner in the void to sit cross-legged, as if in deep sleep. In the 98th year, Yin Yuan returned, bringing a fragrant breeze. Seeing the Sword Emperor, she smiled and greeted him. "Sword Emperor, you're here too." Her injuries had fully healed, and she was now radiant and graceful, outshining even the great Dao flowers in the valley. She gave Lin Moya a meaningful look, as if to say, the Sword Emperor didn't make a move. The filth pool had changed so drastically that anyone could see it. Given the Sword Emperor's temperament, he'd normally have gone down to check and probably would have fought with Lin Moya. Yet now he could sit quietly, which was clearly unusual. The Sword Emperor only grunted softly and said nothing more. In Yuyan naturally didn't press. She sat down in front of Lin Moyo. Deist Lin, how's it going? Lin Moyo said, almost done. About another year. In Yuyan smiled, looks like I came at just the right time. Lin Moyo nodded, you're right on time. In Yuyan took out a box and handed it to Lin Moyo. This is Dao tea from my Dao. Try it. Lin Moyo accepted it without fuss. All right. Without another word, he swapped out the tea leaves, and soon the fragrance filled the air. Lin Moyo couldn't help but praise it, and In Yuyan was obviously pleased, her eyes curving into crescent moons. In Yuyan's arrival brought more vitality to Burial Dao Valley. She chatted with Lin Moyo, sharing stories of her experiences, while Lin Moyo recounted some of his own. Both had rich histories, and their stories were fascinating. The Sword Emperor didn't join in, but his ears were perked up, clearly listening intently. Time passed unnoticed. In the 99th year, the filth essence reached Lin Moyo's expected standard a year earlier than anticipated. 9 is the ultimate number. 99 years is just right. With this realization, Lin Moyo put away the tea table and slowly rose into the air. Divine runes flew out, transforming into keys that unlocked the layers of formations he had set up. The filth pool was fully revealed, and the aura concealed by the formations surged skyward. The pool was now extremely clear, looking more like a crystal clear pond than a filth pool. Within the pool, divine light swirled, as if a rare treasure lay within. The Sword Emperor slowly opened his eyes, staring at the transformed filth pool, eager to see what Lin Moyo was doing. Rise! Lin Moyo shouted, and the pool churned. A pillar of water shot skyward, and a strange stone about half a meter tall, wrapped in formations, floated up. This is. With his experience, the Sword Emperor immediately recognized it as the essence of filth. So Lin Moyo's century-long experiment was to solidify the filth essence? The Sword Emperor was a bit puzzled. This chunk of filth essence was indeed sizable, but what use could it have? Inside, it was filled with the purest Dao filth, filth to the extreme, no less than a beast emperor. Such a thing was useless to cultivators. In Yuyan said, in 100 years, it's grown this big. Lin Moyo replied, the effect is decent. With his intervention, 100 years of condensed filth essence was equivalent to 1,000,000 years of natural accumulation. He had saved 10,000 times the time. But this was still not enough. Although it was already essence, it hadn't yet reached the extreme. Lin Moyo set up a new formation, enveloping the filth essence. He summoned a massive world-burning fire and activated the formation, refined. The formation and world-burning fire became a furnace, refining the filth essence. The essence began to shrink, burning away impurities and leaving only the purest core. The filth essence grew smaller, but its filthiness only deepened. The Sword Emperor's expression changed several times, unconsciously stepping back. The filth essence was so foul that he didn't even want to touch it, afraid of being tainted by some strange curse. In Yuyan was also uncomfortable, but she didn't move, standing quietly at Lin Moyo's side. The half-meter-tall filth essence was gradually refined down to the size of a fist, the purest core, its aura making space itself wail. A terrifying curse spread from it. It wasn't just filth, but the most potent poison in the world. Anyone below the Great Dao Realm would die from a single whiff. Even at the Great Dao Realm, a touch would be fatal. With a thought, Lin Moyo summoned the immortality Great Dao, infusing both the power of life and death into the refined essence. Using the Dao as a guide, when things reach the extreme, they reverse. Lin Moyo shouted, and his immortality Dao instantly reversed. Chapter 4095. Chapter 4095, 4095. Chapter 4095, The Soulless Beast. Using the immortality Great Dao as the guide, Lin Moyo pushed the filth essence that had reached its extreme truly past the limit, completing the principle that when things reach an extreme, they reverse. Everything Lin Moyo did was within the rules of heaven and earth. He did not break the rules. This was different from what the Great Dao Lords did millions of years ago. They had actually been breaking the rules. Because the Spirit Demon clan were not natives of this world, using the power of outsiders to transform the filth pool naturally broke the rules, so it was no wonder the things they created had problems. Once the filth essence surpassed its limit, a miraculous change occurred. All the filth disappeared, becoming incomparably pure, as if it was the cleanest thing in existence bar none. The dirtiest became the cleanest. This is the principle that when things reach an extreme, they reverse, moving from one extreme to the other. If left uncontrolled, after this transformation, this pure substance would gradually dissipate under the rules of heaven and earth. But now, that would not happen. Lin Moyo's work was only half done. He withdrew the world-burning fire and replaced it with the soul fire. Like a craftsman refining a treasure, Lin Moyo refined this flawless substance. In the soul fire, a Dao wild beast appeared. This beast was entirely pure, only palm-sized, but the power it radiated was astonishing, far beyond ordinary Dao wild beasts. It was like the opposite of all other Dao wild beasts, pure and nothing but pure. When the refining finished, the little beast let out a gentle cry, as clear and clean as its body. Its small body had a pair of bright, clean, and adorable eyes that made it very likable. In Yuyan narrowed her eyes, seeing through the surface to the essence, and whispered, "This beast has no soul." Lin Moyo nodded, "Yes, it has no soul, so it can't be considered a true living being, and it won't be polluted by the surrounding Daos. On the contrary, it was evolved from the dirtiest Dao impurities and has the ability to absorb and purify Dao filth." In Yuyan's eyes sparkled, "Can this little beast also devour Dao wild beasts?" Lin Moyo replied, "Strictly speaking, it purifies them. It can cleanse the filth from Dao wild beasts, turning it into its own power. It looks similar to devouring, but it's actually different. Tun Yuan devoured Dao wild beasts, and the more he devoured, the more polluted and violent he became. But this little beast I created can purify the filth of Dao wild beasts, and since it has no soul, it won't be affected. Its essence is not a true life form, but something between a half creature and a half treasure. The Sword Emperor also saw the truth. So what will you do next? Lin Moya said, just let it act freely. With a thought, the little beast shot into the filth pool, diving straight to the bottom and slipping into the filth dark river. Wherever it passed, the filth dark river was purified. Lin Moya said, it will travel along the filth dark river to every filth pool, purifying the pools and the Dao wild beasts. Maybe at first it will be slow, but given time, all Dao wild beasts can be completely resolved. In Yuyan's beautiful eyes shone with admiration as she looked at Lin Moyo. For so many years, this problem had never been solved, yet Lin Moyo had tackled it at the root. Dao wild beasts had forced the great Dao lords and eternals to guard this place for ages. Now, it seemed their mission would soon end. And in Lin Moya's view, the Spirit Demon clan's mission was almost over too. He looked at the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor, what do you think of this result? The Sword Emperor put on a serious face. Not bad. Your method really surprised me. Lin Moya knew he cared about his reputation, so he didn't press. Then, does the Sword Emperor still stand by his promise? The Sword Emperor replied, of course. What I promise, I do. You should also keep your word. Lin Moya said, naturally. I always keep my promises. In Yuyan said softly, I can help you too. She had already learned from the human emperor that Lin Moya was going to deal with the Lord of Curses, so she wanted to help. Lin Moya said, I'll contact you when the time comes. I've finished my preparations, all that's left is to see when that guy makes his move. In Yuyan said, alright, I'll wait for your message in Burial Dao Valley. 100 years of effort had finally paid off. He had created this soulless beast to resolve the Dao wild beast problem. The rest was just a matter of time. Next, it would be the Lord of Curses' turn. The Lord of Curses had schemed against Lin Moyo for many years, hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity. But Lin Moyo had also been plotting against him. In terms of scheming, the Lord of Curses seemed strong, but he was too cautious, and that was his weakness. After clearing away the marks the Lord of Curses left, Lin Moyo had escaped his surveillance and started planning how to deal with him. Unlike the Lord of Curses, once Lin Moyo made his move, he would strike hard and give no chance for escape. The problem now was how to lure the Lord of Curses into making a move he needed to create an opportunity. Leaving Burial Dao Valley and using himself as bait, Lin Moyo returned to the Dao Lord Hall. The human emperor activated the formation for Lin Moyo. Saint Heart had already told the human emperor everything Lin Moyo had done over the years, single-handedly blocking most of the wild beasts. Although the human emperor was skeptical, Saint Heart spoke so convincingly that he had to believe it. So when Lin Moyo returned, the human emperor even greeted him with a well done. Back at the Dao Lord Hall, Lin Moyo went to see Saint Heart, who was in seclusion refining pills. Afterward, Lin Moyo sought out the Lord of Formations. When he saw Lin Moyo, the Lord of Formations said quietly, the formation you wanted is ready. Lin Moyo said, good. Here is the formation inheritance left by Xian Zhenzi, Sr. The Lord of Formations looked it over and couldn't hide his joy. Deist Lin, are you really willing to give this to me? Lin Moyo replied, I always plan to give it to you, Senior. I just delayed a bit, please don't mind. The Lord of Formations had devoted his life to formation. Xian Zhenzi's legacy was a supreme treasure to him. Years ago, Lin Moyo had forced him to set up a formation at the Dao Cliff. He was reluctant at first, but as he worked, his understanding of formations deepened. Later, he bore little grudge against Lin Moyo, and even felt grateful for the formation materials Lin Moyo had given him. This subtle change in attitude was something he hadn't even realized himself. He didn't even notice that he no longer resented Lin Moyo. After finishing the formation as requested, he waited for Lin Moyo's return. This time, it was a real surprise. The Lord of Formations said quietly, I'll remember this favor. If you ever need anything, just ask. Lin Moyo said, no requests. You've worked hard these years. Once the Dao Wild Beast problem is solved, you can devote yourself to the Dao of Formations. Without further explanation, Lin Moyo took his leave. Along the way, many people in the Dao Lord Hall greeted Lin Moyo warmly. Saint Heart had already spread word of what Lin Moyo had done, and since he'd shared so many inheritances, everyone was grateful for his selflessness. Unconsciously, Lin Moyo had earned the respect of all. Chapter 4096. Chapter 4096, 4096. Chapter 4096, The Gate of Eternity. After making a round through the Dao Lord Hall, Lin Moyo left once again. This time, he intended to create an opportunity to lure the Lord of Curses out. The key issue was that he didn't know where the Lord of Curses was, or when he would strike he could only guess. Lin Moyo's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew exactly what the Lord of Curses cared about most, and what he feared most. The Lord of Curses cared most about Lin Moyo's body. When Lin Moyo first entered the Dao Lord Hall, the Lord of Curses had said his body wasn't good enough. But Lin Moyo believed it was because the Lord of Curses wasn't ready and feared failure, so he hadn't acted. Now that Lin Moyo had become a great Dao Lord and his physical body had grown even stronger, his overall strength had also greatly increased. Over these years, the Lord of Curses had also been preparing, surely more thoroughly than before. But there was a problem. As Lin Moyo grew stronger, the Lord of Curses' confidence and success diminished. This was a contradiction that couldn't be reconciled. Lin Moyo's growth far outpaced the Lord of Curses' control. the Lord of Curses would inevitably become anxious. What if Lin Moya one day exceeded his expectations and achieved eternity in a single leap? If Lin Moya became eternal and returned to the Great Tao, the Lord of Curses' plan would collapse, and he'd never have another chance. If the Lord of Curses wanted to take that final step, it would become nearly impossible. The faster Lin Moya cultivated, the more the Lord of Curses would see his limitless potential and the more he'd want to seize Lin Moya's body. So Lin Moya calculated that the Lord of Curses would definitely make a move, and soon. Even if he wasn't fully prepared, he'd have to gamble just like a gambler, forced to risk it all even when the odds were bad. But the Lord of Curses was too cautious. What Lin Moya needed to do was find a way to provoke him, to help him make up his mind. How to attract him? Lin Moya already had a rough plan, but it would take some time to prepare. Lin Moya went to Chindao Cliff. Chindao Cliff was a massive cliff, formed when a giant mountain range was cleaved in two. The cut was smooth, and the one who had split the cliff was the Lord of Slaughter, one of only two people to ever open the Gate of Eternity after the Gate of Origin closed. Unfortunately, he had since fallen silent, presumably after failing to take the final step, and no one knew where he'd gone. At Chindao Cliff, Lin Moya saw the formation the Lord of Formations had set up. He scanned it, taking in every detail. The formations were decent, not as perfect as his own, but usable. Lin Moya had only asked the Lord of Formations to set up the outer part of the array. The true core would be handled by himself. He stayed at Chindao Cliff for several days, carefully sensing the aura within. The cliff, cut by the Lord of Slaughter, still carried the indomitable killing intent of its creator. To achieve the Dao through slaughter, who knows how many Dao wild beasts he had slain? The combat power of the Lord of Slaughter was legendary. If he were still around, the pressure on cultivators in the Hunduan Mountains would be much less. A few days later, Lin Moya left Chindao Cliff and went to Jiadao Mountain. On the outer battlefield, there were three notable sites: Burial Dao Valley, Chindao Cliff, and Jiadao Mountain. Of these, only Chindao Cliff was a place of celebration, the other two were places of tragedy. Jiadao Mountain was where many great Dao lords had attempted to break through the Gate of Eternity, only to fail. Breaking through the Gate of Eternity was not safe. One had to go all out, with nothing held back, to have any chance of success. In such circumstances, the great Dao Lord would suffer backlash at best, severe injury at worst, death and Dao destruction. Records state that at least 100 great Dao Lords had perished in Jiadao Mountain, once all peerless talents, yet they met such an end. The mountain was filled with a sense of sorrow. The obsessions of the great Dao Lords lingered, wandering the mountain, never dispersing. The great Dao is hard to walk, only the victor laughs, the defeated weep unseen. Feeling the sorrow in the mountain, Lin Moya sighed softly. Once inside Jiadao Mountain, Lin Moya stopped flying and walked on foot, as if searching for something. 3 days after leaving Chindao Cliff, in the very spot where Lin Moya had stood, a divine rune suddenly appeared. The rune didn't glow and was unremarkable. If you weren't looking closely, you'd never notice it. It only appeared for a second before sinking into the earth and vanishing. In various corners of Chindao Cliff, fist-sized souls appeared. The powder Lin Moya had given the Lord of Formations was refined from great Dao origin energy and contained several strands of Lin Moya's soul. When the powder was scattered across Chindao Cliff, it meant Lin Moya's soul was everywhere. Now, these souls were activated, and the tiny souls began their work, completing the final and most crucial part of the formation. They worked quickly and secretly. Even if someone was present, they might not notice. Meanwhile, Lin Moya walked through Jiadao Mountain for several months, circling it again and again, as if searching for something, but never stopping to look closely. Finally, after 6 months, Lin Moya arrived at a place surrounded by 3 mountains, forming a small valley less than 100 meters across. Here, he began to set up a formation. Divine runes flew out, the array quickly taking shape and growing ever more complex. After several more months, an indescribably complex formation was complete. Lin Moya stood at the center, making himself the core of the array. He spoke aloud. Today, I, Lin Moya, will attempt to knock on the Gate of Eternity. If I succeed, this place shall be renamed Chindao Mountain. His voice echoed through Jiadao Mountain, though it seemed he was only talking to himself. No one else was present. Lin Moya's aura soared, his power reaching its peak. But just this level of aura was not enough to knock on the Gate of Eternity, not even enough to draw the projection of the origin land. Then Lin Moya waved his hand, and 10 streams of strange aura rose up. The two types of aura quickly fused, and the shadow of the origin land appeared, along with an indescribable gate. The second force Lin Moya drew upon was the fate of heaven and earth. To knock on the Gate of Eternity, one needed the fate of heaven and earth. Over the years, Lin Moya had slain countless Dao wild beasts, accumulating an immense amount of fate. The Gate of Eternity radiated endless pressure, as if proclaiming to the world how noble and untouchable it was. This was Lin Moya's second time seeing the Gate of Eternity, and for the first time he saw the carvings on the gate. It was a candle dragon. The Gate of Eternity was engraved with a candle dragon, which surprised Lin Moya. The formation beneath his feet roared to life, combining his power and the fate of heaven and earth into a mighty punch that struck the Gate of Eternity. Boom! The Gate of Eternity shook violently, creaking as if about to open. But Lin Moya coughed up blood, his face turning pale as his aura plummeted. Looking solemn, Lin Moya wiped away the blood and did not try to knock again. The formation slowly ceased, the fate of heaven and earth dissipated, and the projection of the origin land vanished. Lin Moya had failed to open the gate and was injured in the attempt. But his eyes shone with a sharp light. So that's how it is. When I knock again, it will be the moment I achieve the Tao. Chapter 4097. Chapter 4097, 4097. Chapter 4097, forcing you to make a move. A glint of insight flashed in Lin Moya's eyes, as if he had understood something, and his expression was extremely pleased. He looked injured, but he didn't care at all. His words, "When I knock again, it will be the time I achieve the Tao," showed his absolute confidence in opening the gate of eternity. This attempt was just a trial, and he stopped at the surface, showing no attachment or temptation toward the gate of eternity. This also demonstrated Lin Moya's unshakable Tao heart. Many great Tao lords fell because they couldn't resist the temptation of the gate of eternity, forcing themselves onward and refusing to let go, which ultimately led to their demise. Everything Lin Moya showed his search for the right place, his arrangement of formations demonstrated his wisdom and his unshakable Tao heart. After finishing, Lin Moya left Jidao Mountain without looking back. The formation he left behind remained, not withdrawn, to be used next time. This formation was profound and complex, containing Lin Moya's understanding of formation Tao. If a formation grandmaster saw it, they would surely regard it as a treasure. After he left, a thin line of blood suddenly appeared in the sky, landing beside the formation. The bloodline circled the formation a few times, then shot back into the sky and vanished. The bloodline was much thinner than a hair, hidden in the light and hard to detect. After it left, the core of the formation seemed to move slightly, as if a pair of eyes had appeared. Far away, Lin Moya smiled to himself, thinking, "You finally couldn't resist." Everything he did was to lure out the Lord of Curses. The Lord of Curses' biggest fear now was that Lin Moya would succeed in breaking through to eternity and return to the immortality Great Tao. If that happened, the Lord of Curses' entire plan would fail. Lin Moya's cultivation speed was abnormal. Whether he advanced quickly or slowly, the Lord of Curses couldn't predict. Lin Moya might stagnate for millions of years like other great Tao lords, or he might break through to eternity in a very short time. The Lord of Curses was too cautious, probing several times but never daring to truly strike. So this time, Lin Moya pretended to knock on the gate of eternity, to trick the Lord of Curses. "I'm about to achieve the Tao. If you don't act now, it will be too late." Clearly, his plan worked, drawing the Lord of Curses' attention. Lin Moya calculated in his heart, "No matter how prepared you are, you'll have to make a move now. If you won't act, I'll force you to act." After leaving Jidao Mountain, Lin Moya headed toward Qingdao Cliff, flying slowly, stopping and starting along the way, as if admiring the scenery. His aura was gradually calming, as if he hadn't yet recovered from his attempt at the gate of eternity. As his aura settled, a white light appeared on his body, and his injuries from before slowly healed. Lin Moya's appearance suggested he was going to Qingdao Cliff to comprehend the path of the Lord of Slaughter's enlightenment, to gain more insight and prepare for his next attempt at the gate of eternity. Judging by his demeanor, the next attempt wouldn't be far off, maybe a year or two, or even next month. The formation at Jidao Valley was still there, ready to be used again at any time. A few days later, Qingdao Cliff appeared in his view. At that moment, a filth tide descended. Filth filled the sky, blocking out the sun and obscuring vision. Filth tides were common in this area, occurring regularly, and were nothing unusual. But this time, Lin Moya sensed something off. "So, you finally made a move." His mind was clear, but on the surface he acted oblivious, continuing to walk through the filth tide. The tide grew stronger, converging on Lin Moya. Only then did he seem to notice the anomaly. "Who's there?" With a low shout, a massive force swept out, dispersing the filth tide. In an instant, a red light flared, filling his vision. The crimson light was nauseating, drilling into the soul. Anyone below the Great Tao realm would have their cultivation damaged just by smelling it. Weaker cultivators might die on the spot. At the Lord of Curses level, just releasing his aura could shatter the world. Lin Moya keenly sensed that within the red light, besides the Lord of Curses' own power, there was also a faint aura of Tao wild beasts. It seems that last time he entered the core of the great wilderness, he didn't come away empty-handed. Who knows what he's hiding? Better be careful. Lin Moya never underestimated any opponent, especially not the Lord of Curses. Red light enveloped everything. Lin Moya, unwilling to sit and wait, acted with a thought and struck out with a palm. Great Tao world-ending palm. The palm print swept across the world, shattering the red light. Countless undead servants surged forward, following the palm print and unleashing their full power to clear a path for Lin Moya. The sword Tao spirit appeared on Lin Moya's shoulder, unleashing the sword Great Tao, transforming into a sharp sword to cut a path. Lin Moya attacked decisively, wasting no time. First breakout, then talk. The red light was shattered, revealing the true body behind it, a sea of crimson blood. The blood sea boiled, surging in waves to block Lin Moya's escape. The world-ending palm was scattered by the waves, the undead servants thrown apart, but the sword Tao spirit, with a piercing sword cry, sliced through the waves, opening a path through the blood sea. Lin Moya snorted coldly. The space Tao spirit, true fire Tao spirit, and scarlet blood Tao spirit appeared. The scarlet blood Tao spirit also raised a giant wave, carrying corrosive curse power to sweep at the blood sea. The scarlet blood Tao spirit's crimson tide and the blood sea looked almost identical, seemingly from the same source. Lin Moya knew they truly were related. The Lord of Curses' origins were complex. Even the other eternal lords didn't know the whole story, and Lin Moya only knew a little. He was indeed connected to the scarlet blood Great Tao. The two forces collided, the scarlet blood Tao spirit shrieking as it clashed with the blood waves, holding its ground. The true fire Tao spirit spewed flames, igniting the world around them. The true fire set the blood sea ablaze, and a muffled groan came from within. The true fire burned true spirits. Since the blood sea was part of the Lord of Curses, burning it with true fire caused him harm. The blood sea shrank back under the flames. The space Tao spirit waved its tiny hand. Space shatter. The space ahead shattered, taking the blood sea with it. The space Tao spirit used the most direct method to force open a path. Space shift. The space Tao spirit opened a passage, instantly transporting Lin Moya a great distance. Farther away, the Blood Sea boiled, its immense power twisting space and forcibly dragging Lin Moyo back to reality. But by now, the Blood Sea's encirclement was half broken. Great Tao world-ending palm. Lin Moyo struck again, unleashing hundreds of palms in an instant. Without increasing his cultivation, he used his full current strength, and the world-ending palm was already stronger than most Great Tao lords could muster. Hundreds of world-ending palms blasted open the way ahead. The Space Great Tao acted at the same time, and the Sword Tao spirit was instantly teleported back from afar. Countless undead servants were summoned, all using the Metal Great Tao to empower the Sword Tao spirit. The Sword Tao spirit transformed into a golden sword, infused with the Metal Great Tao, incomparably sharp, and slashed at the Blood Sea. Finally, the Blood Sea was breached, and Lin Moyo shot out in a stream of light. Chapter 4098. Chapter 4098, 4098. Chapter 4098, The Origin of the Lord of Curses. A furious roar came from the Blood Sea. Since the Lord of Curses had already made his move, there was no way he'd give up now. The boiling Blood Sea chased after Lin Moyo, and although it was enormous, its speed was astonishing faster than Lin Moyo, and the distance between them rapidly closed. There was a hint of panic in Lin Moyo's eyes, his expression grave. Whether intentional or not, he headed straight for Chindeo Cliff, not far away. You can't escape. The Lord of Curses' voice echoed through the world, like thunder across the outer battlefield. Inside the Tao Lord Hall, many great Tao lords looked up simultaneously. They vaguely saw a boiling Blood Sea and then heard the Lord of Curses' voice. Everyone felt a heavy pressure on their souls, a sense of discomfort. It's an eternal. Who is he chasing? What a commotion. Should we go take a look? The great Tao lords discussed, but none moved. If it really was an eternal fighting, being a bystander could get you killed. They all cherished their lives and wouldn't act rashly. The Lord of Formations drew a divine rune, and a formation appeared with a roar. I have surveillance arrays set up on the outer battlefield. One after another, his formations activated, showing various scenes, finally locking onto one, Chindeo Cliff, with Blood Sea filling the sky outside, and a stream of light flying into the cliff and vanishing. The Blood Sea followed and nearly engulfed the entire cliff. Blood Sea. Eternal, could it be the legendary Lord of Curses? Someone connected the Blood Sea to the Lord of Curses, whose reputation was legendary in some tales. This caused an uproar. The Lord of Curses has made a move. Who is he after? More importantly, who is worthy of the Lord of Curses' action? Eternals don't act lightly. But the one who fled into Chindeo Cliff looked like a great Tao Lord. Everyone was stunned. An Eternal attacking a great Tao Lord should be an easy kill. Why was he running? Why hadn't he been caught yet? They all stared at Chindeo Cliff, eager to know what was happening inside, but none dared enter. The Lord of Formations' eyes flashed. He'd realized something. The formations he'd set up in Chindeo Cliff were given by Lin Moyo, and he'd learned much from arranging them. He could tell those arrays were just part of a larger, powerful formation. The core had not been given to him. He could also sense that the formation was extremely strong. Watching the projected image, a thought struck him. This formation was meant to deal with the Lord of Curses. It wasn't the Lord of Curses hunting Lin Moyo, but Lin Moyo setting a trap for the Lord of Curses. The idea of a great Tao Lord scheming against an Eternal seemed impossible, but if the formation was strong enough. The Lord of Formations shivered, a chill running through his soul. It didn't seem impossible. At the edge of the battlefield, Saint Heart quietly said before a formation, "Grandfather, let me go." The War Emperor's projection appeared. "No, that's between the Lord of Curses and Lin Moyo. Don't interfere." Saint Heart was anxious. "I want to help him. Please, open the way." The War Emperor was firm. "You wouldn't help, you'd only hinder him. Think about it, everything he's done is carefully planned. Between him and the Lord of Curses, it's not clear who will win." He recalled how, when Lin Moyo had faced the Lord of Curses before, he'd been calm and confident, not flustered at all. In his perception, Lin Moyo was even more unfathomable than the Lord of Curses. Saint Heart protested, "But he's facing an Eternal." The War Emperor replied, "Trust him. That's what he wanted me to tell you." He projected an image of Lin Moyo's last words to him before leaving the formation. "War Emperor, if anything happens, don't let Saint Heart come out." Lin Moyo's voice was clear. The War Emperor said, "There are things he can't say, but you should understand. Just wait here for him to return." Saint Heart was still anxious, but she knew deep down that she couldn't really help Lin Moyo. Chindeo Cliff was now completely enveloped by the Blood Sea, even denser than before. The Lord of Curses' giant face emerged from the Blood Sea, his eyes overlooking the entire cliff. "You have nowhere left to run." Lin Moyo stood atop the cliff, meeting the Lord of Curses' gaze. At the dawn of heaven and earth, when the Origin Land first formed, 8 great Taos competed for a place in the Origin Land. At that time, there was a Blood Sea in the world, evolved from the first drop of blood at the birth of the world. The Blood Sea also contained the first impurities of the primordial Tao. You gained sentience from the Blood Sea, then comprehended the Tao of Curses, becoming its master, and then an Eternal. This Blood Sea is your true body, your greatest reliance. As long as it exists, you cannot die. The Blood Sea is vast, able to cover hundreds of worlds, and can cross the boundary between reality and illusion. That's why you're fearless, acting as you please, leaving filth wherever you go. For countless years, you've left legends in many worlds, causing endless death and destruction, harvesting immense faith power. Until you tried to take the final step and entered the core of the great wilderness, only to be repelled by the Beast Emperor and forced to retreat, tainted by the curse. Later, you hid in the Black Blood realm, using the principal Tao to create clones, transferring the curse onto the Black Blood people, then having them clone the Black Blood realm, using worlds to bear the curse. For countless years, you finally cleansed your curse. In the process, you searched for a way to break the deadlock, tried many methods, ruined many geniuses, and finally discovered me. You knew I was the reincarnation of the Lord of Immortality, that my body and Tao were unique. So you wanted to use my body and Tao to re-enter the core of the great wilderness and help you take the final step again. Lin Moya recounted the Lord of Curses' life as if telling a story. The Lord of Curses said coldly, I didn't expect you to know so much. Where did you learn this? The River of Time? My methods are invisible even to the Lord of Time. Lin Moya didn't hide it. The River of Time records your past. You were too confident, rarely erasing your traces, only hiding them a bit. You could fool the Lord of Time, but not the Spirit of Time. The Spirit of Time remembers everything you've done. Even if your information is gone from the River of Time, it still exists in the Spirit's memory. Lin Moyo had spoken with the Spirit of Time for a long time, learning the Lord of Curses' true origin. The Spirit of Time has memory even if the River of Time is wiped clean, its memory remains. There are only so many Eternals in the world. The Spirit of Time naturally pays close attention to their actions and remembers them all. Before talking to the Spirit of Time, Lin Moyo had also spoken with the Lord of Fate, learning much about the Lord of Curses from him as well. Combining both sources, he had a clear picture. The Lord of Curses said coldly, so what if you know all this? Chapter 4099, Chapter 4099, 4099, Chapter 4099, Tracing Cause from Effect. So what if you know all this? For others, it was just knowing a story, but for Lin Moyo, it was different. Lin Moyo didn't answer, but instead loudly asked, back then, for the sake of faith power, you brought disaster to over 1,000 worlds, spread terror, cast curses, and made all living beings fear you. Do you think you were right in doing this? The Lord of Curses sneered, are you joking? How do you think you became a great Tao Lord? Your hands are no less stained with blood than mine. I need faith power, but I don't want to manage it. That's too troublesome. I prefer the direct approach. As for those weak beings, why should I care about their feelings? Lin Moya continued, the faith power you gained wasn't true faith power, but the fear those beings had for you. That kind of faith power is filled with hatred. Does it feel good to use? The Lord of Curses was even more dismissive. A little hatred means nothing. Besides, that was ages ago. Those worlds are dead or destroyed. What's your point? Are you trying to be a good guy and avenge them? The worlds from which the Lord of Curses drew faith power all ended badly, curses spread, disasters raged, and they either perished or struggled on the brink of extinction. Curses are inheritable, passed down through generations. As long as the Lord of Curses lives, the curses won't disappear. There were over 1,000 such worlds, with countless living beings. Lin Moya said, I'm not here to avenge them, but those beings, they will seek revenge on you. The Lord of Curses laughed madly, are you insane? They've been dead for countless years. Even if they wanted revenge, could they? Soon, you'll be one of them. Why do you think I let you talk so much? All this time, I've been surrounding Chindeo Cliff with my blood sea. You're finished. By now, Chindeo Cliff was completely enveloped by the blood sea, the encirclement far stronger than before. In the Lord of Curses' eyes, Lin Moyo had no chance of breaking out. That's why he'd let Lin Moya talk. His body was so massive, it took time to move. Lin Moyo was unhurried. You're stalling for time? So am I. He stomped lightly, and instantly Chindeo Cliff rumbled as a blinding light erupted from underground. A massive formation appeared. The formation was vast, stretching from 10,000 miles away up to the heavens, like a giant net wrapping around the blood sea. The Lord of Curses had surrounded Lin Moyo, but Lin Moyo had counter-surrounded him with the formation. As the formation activated, countless great Taos appeared, pouring power into the array. The Lord of Curses' voice turned icy. You set me up. Lin Moya replied, you're an eternal. Dealing with you is troublesome, so I had to prepare. You were stalling, so was I. The only issue is this formation takes a while to activate. The Lord of Curses retorted, you think a formation alone can stop me? Lin Moya said, of course not. This is just step 1. He took out the Seeking Cause ring. The Seeking Cause ring could trace cause and effect, but that wasn't its only function. It had many abilities, one of which Lin Moyo had never used because the backlash was too great, far beyond simply tracing cause and effect. Trace cause from effect. Lin Moya shouted. The Seeking Cause ring erupted with blinding light, shooting into the heart of the blood sea. He poured nearly all his soul power into it, along with the words the Lord of Curses had just spoken, infusing it with immense karmic power and sending it into the blood sea. The Lord of Curses said coldly, what kind of treasure is that? He could tell at a glance that the Seeking Cause ring was extraordinary. Its level was beyond anything he'd seen. Lin Moya sneered, a treasure that can deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang. Lin Moya's body was shattered on the spot. The Lord of Curses was stunned. He hadn't even made a move. How did Lin Moya self-destruct? But he immediately realized Lin Moya was suffering backlash from the treasure. For a great Tao Lord to be shattered by backlash, the treasure's power must be far beyond imagination. Amidst the purple light, Lin Moya was reborn, and the Seeking Cause ring's true effect began. Tracing cause from effect, the effect was the Lord of Curses as he was now, alive and well, revived after dormancy, unscathed. Everything he'd done seemed to have gone unpunished, defying the rules of heaven and earth. Why? Because he was strong enough to bear the karma he created. But now, the Seeking Cause ring drew out all that karma, magnified and unleashed it all at once. The countless deeds of the Lord of Curses over the ages, all that karma erupted in this moment as a terrifying force. The blood sea boiled, and the faith power he'd gained, tainted with hatred, turned into attacks rampaging through the sea. The Lord of Curses screamed, what have you done? Why is this happening? The blood sea exploded again and again, waves of blood vaporizing. Massive karmic power surged within, turning into black energy that destroyed and corroded the blood sea. Lin Moya sneered, the causes of the past, the effects of today. Even as an eternal, you can't escape. An eternal who never severed his karma with ordinary beings, or rather, who disdained to do so, would pay the price. The Lord of Curse's arrogance blinded him to the fact that, while many worlds had been destroyed, many beings survived, generation after generation, living in fear and disaster, their hatred accumulating ever deeper. That hatred became fear, then faith power, which the Lord of Curses absorbed along with endless hatred. Now, that hatred was unleashed. Through the Seeking Cause ring, Lin Moya turned that hatred into karmic power, attacking the Lord of Curses. This was karmic retribution. As the karmic attack struck, the formation was fully activated. In an instant, the formation erupted with boundless great Tao power, detonating within the blood sea. When the blood sea surrounded Qindao Cliff, it also enveloped the formations, so when the formations activated, it was as if they exploded inside the blood sea, their power immense. The Lord of Curses screamed even more miserably, suffering unimaginable damage. If he weren't an eternal, if his true body weren't such a vast blood sea, he might have already been forced into dormancy. He realized he'd fallen into Lin Moya's trap and instinctively tried to flee. But he found he couldn't escape. He couldn't open the gate of origin, nor break free from the formation's net. Other Eternals are helping you. The Lord of Curses shrieked. Only other Eternals could block his return. Lin Moya said nothing more. With a wave, the statue warriors left behind by the divine civilization charged into the blood sea, wreaking havoc. At the same time, countless undead servants swarmed in, destroying everything in their path. Lin Moya's fingers flashed, drawing a torrent of divine runes. He shouted, "Open." The formation entered its second phase, its power soaring, grinding huge swaths of blood sea to pieces. Lin Moya poured vast amounts of death power into the array, which amplified it, corroding the blood sea. Chapter 4100. Chapter 4100, 4100. Chapter 4100, Battle against the Lord of Curses. Although it seemed Lin Moya had done a lot, in reality less than 10 seconds had passed. Within those 10 seconds, the Lord of Curses endured an unimaginable barrage of attacks, and only then did he react with a furious counterattack. The blood sea boiled and transformed into a giant hand, slapping toward Lin Moya. The Sword Dao Spirit transformed into a giant sword to shield Lin Moya, while the Space Dao Spirit tore open space to swallow the attack. The Sword Dao Spirit was sent flying by the blood hand, but the force was greatly reduced and then swallowed by the space rift created by the Space Dao Spirit, so Lin Moya was unharmed. Lin Moya took out a square jade and activated the formation within. Light from the array enveloped the area, and the human emperor emerged from the glow. As soon as the human emperor appeared, he launched an attack on the Lord of Curses without a word. Wielding the great Dao of destruction, he charged into the blood sea. The destruction Dao churned the blood sea, and the previous karma formation had already thrown the blood sea into chaos, leaving the Lord of Curses far from his peak. The Lord of Curses, having been schemed against by Lin Moya and now targeted by the human emperor, vented all his fury on the human emperor. "Human emperor, you dare stand against me? I'll kill you." The Lord of Curses roared, unleashing endless cursed power and countless attacks toward the human emperor. A fierce battle broke out between the human emperor and the Lord of Curses within the blood sea, while Lin Moya's formation continued to ravage the blood sea. Killing the Lord of Curses was no easy feat. His true body was the blood sea, and unless it was completely destroyed, he could not be killed. He was not like the Beast Emperor, and this was not the same Lord of Curses from the past. Back when he entered the great wilderness, he went all in, bringing his true body. But now, dealing with Lin Moya, the Lord of Curses might not have brought his entire true body. Perhaps, somewhere in the world, other portions of the blood sea were still hidden. Even the God of Light had backup plans. How could the cunning Lord of Curses not? Lin Moya activated the Seeking Cause ring again. Seek cause, ask effect. He used the ring to search for the Lord of Curses' hidden blood seas. With a bang, his body was once again shattered by the ring's backlash, but Lin Moya didn't care. He could always be reborn. After the backlash, the ring's power manifested, shooting dozens of beams of light into different regions, tearing open portals to various scenes, some in the real world, some in the virtual world, and some hidden in the core of certain worlds. In every place, there was a blood sea, 39 in total. Others have 3 hiding places, you have 39. You really know how to hide. The Lord of Curses had left 39 avatars in secret corners. As long as one remained, even if forced into dormancy, he could recover quickly. Only by destroying all of them would his recovery be much slower, though even then he could not be truly killed unless the cursed Dao in the origin land was destroyed. The Lord of Curses would always be able to return. Lin Moya used a karma crystal to contact Nguyen, who was already outside Qindao Cliff. At his call, she rushed in. Lin Moya pointed to 5 blood sea avatars hidden inside worlds. You handle these 5, don't harm the worlds. If he destroyed them himself, the worlds would be shattered, and he didn't want to bear that karma. As the Lord of Cause and Effect, Nguyen could erase the blood seas without harming the worlds. Nguyen understood and carefully used karmic power to erase the blood seas. With her mastery, she set the outcome that the blood seas would be erased, then triggered it with karmic power, quickly dissolving the blood seas while protecting the worlds. Lin Moya, on the other hand, was much more direct. His aura surged, breaking through the Dao Lord realm to half-step transcendence. Great Dao world-ending palm. A true world-ending palm, imbued with destructive power, blasted through the portals created by the Seeking Cause ring, targeting the Blood Seas. The Lord of Curse's avatars were shattered by the palm. If one wasn't enough, he struck again and again until the ring closed the portals. His body shattered and was reborn in purple light, and Lin Moya repeatedly used the world-ending palm to utterly destroy the Lord of Curse's avatars. Sensing his avatars being destroyed, the Lord of Curses grew frantic and furious, roaring as he battled the human emperor. "I'll kill you." Creating these avatars was no easy task. They were like inheritances, requiring many conditions to create. He had only made 39 over countless years, and now Lin Moya was destroying them all. In his rage, the Lord of Curses manifested a phantom part human, part beast, covered in filth and curses like a wild beast. With a roar, he repelled the human emperor and charged at Lin Moya and Inyuyan. Inyuyan's expression changed, but Lin Moya said, "Don't worry, he can't get through." As he spoke, a sharp sword flew in and stopped in front of Lin Moya. The Sword Emperor appeared beside the sword, unleashing endless sword energy. The Lord of Curses was struck, shattered with a scream, and turned into a rain of blood. The Blood Sea reformed into the Lord of Curses' image. He roared, "Spirit Demon Emperor, why are you interfering?" The Sword Emperor snorted, "This is my business, none of yours." The Lord of Curses glared at Lin Moya, "I underestimated you, but do you think this is enough to kill me? Dream on. Heaven and Earth Death Curse." The world shook as terrifying power descended. The Curse Tao appeared, shining brilliantly, and a foul stench swept forth. The power of the Curse Tao formed the character Death, pressing down on Lin Moya. Inyuyan's face changed. "He's invoking Tao origin to cast a death curse on you." She was anxious. Under the death curse, only an eternal could survive. Even though Lin Moya could resurrect, the curse would not disappear and would follow him through each revival. With the death curse, Lin Moya would die, his body destroyed. The Lord of Curses was desperate, ready to abandon Lin Moya's body. "Don't worry." Lin Moya summoned the reverse Tao spirit, which waved its tiny hand at the death character. The character immediately flew back and reversed. The reverse Tao spirit could reverse actions and many attacks. But even for it, resisting the cursed Tao was difficult. It could only withstand one blow. The Lord of Curses was stunned. He couldn't understand why his curse was sent back. The reverse Tao was so rare that even the Lord of Curses had never seen it, and he had no time to ponder. "Die!" With a roar, the human emperor charged in, unleashing the destruction Tao against the Lord of Curses. The human emperor went all out, shattering much of the Blood Sea. The Sword Emperor joined in, unleashing a storm of swords that tore apart the Blood Sea. Inyuyan continued erasing the Lord of Curses avatars, while Lin Moya relentlessly destroyed the rest. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.